Chapter 1. Hangzhou, Lingyin Road. It was the height of summer, with a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, as if intent on igniting the entire world. The scorching rays poured down unreservedly upon the asphalt road, generating ripples of heat that shimmered in the air. The pavement was softened by the intense heat, reflecting a blinding white light that made it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The trees lining the street drooped listlessly, their leaves hanging down as cicadas relentlessly shrieked from the branches, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of heat and discomfort. A young man, around 20 years of age, stood idly at the crosswalk, his posture tall and poised. He wore a crisp white t-shirt paired with classic blue jeans, a combination that was both simple and refreshing, making him stand out conspicuously on the sweltering street. In his right hand, he casually held a bottle of mineral water, its crystalline surface reflecting the piercing sunlight, with droplets sliding down the sides and leaving wet trails on the back of his hand. The cord of his earphones hung subtly, connecting to the invisible earbuds in his ears. At that moment, he was muttering incessantly, his face a canvas of disdain and impatience. Was this nonsense? The world is coming to an end, and someone is stealing his girlfriend, yet he can still swallow his pride? The young man curled his lips in distaste, his expression growing more pronounced as he spat disdainfully. This author is simply toying with the reader's there's no logic at all. He might as well work in a factory screwing bolts. The more I listen, the more infuriated I become. It's a waste of my time. As he spoke, he irritably wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his brows knitting tightly into a frown. Just then, the traffic light across the street shifted from red to green, and at the instant the signal flickered, a crisp, alert tone rang out amidst the bustling street. Instinctively, the young man lifted his foot and stepped forward, his pace casual, his eyes occasionally darting towards his pocket as if his phone, tucked away inside, occupied his mind while he replayed the plot of the novel he had just heard. However, as he reached the center of the crosswalk, he suddenly halted, as if struck by the realization of something immensely important, his body instantly freezing in place. Almost immediately, his left hand plunged into his pocket, the movement urgent and practiced, pulling out his phone in a swift motion. As the fingerprint sensor unlocked the device, the screen illuminated, the glaring light causing him to squint. Upon seeing the advertisement pop up on the screen, his brows twisted into a knot, and his impatience quickly morphed into anger. This wretched platform, even while listening to a novel, it constantly interrupts with ads. If you don't watch the ads, they won't even extend the playback time. It's utterly revolting. He cursed loudly, his voice ringing out sharply in the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet he paid them no mind, continuing to complain as he impatiently tapped on the advertisement, jabbing his finger at the screen as if to puncture a hole through it. In that moment of distraction, a sudden series of sharp, urgent horn blasts erupted from the right, slicing through the oppressive air and drowning out the cacophony of the game advertisements in his ears. The young man instinctively turned his head, his pupils dilating in shock, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. In his line of sight, a massive construction vehicle was barreling towards him at breakneck speed, its front gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, resembling a wild beast out of control. His mind blanked instantly, his heart racing to his throat, his body rendered immobile. A wave of numbness coursed through his scalp, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. He didn't even have time to react further. His throat felt constricted, and he could only utter two words of despair. It's over. In that instant, darkness enveloped him, his consciousness plunging into an endless abyss, and all sounds around him ceased abruptly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the young man gradually regained consciousness, feeling as if his head had been hammered. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself holding a cloth, mechanically wiping down a bookshelf. His gaze was dazed and hollow, filled with confusion and bewilderment, his lips trembling as he murmured, "What is happening? Wasn't I just hit by a car?" His voice was hoarse and faint, echoing in the tranquil space. He paused his actions, surveying his surroundings, and discovered he was in a serene library. Towering bookshelves stood erect, filled with countless volumes that exuded a faint scent of ink, providing an inexplicable sense of comfort in the quiet environment. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, casting golden beams that illuminated the dust dancing in the air. Looking down at his own attire, he noticed he was clad in a peculiar yet simplistic blue school uniform. The fabric felt soft and comfortable, yet the color and style were entirely foreign to his memory of university attire. Why is this school uniform so strange? My university never issued such a uniform. A surge of intense unease welled up within him, and confusion overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His hand instinctively clutched the hem of the uniform, his fingers turning white from the pressure. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his mind, as if countless steel needles had simultaneously jabbed at him, or as if millions of ants were gnawing at his brain. He cradled his head in his hands, crouching down in agony, his body curling into a ball as beads of sweat poured down his forehead, soaking the ground before him. As the pain surged, a torrent of memories not his own flooded into his mind like a raging tide. These fragments of memory were chaotic and disordered, flashing through his mind like scenes from a movie. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Hanghua Province, Qiantang City, Qiantang University, a freshman, Chao Xiaoman, countless images of orphans intertwined, nearly causing his head to explode. 5 minutes later, he sat exhausted on the ground, his hands weakly propped behind him, his body trembling slightly. His eyes were wide open, mouth agape, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. He repeated incessantly, Blue Star, Dragon Country, Hanghua Province, Qiantang City, Qiantang University, freshman, Chao Xiaoman, orphan. These strange and complex pieces of information swirled in his mind, leaving him dizzy, as if he were trapped in a massive whirlpool, unable to escape. In the next moment, as if struck by a revelation, he leaped to his feet, exclaiming excitedly, "Wait, have I transmigrated?" His voice echoed through the library, filled with surprise and exhilaration. Exotic light danced in his eyes, and his face radiated an uncontrollable excitement. Then, with a frown of confusion, he murmured to himself, "What a coincidence! The original owner of this body is also named Chao Xiaoman." As he spoke, he paced in place, gesturing animatedly with his hands, seemingly trying to digest this astonishing fact. However, before his excitement could fully dissipate, a series of eerie growls and anguished screams suddenly pierced through from outside the library. "It hurts, help! Don't come near! Oh my God, what's happening? Stay away! Please don't bite me!" These voices were filled with terror and despair, sharp and piercing, instantly shattering the tranquility of the library. Chao Xiaoman's previously elated mood plummeted into an icy abyss, a profound sense of crisis washing over him. His face turned pale in an instant, his body trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with vigilance and unease. Chao Xiaoman's heart raced violently, as if it would burst from his chest, and he stumbled towards the library entrance. His breath came in quick, heavy gasps, each inhalation feeling like swallowing fear. His eyes widened like saucers as he peered through the glass door, taking in the hellish scene outside. At that moment, the setting sun appeared to be drenched in blood, resembling a colossal, precariously hanging blood orb, casting a ghastly crimson glow across the earth, enveloping the entire world in this horrifying hue. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingling with the stifling summer heat, nearly suffocating him. Merely 20 meters away from the library, in the square, 8 grotesque and terrifying monsters were clawing and chasing a male student clad in a blue school uniform. These 8 creatures, 6 male and 2 female, wore tattered uniforms stained with a mix of dried and fresh blood, their bodies contorted in grotesque postures. With each step, they emitted a chilling creak, their movements stiff and sluggish, yet driven by an unwavering determination to achieve their goal. The student being pursued pressed his hands tightly against his bleeding thigh, crimson blood gushing from between his fingers, leaving a horrific trail on the ground, which appeared strikingly vivid in the sunset's glow. His face was ashen, devoid of color, his eyes filled with terror and despair, every breath accompanied by a painful groan. He limped toward the library door with every ounce of strength, each step seemingly a monumental effort, as if he would collapse at any moment. Upon witnessing this, Chow Xiaoman was instantly struck with horror, the last vestige of color draining from his face, leaving him paler than the remnants of winter snow. His lips trembled uncontrollably, whispering, "Is this truly the apocalypse of zombies? My goodness, I have only just traversed here, and how could I be so unfortunate as to encounter such a dreadful event?" Amidst his panic and despair, the male student caught sight of Chow Xiaoman behind the glass doors of the library. In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within his once dull eyes, that flame wavering in the darkness of terror, yet remarkably resolute. With a surge of excitement, he called out, his voice hoarse from fear and urgency, "Classmate, please open the door. Save me." His voice echoed through the eerie silence, piercing the terrifying atmosphere like the lament of a night owl. Chow Xiaoman was jolted awake by that desperate cry, his gaze momentarily flickering with hesitation, struggle, and anguish, as if two voices were fiercely battling within him. After a brief moment, he clenched his teeth, a look of resoluteness crossing his face, and softly uttered, "I'm sorry, there's no saving you." With that, he hurriedly locked the glass door, his movements frantic and rushed, as if a multitude of evil spirits were hot on his heels. His fingers trembled with anxiety, each turn of the lock imbued with a reluctant shiver. Merely 10 seconds later, the male student, dragging his injured body, staggered to the door. Seeing the door before him, a wave of elation surged in his heart, believing he had finally grasped a lifeline. However, as he reached for the doorknob, he discovered it was firmly locked. In that moment, his face contorted with rage, disbelief, and profound despair. "Classmate, open the door, please," he cried, pounding against the glass, the impact resounding like thunder as he shouted hoarsely. Chow Xiaoman stood inside, head bowed, unable to meet the male student's gaze, hands pressed tightly against his ears, yet that desperate call pierced through, like a sharp arrow, directly striking his heart. Seeing this, the male student's fury intensified, and he bellowed, "Damn it, open the door now." Yet the only response was Chow Xiaoman's heavy breathing and the chilling, guttural growls of the zombies outside. At that moment, a blood-curdling roar erupted from just behind him. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, suffused with insatiable hunger and brutality. The male student's body stiffened, his eyes wide with terror and despair, his voice turning pleading, "Classmate, I beg you, please open the door." Chow Xiaoman took a deep breath, slowly raising his head, his eyes filled with helplessness and pity as he said, "I'm sorry, you've been bitten, there's no hope for you." The male student shook his head vigorously, shouting, "No, I'm fine. Please, just open the door." Before he could finish, 8 zombies surged like a tide behind him. With gaping maws, they revealed sharp fangs, each tooth glistening with repugnant drool. In an instant, they pounced, toppling the male student to the ground, who let out a desperate scream. Then, they began to tear into him. Frantically, a female zombie sank her teeth viciously into his neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, creating crimson arcs in the light of the setting sun. "Ah, it hurts! Help me! Save me!" The male student shrieked in a wretched cry, his voice laden with endless pain and despair, echoing through the air, lingering hauntingly, sending chills down the spine. Chow Xiaoman had never witnessed such a gruesome and horrifying scene before. He felt an overwhelming tumult in his stomach, as if an invisible hand were relentlessly stirring within. Suddenly, he bent over sharply, exclaiming, "Wow!" as he expelled the contents of his stomach, even bringing up the bitter bile. His face turned as pale as a sheet. Dizziness engulfed him, and his heart raced like thunder, leaning against the door. He gradually slid down to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over. I just crossed over, and it's already the apocalypse that I truly bring shame to all traversers." Just as despair flooded his heart, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host detection successful. Commencing binding of the Goddess Material Tenfold Return System. Ding! Binding of the Goddess Material Tenfold Return System in progress. 10, 20, 50, 99. Ding! Binding of the Goddess Material Tenfold Return System successful. Ding! Unlocking system functions. Ding! Reconnaissance function, capable of actively probing basic information of living beings. Ding! Binding function. Binding a goddess with a beauty score of 95 or above grants binding rewards. Simply allow the goddess to consume a drop of the host's blood to complete the binding. Ding. Return function. The bound goddess consumes materials, yielding a tenfold return, automatically stored in the system space. As the series of mechanical beeps concluded, a mysterious and powerful force began to circulate within Qiao Xiaoman's body. His previously ashen complexion instantly flushed with vitality, as if infused with life and energy. His bones subtly elongated, emitting soft cracking sounds, while his muscles continuously stretched, every inch of his skin seemingly rejoicing. Brimming with strength, feeling the noticeable enhancement in his body, Qiao Xiaoman could not contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha! The golden finger has arrived. Is this a metamorphosis? He clenched his fists, reveling in the surging power within him. Filled with joy and exhilaration, he shouted, I am about to soar. Truly, a traverser must possess a golden finger. The predecessors do not deceive me. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hastily queried in his mind, wait, where's the gift package? System, where's the novice gift package? Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the novice gift package. Ding, novice gift package opening. Ding, congratulations host for acquiring 100 to all attributes. Ding, congratulations host for acquiring the ability Poison Immunity, LV1. Poison Immunity. A passive ability that enhances one's immunity to toxins without consuming mental energy. LV1 enhances by 1x, LV2 by 2x, and so forth. With the ultimate LV10 enhancing by 10x. Ding. Congratulations host for acquiring the ability All Attribute Enhancement LV1. All Attribute Enhancement. A passive ability that boosts all attributes without consuming mental energy. LV1 enhances by 1x, LV2 by 2x, and so forth. With the ultimate LV10 enhancing by 10x. Upon the completion of the system announcements, Qiao Xiaoman furrowed his brow deeply, forming a pronounced crease of confusion, and inquired, System, are there no attack-type abilities? Why are they all passive? However, the system remained silent, offering no response. Feeling frustrated, Qiao Xiaoman pouted and complained, It seems my system lacks a system sprite. It's utterly devoid of human-like qualities. He smacked his lips and tentatively said, System, open the information panel. As soon as he uttered the words, the system promptly responded, and a translucent blue screen appeared before Qiao Xiaoman, as if conjured from a dream. Host, Qiao Xiaoman age, 18 height, 185 centimeters beauty, 100 physique, 100 constitution, 200 x2, strength, 200 x2, agility, 200 x2, mental power, 200 x2, ability level, 1 attribute multiplier, 2 attack ability, none control ability, none support ability, none transformation ability, none passive abilities, poison immunity. LV1. All attribute enhancement LV1 bound goddess. None. Qiao Xiaoman took a deep breath, striving to pull himself from his contemplations regarding the system's abilities, and turned to gaze once more at the horrifying scene beyond the glass door. The male student, who had been desperately calling for help moments earlier, now lay as a gruesome pile of bones, strewn amidst a pool of blood, a sight too ghastly to behold. 8 zombies, still insatiable, clawed and scratched at the glass door, their grotesque saliva mixing with the crimson stains, creating a particularly chilling tableau under the harsh fluorescent light. That a wave of intense nausea surged through Qiao Xiaoman, tightening his throat, and he could not suppress another bout of dry heaving, his stomach in turmoil. Yet there was nothing left to expel. No, he could not simply sit idly by. He needed to find a weapon and survive the night. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he mentally strategized. His gaze quickly swept across the first floor of the library, where towering bookshelves lined the space, the atmosphere steeped in an eerie silence, save for the sound of his own heavy breathing. There was no other noise. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on a concealed fire exit, a spark of realization igniting within him. The fire axe could prove invaluable. Fully aware of the potential dangers lurking within the library, he treaded cautiously, his nerves taut as a drawn bowstring. He approached the fire exit with deliberate care, each step taken to minimize sound, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon reaching the fire hydrant, he discovered a neatly arranged set of fire gear, a fire axe, and a plastic fire shield. Seizing the axe with both hands, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as the rough texture of the handle reassured him. Weighing the weapon in his hands, he inhaled deeply and began his ascent to the second floor, pondering, The zombies have only recently mutated. They likely possess little intelligence. Logically, the higher the floor, the safer it should be. Upon reaching the second floor, he found himself surrounded by an expanse of towering bookshelves, the air thick with the scent of aged paper. Amidst the silence, one office stood out, its door marked with a plaque reading Director's Office. Step by step, Chow Xiaoman approached the office, each step firm and resolute, the fire axe gripped tightly in his hand. Prepared for any potential threat, the door, he grasped the handle and gently pulled. Only to find it locked, he furrowed his brow, contemplating, since I am the only one here cleaning the library, this door must be locked when the director is absent. Perfect, I can test just how strong this fourfold power of mine truly is. Meanwhile, within the director's office, a curvaceous female student huddled beneath the desk by the window, clutching her legs tightly, her head buried between her knees, trembling like a frightened fawn, when she heard the faint sound of the doorknob. Her body froze, her heart racing to her throat as fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. She fervently prayed in her heart, "No, please don't come in." Yet, the more she feared, the stronger the terror became. Nearly suffocating her, suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence within the room, followed by the violent sound of the door crashing against the wall. The female student trembled, nearly letting out a scream, but she swiftly covered her mouth. Her body shaking uncontrollably, her mind consumed by a single thought. "It's over. I'm going to die beneath the desk." The female student trembled violently at the sudden roar, slowly raising her head and turning her face to meet the glinting fire axe. Her eyes widened in terror, and her expression was one of sheer fright, while her body shook like a leaf in the wind. Chow Xiaoman, looking down from his elevated position, was momentarily taken aback by her exquisite beauty. A thought flashed through his mind. Oh my, she is truly a fairy descended to earth. In his past life, even the most renowned celebrities or celebrated beauty queens paled in comparison to the enchanting woman before him, who seemed to belong to an entirely different realm of beauty. At that moment, the girl, with her disheveled black hair and pale complexion, still bearing the traces of dried tears, trembled uncontrollably from fear, her pitiful demeanor evoking compassion in anyone who laid eyes on her. Feeling a softening in his heart, Chow Xiaoman gently set the fire axe aside, crouched down, and reached out his hand, speaking softly. "It's all right, come out." The female student was momentarily stunned by the strikingly handsome man before her, her mind consumed with a singular thought. What a handsome man. She stared blankly at Chow Xiaoman, momentarily forgetting to react. Noticing her stillness, Chow Xiaoman reassured her in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, I've blocked the door, and there are no zombies on the first floor. We are safe for now." Only then did the girl come to herself, hesitating for a moment before slowly reaching out to grasp Chow Xiaoman's hand. The instant their hands touched, a blush crept across her previously pale face. It was her first time holding a male student's hand, especially one as handsome as him. Chow Xiaoman gently pulled her from beneath the desk. Having crouched for too long, her legs had gone numb. And as she stood, she stumbled, nearly falling against Chow Xiaoman. Instinctively, he reached out and caught her in a tight embrace. In that fleeting moment, a soft sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance that made his heart quiver. However, he quickly suppressed this unusual emotion and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, my legs are numb," the girl replied softly, her voice laced with shyness. This was the first time she had been held so closely by a man, and she felt a mix of nervousness and confusion. Chow Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, then gently lifted her in a princess carry, marveling inwardly. How light she is. If this were in my past life, it would have taken considerable effort. The girl gasped in surprise at this sudden action, and before she could fully process it, she found herself safely seated in the office chair at that moment. A chilling scream and the horrifying growls of zombies echoed from outside. Sitting in the chair, she shuddered, and the fear returned to her face. "Don't be afraid. The door is blocked, and the zombies can't get in." Chow Xiaoman quickly reassured her, his voice imbued with warmth and comfort. Hearing this, the girl felt a slight sense of calm wash over her, and she whispered, "Thank you." She looked up at the dashing and dependable man before her, a wave of inexplicable security enveloping her, as if she had found a glimmer of warmth in this terrifying apocalyptic world. Chow Xiaoman gazed at Lin Shiyao, contemplating that this was the perfect opportunity to bind with the goddess. He took a deep breath and silently urged in his mind, "System, Investigate the female student before me to in an instant. A translucent screen materialized, shimmering like a dream. Name. Lin Shiryao. Age. 18. Height. 175 centimeters. Appearance. 98. Build. 97. Physique. 87. X1. Strength. 74. X1. Agility. 73. X1. Mental power. 92. X1. Ability level. 0. Attribute multiplier. 0 abilities. None personality. Cold and alluring occupation. The first belle of Qiantang University. She has become the center of attention on campus due to her outstanding appearance and unique charisma. Cold in nature, she rarely initiates conversations. However, her high beauty and striking aura attract countless gazes. She has often played key roles in campus cultural activities, such as hosting school events, easily commanding the stage with her cold voice and graceful demeanor. Despite having numerous admirers, she maintains her aloofness, keeping others at a distance, yet cannot deter her overwhelming popularity on campus. Purity. 100. Favorability. 70. After reviewing the information, Chao Xiaoman sensed a heaviness in the atmosphere to dispel the lingering awkwardness. He cleared his throat slightly and said, "My name is Chao Xiaoman. When the apocalypse struck, I happened to be cleaning on the first floor. And you?" His voice was gentle and steady, creating ripples in the silent office like a stone cast into a calm lake. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Shiryao shivered slightly, her thoughts drawn back to the terrifying scene. A flicker of fear passed through her eyes as she responded, her voice trembling. I'm Lin Shiryao. I was here writing a paper when I accidentally saw those monsters outside attacking people. I quickly locked the door and hid under the desk. As she recalled that moment, she instinctively hugged her arms tightly, as if to ward off the bone-deep terror. Chao Xiaoman felt a stirring in his heart. Realizing the moment had come to initiate his plan to bind with the goddess, he leaned slightly forward, a warm smile gracing his face, and began to enlighten Lin Shiryao about the apocalypse. If I'm not mistaken, those monsters outside are likely zombies. Humans mutated by a mysterious virus in the air. His tone was resolute and confident, each word carrying a reassuring weight. Lin Shiryao's already large and bright eyes widened further, brimming with curiosity and dread. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to speak, but fear had lodged in her throat. Seeing her reaction, Chao Xiaoman continued, "The zombies have only just begun to mutate. Their strength is still relatively weak. However, as time progresses, they will grow increasingly powerful, perhaps capable of shattering mountains with a single punch." His voice grew somber and serious, as if recounting an inescapable harsh reality. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiryao's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor, her heart engulfed in darkness, overshadowed by an abyss of despair. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a quaver as she asked, "Will we be able to survive?" Her gaze was filled with helplessness and confusion, akin to a lamb lost in the dark. Chao Xiaoman's lips curled into a confident smile as he sought to reassure her. "Fear not. While zombies may grow stronger, some individuals will also mutate in a positive direction, awakening extraordinary abilities beyond the ordinary." His eyes sparkled with determination, as if painting a glimmer of hope for Lin Shiryao. "For instance, I just awakened my ability." Chao Xiaoman straightened slightly, his tone laced with pride. Lin Shiryao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of shock and disbelief. "Really?" Her voice was filled with surprise and anticipation, as if she had caught a glimpse of a faint light in the darkness. Chao Xiaoman nodded earnestly, affirming, "I have awakened the power of toxin immunity, rendering me immune to the virus, even if bitten by a zombie. I will not turn into one." His gaze radiated an indomitable courage, as if declaring his resilience to the apocalypse. "Moreover, anyone who drinks a drop of my blood will also be immune to infection." With that, he clenched his teeth, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, and resolutely bit into his fingertip. Blood gushed forth, starkly vivid under the harsh fluorescent lights. He slowly extended his finger toward Lin Shiryao, urgently insisting, "You must drink this. The air is likely still filled with the virus, and it's dangerous." Lin Shiryao was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, her mind blank and unresponsive. Confusion and hesitation clouded her eyes, leaving her unsure of how to react. She slightly lowered her head, shyly extending her tongue to gently lick the blood from Chao Xiaoman's fingertip. At the moment their skin touched, a jolt of electric sensation coursed through both their bodies. Lin Shiryao felt a tremor run through her, her face instantly flushed, turning a deep crimson that reached her ears. Her heart raced in a flurry of confusion, silently pondering. What have I done? Her eyes brimmed with shyness and panic, unable to meet the gaze of Qiao Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Qiao Xiaoman felt a stirring in his heart, an unprecedented and wondrous sensation washing over him that he mused inwardly. Is this what it feels like to be teased by a goddess? How foolish I was in my past life. The peculiar light flickered in his eyes. And as he looked at Lin Shiyao, there was a newfound tenderness and affection in his gaze. After drinking the blood, Lin Shiyao felt a warm current swiftly spread throughout her body, as if a magical force flowed within her. Simultaneously, she sensed an elusive and extraordinary connection forming between herself and the striking man before her. In Qiao Xiaoman's mind, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed, "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with Goddess No. 1. Lin Shiyao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Space ability LV1. With an internal space of 10 cubic meters. Hearing the system's notification, Qiao Xiaoman's heart swelled with joy, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The night was as dark as ink, thickly draping the earth and enveloping the world in a shroud of darkness. Outside the window, the chilling roars of zombies echoed incessantly, occasionally punctuated by piercing screams that shattered the silence of the night, sending shivers down one's spine. Inside the room, Lin Shiyao lay sprawled over the desk, already deep in slumber. The terrifying scenes of the apocalypse had undoubtedly left her with a profound psychological impact. Now, with the reliable companion of Qiao Xiaoman by her side, and knowing that she would not be infected by the virus after consuming his blood, she finally found a sliver of peace. Allowing her to temporarily drift into sleep amidst the chaos and fear, Qiao Xiaoman sat cross-legged at the desk, his posture upright like a steady little mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing focus and contemplation. As he immersed himself fully in the study of his abilities, space ability, attack ability, mobilizing space elements for assault, LV1 grants a single attack power of 1 times, consuming 30 mental energy per use. With an attack range of 1 kilometer, LV2 doubles the attack power, consuming 60 mental energy. With a range of 2 kilometers, this pattern continues, reaching LV10 for 10 times the attack power, consuming 300 mental energy. With a range of 10 kilometers, I currently possess 400 points of mental energy. Each use requires a consumption of 30 points. Thus, I can execute a maximum of 13 attacks before my mental energy is depleted. Qiao Xiaoman silently calculated in his mind, a slight furrow appearing on his brow, revealing a hint of concern that if my mental energy runs out, will my consciousness become muddled? If that happens, this ability cannot be used recklessly. Furthermore, I have no idea how long it will take for my mental energy to recover. With this thought, he sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. It seems that in this apocalyptic world, I will most likely only serve as a close combat warrior. No sooner had he finished his thoughts than he reached for the plastic water bottle on the desk, applying a gentle pressure with his fingers. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered instantly, scattering countless fragments across the floor. Feeling the immense power coursing through his hand, Qiao Xiaoman's lips involuntarily curled upwards, revealing a confident smile. This sensation of strength is truly intoxicating. If I were on the original Earth, becoming a weightlifting champion would be a piece of cake for me. With some practice in Wing Chun, becoming a martial arts master would not be difficult either. I should also experiment with this internal space. Suddenly recalling, he felt a spark of inspiration, slowly closing his eyes to clear his mind, fully immersing himself in the sensation of the mysterious space within him. Moments later, he found himself enveloped in a void. An expansive space materializing before him, empty yet vast, measuring over 2 meters in length, width, and height, precisely 10 cubic meters. The surroundings of this space were not walls, but rather an endless darkness and void, seemingly connecting to the unknown depths of the universe. This space could likely be expanded in the future, though he pondered whether it could contain living beings. Qiao Xiaoman contemplated silently. He gradually opened his eyes, his gaze landing on a pen resting on the desk. With a mere thought, the pen vanished from sight, already appearing within his internal space. He then focused his mind again, and the pen was drawn back into his hand, as if pulled by an invisible force. If this internal space could eventually transform into a small world, it would be akin to possessing an unbeatable life-saving trump card. Excitement sparkled in Qiao Xiaoman's eyes as he looked forward to the future. Yet, he quickly shook his head, casting aside such distant fantasies for now. After all, in this perilous apocalypse, survival remained the foremost priority. Chao Xiaoman gently turned his head, his gaze settling on Lin Shiyao, who lay asleep on the desk. At that moment, he took the time to appreciate this goddess, appearing as if she had descended from the heavens. Clad in a blue school uniform paired with a blue skirt, her long legs were encased in white stockings. Complemented by white sneakers that highlighted her youthful vitality, her figure was exquisitely curved, radiating a unique charm at this moment. Her legs were together, her head buried deeply in her arms resting on the desk. Her cascading black hair draped over her shoulders as she entered the realm of dreams. Yet, despite her breathtaking beauty, her brow remained tightly furrowed, seemingly still troubled by the fears of the apocalypse. The traces of tears visible in the dim light. It was a chilly autumn night, with gusts of cold air seeping through the cracks of the window, silently invading the room. Lin Shiyao's body occasionally trembled lightly, clearly affected by the autumn chill. In contrast, Chao Xiaoman, with his fourfold superior physique, felt no cold even in the depths of winter while bare-skinned. Observing the goddess, he had bound shivering in such a manner. A wave of tender compassion surged within him. His movements were as gentle as a soft breeze as he carefully lifted Lin Shiyao, as if afraid to disturb her sweet dreams. Then, he cautiously laid her flat on the desk. His actions slow and tender. Without hesitation, he removed his outer jacket and gently draped it over Lin Shiyao, shielding her from the autumn night's chill. After completing this, he lay down beside her, gently wrapping her in his embrace. In that instant, a soft sensation enveloped him, the unique fragrance of the girl filling his nostrils, causing his heart to race and ripples of emotion to surge within him. But he quickly suppressed the impulse, silently reminding himself, "Shiyao, this is purely to help keep you warm. You won't hold it against me, will you?" As Chao Xiaoman lay beside Lin Shiyao, his thoughts struggled to settle that he reflected on the day's events. From traversing into this unfamiliar world, witnessing the horror of zombies rampaging, to unexpectedly acquiring the system, and finally encountering Lin Shiyao and successfully binding with her, it all felt like a surreal and exhilarating dream. In her sleep, Lin Shiyao seemed to sense something, nuzzling closer into Chao Xiaoman's embrace, her brow gradually relaxing. Watching her, a smile crept upon his lips, thinking that regardless of what the future held, at least in this moment, he could offer her warmth and reassurance. As time quietly slipped away, the distant roars of zombies outside continued, yet for the two nestled together inside, it seemed to fade into the background. Chao Xiaoman felt the steady rhythm of Lin Shiyao's breathing, and her own eyelids grew increasingly heavy. In the desolation of this apocalyptic darkness, the two nestled closely together, their shared warmth becoming the sole comfort in this frigid world. Gradually, Chao Xiaoman's breath became even and tranquil, and she drifted into slumber beside Lin Shiyao. As if in this endless abyss of fear and despair, she had discovered a fleeting sanctuary of peace. As dawn broke the next morning, sunlight streamed through the mottled clouds, casting its glow upon the ravaged earth that had endured the cataclysm. In stark contrast to the chaos and horror that had erupted the previous day, the world today seemed enveloped in a peculiar calm. The once deafening roars of the undead and the anguished cries of humanity had dwindled to a mere whisper, suggesting that those fortunate enough to survive had sought refuge, attempting to grasp even the slightest glimmer of hope in this perilous reality. Lin Shiyao awoke slowly, enveloped in a warm and powerful embrace. Her mind momentarily blanked, and then a flush of crimson crept up her cheeks. How could Chao Xiaoman take advantage of my slumber? A surge of indignation welled up within her, and instinctively, she attempted to push away from the embrace, only to realize she was held tightly, unable to move. "This guy is truly infuriating," she silently lamented. However, upon turning to see the familiar school uniform draped over her, and glancing at Chao Xiaoman clad only in a thin white shirt, her anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a wave of gratitude. "Is he trying to keep me warm?" A gentle warmth spread through her heart, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chao Xiaoman's handsome face, causing her complexion to deepen in color, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe apple. Sensing movement in his arms, Chao Xiaoman slowly opened his eyes, and the sight of Lin Shiyao's rosy cheeks, akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring, momentarily stunned him. He smiled gently, whispering, "Good morning," his voice imbued with the languid warmth of the early hours. Yet Lin Shiyao offered no reply. burying her burning face deeper into his embrace, as if to escape the overwhelming embarrassment. Noticing her reaction, Chao Xiaoman gently released Lin Shiyao and sat up. Leaping down from the desk, he scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face as he explained, Shiyao, after you fell asleep last night, you kept shivering, and I was worried you'd catch a chill. So, his voice trailed off, growing quieter as if he were a child caught in a misdeed. Lin Shiyao also sat up slowly, a trace of shyness lingering in her eyes, but more prominently, a sense of gratitude. She softly replied, "Thank you," her voice tender as a spring breeze, carrying warmth. Chao Xiaoman beamed, feeling somewhat awkward in his response. "No problem." "Heh, no problem at all." Perceiving his clumsiness, he turned to the window, gazing out at the world beyond. In the library square, he spotted over 20 zombies aimlessly wandering, some male, some female, all still clad in the familiar school uniforms, clearly remnants of former students. Frowning, he turned to Lin Shiyao, his expression resolute as he declared, "Shiyao, I'm going to the cafeteria to find something to eat. You must stay right behind me. I'll handle these zombies." Hearing this, an involuntary wave of fear washed over Lin Shiyao, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Noticing her distress, Chao Xiaoman stepped closer, gently grasping her hand, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid that as long as you stick closely to me, nothing will happen. Trust me, I will protect you." His gaze radiated unwavering confidence and determination, as if he were declaring to the world that he would safeguard this girl by his side. Lin Shiyao looked into Chao Xiaoman's steadfast eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of security swell within her. Simultaneously, her stomach grumbled, reminding her of her hunger. She nodded gently, whispering, "Okay." Chao Xiaoman's heart leaped with joy at her agreement. He picked up a nearby fire axe, raising it high before forcefully kicking aside the desk that blocked the door. With a resounding crash, the desk was sent sprawling, and he strode confidently out. Although fear lingered in her heart, Lin Shiyao summoned her courage and cautiously followed in his wake. As they approached the stairwell, ready to descend to the first floor, Lin Shiyao inadvertently glanced at the GLA. Lu gently spoke, taking Lin Shiyao's hand as they made their way into the room, observing the warm scene of their reunion. Chao Xiaoman refrained from interrupting and instead turned towards the entrance of the library that he stood quietly behind the glass door, gazing through the transparent barrier at the world outside, ravaged by the undead. At the entrance, 8 zombies aimlessly shuffled about, their distorted figures exuding a nauseating stench, their nails scraping against the glass with a sharp, jarring sound. Yet, within him, the previous turmoil and fear had dissipated. Perhaps it was the miraculous golden finger that instilled him with confidence. Or perhaps he had come to understand that such scenes would become the norm, compelling him to learn to face them with composure. He gently closed his eyes, concentrating, attuning his senses to the mysterious spatial abilities within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of determination flashing within them as he forcefully waved a hand at one of the zombies outside. In an instant, the space before him rippled like a serene lake disturbed by a stone cast into its depths. Immediately thereafter, a dull thud echoed, and the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white brain matter and blood in all directions. Goodness, this spatial blade is astonishingly powerful. In combat, an opponent might not even notice until it was too late, likely facing their demise. Chao Xiaoman's heart surged with joy, though his voice bore a hint of fragility. It resonated with unwavering determination. Chao Xiaoman firmly grasped a nearby fire axe with his right hand. The handle tightly clenched within his powerful grip. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings, declaring, "All right, Shiyao. Teacher Lu, you must stay closely behind me." Upon seeing the 2 women nod vigorously, he set forth with measured steps toward the dining hall. Fortunately, the dining hall was in close proximity to the library, merely a straight distance of about 50 meters. Along their way, they encountered only 5 zombies. However, the situation within the dining hall remained shrouded in uncertainty, casting a subtle unease over their hearts. As they approached the first zombie, merely 10 meters away, a female zombie resembling a student seemed to catch the scent of the living, slowly turning her head. Her appearance was utterly horrifying. The blue uniform, identical to Lin Shiyao's, was drenched in blood and filth, now tattered and ragged. The zombie opened its gaping maw, emitting a chilling shriek, and with its rigid body, it lurched step by step toward the trio, each movement accompanied by a spine-chilling creak. Witnessing the relentless advance of the zombie, Lin Shiyao and Lu Ruoli felt their hearts race, nearly gasping for breath in anxiety. Lin Shuyao clutched Lu Ruoli's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into flesh, while Lu Ruoli instinctively clenched her fists, beads of sweat dotting her. Lin Shuyao rushed over with a face full of worry, her eyes brimming with concern. "But it's all right. I will check if there are any other zombies," Chao Xiaoman declared, once again seizing the fire axe and striking the dining table with force. The sound of bang 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 reverberated through the cafeteria, each strike resonating like a proclamation of his triumph. 2 minutes later, the surroundings remained eerily silent, with no other zombies appearing, prompting Chao Xiaoman to finally cease his actions. At that moment, in a neglected corner of the cafeteria, two identical female students clung tightly to each other. They were thoroughly terrified by Chao Xiaoman's earlier antics. Each resounding blow felt like a hammer striking their hearts, pushing their psyche to the brink of collapse. They dared not utter a sound, only holding each other closely as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming silently down their cheeks. "Let us go find something to eat," Chao Xiaoman said, waving his hand to the two girls behind him. Striding toward the kitchen window with a buoyant step, the kitchen window was laden with an array of home-cooked dishes, including a massive fish head, clearly prepared the previous evening. Now, however, it had cooled and exuded a faint odor of spoilage. "Let us check the back kitchen for ingredients and cook again," Chao Xiaoman suggested, leading the way toward the kitchen. As he walked, he remained vigilant, striking nearby objects with his axe to guard Chao Xiaoman, and Su Miaoling simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Miaoling, their faces adorned with astonishment. Under the intense scrutiny of the two, Su Miaoling was jolted back to reality, her cheeks igniting with a fiery blush, transforming into a vivid crimson. Her hands nervously clutched the hem of her garment as she shyly lowered her head, her body subtly shifting, betraying her discomfort. Stealing a glance at the dashing Chao Xiaoman, she quickly averted her gaze once more, her face reddening further, akin to a ripe tomato. That, Su Miaoling stammered, attempting to clarify. Yet the more anxious she became, the less coherent her words flowed. Observing her endearing demeanor, Chao Xiaoman couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I was merely jesting with you both to lighten the mood." Subsequently, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "You two should rest. I will attend to the zombies." With that, he turned and began addressing the undead within the cafeteria. No sooner had he taken a few steps than Lin Shuyao darted out of the kitchen like a gust of wind, anxiously calling out to Chao Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, there are no ingredients in the kitchen. What should we do?" Realizing in a moment of clarity that his earlier excitement had led him to store all the supplies in his spatial storage, Chao Xiaoman sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, "I completely forgot. I stored the supplies away in my space. That I'll set them out right away." Upon hearing his words, the twin sisters were filled with curiosity. Their inquisitiveness peaked as they followed Chao Xiaoman into the kitchen. Once at the kitchen's open area, he took a deep breath, concentrated his thoughts, and with a flourish of his hand, the previously stored supplies materialized before them as if by magic. Rice, cooking oil, an array of vegetables, and various meats appeared in abundance. "You two can start cooking," Chao Xiaoman instructed before stepping out of the kitchen to continue dealing with the zombie remains. The twin sisters, utterly taken aback by the spectacle before them, exchanged wide-eyed glances, unable to contain their astonishment, pondering, is he performing magic? How on earth is this possible? As he surveyed the lifeless bodies of zombies sprawled across the floor, mingled with pools of dark blood, Chao Xiaoman felt a headache coming on. "Well then, I suppose I shall simply dispose of them outside. After all, we will be dining here shortly." With that, he grasped one of the zombie's arms and dragged it towards the entrance. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the sky outside the cafeteria remained overcast and gloomy, as if shrouded by the shadows of an impending apocalypse. Chao Xiaoman exerted considerable effort to drag each zombie corpse out of the cafeteria and onto the vacant ground outside. At this moment, the cafeteria was left only with the gruesome remnants of black blood on the floor, a grim testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. "Xiaoman, dinner is ready." Lin Shuyao's melodious voice pierced through the oppressive atmosphere. Entering the kitchen, Chao Xiaoman approached the sink, turning on the faucet. The cool water washed away the blood from his face and hands, offering a refreshing reprieve. He shrugged off the jacket stained with zombie blood, carelessly draping it aside, before making his way to the dining table. Upon seeing the lavish spread before him, His eyes widened in astonishment. Blushing, she spoke softly, then extended her tongue to gently lick the blood from Qiao Xiaoman's fingers. Swallowing it whole, in an instant, a warm current coursed through her body, as if nourished by a mysterious force. Qiao Xiaoman squeezed out another drop of blood and presented it to Su Miaoling. Unlike Su Miaoling's vivaciousness, the introverted Su Miaoling exhibited a hint of shyness. "Thank you, Brother Xiaoman," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito. After speaking, she too licked the blood from her fingers and consumed it. "Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully bound to goddess number 3, Su Miaoling." "Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a binding reward. A base attribute increase of 20. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully bound to goddess number 4, Su Miaoling." "Ding! Congratulations, the host has received a binding reward. Ice ability level 1. Ice ability, an offensive ability that harnesses ice elements for attack. Level 1 provides a one-fold attack power, consuming 20 mental energy per use, with an attack range of 1 kilometer. Level 2 offers double attack power, consuming 40 mental energy with a range of 2 kilometers, and so forth, up to level 10, which grants 10-fold attack power, consuming 200 mental energy in a range of 10 kilometers. System, open the information panel. Qiao Xiaoman silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, a luminescent virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Qiao Xiaoman. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 100. Physique, 100. Constitution, 220, x5. Strength, 220, x5. Agility, 220, x5. Mental energy, 220, x5. Ability level, 2 attribute multiplier, 5 offensive abilities. Spatial ability level 1. Ice ability level 1. Control abilities, none. Support abilities, none. Transformation abilities, none. Passive abilities. Poison immunity level 2. All attributes enhancement level 1. Bound goddesses, Lin Shiyao, Lu Ruoli, Su Miaoling. Su Miaoling. Qiao Xiaoman's gaze swiftly traversed the panel, his mind calculating. All attributes enhancement level 1 doubles attributes. At level 2, the ability level quadruples attributes. It seems that enhancing ability levels and strengthening skills can indeed double the attributes. A slight smile graced his lips, radiating confidence. With 1100 mental energy and the ice ability consuming 20 mental energy per use, if fully expended, he could unleash it 55 times in succession. It feels as if I am taking flight the moment I land. At that moment, Qiao Xiaoman grasped the fire axe, stained with black, tainted blood, embodying the spirit of a fearless warrior amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. As he contemplated his attributes, he casually waved his left hand, and instantly the moisture in the air crystallized, forming a sharp ice spear that shot forth with a whoosh, accurately shattering a zombie's skull. The black, corrupted blood splattered, creating eerie flowers upon the ground. Behind him, the 4 stunning goddesses, Lin Shiyao, Lu Ruoli, Su Miaoling, and Su Miaoling followed closely, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Su Miaoling, like a joyful fawn, bounded over to Lu Ruoli, affectionately linking arms with her, while playfully inquiring, "Teacher Lu, do you think Brother Xiaoman is a divine being sent to us by the heavens?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Ruoli shook her head in resignation, a faint smile of helplessness on her face. "I don't know either. I was rescued not long ago." Her voice was gentle, tinged with fatigue. Unyielding, Su Miaoling hastened to the front, grasping Lin Shiyao's hand and asking, "Shiyao, do you know anything?" Her gaze was filled with anticipation. Lin Shiyao patiently explained, "Xiaoman mentioned that he has awakened an ability, which should be a form of superpower. The ability he demonstrated earlier to make things disappear is also a type of superpower." Her calm voice provided a sense of reassurance. "Will we also possess such superpowers?" Su Miaoling softly inquired, her voice as delicate as a whisper, tinged with trepidation. "I don't know. Let's prioritize our safety first, and then we can ask Xiaoman," Lin Shiyao replied gently, her eyes revealing concern. Throughout their journey, Qiao Xiaoman navigated the desolate landscape as if in a realm uninhabited, alternating between the ice spear and fire axe, dispatching around 20 zombies. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the experimental building. Towering ominously, the structure appeared particularly sinister beneath the apocalyptic gloom. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the first floor, distinctly different from the growls of newly mutated zombies. It was louder and seemed imbued with emotion, reverberating through the air, sending chills down spines. "Let us enter," and see if there are any survivors, Chow Xiaoman declared to the four women behind him. His voice resolute and powerful, as if dispelling all fear. With that, he strode confidently inside. In the lobby of the first floor, a dozen zombies aimlessly wandered. Among them, one zombie resembling a male student stood out, moving with a swiftness unmatched by the others, akin to a nimble beast. Upon spotting Chow Xiaoman and his companions, it let out a furious roar, triggering the other zombies to charge with clawed hands raised. As if responding to a command. Is this a level 2 zombie? Can it direct lower level ones? Chow Xiaoman's heart raced with surprise and intrigue, realizing he had encountered an evolved zombie sooner than anticipated. Excitement flickered in his eyes, tempered by caution. Observing the approaching horde, he quickly calculated, prioritizing the safety of the four women behind him. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, conjuring countless ice spears that shot forth like a barrage of icy rain. Thud, 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 one by one, the zombies met their demise, their skulls shattered, and black, tainted blood splattered everywhere, saturating the lobby with a pungent stench of decay. The four women, witnessing the spectacle, felt their eyes widen with admiration, their hearts swelling with reverence for Chow Xiaoman. In this terrifying world of the apocalypse, he stood as a towering mountain, providing them with boundless assurance. Chow Xiaoman approached the slain level 2 zombie. Crouching down to examine the evolved creature closely, he noticed a white crystal, the size of a peanut, embedded in the zombie's head, glimmering with an eerie light in the dim illumination. Using his axe, he carefully pried the crystal free, tearing away the tattered outer garment of the zombie to clean the crystal, which he then held in his hand for closer inspection. Is this the zombie crystal mentioned in novels? Consuming it should awaken abilities. I wonder if there are any side effects. Chow Xiaoman mused inwardly, deciding to investigate further later. With that, he stored the crystal in the system space. Ding! A level 1 zombie crystal has been discovered and has been automatically purified. Level 1 zombie crystal, purified version. When consumed by a human, it can awaken abilities or enhance ability levels, with no side effects. This is merely a level 1 zombie. Could it be that these lower level zombies are level 0? Confusion swirled within Chow Xiaoman's mind. No, it cannot be. The system space can store zombie crystals, but not other items. His brows furrowed, filled with perplexity. Could the crystals be returned? If so, wouldn't that allow for the effortless creation of an army? If the army were composed of goddesses, what would it be called? The Beauty Legion. The Goddess Legion. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. He could not dwell on it any longer. Chow Xiaoman ceased to ponder further, rising to his feet and ascending towards the second floor. Upon reaching the second level, he was abruptly met with the sounds of an altercation between a man and a woman emanating from the third floor. He swiftly turned around, signaling the four women behind him to remain silent, before deftly gesturing to eliminate the 5 zombies on the second floor with a series of precise headshots. His movements were gentle yet swift, akin to a specter. Once he had dealt with the undead on the second floor, he cautiously made his way towards the third level, the farthest room from the staircase on the third floor. The atmosphere was as tense as a powder keg on the verge of explosion. A stunning beauty in her 20s, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, clad in a pristine white dress that radiated a soft and sacred luminescence. Resembling a sliver of moonlight amidst the darkness, that moment, she was fiercely protecting another equally exquisite female student, wielding a steel rod as she faced off against 6 male students. Her eyes conveyed unwavering determination and courage. Even as her body trembled slightly, she remained resolute, refusing to yield. Lin Yuan, what you are doing is illegal. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Tu Ling's voice was gentle yet tremulous, striving to awaken the conscience of the imposing man before her. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Yuan, hoping to glimpse a trace of remorse in his eyes. Teacher, this is the apocalypse. What future is there? You should comply, and we will be gentle with you. Lin Yuan retorted with a harsh, mocking laughter, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with greed and desire. In the shadow of this apocalypse, his rationality seemed to have been consumed by darkness. Indeed, teacher, the outside world is filled with monsters. We are doomed. A tall, gaunt boy behind him quickly chimed in, his voice sharp and hurried, as if searching for justification for his actions. His face was etched with fear and madness. Amidst the terror of the apocalypse, he chose to indulge his desires. I am still a virgin. My girlfriend won't even let me hold her hand. Another boy shouted, his voice tinged with reluctance and urgency, bearing his desires starkly in this desolate end of days. The police will come to rescue us soon. Are you not afraid? Si-Tu Ling continued to gently admonish. Her eyes filled with hope, wishing they might realize their folly. She understood that, in this chaotic world, the law might be the only restraint left for them. Police? Ha ha ha. In this apocalypse, the police themselves can barely protect themselves. What good are they? Lin Yuan's derisive laughter echoed in the room, filled with scorn and contempt. His gaze reflected a blatant disregard for the law. In his eyes, the end of days had rendered all rules obsolete. Last night, my brothers could no longer endure. Teacher, you two had better comply, or we may be forced to take drastic measures, Lin Yuan said, advancing a step towards Si-Tu Ling, his footsteps heavy and authoritative. Each step like a hammer striking at Si-Tu Ling's heart. His eyes bore a hint of menace, as if to convey that resistance would be futile. That a wave of panic surged within Si-Tu Ling. Instinctively shaking the iron rod in her grasp to embolden herself, turning to a handsome male student behind her, she implored, Zhou Bing, you are a good student. Will you join them in their wrongdoing? Her eyes brimmed with disappointment and hope, yearning for Zhou Bing to uphold his principles. At this moment, Zhou Bing's expression was complex, his inner turmoil evident. He recalled Lin Yuan's instigation from the previous night. Yet now, amid this apocalypse, everything had changed. In the struggle between desire and reason, he ultimately steeled himself. Teacher C2, they are correct. This is indeed the apocalypse that we are trapped here, unable to escape. His voice bore a hint of resignation and determination, as if seeking justification for his choice. Moreover, you two are the ones we saved, Zhou Bing added, his tone unexpectedly assertive, his eyes revealing a touch of dissatisfaction, as if reproaching Si-Tu Ling and Mu Rongxue for their lack of gratitude. Zhou Bing, do you realize what you are saying? Have you considered that after this apocalypse, you will face legal consequences? Si-Tu Ling exclaimed, her voice filled with anger and heartbreak. She could hardly believe that the once exemplary Zhou Bing had devolved into this. She wished to articulate more, but was interrupted by Lin Yuan's raucous laughter. Enough, teacher. Zhou Bing has always been the top student, never even having had a girlfriend. I suspect he is quite eager to know the taste of a woman. Lin Yuan's voice dripped with mockery and derision, each word a blade piercing Si-Tu Ling's heart. You. Si-Tu Ling's face flushed with rage, her body quivering slightly from indignation. She gripped the iron rod tightly, wishing to charge at Lin Yuan with unbridled fury. Teacher, to be honest, if there is blame, it lies with you both for being so beautiful. We are merely young men filled with vigor. How could we possibly resist? Lin Yuan continued, stepping closer, his gaze filled with avarice, as though Si-Tu Ling and Mu Rongxue were his prey. Si-Tu Ling and Mu Rongxue were forced to retreat continually until their backs pressed against the wall. With no escape left, typically aloof, Mu Rongxue now trembled in fear, her complexion as pale as paper. She clutched the sleeve of her teacher in desperation, as if it were her only lifeline. Teacher, Mu Rongxue's voice quivered with tears, rife with terror and helplessness. Shui, do not fear. We will fight them with all our might. Si-Tu Ling reassured her, her tone resolute. She understood there was no turning back. They must fight with every ounce of strength they possessed. Ha ha ha, fight. With what will you fight? With your bodies? Ha! Lin Yuan was doubled over with laughter, his mirth laden with derision and contempt, his eyes glinted with disdain, as if mocking Si-Tu Ling and Mu Rongxue's audacity. However, his laughter was abruptly stifled, his expression darkening. Brothers, stop dawdling. Let us take action together, he commanded, raising his hand as if an evil commander issuing an assault order. Yes, let us all act together. That I can no longer endure. We've been hesitating for too long. Since we are all doomed, it would be worth it to experience the exquisite teacher and campus bell. Even if it costs us our lives. That Si-Tu Ling was compelled to shout in desperation, brandishing the iron rod in an attempt to halt their advance. Stop. Who dares? Her voice echoed with fury and despair within the confines of the small room. A wave of sorrow washed over Si-Tu Ling. She never imagined she would fail to protect her students, that they would not perish at the hands of the zombies, but be violated instead by those she had once held in high regard. Just as the male students prepared to strike, a resounding crash reverberated as the door was forcefully kicked open. The 8 individuals within the room were startled by the sudden noise, their first thought being that they were doomed. The zombies had breached their sanctuary. Perhaps this is preferable. To be bitten to death is far better than being defiled. In that moment, Si-Tu Ling felt a peculiar sense of relief, lamenting her inability to safeguard her students. Shui, I'm sorry. The teacher has done all she can. In the next instant, all were rendered speechless as a male student clad in a blackened school uniform strode through the doorway. The dark fabric seemed to exude an aura of menace, standing in stark contrast to his strikingly handsome features. His features were chiseled with precision, and his gaze radiated resolve and decisiveness, as if able to pierce through the very fabric of darkness. So handsome. The thought simultaneously flickered through Si-Tu Ling and Mu Rongshui's minds. Amidst this desolate and terrifying apocalyptic landscape, Cao Xiaoman's entrance was akin to a beacon of dawn, igniting a spark of hope within their hearts. However, the male students reacted quite differently. Damn, a pretty boy, one exclaimed, unable to contain his jealousy. To them, Cao Xiaoman's attractiveness seemed a transgression. Amidst this chaotic apocalypse, the darker facets of their souls were magnified infinitely. Before they could fully recover from their astonishment, they were once again stunned into silence by the unfolding scene. 4 Captivating beauties entered the room, a gentle and refined teacher, accompanied by 3 youthful and vibrant students, whose presence rendered the already tense atmosphere even more intricate. Si-Tu Ling was the first to regain her composure. As if grasping a lifeline, she hurriedly pulled Mu Rongshui towards the incoming teacher. Ruali, she cried out, her voice strained with relief and excitement, as if celebrating their survival from calamity. Xiaoling, are you all right? Lu Ruoli inquired with genuine concern, swiftly drawing the 2 young women close, shielding them from any potential danger, her eyes betraying her worry. Before they could catch up on old times, a burly male classmate, Lin Yuan, erupted into a boisterous laugh. Striding up to Cao Xiaoman, he pointed at the enchanting newcomers with a greedy and sinister expression. Teacher Lu, Lin Shiyao, and the twin campus goddesses, how fortunate you all are to have come right to us. He guffawed, as if he beheld a flock of lambs ready for slaughter. Why have you delivered yourselves to our doorstep? Just perfect, my brothers, one for each of you. With that, he lunged forward, eager to bypass Cao Xiaoman and pounce on the 6 beauties. In the next instant, Lin Yuan's body soared backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Collapsing to the floor like a puddle of mud, he twitched a few times before falling still, his face a mask of terror, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Seeking death, what are you doing? Zhou Bing exclaimed, his heart tightening at the sight, as he shouted and charged recklessly towards Cao Xiaoman. Cao Xiaoman made no attempt to speak, merely lifting a foot. Zhou Bing was instantly sent flying, crashing against the wall and landing heavily beside Lin Yuan, his body curling in pain as he emitted pitiful groans. The other 4 male students were pale with fright, their hearts brimming with doubt. They could hardly fathom that this person they had derisively called pretty boy possessed such formidable strength. Fear coursed through them, yet they were unwilling to concede defeat, glaring fiercely at Cao Xiaoman, their eyes betraying a hint of struggle and hesitation. Cao Xiaoman scoffed disdainfully, uttering coldly, "Come at me all at once." With a tenfold attribute enhancement, he regarded the group before him with utter contempt, seeing them as nothing more than pitiful creatures lost in this apocalyptic world. Although the 4 standing boys were seething with rage and resentment, the brutal scenes they had just witnessed quelled their courage, their legs trembling slightly as fear gradually overtook them. Noticing their reluctance to attack, a flicker of disdain crossed Cao Xiaoman's eyes as he took a step forward, coolly declaring, "A bunch of garbage." As soon as the words left his lips, he moved like lightning, appearing before the 4 male students in an instant. He swung his hands rapidly, like phantoms, and the 4 boys were sent flying as if caught in a tempest, crashing against the wall with dull thuds before collapsing helplessly beside Lin Yuan and Zhou Bing, groaning in agony. It hurts." The pain rendered them only capable of uttering indistinct sounds, as if lamenting their tragic fates to this cruel world. Observing the 6 boys he had easily dispatched, Cao Xiaoman couldn't help but ponder. Has humanity's true nature already begun to reveal itself just one day into the apocalypse? Xiaoman, how will you deal with them? Lin Shiyao's voice echoed from behind. They had overheard the conversation outside, fully aware of the unfolding events. Cao Xiaoman slowly turned, gazing at the 6 exquisite beauties. The 2 he had just rescued remained engulfed in tension and fear. Their faces reflecting sheer shock, he contemplated inwardly. If I am to form a legion of beauties, I cannot allow them to remain mere ornaments in this merciless apocalypse. They must learn to confront reality and protect themselves. With his mind made up, Chao Xiaoman's expression turned serious as he scanned the 6 women, stating, "This is the end of the world. Situations like this will become commonplace if you encounter such a scenario. Do you know how to handle it?" The 6 women exchanged bewildered glances, confusion evident in their eyes, unsure of Chao Xiaoman's intentions. "Pay close attention," he commanded, his gaze resolute, as he gestured towards the 6 fallen figures. Instantly, moisture in the air condensed, and 6 sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows, imbued with a chilling aura. Following 6 muted thuds, the heads of the fallen exploded like ripe watermelons, blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground, creating a gruesome and horrifying scene. In the next moment, the 6 girls appeared as if frozen in time, initially standing in shock before their faces turned as pale as sheets. They could no longer contain their stomachs, collapsing to the ground and retching violently. Situling could not have anticipated such a brutal method of resolution. Trembling, she pointed at Chao Xiaoman, attempting to voice her thoughts amidst her vomiting, only to be silenced by the relentless tide of bile. Chao Xiaoman paid no heed to their reactions, maintaining as the 6 young women entered the room and securely closed the door behind them. Chao Xiaoman engaged in a brief physical warm-up, stretching his body as the joints emitted a series of satisfying cracks, seemingly preparing for the imminent battle. "My dear ones, let us revel in the forthcoming festivities," he declared, a hint of confidence gracing his lips. Grasping the black fire axe, he strode purposefully to the stairwell. Raising the axe high, he struck the steel railing with force, the resounding bang, bang, bang reverberating through the silent corridor, akin to the tolling of a death knell for the undead. Instantaneously, the entire dormitory echoed with the frenzied roars of zombies, their voices rising and falling like a cacophony from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Observing that the zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors were drawn to the sound. Staggering towards him, Chao Xiaoman swiftly pivoted and dashed to the dormitory square to await their arrival. The square, eerily silent, was punctuated only by his steady breaths intermingling with the distant groans of the undead. A minute later, the first zombie emerged from the dormitory, its steps unsteady, clad in tattered school attire, emanating a nauseating stench. As it approached, without a moment's hesitation, Chao Xiaoman raised the fire axe and swung down with all his might. With a thud, the zombie's body split open, black, foul blood splattering across him. Such a pity, all female students. Instead, it added a touch of unruliness and grandeur to him. His tall figure resembled that of a hero descending to the mortal realm. This was the first time Chao Xiaoman faced such a scene, and naturally, a hint of nervousness crept into her heart as she unconsciously clasped her hands behind her back. In the next moment, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony, dispelling the tension of impending doom. "Hero, you are so handsome. Little brother, how can you be so dashing? Prince Charming, I want to be your bride. Darling, I want to bear your children." The 6 girls who came with Chao Xiaoman were utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. They never expected such infatuation from these girls. "Shiryao, Xiaoman Gij is going to be snatched away." Su Miaoyin anxiously approached Lin Shiryao, tugging at her arm. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiryao, who had initially worn a cold and aloof expression, involuntarily furrowed her brows, unaware of the slight displeasure stirring in her heart. Lu Ruoli, observing the scene, shook her head helplessly, pondering that perhaps this was the vitality and impulsiveness of youth. After all, Chao Xiaoman was indeed irresistibly handsome. Even she, upon first meeting him, had been captivated by his charm. Meanwhile, Sidu Ling gazed quietly at Chao Xiaoman standing atop the hill. Lost in thought, she recalled the incessant marriage pressures from her parents over the past few years, the pursuits of various male teachers, and then the moment when Chao Xiaoman saved her today. Stirring ripples of emotion within her, Chao Xiaoman looked down at the exhilarated female students, and with a resigned wave of his hand, signaled for silence. Once the noise subsided, he cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to convert the dormitory into our base of operations. I will open up 5 rooms on the 1st floor near the entrance to serve as the kitchen. Under the guidance of the 2 teachers, please clean the dormitory thoroughly. Remember to wear gloves while cleaning to avoid contamination from the zombies' black blood. If you accidentally come into contact with it, seek me out immediately." As he spoke, Chow Xiaoman conducted a scan with the system. To his surprise, he discovered that there were 10 female students with beauty ratings between 90 and 94, and 6 who met the binding conditions with scores above 95. This revelation astonished him, and even more delightfully, these 6 were all campus beauties, thus gathering all 10 of the most beautiful girls in one place. Furthermore, their purity rating stood at a perfect 100, with the lowest affinity reaching 50. I just landed yesterday, and today I've gathered the 10 campus beauties and 2 esteemed teachers, Chow Xiaoman thought joyfully, though he made an effort to restrain his emotions from showing on his face. All right, everyone, let us get to work. With a command from Chow Xiaoman, the female students, under the guidance of the 2 teachers, began their cleaning efforts in an orderly manner. Shiyao, come here, Chow Xiaoman called out as he gracefully leaped down from the mound of zombies. His gaze locking onto Lin Shiyao amidst the crowd. Startled by the call, Lin Shiyao's serious expression transformed into one of joy, as if a ray of sunshine had pierced through the clouds. She approached him with light steps, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern, softly inquiring, "What's wrong, Xiaoman?" Chow Xiaoman maintained a calm demeanor. Raising his hand, he waved gently in the air, as if casting a magical spell. And a jug of gasoline, along with a lighter, materialized on the ground. He bent down to pick up these items and handed them to Lin Shiyao with a serious expression, saying, "Shiyao, pour the gasoline over the zombies and then ignite it to burn them." Following his direction, Lin Shiyao gazed at the mound of zombies, her expression freezing, her heart sinking like a stone, her eyes quickly moistened, tears brimming, as these zombies had once been her classmates with whom she spent every day. Now, they had transformed into such grotesque and terrifying forms, and she was to personally set them ablaze. Filling her heart with anguish and turmoil, Chow Xiaoman keenly sensed Lin Shiyao's emotional shift and gently grasped her small hand, which was soft yet trembling slightly. Leaning in slightly, he fixed his gaze on her eyes and, with steadfast seriousness, said, "Shiyao, you must understand, this is the apocalypse. The IT is brutal and merciless, and we cannot change IT. IT is a stroke of luck that you can send them off with your own hands. Do you understand? In this apocalyptic world, many have been devoured by zombies, leaving nothing but bones, without even a proper farewell." Pausing, he wiped away the tears that were about to fall from Lin Shiyao's eyes and continued, "Do not grieve. We must be strong. Only in this way can we survive in this world of despair." Lin Shiyao gazed into Chow Xiaoman's determined eyes, as if she saw boundless strength and hope within their depths. Nodding slightly, she took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turmoil within her. She softly replied, her voice small yet imbued with determination. She slowly advanced towards the mound of zombies, each step heavy yet resolute. Unscrewing the cap of the gasoline jug, she poured it slowly over the heap of zombies, the pungent smell of gasoline quickly permeating the air. Her hands trembled slightly, but her gaze grew increasingly steadfast. After emptying the jug, she picked up the lighter. The flame flickered in the wind, mirroring her complex emotions. Yet she hesitated not for a moment, gently pressing the lighter, and with a soft whoosh, the flame leapt forth, igniting the gasoline, and a roaring fire instantly engulfed the mound of zombies. Thick smoke billowing upwards, Lin Shiyao stood quietly beside, watching the blaze, silently bidding farewell to her former classmates. Ding! Goddess number 1, Lin Shiyao, has consumed 1 jug of gasoline, returning 10,000 jugs of gasoline. Ding! Goddess number 1, Lin Shiyao, has consumed 1 lighter, returning 10,000 lighters. Excellent. A return as well, Chow Xiaoman thought with delight, a spark of excitement dancing in his eyes. This meant he now possessed an inexhaustible supply of gasoline in this apocalypse, as if holding a crucial lifeline for survival. Subsequently, he waved his hands rapidly, as if casting magic, and jugs of gasoline flew out from his spatial storage, tracing arcs in the air as they soared towards the mound of zombies. Following that, transparent spatial blades appeared out of thin air, precisely slicing open the gasoline jugs, the gasoline pouring down like a torrential rain upon the pile of zombies. In an instant, the flames erupted from the mound, becoming dazzling and fierce, the scorching heat wave assaulting them, distorting the air around. Lin Shiyao stood nearby, watching Chow Xiaoman's fluid maneuvers with envy, softly murmuring, "His superpower seems to be growing stronger at the same time." A profound sense of security welled up within her. In this perilous apocalyptic world, Chow Xiaoman stood as a solid fortress, providing her with endless reassurance. Shiryao, I will break through the walls of the rooms. You keep watch and prevent anyone from getting too close to avoid any accidents. Xiao Xiaoman instructed Lin Shiryao before heading towards the dormitory. Okay, Lin Shiryao responded brightly and hurriedly followed Xiao Xiaoman's lead. He arrived at the room adjacent to the dormitory matron's quarters, positioning himself in front of a wall. He squatted slightly, steadying his breath, and concentrated all his strength into his right fist. Then, he roared like a beast ready to pounce. Unleashing all his might as he struck the wall with a powerful punch. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the wall crumbled as if it were made of fragile paper, debris scattering in all directions before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Wow! Is the school also using subpar materials? Xiao Xiaoman remarked with feigned astonishment, glancing at his unscathed fist, a hint of pride flickering across his face as he began to revel in his triumph. With each punch he delivered, bang bang bang, echoed continuously, and soon, the walls separating 5 rooms were reduced to rubble under his relentless assault, transforming the previously divided rooms into a spacious area. Shiryao, you all can tidy up the rest. I will go find the generator. Xiao Xiaoman turned around, noticing Lin Shiryao staring at him in awe, her surprised expression bringing him immense joy. All right, Lin Shiryao was still immersed in the shock brought about by Xiao Xiaoman's terrifying power. Responding instinctively, holding a fire axe, Xiao Xiaoman firmly closed the iron door of the dormitory and, like a streak of black lightning, raced toward the school's power distribution room. At this moment, the sun was gradually tilting in the west, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The afterglow cast a melancholic hue upon this apocalyptic world. Along the way, the zombies caught the scent of the living and roared as they rushed toward him. Unfazed, Xiao Xiaoman swung the fire axe with a fierce momentum, each strike unleashing a rain of blood as the zombies fell before him. After 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the power distribution room, delivering a powerful kick that sent the iron door crashing open. Upon entering, he discovered 2 middle-aged men, appearing to be around 40, clad in oil-stained mechanics' uniforms. Startled by the sudden entrance, the 2 men trembled instinctively. They looked up to see a handsome male student, wielding a black fire axe, his uniform stained dark as he strode in with purpose. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? One of the men cautiously inquired. His eyes filled with hope. Xiao Xiaoman ignored them, swiftly scanning the interior of the power distribution room. His gaze quickly fixed upon a small generator, accompanied by a canister of diesel, an entire coil of electric wire, various repair tools, and power strips. Then, under the astonished gazes of the 2 men, Xiao Xiaoman walked straight to the generator and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the generator vanished into thin air. This sight left the 2 men utterly flabbergasted, their eyes wide with disbelief as they speculated. How did this student accomplish such a feat? Is he performing magic? Stop. Wait. Just as Xiao Xiaoman was about to turn and leave, he was urgently called back by the 2 men. There's something you need? Xiao Xiaoman halted, casting a suspicious glance at them. Where did you take our generator and tools? The more robust man summoned his courage to question, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Xiao Xiaoman chose not to respond, unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters, and turned to leave. Stop, the man shouted again, his voice tinged with urgency. What is it? Xiao Xiaoman replied, slightly impatient. We can give you the generator, but you must leave the axe behind. The 2 men exchanged glances, a flicker of greed passing through their eyes. They were not particularly concerned about the generator. In this apocalyptic world, possessing a reliable weapon was paramount. With the axe, they felt emboldened to fight their way out. Fine. Just as the 2 men were preparing to threaten him further, they were taken aback by the male student's straightforward agreement. Joy blossoming in their hearts as smug smiles crept onto their faces. With the axe, I can fight my way out and return home, one man murmured to himself, hope sparkling in his eyes. Finally, I can escape. I haven't eaten since yesterday, and am starving, the other man echoed, as if envisioning the hope of returning home. However, just as they reveled in the impending joy of escape, 2 sharp ice spikes shot forth like lightning. They had no time to react as the ice spikes accurately pierced their skulls, their bodies swaying momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The light in their eyes extinguished in an instant. They sought their own demis. He gritted his teeth, resolutely making up his mind. Let us test it, Xiao Xiaoman said, swiftly rising and striding out of the room. Heading straight for the kitchen. That moment, Lin Shiryao was diligently tidying up the kitchen, her figure appearing particularly enchanting beneath the dim yellow light. Xiao Xiaoman gazed at her, silently declaring in his heart, "Shiryao, I will make it up to you later." With a sudden thought, Lin Shiryao felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her head, a sharp pain surging through her. Unable to help herself, she clutched her head with both hands and collapsed onto the floor with a soft thud. Effective, impressive. Chao Xiaoman rejoiced inwardly, as the lingering worries of his legion seemed to dissipate at that moment. As his thoughts shifted once more, Lin Shiryao found the headache vanishing as swiftly as it had come, as if the previous agony had merely been an illusion. The girls nearby, startled by her actions, hurried over, concern etched on their faces. "Shiryao, what happened to you?" Coming back to her senses, Lin Shiryao wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly experienced such pain, only to have it disappear. "It's nothing. I just had a brief headache, but it's gone now," she explained, rubbing her head. The girls finally relaxed and resumed their cleaning tasks. "Shiryao, come here for a moment," Chao Xiaoman's voice called from behind her. Hearing his summons, Lin Shiryao paused her actions and turned to approach him, her steps light, yet tinged with curiosity. "What's the matter, Xiaoman?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, soft and melodious. Once inside the room, Chao Xiaoman sat on the bed, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the stunning beauty before him, recalling the intense visual impact Lin Shiryao had on him when he first crossed over yesterday. His heart raced, and he found himself unintentionally uttering a heartfelt compliment. "Shiryao, you are truly beautiful." Lin Shiryao was taken aback by Chao Xiaoman's sudden declaration, her heart a flurry of emotions, as if a herd of deer were darting about within her. "Is he confessing to me?" Her cool, elegant cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling the twilight hues of the sky, leaving her at a loss for words. Chao Xiaoman, realizing his previous outburst was somewhat unrefined, awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Ahem, I actually have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Shiryao's bashful demeanor began to wane, a flicker of suspicion crossing her eyes. "Yes, a gift. Would you like to possess powerful abilities like mine and join me in exterminating zombies?" Chao Xiaoman looked at her, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shiryao replied, "I do." Since yesterday, she had witnessed Chao Xiaoman's strength firsthand, and her admiration for such power had only intensified, especially after the scene she had witnessed that day, which stirred within her a profound yearning for extraordinary abilities. Chao Xiaoman smiled faintly, producing a peanut-sized white crystal and presenting it to Lin Shiryao. "This is a level 1 zombie crystal. Consume it, and you will awaken your powers to AS for the type of ability you will gain. That will only be revealed once you have awakened." Lin Shiryao gazed at the crystal before her, her eyes sparkling as if she had glimpsed the key to unlocking a realm of power. "Consuming this will allow me to awaken extraordinary abilities?" She felt a slight daze, as if this power had come too easily. Yet, her desire outweighed any hesitation, and she reached for the white crystal, unhesitatingly placing it in her mouth to eye in. The next moment, the crystal dissolved in her mouth, a strange force flowing down her throat and spreading throughout her body like a gentle stream, imparting a warm, soothing sensation wherever it traveled. A minute later, she slowly opened her palm to reveal a crystalline ice spike that had formed within her grasp, radiating a chill and shimmering with a cold brilliance under the light. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the ice spike shot forth like a bolt of white lightning, striking the wall with a resounding thud and leaving a deep crater in its wake. "Excellent. You possess ice abilities just like me," Chao Xiaoman exclaimed with excitement, marveling inwardly at the quality of the system's offerings. Ding! Level 1 Goddess Lin Shiryao has consumed a Level 1 zombie crystal, returning 10,000 Level 1 zombie crystals. Wow, it really returned them. I'm about to soar. Chao Xiaoman nearly leapt for joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Shiryao could hardly believe her eyes. She had truly succeeded in awakening her abilities. She looked at the handsome man seated on the bed, a wave of indescribable emotion surging within her, in her desperate wait for death to arrive. It was this man who had descended like a celestial being to save her. Now, he had aided her in awakening powerful abilities and promised to take her along in the battle against zombies. At this moment, her heart melted with warmth. The men who had pursued her in the past, while capable of circling the blue star, were all shallow beings, either coveting her beauty or merely seeking to satisfy their own vanity. Yet this man before her seemed like a guardian angel, wholly devoted to her protection. Lost in thought, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she could no longer contain her emotions, suddenly lunging toward Chao Xiaoman. caught off guard as he was tackled onto the bed. Chow Xiaoman found himself momentarily dazed, his mind blank, instinctively exclaiming, "What is going on here?" In the next instant, he was enveloped by the soft sensation against his chest and the intoxicating scent of her presence. He instinctively closed his eyes, wishing to fully savor this unexpected moment of bliss. "Thank you, Xiaoman." Lin Shiyao's gentle voice whispered in his ear, abruptly ending this exquisite experience. When he opened his eyes, Lin Shiyao had already blushed and hurriedly climbed off. Disappearing in haste, Chow Xiaoman was momentarily bewildered, staring blankly at the doorway, muttering to himself, "Is that it? No kiss?" Unconsciously, he reached up to touch his face, as if confirming that no kiss had indeed taken place. Shaking his head, he feigned nonchalance and began to boast. "Do goddesses need to be pursued actively? No, they don't. It's more like goddesses should pursue me." Once back in the kitchen, Lin Shiyao remained engulfed in the lingering shyness from earlier. Her cheeks burned as if they could fry an egg. Oh my, what have I done? She felt a mix of panic and sweetness over her bold actions. Half an hour later, Lin Shiyao rushed back to the room. Her cheeks slightly flushed, resembling the delicate hues of the evening clouds, radiating an unusual shyness. "Xiaoman, the kitchen is all cleaned up." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of breathlessness. Chow Xiaoman had been resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing her voice, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the somewhat bashful Lin Shiyao, a mischievous smile spreading across his lips. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Shiyao felt flustered by his smile, playfully shooting him a fierce glare, though her look resembled more of a playful pout than an actual threat. Chow Xiaoman remained silent, standing up and, as he passed by Lin Shiyao, casually pinched her cheek with a gentle, playful motion, teasingly saying, "So soft, his words." Lin Shiyao's mind immediately flashed back to the moment she had thrown herself into Chow Xiaoman's embrace half an hour ago. Her face turned crimson once more, as red as a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, unable to look Chow Xiaoman in the eye. Chow Xiaoman, choosing not to continue teasing her, walked directly toward the kitchen. The kitchen was now spotless, with the furniture from the original room neatly arranged in the corners. The bedding and clothes previously used by the girls had also been carefully relocated. Chow Xiaoman approached the furniture, touching each piece, which he then stored in the system space. "Shiyao, come with me." He then turned to Lin Shiyao, who was still standing there in a daze. "Okay." Lin Shiyao replied softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper. The two of them walked side by side to the other side of the dormitory square, where the mountain of corpses continued to burn fiercely, flames soaring skyward and emanating waves of intense heat. Once Chow Xiaoman came to a halt, with a wave of his hand, a multitude of items cascaded down like falling snowflakes. Beds, tables, rice cookers, pressure cookers, frying pans, chopsticks, bowls, various food items, ingredients, condiments, and more, all neatly piled on the ground. Each item represented by a single sample. Following this, he waved again, releasing canisters of gasoline that exploded mid-air, showering the items below with gasoline like a torrential downpour. After completing these tasks, he gently set down a jug of gasoline and a lighter at Lin Shiyao's feet. "Shiyao?" Chow Xiaoman began to speak, but before he could finish, Lin Shiyao had already grasped his intent. She expertly stepped forward, unscrewed the cap of the gasoline jug, and began to evenly douse the items with gasoline. "Shiyao, how have you become so astute?" Chow Xiaoman observed her with admiration, unable to resist complimenting Lin Shiyao. "Humph." Lin Shiyao gave a playful hum, her face breaking into a mischievous smile, completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor. In that moment, she resembled a little girl who had just received her beloved candy. Although Lin Shiyao was unaware of why Chow Xiaoman often assigned her such tasks, deep down, she held unwavering faith in him. In her heart, Chow Xiaoman was her deity, the Prince Charming rescuing her from the despair of the apocalypse. And no matter what he did, she was willing to follow him without reservation. Lin Shiyao ignited the lighter and tossed the flame towards the gasoline-soaked items. A resounding boom erupted, and flames leapt into the air like an enraged fire dragon, consuming everything in their path. Simultaneously, an incessant stream of system notifications echoed in Chow Xiaoman's mind. "Ding, goddess no." One Lin Shiyao consumed 1 jug of gasoline, returning 10,000 jugs of gasoline. "Ding, goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumed 1 wooden bed, returning 10,000 wooden beds. Ding, goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumed 1 stalk of celery, returning 10,000 stalks of celery. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiryao consumed 1 barrel of mineral water, returning 10,000 barrels of mineral water. Simultaneously, the collective growls of zombies echoed throughout the school. Chow Xiaoman then retrieved a gas cylinder. Furrowing his brow and stroking his chin, his gaze fixed intently on the cylinder, lost in thought. Xiaoman, are you planning to destroy the gas cylinder? Lin Shiryao inquired, observing Chow Xiaoman's expression, instantly comprehending his intention. Yes, this thing could explode, and I truly have no idea how to handle it. Chow Xiaoman confessed candidly, voicing his concerns. This should be quite simple. Just bind the outlet with clothing, turn on the gas, and then ignite the fabric. That should do the trick, Lin Shiryao suggested, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, her thoughts remaining remarkably agile amidst the tension of the apocalypse. Chow Xiaoman's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That makes sense, Shiryao. Please fetch some of your favorite clothes." "All right," Lin Shiryao responded cheerfully, and with that, she bounded off to her room like a joyful little deer. As for clothing, Chow Xiaoman glanced down at his uniform, now stained black with the putrid blood of zombies. Exuding an unpleasant odor, he wrinkled his nose in distaste and hurriedly retreated to his room, swiftly stripping off his soiled attire and wrapping himself in a curtain. Holding his contaminated clothes and shoes, he returned to the gas cylinder, searching for a suitable spot for the impending explosion. "Xiaoman, ha ha ha." Lin Shiryao chuckled upon her return, seeing Chow Xiaoman draped in the curtain. She paused for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells, a delightful sound amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. Chow Xiaoman felt a wave of exasperation, shooting her an incredulous glance, yet it lacked any semblance of intimidation, instead tinged with affection. Although Lin Shiryao's laughter gradually subsided, she still covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders quivering, clearly struggling to contain her amusement. Chow Xiaoman prepared to act, but quickly discovered that moving while wrapped in the curtain was exceedingly cumbersome, with the risk of exposure at every turn. Thus, he opted to wrap the curtain around his waist, revealing his perfectly sculpted upper body. His skin glistened healthily in the sunlight, chiseled abs defined like a work of art, the lines both smooth and powerful. Lin Shiryao, standing nearby, felt her face flush crimson at the sight of such masculine allure. As if set ablaze, she had never been so close to such a captivating display of virility, her heart racing wildly, pounding like a startled deer, the sound almost escaping her chest. Chow Xiaoman reached out to take the clothes Lin Shiryao had brought. The fabric soft and smooth to the touch, revealing its premium quality upon closer inspection. As he rummaged through them, a gentle fragrance wafted up to him, the unique scent of Lin Shiryao, fresh and enchanting. Instinctively, he brought the clothing to his nose, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "How fragrant!" Lin Shiryao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched Chow Xiaoman, a mix of embarrassment and urgency flooding her mind. What was he doing? Her cheeks burned, as if on fire, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her throat. Only then did Chow Xiaoman sense the atmosphere shift, realizing his behavior had crossed a line. Awkwardly, he explained, "I just meant it's really fragrant." With that, he hurriedly redirected his focus, beginning to connect the clothing, tying them into a long fuse that measured a full 20 meters. Next, he poured gasoline over the fuse, ensuring it would ignite smoothly. Watching Chow Xiaoman's busy motions and reflecting on his earlier actions, Lin Shiryao felt a warm glow in her heart, a mix of annoyance and shyness. She gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Once everything was prepared, Chow Xiaoman returned to Lin Shiryao's side, smiling as he handed her a lighter, saying, "Shiryao, it's time to ignite it." Lin Shiryao said nothing further. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she reached for the lighter, gently pressing the switch, and a flame flickered to life. She brought the flame close to the fuse, which ignited instantly with a sizzling sound, sparks rapidly racing towards the gas cylinder. 10 seconds later, as the fuse reached its end, an explosive bang reverberated through the air, the gas cylinder erupting spectacularly. A powerful shockwave surged forth, reverberating through the surrounding atmosphere, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiryao consumed 1 gas cylinder, returning 10,000 gas cylinders. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiryao consumed 1 dress, returning 10,000 dresses. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiryao consumed 1 set of contaminated blue male school uniforms. returning 10,000 sets of contaminated blue male school uniforms. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumed 1 pair of contaminated male sneakers, returning 10,000 pairs of contaminated male sneakers. Listening to the system's broadcast, Chao Xiaoman was utterly astonished. It appeared the returns were indeed duplicates. With a wave of his hand, 10 identical pairs of shoes appeared on the ground, precisely matching the ones he had just removed. Another wave summoned 10 identical sets of school uniforms. Still the same soiled attire, the further wave materialized 10 identical dresses, exquisitely styled and still fragrant. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Shuyao instantly grasped that Chao Xiaoman possessed the ability to replicate items, albeit through destruction. However, she remained perplexed as to why it was necessary for her to be the one to destroy them. Xiaoman, why don't you wear my dress? Lin Shuyao suggested, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she spoke earnestly to Chao Xiaoman. Chao Xiaoman was taken aback by Lin Shuyao's unexpected proposal. Speechless and amused, he gently pinched her cheeks, molding her face into an adorable bun shape, and grinned. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Lin Shuyao was amused to the point of laughter by Chao Xiaoman's comical expression. Her laughter ringing out as she doubled over, joyful tears shimmering in her eyes. Observing Lin Shuyao in such high spirits filled Chao Xiaoman with immense satisfaction. It seemed she had gradually emerged from the grip of her apocalyptic fears. With a playful intent, he held the dress he had just taken out up to his nose, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "It still smells the same." After saying this, he handed the dress to Lin Shuyao and took off running. Chao Xiaoman, Lin Shuyao called out, stamping her foot in frustration, yet her face remained adorned with a smile. Watching his retreating figure, her heart swelled with delight. After donning the soiled attire once more, Chao Xiaoman made his way directly to the kitchen. He stood in the center, his hands moving like a dancer, and as beams of light flickered, various supplies appeared before him as if by magic. The kitchenware and tableware were meticulously arranged, new appliances gleamed with a metallic sheen, and fresh meats, vegetables, and fruits exuded a tantalizing aroma. Cases of mineral water were neatly stacked, and bags of rice were piled high, providing everything one could possibly need. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shuyao had quietly approached from behind, and upon witnessing the kitchen brimming with supplies, a warm wave surged through her. These provisions not only symbolized hope for survival, but also embodied Chao Xiaoman's care for everyone. "Shuyao, could you ask Teacher Lu to arrange for someone to prepare dinner? I'll take a moment to rest," Chao Xiaoman said, feeling somewhat fatigued after managing so many supplies. With that, he trudged toward his room. Lin Shuyao, noticing his weary demeanor, felt a pang of concern. She quickened her pace to catch up with him, only to find him lying on the bed without even covering himself with a blanket. Just as she was about to help him, her gaze fell upon the bedding, and a slight discomfort washed over her. Realizing it belonged to the dormitory matron, suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled as she turned and dashed to her own dormitory. She quickly opened her wardrobe and pulled out a brand new silk quilt. Silk mattress, a pink 4-piece set adorned with heart-shaped letters, a soft pillow, a beige straw mat, and a set of pink toiletries. Having now awakened her supernatural abilities, her strength had doubled, allowing her to carry everything in one go. Upon reaching the square, Lin Shuyao neatly arranged the items and then poured gasoline over them before igniting a flame. The fire blazed up, illuminating her face. Meanwhile, in the room, Chao Xiaoman, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly jolted by a series of system notifications. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumed 1 barrel of gasoline, returning 10,000 barrels of gasoline. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumed 1 silk quilt, returning 10,000 silk quilts. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumed 1 cup, returning 10,000 cups. Just as he was about to rise and check the situation outside, Lin Shuyao hurriedly rushed in. "Xiaoman, wake up!" Chao Xiaoman, still dazed, sat up in bed and saw Lin Shuyao's anxious expression. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, she had already begun gathering the items previously used by the dormitory matron, discarding them out the window without hesitation. "All right, Xiaoman, take out the bedding and such." "Okay," Chao Xiaoman replied, waving his hand, and the items Lin Shuyao had burned moments ago instantly reappeared on the bed. Lin Shuyao swiftly began laying out the quilt and arranging the toiletries that as she worked. She remarked, "By the way, find a room to wash up if you're not wearing my clothes. Then just use a bedsheet." With that, she couldn't help but chuckle. Chao Xiaoman, hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A sense of helplessness washing over him. Watching Lin Shiyao's busy figure, warmth filled his heart as he silently mused. Goddess number 1 is truly remarkable, the epitome of a good wife. He shook his head gently, choosing not to dwell on it, and turned to enter an empty room. He fetched a few bottles of mineral water and began to shower. The cool water washed away the fatigue and grime of the day. 10 minutes later, draped in a pink bedsheet and wearing pink slippers, Xiao Xiaoman awkwardly stepped into the room. Xiaoman, your outfit is adorable, Lin Shiyao said, suppressing a smile as she regarded him, noting his embarrassment. She softened her tone. All right, you should rest for a bit. I'll keep watch to ensure no one disturbs you. With that, she gently exited, closing the door behind her. Xiao Xiaoman stood still, gazing at the pink bed. Feeling increasingly awkward. Well, it's just a cute style, he reassured himself, tossing aside the bedsheet and diving into the blanket. Wow, are all girls' items this soft? He pondered as he relished the plush bedding, with no clothes of his own. He contemplated either raiding his former dormitory or making a trip to the nearest large supermarket. As he mused, his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually drifted into slumber. By around 6 o'clock, the girls' dormitory had been revitalized through the diligent efforts of the surviving female students. Almost returning to its pre-apocalypse state, though many familiar faces were sadly absent, evoking a sense of nostalgia. At that moment, 17 individuals gathered in the kitchen, 2 female teachers and 15 female students skilled in cooking. Lu Roli stood before them, her gaze gentle as she addressed the standing students. Unfortunately, we have lost many classmates, but you are fortunate to have survived, she said, her voice tinged with sorrow yet imbued with strength. You were all saved by Xiao Xiaoman, and with so many provisions at our disposal, it is imperative that you express gratitude, Lu Roli spoke earnestly. Xiao Xiaoman aspired to transform the girls' dormitory into a base for survivors in the apocalypse. While everyone may not assist him in slaying zombies, they could ensure logistics were in order, allowing him to focus without worry. She continued, her eyes reflecting hope for the future. Everyone needs to showcase their culinary skills and prepare delicious meals for Xiao Xiaoman to help him regain his strength. Lu Roli raised her voice, rallying the spirits of the group. Do you all agree? Yes. The female students responded in unison, their voices resounding with determination. All right, let us get started. With that, Lu Roli began to methodically assign tasks to each person. Outside Xiao Xiaoman's door, for girls huddled together. Shiyao, where's brother Xiaoman? The lively Su Miaoyin inquired curiously. He fought zombies all day and is now resting inside to regain his strength, Lin Shiyao softly replied. Updating them on the situation. Is he all right? Mu Rongxue asked, concern etched on her face. He's quite fatigued, Lin Shiyao said, her brow slightly furrowing, her tone laced with sympathy. Brother Xiaoman has it tough, Su Miaoling added, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, there's no need to worry. I have faith in him, Lin Shiyao asserted firmly, her eyes betraying her trust in Xiao Xiaoman. Shiyao, what dishes do you think brother Xiaoman likes? Su Miaoyin's eyes sparkled with mischief. I'm not sure. Before he saved me yesterday, we hadn't interacted at all. What about you all? Lin Shiyao countered, looking at the other girls. I just met brother Xiaoman. Too, Su Miaoyin said, feeling a bit helpless. Me too. Su Miaoling nodded in agreement. How about this? Let's pay attention to which dishes brother Xiaoman enjoys and keep a secret record, Mu Rongxue suggested, seemingly inspired. Sounds good. All right, the girls all nodded in agreement. When Lin Shiyao gently roused Xiao Xiaoman from his slumber and he groggily opened the door, the sight before him jolted him fully awake. The kitchen and hallway were packed with female students. All eyes turned eagerly toward him, brimming with anticipation and excitement. The benefactor has arrived. The handsome guy is up. Xiao Xiaoman has come. The chorus of cheers echoed within the confined space, causing Xiao Xiaoman to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He scanned the room and noticed the girls were clearly famished, their eyes fixated on the food laid out in the kitchen, nearly drooling in anticipation. However, the kitchen was far too cramped to accommodate so many people dining at once. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. I have a few words to say. Xiao Xiaoman raised her voice, attempting to bring the raucous scene to a hushed in an instant. The previously cacophonous environment fell silent, and all eyes were fixated upon her. First, the kitchen is small, insufficient to accommodate everyone for a meal. Let us all fetch our food and dine in our respective rooms. Though we will be sated, let us not waste. These are dire times, and food will become increasingly scarce. Chow Xiaoman stated with a grave expression. Secondly, the water supply has ceased. We can no longer bathe as we once did. However, you may use bottled water to cleanse yourselves. But do be mindful not to waste it. Thirdly, the top 10 school beauties are to remain. I have matters to discuss with you. No sooner had Chow Xiaoman's words concluded than the tranquil atmosphere was shattered once more. With sounds of joy and expressions of gratitude surging forth like a tide. Thank you, classmate Chow. Thank you, brother Chow. Long live Chow Xiaoman. All right, everyone, begin serving yourselves. You must be famished, but do remember to queue up. We cannot have you all starve. As Chow Xiaoman's words echoed, the female students began to form an orderly line to obtain their meals, observing the girls in their blue school uniforms as they queued. Chow Xiaoman momentarily felt as though she had truly become a principal, shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding these students. After a brief span of time, the kitchen regained a semblance of spaciousness, with only 2 female teachers, 10 school beauties, and 15 student cooks remaining. The teachers and beauties gathered around one table, while the cooks sat at another. As Chow Xiaoman had previously mentioned having matters to discuss with the top 10 beauties. Everyone understood that important deliberations were forthcoming. Chow Xiaoman took her seat at the head of the table, with Lu Ruoli, Sito Ling, and Morong Shui on her left, and Lin Shiyao, Su Miaoyin, and Su Miaoling on her right. While the other 6 beauties occupied the opposite side, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, exquisite pastries, and neatly arranged fruit platters, all exuding an enticing aroma. Please, everyone, indulge in your meal first. We shall converse afterward. Observing the longing in the girls' eyes toward the food, Chow Xiaoman refrained from further chatter, wishing only for them to fill their stomachs promptly. Thank you. Thank you, classmate Chow. The girls expressed their gratitude in unison before eagerly beginning to feast, their ravenous consumption betraying their prolonged hunger. Xiaoman, eat this kidney. I've heard it's quite nourishing, Lin Shiyao suggested with a bright smile, delicately placing a piece into Chow Xiaoman's bowl. The other female students found nothing particularly noteworthy about this gesture. Yet the 2 teachers exchanged glances, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Xiaoman Gij, this dish is also very nourishing, Su Miaoyin chimed in, rising gracefully to add a helping of chives to Chow Xiaoman's bowl. Having perused a wealth of information in her past life, Chow Xiaoman felt a twinge of embarrassment at the scene unfolding before her. However, as she surreptitiously observed the female students, she noted their unperturbed reactions and inwardly mused. It seems she was overthinking. These were merely the admired school beauties, far removed from any convoluted notions. They remained as innocent as blank slates, untouched by the complexities that often plague women of the outside world. If the ranks of her legion were composed solely of these female students, their loyalty would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Chow Xiaoman silently contemplated the number of schools in the city, resolving to swiftly clear her own school and then gather female students from others, with her goal set in her mind. She no longer hesitated and began to enjoy her dinner. Half an hour later, dinner concluded. Chow Xiaoman and the 10 beauties reconvened at a freshly wiped table, while the 2 teachers stood nearby, and the other female students busied themselves in the kitchen, cleaning the dishes. Chow Xiaoman gazed silently at the 10 stunning beauties before her, each possessing unique traits, some aloof, emanating an aura of distance, others charming, their every smile radiating innocence, some graceful, exuding elegance with every gesture, and others quiet, sitting serenely like a living painting. The 10 beauties, too, gazed back at Chow Xiaoman, their eyes filled with curiosity, though uncertain of what Chow Xiaoman's next move would be. They sensed a distinct atmosphere in the air. Shiyao, demonstrate your ability, Chow Xiaoman gently instructed Lin Shiyao beside her. Certainly, Lin Shiyao replied brightly, and as her words fell, she slowly extended her palm, from which a crystalline ice spike materialized in an instant, emanating a chill that seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air. The girls were left in awe, including the 2 teachers standing by. Even the female students in the kitchen halted their tasks, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shiyao, how did you do that? Is this a superpower? Shiyao, you're amazing. A chorus of exclamations ensued. Observing their astonished expressions, Chow Xiaoman's demeanor grew serious as she cleared her throat and addressed them. Ladies, this is an ability, a form of superpower akin to what you might see in films. Those who possess such abilities can not only wield formidable strength against zombies, but also enhance their physical attributes, such as constitution, strength, agility, and mental fortitude, much like the character stats you encounter in your games. Chow Xiaoman patiently elucidated, aiming to foster a clearer understanding of these abilities. Shiryao, attack. Upon her command, Lin Shiryao effortlessly swung her hand, and the ice spike shot forth like a bolt of white lightning. Whoosh! It struck the wall with a resounding bang, creating a deep crater. The girls gasped in disbelief, astonished that this ability truly mirrored the wonders of their games, and that its power was so immense. Seeing their astonished faces, Chao Xiaoman felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. I can help you awaken your abilities. The specific type will only be revealed upon awakening. This school will serve as our base for survivors, and I intend to forge a formidable legion to fight for our survival. Her voice resonated with strength, as if heralding a grand plan. The legion shall be named the Goddess Legion. As for the criteria for joining, Chao Xiaoman deliberately paused, piquing their curiosity. The girls were wholly attentive, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The base shall consist solely of women. We will not accept men, except for me. Chao Xiaoman's tone was unwavering. Thus, as warriors, you will not partake in marriage. Your existence will be solely for combat. If any of you are unwilling, you may leave the base when the time comes. After concluding her statement, Chao Xiaoman waved her hand lightly across the table, and in an instant, 9 white crystals, each the size of a peanut, appeared neatly before the group. Now, you shall choose the path you wish to embark upon. Chao Xiaoman observed the 10 beauties before her, awaiting their responses. After a minute of silence, Chao Xiaoman inquired once more, her tone laced with anticipation. Very well, speak your choices. I am willing. Lin Shiryao was the first to respond without hesitation, her voice ringing with resolve. As the first among them to awaken her ability, she felt a deep trust and determination to follow Chao Xiaoman. Xiaoman Gij, I am willing to. Me too. The twin sisters Su Miaoying and Su Miaoling chimed in, their reliance on Chao Xiaoman having deepened since the previous day, and they now unhesitatingly chose to stand alongside him. I am willing. Morong Shui recalled the harrowing events of her rescue earlier that day. Her heart still racing, yet filled with gratitude and trust toward Chao Xiaoman, she decisively declared her stance. I am willing, and my name is Ling Shuanger, spoke a tall beauty with long black hair. Her countenance as frosty as her name, yet her voice bore a note of determination. Chao Xiaoman nodded slightly, a glimmer of acknowledgement in his gaze. Xiaoman Gij, I too am willing. My name is Chu Yu. An excited girl with short black hair raised her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. I, too. And my name is Yi Wanqing. A tall beauty with curly black hair followed suit, her tone lively and brimming with vitality. Me too. Call me Mu Yao. A girl with shoulder-length black hair spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing her face. Classmate Xiaoman, I have no objections. My name is Qin Shiria. An elegant voice resonated, emanating from a woman of extraordinary poise, whose every gesture exuded grace. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon a serene beauty with long black hair. With her head slightly bowed and a hint of shyness in her voice, she introduced herself. I am Xiao Yue. And I have no objections. Xiao Manji at that moment. Lu Ruali, standing in the background, was overwhelmed with envy. Yet, she was reminded of her past marriage. Despite being divorced, the weight of her age stirred a faint sense of melancholy within her. Meanwhile, Si-Tu Ling's eyes sparkled with fervent intrigue, as if calculating something in her mind, though no one could fathom her true thoughts. The female students who had paused their cleaning also peered curiously, their gazes filled with envy, envious of the school beauties for having such opportunities, while simultaneously brimming with curiosity about the unknown future. Chao Xiaoman surveyed the scene before him with immense satisfaction. The formation of his team was proceeding far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased. With a flourish of his hand, 7 white porcelain plates materialized on the table, his movements both graceful and decisive. Without hesitation, he bit into his left fingertip, allowing crimson droplets to flow forth, which he then let fall into each plate. One by one, the droplets landed with a soft drip, echoing like a countdown to the future. With another wave of his hand, the plates steadily moved toward the final 7 school beauties. Chao Xiaoman spoke with solemnity. This is my blood. Consuming it will grant you immunity to the zombie virus. Even if you are scratched or bitten by a zombie later on, you shall not be infected. He paused for emphasis before adding, you may eat now. The 3 of them have already partaken. The 7 beauties hesitated not for a moment, eagerly lifting the plates. This undoubtedly serves as a significant boon to the Goddess Legion he has assembled. Xiaoman, it seems I possess the ability to enhance others. Xiao Yue softly called out to Chao Xiaoman, her voice gentle, akin to a breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Xiaoman, I believe I can do the same. Mu Yao chimed in joyfully, her face radiant with a smile, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Oh, you two are quite impressive. Come, use your abilities on me and let us see what enhancements may arise. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chao Xiaoman's eyes, his curiosity piqued by the extraordinary powers of these two campus beauties. Oh, as the two women responded in unison, they exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously pointing a finger at Chao Xiaoman. In an instant, Chao Xiaoman felt as though his mental fortitude and strength were being pulled by an enigmatic force, steadily amplifying that he hurriedly opened the system panel and was astonished to discover that both his mental fortitude and strength had doubled. Xiao Yue, you can enhance others' mental fortitude by a factor of 2. Mu Yao, yours enhances strength by the same measure. Chao Xiaoman exclaimed with delight, recognizing that their abilities were supportive in nature. Yay, I'm a healer, Mu Yao exclaimed joyously, leaping into the air and raising her hands high, resembling a child who has just received a cherished toy. Her laughter, crisp and melodious, echoed throughout the kitchen. Qin Xia, Yu Wanqing, and Chu Yu, what about you? What powers have you awakened? Chao Xiaoman turned his gaze towards the remaining trio, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Qin Xia lightly tapped her finger on the table, a seemingly casual gesture that instantly triggered a remarkable effect. Everyone in the kitchen heard a clear sound akin to wood being struck. Simultaneously, a piercing, buzzing noise reverberated through the air, causing discomfort to their eardrums. Qin Xia, your ability relates to sound, capable of group attacks. However, you must learn to control it. For instance, targeting a single direction. Chao Xiaoman astutely deduced the nature of Qin Xia's power and offered earnest guidance. Understood, Xiaoman. Qin Xia nodded lightly, fully aware of the significance of her abilities and the necessity for continuous practice to harness their full potential. Brother Xiaoman, I can create illusions. Would you like to try? Chu Yu said with a mischievous grin, her eyes sparkling with cunning, as if concealing a little secret. Illusions, you say? That sounds intriguing. Go ahead and demonstrate it on me. Chao Xiaoman replied, still oblivious to the mischief behind Chu Yu's smile. Eager to comprehend her abilities, in the next moment, as Chu Yu conjured her illusionary powers, Chao Xiaoman was taken aback as the clothing of the women before him vanished like smoke. What on earth? Chao Xiaoman exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the shocking spectacle that unfolded before him. The sudden turn of events startled all the women, including the 2 teachers and the 15 female students who had been admiring the 10 campus beauties. They had not anticipated that Chu Yu's abilities would yield such astonishing results. Once Chao Xiaoman managed to regain his composure and sat back down, the women noticed blood trickling from his nose. Brother Xiaoman, what illusion did you see? Why are you bleeding? Chu Yu inquired with a tone resembling that of a little sorceress, her expression a blend of amusement and enigma. Realizing what had happened, Chao Xiaoman hastily wiped the blood from his nose, casting a somewhat embarrassed glare at Chu Yu as he silently vowed, little girl, just wait. You'll see how I handle you in the future. Yet outwardly, he responded, it's nothing. That skill is quite formidable. No, incredibly powerful. Yi Wanqing. What about you? Feeling rather sheepish, Chao Xiaoman swiftly shifted the topic, directing his attention to Yi Wanqing. Please stand up, Yi Wanqing confidently instructed. Exuding an air of mystery, though everyone felt it was peculiar, they complied and stood. In the next moment, as Yi Wanqing suspended her hand above the table, it began to emit a faint glow. An invisible force enveloping the surface. With a sudden crash, the table splintered into pieces, sending fragments cascading to the ground, startling everyone present. Impressive. You possess gravitational abilities, and the mental energy consumption must be substantial. Chao Xiaoman remarked in astonishment. Gravitational powers not only wield significant destructive capability, but can also exert immense pressure on adversaries during combat. Yes, indeed, Yi Wanqing replied softly, a hint of fatigue gracing her features. The consumption is quite staggering. With a wave of his hand, Chao Xiaoman conjured a brand new table, as if the previous incident had never transpired. All right, everyone, the powers you have awakened today are remarkable. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow, I shall lead you in clearing the zombies from the school, Chao Xiaoman declared, standing resolutely before them. Understood. Very well. The crowd responded in unison, their voices brimming with confidence and anticipation. At 10 o'clock that evening, the girls' dormitory lay in tranquil silence, the lights long extinguished. Only the distant glow of the burning zombie mound outside cast a feeble light, partially dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the dormitory supervisor's room, Chow Xiaoman lay beneath the covers, unclothed, as the clothes he had replicated were all tainted and unwearable. System. Open the information panel. Host. Chow Xiaoman age. 18 height. 185 centimeters appearance. 100 physique. 100 constitution. 240 x 10. Strength. 240 x 9. Agility. 240 x 9. Mental fortitude. 240 x 10. Ability level. 3 attribute multiplier. 10 attack abilities. Space ability, LV2. Ice ability, LV1. Control abilities. None support abilities. None transformation abilities. None passive abilities. Poison immunity, LV3. All attributes enhancement, LV1. Mental fortitude enhancement, LV1. Fire immunity, LV1. Constitution enhancement, LV1. Bound goddesses. 11 goddesses in total, including Lin Shiyao, Lu Ruoli, Su Miaoyin, Su Miaoling, Morong Shui, Yi Wanqing, Chuyu, Ling Shuanger, Qin Xia, Mu Yao, and Xiao Yue. With 2400 mental fortitude, I can utilize my level 1 ice ability 120 times. This is quite powerful. A wave of joy surged through Chow Xiaoman, only to be followed by a frown. Not having clothing is a problem. I must visit a large supermarket tomorrow, and there seems to be a Wanda Plaza nearby. He contemplated. All right, I must have a vehicle. So tomorrow, I will take Shiyao with me to gather supplies from the plaza. As Chow Xiaoman's thoughts wandered, suddenly, the door creaked open, a soft creak resonating in the air. A figure stealthily slipped inside. Who is it? Chow Xiaoman's sensory perception had heightened to 20 times that of an ordinary person, yet he had been lost in thought and failed to notice the subtle sound. Xiaoman, it's me. A clear female voice rang out. Teacher Situ? Thanks to the flickering light from the burning zombie mound outside, Chow Xiaoman was able to discern the visitor's face. Yes, it's me, Situ Ling responded softly. Chow Xiaoman felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Why would Teacher Situ come to his room at this hour? A sense of embarrassment enveloped him, particularly given that he lay beneath the covers in a state of undress. Teacher Situ, is there something you need? Perhaps we could discuss it tomorrow? Chow Xiaoman inquired cautiously. Situ Ling did not reply. Instead, she approached Chow Xiaoman's bedside, crouching down to gaze at him closely, her eyes filled with warmth and complex emotions. Chow Xiaoman felt a surge of anxiety, entirely bewildered by Situ Ling's intentions. At that moment, she seemed even more daunting than the zombies. He dared not rise, fearful of exposing himself, and could only tightly wrap himself in the blanket. Turning to face Situ Ling, Teacher Situ, what is going on? Chow Xiaoman's voice conveyed a blend of confusion and tension. Xiaoman, do you believe in love at first sight? Situ Ling asked softly, her tone imbued with tenderness and hope. Yes, Chow Xiaoman pondered internally, reflecting on the notion of love at first sight that to him. It often seemed merely a fleeting attraction, influenced by his past experiences and insights gleaned from extensive knowledge. Today, I initially intended to perish alongside them. However, I feared they might capture Shuer and use her as leverage against me. Situ Ling recalled the harrowing events of the day, her eyes moistening with unshed tears. That moment, I was engulfed by fear. A sensation more terrifying than being devoured by zombies. She spoke to herself, her voice trembling slightly. Chow Xiaoman did not interrupt, but listened quietly, understanding in that moment that Situ Ling needed a listener. I have also considered jumping off a building with Shuer, but at that time, we were cornered and could not succeed in our attempt. Oh, you know how desperate I felt then. Pain and helplessness filled Situ Ling's gaze. Chow Xiaoman nodded, feeling a deep resonance. If he were in Situ Ling's shoes, he would undoubtedly feel the same despair. Before the apocalypse, my parents constantly urged me to go on blind dates, saying I was no longer young. However, I never went, as I always felt I would meet my Prince Charming someday. Situ Ling offered a faint, bitter smile. Today, in my despair, I feel utterly ridiculous. I waited for my Prince Charming, but ended up encountering 6 vile ruffians instead. Even more laughable was the fact that these individuals were my own students. At this point, she let out a wretched laugh. But suddenly, a look of surprise crossed her face that I do not know if it was heaven's mercy. But just when I was at my lowest, you appeared. Your entrance was like that of a celestial being, kicking open the door with an axe in hand, sunlight illuminating your back. In that moment, You seemed like a god descending from the heavens that I was filled with fear, wanting nothing more than to hide behind you. Yearning for your protection as I gradually got to know you. I realized you were not only my savior, but also my Prince Charming. After speaking, Situ Ling gazed expectantly at Xiao Xiaoman, her eyes glistening with moisture and hope. Xiaoman, would you be willing to be my Prince Charming? Upon meeting Situ Ling's hopeful gaze, Xiao Xiaoman nodded without a trace of hesitation. In his heart, he felt a special bond with the goddesses bound to him through the system. It was not infidelity, but a firm belief that they would become one in the future. All he could do was treat each goddess with sincerity. Seeing Xiao Xiaoman's affirmative nod, a radiant smile blossomed on Situ Ling's face, beautiful as a flower in full bloom on a spring day. She slowly rose, then bent down to gently embrace Xiao Xiaoman's head and kissed him. This sudden gesture left Xiao Xiaoman momentarily stunned. Teacher Situ, you are being quite forward, catching me off guard. Situ Ling's action seemed somewhat clumsy. Stemming from a desire to express her complex feelings, perhaps tinged with a lingering fear, Xiao Xiaoman sensed Situ Ling's intentions and gently grasped her hand in response. In the quiet dormitory building. Strange sounds intertwined with the crackling noises of burning corpses from outside, occasionally provoking distant zombies to emit howls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess Situ Ling. Number 12. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Spatial ability upgraded to level 3. Internal space of 1,000 cubic meters. Ding! Goddess Situ Ling. Number 12. Consumed 1 level 1 zombie crystal, returning 10,000 level 1 zombie crystals. It was not until 4 in the morning that everything gradually returned to tranquility. This was the most restful night for the female student survivors. Yet one person, Lu Roli, lay awake in a room on the first floor, discerning the odd sounds in the entire dormitory. There was only one man. Yet she did not know who the women were. The sounds kept her tossing and turning, while she marveled at Xiao Xiaoman's ferocity in battle. It was truly brutal. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the window, gently illuminating the goddess sleeping beside Xiao Xiaoman. He gazed at Situ Ling, her stunning visage appearing even more enchanting in the morning light, her captivating smile seemingly echoing the remnants of last night. Yet the dried tear stains on her cheeks told the tale of her past happiness. Xiao Xiaoman felt a stir in his heart and pulled up Situ Ling's information panel. Name: Situ Ling. Age: 28. Height: 173 centimeters. Appearance: 97. Figure: 95. Physique: 90. x2. Strength: 70. x2. Agility: 88. x2. Mental strength: 92. x2. Ability level: 1. Attribute multiplier: 2. Ability: Lightning ability: LV1. Personality: astute and competent. Occupation: Goddess teacher at Xiantang University. Purity: 100. Favorability: 95. Why is Linger's strength so low at only 70 points? How can I improve it? Xiao Xiaoman pondered, stroking his chin in deep thought. Just then, a knock on the door shattered the silence. Just a moment. Xiao Xiaoman hurriedly donned the contaminated clothes and shoes. Rushing to the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Lu Roli standing there, having expected it to be Lin Shiyao instead. Good morning, Teacher Lu, Xiao Xiaoman greeted, somewhat flustered. Xiaoman, go eat. I will take care of her. Lu Roli said reproachfully, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness and teasing her. Who? Xiao Xiaoman feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the situation. Enough? After all the ruckus you caused last night, who could endure it? I'm here to take care of her today. Lu Roli's tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so, concern. Xiao Xiaoman was momentarily speechless. It seemed Lu Roli was already aware of last night's events. He could only smile awkwardly. Teacher Lu. It wasn't my first time, you know. All right, just be mindful and cherish the delicate flowers. Now go eat. Lu Roli waved her hand, urging him to leave. Xiao Xiaoman nodded eagerly. Okay, and hurried out of the room. With Lu Roli looking after Situ Ling, Xiao Xiaoman felt considerably more at ease. Lu Roli closed the door and walked slowly to the bedside. Upon seeing Situ Ling sleeping on the pink bedding, she gasped in shock. How could it be Linger? I thought it was Shiyao. She glanced around at the somewhat chaotic battlefield and couldn't help but mutter, what a bad fellow. Xiao Xiaoman entered the kitchen, and the sight before him left him in awe. A sumptuous breakfast spread across the table. Wow, it looks like a hotel feast. Teacher Lu is truly impressive. He ate a bit, filling his stomach before stepping outside to the square. In the square, the remains of zombies still smoldered on the mountain, emitting a nauseating odor. Chow Xiaoman poured a generous amount of gasoline and reignited the flames, watching the inferno blaze and the sun rise. He felt a myriad of emotions. On the second day in Blue Star, he had successfully formed his own goddess legion and even gained an exquisite wife. If this were his past life, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a thing. This journey through time was undoubtedly a profitable venture. Blue Star, how wonderful, Xiaoman. What are you thinking about? A melodious voice called from behind, and a stunning female student approached. Her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a red dress like a blooming rose. Chow Xiaoman turned to find that it was the girl who had been the first to arrive at the square during their assembly yesterday. Who are you? Although he had seen her information, he couldn't recall her name at that moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hello, I am in Ruoxuan, she said, extending her hand gracefully. Hello, I am Chow Xiaoman, he replied hastily, shaking her hand. I know you are Chow Xiaoman, and Ruoxuan smiled, her expression warm as the spring sun. Yesterday, I hid in my room, closed the door, and drew the curtains. It was completely dark around me that I thought I would never see the sunrise again. I never expected to see it once more. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Xiaoman, thank you. And Ruoxuan turned to look at Chow Xiaoman with gratitude. Chow Xiaoman was about to say it was nothing when suddenly, and Ruoxuan leaned in and quickly pecked him on the cheek, blushing as she dashed into the dormitory like a startled doe. What a pity, and Ruoxuan only scores 94 points, Chow Xiaoman mused, touching his cheek. Such a sweet romance. The familiar voice of Lin Shuyao echoed behind, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Chow Xiaoman turned around to find Lin Shuyao clad in a pink dress. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her enchanting beauty shimmering under the sunlight. Instantly feeling a bit awkward, he found himself at a loss for words as Lin Shuyao gazed at Chow Xiaoman's handsome face. His current expression of embarrassment amused her, prompting her to refrain from teasing him further. She slowly approached him, their eyes locking in a deep gaze, and gently said, Well, it's the apocalypse now, and with the goddess army around. There's no point in being jealous. The meaning behind Lin Shuriao's words was a profound declaration of affection. Regardless of the circumstances, one must cherish each other moving forward. Deeply touched, Chow Xiaoman embraced Lin Shuriao tightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Shuriao. You are truly wonderful. If it were before the apocalypse, I would have cast you aside in an instant. Lin Shuriao playfully reproached him, though her tone was filled with love. Chow Xiaoman chuckled, self-deprecatingly remarking, Before the apocalypse, how could a fairy like you ever notice me? Sensing the self-mockery in his words, Lin Shuriao felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps, but I see you now, and that is enough. Yes, this is our destiny, Chow Xiaoman replied emotionally, holding Lin Shuriao tightly, as if to integrate her into his very being. Before they could continue their tender moment, laughter erupted at the entrance. Someone is spreading dog food early in the morning. It's like the cowherd and the weaver girl. No, wait, it's more like Mandarin ducks. Haha. Hastily, Chow Xiaoman released Lin Shuriao and turned to see the approaching figures of the twin sisters and Chuyu. Ahem. All right, you all hurry and eat. We'll depart soon to clear the school of zombies, Chow Xiaoman said with a mock-seriousness. As you command, Brother Xiaoman. The trio giggled, flitting away like cheerful birds to the kitchen for breakfast. Once the three had dashed off, Chow Xiaoman turned to Lin Shuriao and said, Let us go. Where to? Lin Shuriao inquired curiously. To Tio steal a car. With that, Chow Xiaoman squatted down. Hop on, I'll carry you. Lin Shuriao gasped in surprise, but obediently jumped onto his back, wrapping her arms gently around his neck. From their lofty vantage point, the school appeared as a roving ground for zombies, teeming with their staggering forms. Yet, on the road, a different scene unfolded. A man, his clothes stained black, carried a woman in a pink dress as they swiftly navigated through the chaos. The man wielded an axe with formidable strength, each swing precisely cleaving through the skulls of the zombies, splattering dark blood onto the ground. Meanwhile, the woman occasionally conjured ice spikes, her delicate fingers flicking them like arrows that pierced through the heads of the undead, sending them crashing to the ground. Along their path, every zombie they encountered met a similar fate, blood and brain matter splattering, creating a stark and haunting trail. This gruesome tableau, amidst the carnage, exuded an unexpected beauty. Chow Xiaoman carried Lin Shuriao to the open parking lot, where an array of vehicles stood, sports cars, SUVs, sedans, vans, and water trucks, all lined up as if awaiting inspection. "Shuriao, choose a car you like," he said, gently setting her down. "Let us replicate all those brand new cars," Lin Shuriao proposed suddenly. "All right, as you wish," Chao Xiaoman replied, producing a handful of lighters in an instant, which he then handed to Lin Shuriao. "Are you ready?" As they strolled through the parking lot. They tossed gasoline canisters, which shattered upon impact with the vehicles, releasing a pungent aroma that quickly filled the air. Once at a safe distance, Lin Shuriao decisively hurled the lighter. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions erupted as flames engulfed the cars. The inferno soaring skyward amidst billowing smoke, resembling roaring beasts. The zombies throughout the school seemed incensed by the commotion, howling as they surged toward the parking lot from all directions. Ding! Goddess number 1, Lin Shuriao. Consumes 1 Porsche 911. Returns 10,000 Porsche 911. Ding! Goddess number 1, Lin Shuriao. Consumes 1 Audi R8. Returns 10,000 Audi R8. Having collected enough, Chao Xiaoman tossed a replicated Porsche 911 confidently and tried to open the door, only to find it stubbornly stuck. Darn Murong Shui nodded emphatically. 10 minutes later, a horde of zombies began to shuffle toward them, their grotesque forms swaying unsteadily, emitting chilling, bone-chilling howls from their gaping mouths. Following closely behind was a dense throng of undead, akin to a relentless tide of darkness, surging forward and causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. The zombies' hollow eyes glinted with a ravenous light, their mouths smeared with filth and decaying flesh, eagerly lunging toward the direction of Chao Xiaoman. Chao Xiaoman stood atop the vehicle, his gaze calm and resolute, reminiscent of a general poised for battle. The axe in his hand glinted ominously in the sunlight, as if heralding the impending slaughter. As the zombies drew nearer, Chao Xiaoman sprang into action. Like a bolt of black lightning, he leaped from the car roof and plunged into the mass of zombies. With each swing of his axe, crimson splatters erupted as he effortlessly cleaved through their skulls, which burst open like overripe melons. Black, putrid blood splattered across his entire being, yet it did not hinder his movements. Each strike was precise and lethal. He nimbly weaved through the horde, leaping high to bring his axe down upon one zombie's head, severing it in two, then bending low to evade another's grasp. He retaliated with a swift chop that severed an arm. In no time, dismembered limbs and severed body parts flew about, the air thick with the stench of blood. As Chao Xiaoman fought valiantly, the bodies of the undead began to accumulate beneath his feet, forming a small mountain. The girls in the dormitory, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Some covered their mouths in shock, while others clenched their fists, silently cheering for Chao Xiaoman. Among those who harbored feelings for him, their eyes sparkled with admiration, their hearts racing uncontrollably, as if he were the superhero of their dreams. "He's incredible. Indeed, Brother Xiaoman is simply invincible. I must marry a man like him in the future." The echoes of the girls' exclamations and adoration intertwined, resonating throughout the dormitory corridors. Meanwhile, Chao Xiaoman continued to battle fiercely among the zombies, his figure appearing ever taller and more heroic in the sunlight. 3 hours passed quietly, and before they knew it, it was noon. Chao Xiaoman stood amidst the chaos, his entire body stained a deep black. Only his eyes, a haunting shade of blood red from the prolonged violence, shone through, as black blood dripped from his form, pooling on the ground into dark, unsightly stains. This was no ink, it was the viscous blood of the undead. Beside him lay a haphazard assortment of battered fire axes, their blades nicked and caked with black blood and shredded flesh, bearing testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Behind him loomed a mountain of zombie corpses, numbering at least 1,000, exuding a nauseating stench that threatened to overwhelm anyone nearby. At this moment, 10 stunningly beautiful school flowers stood before him, each with her own unique charm. Lin Shuriao, her eyes filled with concern, approached quickly with a damp cloth in hand, gently wiping Chao Xiaoman's face as she spoke softly. "You must be exhausted." "I'm not tired," Chao Xiaoman replied, his voice still tinged with the exhilaration of battle. An aura of lethal intent surrounding him. "Let's go eat." "Wait, I need to wash up first." With a swift gesture, 10 bottles of mineral water, 2 bottles of shampoo, and a bottle of body wash appeared at his feet. He instructed the school flowers, "Just pour them over me." Without hesitation, he shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments to tea. That moment, he was entirely unconcerned about modesty. his sole desire being to cleanse himself of the repugnant black blood. Though immune to the virus, the disgusting nature of the blood was unbearable. The 10 school flowers did not hesitate for a moment, eagerly stepping forward to assist. Some carefully lifted the water bottles, cautiously pouring water over Chow Xiao Man. Others gently cradled the shampoo, tenderly washing his hair, while still others meticulously applied body wash to him. Chow Xiao Man closed his eyes, striving to steady his mind, attempting to dispel the bloodlust that had accumulated from his slaughter. It seemed that the novels of his past life were not mistaken. Excessive killing could easily disturb one's spirit, and he pondered whether he would face inner demons in the future as the black blood was gradually rinsed away. Chow Xiaoman's striking features and perfectly sculpted physique emerged, causing the school flowers to blush profusely. They had never even held hands with a boy, let alone bathed one. The dormitory was filled with praise. The girls, utterly captivated by Chow Xiaoman's valorous display from the morning, that I want to help Brother Xiaoman bathe too. What are you thinking? They are immune to the virus. Are you? Exactly. Just don't make things harder for Xiaoman. This scene is unprecedented on television. What's that? Xiaoman has been fighting for over 3 hours. Handsome guy. I wish to bear his children. Are you dreaming? The top 10 school flowers are here. Line up. Look at that. That's his charm. Supported by Lu Ruoli, Situ Ling wore a radiant smile, softly commenting, "Sigh, he's just a student." Lu Ruoli sighed, fully aware of the heavy burdens Chow Xiaoman bore, that a man remains a boy until death. Situ Ling quipped, winking mischievously. You. The two girls exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the distance, at a window of the boys' dormitory on the 5th floor, for male students stood. Boss, those are the top 10 school flowers. They are helping that male student bathe, exclaimed one petite boy, unable to contain his surprise. Damn it, he stole my Qin Xia. Look how gently she washes him, growled another burly boy, gritting his teeth in anger. Murong Shui, that wretched girl, always so cold. Yet now, a seemingly refined boy pounded the wall in frustration. Listening to the brothers' discussions, the handsome boy referred to as the boss wore a dark expression, remaining silent. He merely fixed a venomous gaze on Chow Xiaoman, inwardly contemplating, Lin Shiyao, my parents have arranged for us to be engaged after graduation. Do you even realize what you are doing? His teeth clenched unconsciously, lips bleeding from the pressure. Was it solely because of his formidable strength? Witnessing Chow Xiaoman's battle for an entire morning, he begrudgingly acknowledged his prowess, yet the flames of jealousy burned ever brighter within him. My twin, just like that, is gone, belonging to someone else now. The petite boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of sorrow in his voice. How disgusting. Look at yourself. Do you really think you could win over twins? The refined boy scoffed. Indeed, that man is undeniably powerful. The refined boy replied through gritted teeth. Shut up. With a furious roar from the boss, the group fell silent instantly. However, whispers continued from other rooms. Who is that man? Why are all the top school flowers with him? Sai, still helping him bathe. I feel so envious. Dio, you have his strength. He has killed over 1,000 zombies. Is he not tired? Does he not fear infection? Are you foolish? Just look at how black he is from the zombie blood. It shows he is immune to the virus. I wonder if my girlfriend was rescued. If she was, she has probably already cheated on you. Haha, exactly. Look how fierce that man is. Would you dare to kill zombies? And for 3 hours, last night, there were lights and flames in the girls' dormitory. I knew they had been rescued. Yes, it must have been this man. Damn, he must have spent the night in the girls' dormitory. Ugh, I envy him so much. Go dismantle the beds. We'll make weapons and prepare to kill zombies and clean the dormitory, the boss commanded sternly. His expression dark, but the petite boy hesitated, stammering. Slap. A robust young man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the face of a frail boy. Shut your mouth. Do you still wish to have twins? You coward? Yet, they were bathing that man. The slender boy covered his face and spoke with a sense of grievance. Slap. The strong boy struck him again. Oh, you have any brains? Just kill that man and seize them for yourself. Dare to touch my Qin Xia, and you shall await your doom. Meanwhile, in the distant teacher's dormitory, a window displayed an SOS signal crafted from A4 paper. Inside, a breathtakingly beautiful female teacher bore witness to the scene. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, both joy and sorrow. Have they all been rescued? No wonder there were lights in the girls' dormitory last night. What should I do now? She murmured, then opened her phone. The screen still flashing the no signal symbol. In the kitchen, A lively atmosphere prevailed. Chow Xiaoman sat at the head of the table, flanked by the top 10 campus beauties, surrounded by other girls. All eyes fixated on the man who seemed to have returned like a warrior from battle. However, Chow Xiaoman remained clad in the tainted attire, adding an unusual hue to the solemn yet spirited ambience. "Xiaoman, eat this," Lin Xia said softly, picking up a piece of tender fish and gently placing it in Chow Xiaoman's bowl. Chow Xiaoman glanced around, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the fervent gazes of the crowd. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Ahem, please don't look at me like that. I feel like a bear, and it's quite embarrassing." His words, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirred a wave of laughter. "Hurry up and eat. Later, I'll expand the kitchen by breaking down a walled eye in the afternoon. You all will tidy up the kitchen." Chow Xiaoman organized the tasks methodically, instructing the 10 beauties and me to venture out and clear the zombies. "Understood," they replied in unison, their voices bright and resonant, then proceeded to fetch their meals. After a lunch filled with laughter and joy, outside in the square, the 10 campus beauties stood in a straight line, their postures tall and curvaceous. Chow Xiaoman looked at them with determination and said, "Ladies, this morning you all observed the zombie horde up close. I trust you have acclimated to the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Now, you have awakened your abilities, possessing attributes twice that of ordinary humans. And you are immune to the virus. Therefore, we shall engage in close combat with the zombies using axes as for your powers. Reserve them for emergencies, as your mental fortitude cannot withstand repeated exertion. And recovery is slow. Is that clear?" "Understood," they responded in unison, their synchronized voices momentarily transporting them back to the days of military training. With a wave of his hand, 10 fire axes appeared at the feet of the 10 girls. "Excellent. Let's proceed." With that, he picked up a fire axe and led the 10 girls towards the nearest equipment building adjacent to the girls' dormitory. The journey was unnaturally silent, as the zombies had long been lured away by car horns earlier in the day. Upon reaching the equipment building, Chow Xiaoman kicked open the door to the first room. Inside, a zombie slowly advanced towards the entrance, likely the floor manager. "Who will kill the first one?" Chow Xiaoman turned to the beauties behind him. "I will." Lin Xia stepped forward, eager to set an example. Although she had previously used her powers to dispatch numerous zombies, this would be her first encounter in close combat. With that, Lin Xia moved to the forefront. Raising her fire axe high and striking decisively at the zombie's head, in an instant, black, foul blood splattered, some landing on her dress and shoes, even a few droplets hitting her face. The suddenness of the situation left Lin Xia momentarily disoriented. After all, it was her first encounter with zombie blood. "Xia, you did well," Chow Xiaoman remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. "Yes," she replied, "continue, and let the next person take their turn." Thus, Chow Xiaoman led the 10 beauties in a thorough sweep of the equipment building. Soon, the task was accomplished, having eliminated merely a dozen zombies without discovering any survivors. However, through this experience, all 10 girls had slain zombies with their own hands, their clothes now speckled with black blood. Gradually acclimatizing to the survival rules of the apocalypse. "All right, on to the next building," Chow Xiaoman commanded, leading the group towards another teaching block. Upon clearing a classroom on the second floor, they stumbled upon their first survivor, a middle-aged male teacher. Tragically, beside him lay the lifeless body of a naked female student. The sight left everyone stunned. Teacher Luo, Xiao Yue, who stood behind Lin Feifei, recognized the pair and gasped, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Although she and Lin Feifei were not particularly close friends, they had shared many moments together. Lin Feifei was a kind and beautiful girl, now meeting such a tragic fate. Yue, Xia, the middle-aged man, seated on the floor, regained his composure and cried out in excitement, as if grasping at a lifeline. Having read countless apocalyptic novels, Chow Xiaoman had anticipated such chaos and refrained from speaking further. He stepped forward and pressed a foot onto the middle-aged man's back. Feifei, Ling Shuanger recognized the deceased, covering her mouth as her eyes brimmed with tears. The others silently picked up the tattered blue school uniform skirt from the ground, gently draping it over the deceased Lin Feifei. "Teacher Luo, why did you do this?" Xiao Yue cried out, her emotions running high as she confronted the middle-aged man. The man stammered, struggling to explain, the pain from being pressed down rendering him momentarily speechless. "All right, now I shall impart to you your second lesson," Chow Xiaoman said sternly, addressing the 10 girls. Ling Shuanger, come here and chop off his foot. He fixed a resolute gaze on Ling Shuang. Ling Shuanger was momentarily taken aback. While she had previously slain zombies, this was a living human before her. The other 9 girls displayed expressions of shock and hesitation. Ling Shuanger faltered, her heart torn with conflict. Observing this, Chao Xiaoman began to encourage her. What? Do you not wish to avenge Lin Feifei? I do. Ling Shuang, only after the 10 school beauties had struck their final blows did he exhale his last breath. This brutal scene profoundly impressed upon the school beauties the grim reality of the apocalypse. In the corridor, the 10 beauties either embraced one another in tears, leaned against the walls, or crouched on the ground, their faces etched with confusion and terror born from surviving a calamity. This was their first experience of taking a life. And the visceral imagery of bloodshed coupled with the man's anguished cries lingered vividly in their minds, leaving them in a state of disarray. Chao Xiaoman stood silently to the side, observing them without uttering a word. He understood that this was a necessary rite of passage for them amidst the apocalypse, requiring time for self-adjustment. An hour later, as the girl's emotions began to stabilize, Chao Xiaoman's expression turned grave as he inquired loudly. Has everyone regained their composure? If you cannot adapt to the brutality of this world, you may return to the dormitory and remain by my side as mere ornaments. Upon hearing his words, the girls shivered in response. Indeed, if they could not acclimate to the harshness of this end times, they would have no choice but to hide in the shadows, unable to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chao Xiaoman to protect their hard-won sanctuary. Seeing the girls slowly rise, determination rekindling in their eyes, Chao Xiaoman's face broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent. Let us proceed. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Chao Xiaoman and the 10 school beauties encountered survivors for the second time. 4 boys were huddled in a corner of a classroom, their eyes betraying fear and exhaustion. When the door was kicked open, the boys instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing the 10 school beauties enter. Lin Shiyao, Morong Shui, the 10 school beauties? Let us go, onward. Chao Xiaoman disregarded their astonishment and turned to lead the 10 beauties away from the classroom. The gang. Is that really the 10 school beauties? Yes, I've seen their photos on the forum. Why are they with a man, and why did they come here? Aren't they supposed to rescue us? Regardless of their intentions, they have dealt with the zombies, allowing us to return to the dormitory. Right, let us hurry. Upon clearing the last classroom on the 5th floor, they discovered 5 female survivors. They were similarly cowering in a corner, their expressions vacant, their eyes hollow, as if they had lost all connection to the world. When the door burst open and the 10 beauties entered, hope sparked in their eyes, and they rushed forward in tears, embracing their saviors tightly. Mu Yao, Chu Yu, are you here to save us? Mu Yao and Chu Yu beamed with joy. Yes, Xin Yu, we have come to rescue you. Come, follow us. Okay. All right. Thank you. The 5 survivors' voices trembled with emotion. Subsequently, such scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout the school. By 4 o'clock, Chao Xiaoman led the 10 beauties to the music building, now accompanied by 27 female student survivors. Upon reaching a room on the 5th floor, they found a female teacher among the survivors, Teacher Jiang. The girls called out affectionately upon seeing the woman in the room. Jiang Wanner was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at the handsome male student before her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. They have come to rescue me. No. It is this man who has brought them to save me. Teacher Jiang, noticing her lack of response, the girls called out gently once more. Everyone is alive. We are all alive. How wonderful. Jiang Wanner finally regained her senses, her gaze shifting from Chao Xiaoman as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Chao Xiaoman appraised the woman before him. Her long black hair was elegantly styled, and she wore a floral cream-colored dress that exuded an artistic aura. Name: Jiang Wanner. Age: 27. Height: 173 centimeters. Appearance: 97, x1. Physique: 97, x1. Stamina: 83, x1. Strength: 71, x1. Agility: 70, x1. Mental fortitude: 94, x1. Personality: cold and noble. Occupation: music teacher at Xiantang University. Purity: 100. Favorability: 60. Not bad. A goddess of a teacher. Chao Xiaoman continued to survey the surroundings, noticing an SOS sign crafted from white paper on the window, his lips curling into a slight smile as he marveled. What a clever woman. All right, let us continue the sweep. With that, he stepped out of the classroom, Followed closely by the girls that in the ensuing sweep, they rescued an additional 52 female students and 7 female teachers. As for the male students and teachers, Chow Xiaoman did not permit them to follow, nor did he bother to keep count. When they reached the principal's office in the faculty building, they discovered 3 middle-aged men, along with 2 female students and 1 female teacher. The room was suffused with a pungent smell of smoke, and the floor was littered with food wrappers, a scene of utter chaos that moment. The 3 women clung tightly together in a corner, their clothing tattered and their expressions filled with sheer terror, remnants of dried tears marking their faces. Clearly victims of inhumane torment, the 10 school beauties and 8 female teachers in the lead were stunned by the sight before them. Teacher Wang, Jiang Wanner cried out in anguish at the sight of the violated teacher. Teacher Jiang. The female teacher rushed over in tears, tightly embracing Jiang Wanner, followed closely by the 2 female students. Beauties, take action. Chow Xiaoman wasted no time giving the 3 middle-aged men a chance to speak, issuing commands directly. The 10 school beauties did not disappoint Chow Xiaoman. Without hesitation, they charged forward, swiftly overpowering the 3 middle-aged men and ruthlessly trampling them underfoot. What are you doing? I am the principal. The oldest man screamed hoarsely, never expecting that he would one day be at the mercy of his students. Lin Shiyao, what are you doing? Let go of me. The male teacher pinned down by Lin Shiyao shouted furiously from the ground. Who gave you the audacity to strike a teacher? Another male teacher shouted in protest. Teacher Jiang, please take them outside. Lin Shiyao urged Jiang Wanner, concerned that the scene might traumatize the women again. Though Jiang Wanner did not fully grasp Lin Shiyao's intentions, she nonetheless addressed the girls. Everyone, let us step outside together. We will leave the situation inside to Shiyao and the others. Once the girls had exited, Chow Xiaoman closed the door and slowly approached the principal, squatting down to coldly inquire, Did you enjoy your little game? Student, who are you and what is your name? The principal asked, taken aback by the presence of such a striking student. I am Chow Xiaoman. Itsu, the orphan student. The principal finally registered who he was. Recalling that there were very few orphans at the school, slap, without mercy, Chow Xiaoman delivered a sharp blow to the principal. I ask you again, did you enjoy your little game? Yes. Under duress, the principal instinctively replied. This being the first time in his life he had been struck, and by a student no less. Chow Xiaoman rose, coldly stating, Very well, let us allow you to indulge once more. Take action, the 10 school beauties. Without a moment's hesitation, wielded their axes with righteous fury, striking down mercilessly. Though they still felt discomfort, their previous experiences had made this adaptation significantly easier. The anguished cries of the 3 male teachers echoed through the faculty building, causing the girls outside to turn pale. Teacher Wang, they avenged you. Jiang Wanner softly reassured Teacher Wang. Yes, the 3 rescued women could no longer suppress their emotions, tears of relief streaming down their faces. In the darkness of this apocalypse, they finally glimpsed a sliver of justice. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting an orange hue over the world. Chow Xiaoman, accompanied by the 10 school beauties, now stained in dark crimson, alongside the 79 female students and 9 female teachers rescued that day, marched triumphantly back to the girls' dormitory. Teacher Lu, please make arrangements. Chow Xiaoman addressed Lu Roli, who had come to greet them. Before turning to Lin Shiyao, Shiyao, come with me to Lin Shiyao softly replied, her eyes brimming with trust. Chow Xiaoman summoned the Porsche 911, forcefully flung open the car door, and ignited the engine, which roared to life. Jiang Wanner, just entering the dormitory, heard that familiar sound and rushed out to check, exclaiming in surprise, Oh, isn't that my car? Lin Shiyao swiftly entered the vehicle, and with a press of the accelerator, the 911 surged forth like a wild stallion towards the school gate. Shiyao, how are you today? Chow Xiaoman inquired, his focus on driving while gently grasping Lin Shiyao's small hand in the passenger seat with concern that I'm adapting to the apocalypse. Lin Shiyao affirmed with a nod, her gaze soft and affectionate as she looked at Chow Xiaoman. Thank you, Xiaoman. With that, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. The 911 careened down the road, mercilessly crashing into numerous zombies along the way, making the journey thrilling and perilous. Not far from the campus, they spotted a nearly new red construction truck and a blue bus parked by the roadside. Shiyao, we found them. Let's get out, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly. After exiting the vehicle, Chow Xiaoman swiftly dealt with the surrounding zombies, then began to pour gasoline over the two vehicles, soon drenching them thoroughly. He handed Lin Shuyao a lighter, saying, "Let's begin." As Lin Shuyao tossed the lit lighter, the construction truck and bus were instantly engulfed in roaring flames. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao has consumed 1 red construction truck, returning 10,000 red construction trucks. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao has consumed 1 blue bus, returning 10,000 blue buses. Chow Xiaoman tossed a replicated red construction truck, nimbly climbed aboard to inspect it, and joyfully discovered the keys inside. With a smile, he opened the passenger door and gallantly said, "Get in, fairy." Flattery, Lin Shuyao playfully chided, yet her face radiated happiness as she climbed into the passenger seat, her heart fluttering. "Let's go," Chow Xiaoman cheerfully declared, driving the construction truck recklessly down the road until they reached the nearby school shopping street, where he parked in front of a men's clothing store. "Wait in the car," Chow Xiaoman instructed before alighting to clear the area of zombies. The number of zombies was not overwhelming, only a few dozen, and they were quickly dispatched under Chow Xiaoman's assault. "All right, Shuyao, come down," he called as Lin Shuyao exited the vehicle and saw it was a men's clothing store. She immediately understood Chow Xiaoman's intentions and followed him inside. Chow Xiaoman casually picked up various men's outfits, instructing Lin Shuyao, "Grab some samples that I in just a few minutes." The road outside was piled high with men's clothing, estimating over 100 sets. "Shuyao, that should suffice," Chow Xiaoman said as he prepared to douse the pile with gasoline when his gaze fell upon a nearby winery. He suddenly recalled how cumbersome it was to use spatial blades for the gasoline containers earlier. If he could find a glass vessel, it would be far simpler to shatter it. "Shuyao, come with me," he beckoned, pulling Lin Shuyao toward the winery. "I want to find a large glass bottle. That way, tossing gasoline won't be such a hassle," Chow Xiaoman explained. "Yes, let's see if we can find one," Lin Shuyao nodded in agreement. Upon entering the winery, Chow Xiaoman immediately spotted a large glass bottle filled with wine. Just as he was about to confirm its use, Lin Shuyao's voice chimed in. "Xiaoman, look at that wooden wine barrel. It must hold around 500 liters. If thrown with force, it should break easily." Following her, Chow Xiaoman indeed saw a large wooden barrel beside the wine rack, and elation surged within him. He excitedly kissed Lin Shuyao on the cheek, exclaiming, "Shuyao, you are amazing." Lin Shuyao, taken aback by the sudden kiss, blushed and playfully scolded, "You rascal, taking advantage of me." Chow Xiaoman lifted the wooden barrel and turned on the tap to drain the wine. Soon, the barrel was emptied. He then unleashed a torrent of gasoline, filling it up. Lin Shuyao joined in to assist, and after filling it with 20 jars, the barrel was finally full. Chow Xiaoman placed the wooden barrel next to the pile of men's clothing, poured gasoline over it, and handed Lin Shuyao a lighter. As she tossed the lighter, flames erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao has consumed 1 barrel of gasoline, returning 10,000 barrels of gasoline. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao has consumed 1 pair of black jeans, returning 10,000 pairs of black jeans. "Shuyao, let's head home," Chow Xiaoman said, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at Lin Shuyao. "All right," she replied, and the two of them climbed into the red construction truck, heading toward the girls' dormitory. Upon entering the kitchen, they were pleasantly surprised by the immaculate and orderly state of the room. With a wave of his hand, numerous round tables were neatly arranged in formation, enough to seat over 300 people simultaneously. "Xiaoman, Shuyao, you're back." Lu really greeted them with a bright smile. "Yes, Teacher Lu," they responded in unison, their voices carrying a hint of relaxation after fatigue. "Hurry and wash up. Dinner is almost ready," Lu really said with concern. "All right." 10 minutes later, a freshly washed Chow Xiaoman donned a new outfit, simple black pants and a crisp white shirt complemented by a black leather vest, enhancing his rugged appeal. His striking figure made him exceedingly handsome, radiating masculinity. When he returned to the room, he found Situ Ling still peacefully asleep on the bed. Her serene expression suggested that all her weariness had dissipated in slumber. Chow Xiaoman couldn't help but sigh softly, muttering to himself, "Alas, it seems I was a bit too forceful, perhaps a touch brutal." He carefully climbed onto the bed, gently caressing Situ Ling's exquisite face, still aglow with a lingering blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring. Chow Xiaoman gazed at her, his eyes filled with affection, whispering, "Linger, you are truly beautiful." He then placed a tender kiss on her forehead and lay down beside her, closing his eyes to rest. Tomorrow, should I first visit another school or head to the mall to replicate supplies? Xiaoman, it's time for breakfast. An hour later, a crisp knock on the door roused Xiaoman from his slumber. He sat up, glancing back at the still sleeping Sidu Ling, her face tranquil and breathing steady, seemingly unwilling to be disturbed. Xiaoman quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to make a sound, fearing to disrupt her sweet dreams. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Shiyao, resembling a blossoming white lotus in a white dress, standing gracefully at the entrance. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at Xiaoman. Filled with awe, Lin Shiyao was indeed taken aback by Xiaoman's new appearance. His handsome demeanor and mature masculinity were a stark contrast to his previous look in a blue school uniform. Observing Lin Shiyao's reaction, Xiaoman felt a surge of satisfaction and internally thanked the system. System, thank you for elevating my looks to 100. Unfortunately, as usual, the system lacked any response from the system sprite. All right, let's go, Xiaoman said with a smile, taking Lin Shiyao's hand as they walked toward the kitchen together. The entrance faced the bed, and Lin Shiyao was so captivated by Xiaoman's charm that she failed to notice Sidu Ling still lying on the bed. Had she seen her, she would undoubtedly have been astonished, for it is shocking for anyone to find another woman resting beside their man. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiaoman and Lin Shiyao discovered over 200 girls already seated. The first table, positioned between Lu Roli and Sidu Ling, had 2 empty seats. As the girls noticed Xiaoman's entrance, they were momentarily stunned by his handsomeness, followed by a chorus of exclamations. Wow, Xiaoman Gij. You look so handsome, Su Miaoyin was the first to exclaim, and before her voice had faded, she had already dashed over like a joyful little bird, eagerly inspecting Xiaoman's attire, as if admiring a rare treasure. Wow, so handsome. Chu Yu, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, mimicking Su Miaoyin's actions. Indeed, truly dashing, Su Miaoling whispered in admiration, her eyes filled with infatuation. Soon after, one girl after another rushed over, and in an instant, Xiaoman was surrounded. Lin Shiyao found herself unexpectedly pushed out of the kitchen. Observing the overwhelming popularity of Xiaoman, Lin Shiyao couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration, accompanied by a hint of jealousy. She pondered to herself, is it really a good thing for a man to be so exceptional? The 10 female teachers present looked on helplessly, taken aback by the fervor of the students. As the first table threatened to topple, Lu Roli quickly stepped forward to regain control of the situation. With the authoritative presence unique to teachers, she declared, all right, everyone sit back down. Xiaoman has been working hard all day and needs to recharge. No more mischief. Though the female students were reluctant to comply, they obediently returned to their seats upon hearing teacher Lu's words. However, just when everyone thought the situation had stabilized, someone unexpectedly planted a kiss on Xiaoman's cheek, leaving a distinct lip print. Following that, several other girls stealthily followed suit. This bold act caused Xiaoman to stiffen, his face flushing with embarrassment, when the girls finally settled back into their seats. He let out a sigh of relief. Yet, as everyone noticed the multitude of lip prints adorning Xiaoman's face, the female students erupted into laughter, filling the kitchen with joyous merriment, completely dispelling any sense of impending doom. Who has been stealing kisses from Xiaoman's face? Why are there so many lip prints? The smallest one was from me. Lin Shiyao, fueled by jealousy yet somewhat amused, handed over a wet tissue. Xiaoman hurriedly accepted it, awkwardly starting to wipe his face. Once he and Lin Shiyao were seated, Lu Roli turned to Xiaoman and asked, Xiaoman, do you have anything you'd like to say before we eat? Xiaoman hesitated momentarily, having not prepared a speech. Yet, in front of so many girls, he couldn't afford to lose face. Thus, he composed himself, stood up, and cleared his throat, saying, seeing everyone so happy, it seems you have all emerged from the shadows of the apocalypse. And that brings me joy. I hope we can all work together to make our base safer and happier. The girls cheered and applauded in response. All right, let us commence our meal, Xiaoman concluded with a smile before sitting down. Teacher Lu, why haven't we seen Teacher Situ? Lin Shiyao inquired curiously. Linger is exhausted and is currently resting. You all may start eating, Lu Roli replied, shooting a glance at Xiaoman. Xiaoman, feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed his nose in response. Noticing his guilty demeanor, Lu Roli leaned closer and whispered, don't cause any more trouble tonight. Linger can't handle it. Xiaoman nodded vigorously, a sheepish smile on his face. After dinner, Zhao Xiaoman addressed the 10 school beauties. Today you have all been through a lot. Take some time to adjust your mindset. Tomorrow morning, Shi Yao and I will head to Wanda Plaza to gather supplies. While the 9 of you will clear out the remaining zombies at school. In the afternoon, we will all go to Hangcheng University together. The girls responded in unison. MHM. All right, brother Xiaoman. Okay, Xiaoman. Make sure to rest well tonight. Lin Shiyao said gently, pecking Chao Xiaoman on the cheek, inadvertently announcing their relationship in front of everyone. You too? Chao Xiaoman smiled in reply. Lu Ruoli watched the scene unfold, her heart a mixture of emotions. Silently reflecting. Forget it. We are in an apocalypse. Things are no longer as they once were. Meanwhile, the other female students felt a pang of envy, each harboring their own thoughts, upon returning to his room. Chao Xiaoman found Situ Ling still asleep. He quietly stripped off his clothes and slid under the covers, gently embracing her, as if he were holding the whole world. At midnight, Situ Ling stirred awake. Groggily feeling the warmth of her beloved's embrace, a wave of happiness washing over her. In the darkness, she gazed at Chao Xiaoman's incredibly handsome face and couldn't resist planting a kiss upon it. This small gesture, however, roused Chao Xiaoman, who softly asked, Linger, are you awake? Situ Ling replied softly. Are you hungry? Chao Xiaoman inquired with concern. Not hungry. I had dinner early, Situ Ling answered tenderly. All right then. Let's get some sleep, he said. Pulling her closer, Xiaoman. Situ Ling hesitated, then whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Chao Xiaoman instantly perked up. He had long forgotten Lu Ruoli's earlier admonitions. What a mischievous fellow! Lu Ruoli, awakened by the strange noises, felt a surge of anger. She had genuinely worried about Situ Ling's health during dinner. A knock on the door interrupted Chao Xiaoman's thoughts, pulling him from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he donned his clothes and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Lu Ruoli standing outside, her expression a mix of annoyance and reproach. Chao Xiaoman recalled Lu Ruoli's earlier warnings, and feeling embarrassed, he instinctively rubbed his nose. Hurry and have breakfast, Lu Ruoli said as she stepped briskly into the room. Seeing Situ Ling lying on the bed, looking somewhat frail, filled him with concern. Chao Xiaoman sighed inwardly, knowing that his physical attributes were 20 times that of an average person, while Situ Ling's were merely twice that. Such a disparity was difficult for anyone to bear. Sigh, from tonight onward, I must ensure they absorb the crystals. Otherwise, their growth will be far too slow, he resolved silently. After finishing breakfast, Chao Xiaoman made his way to the site where the zombies had been piled up the previous day. There, the mound of corpses emitted a nauseating stench. Without hesitation, he tossed out a multitude of gasoline barrels. The barrels crashed into one another, shattering and releasing a pungent aroma that engulfed the entire mound. Following that, he casually tossed a lighter, and with a resounding boom, the mound erupted into flames, the fierce fire consuming the remnants of the zombies. Half an hour later, the 10 school beauties had assembled neatly behind Chao Xiaoman. Brother Xiaoman, we are here, the short-haired Chuyu called out first, her voice melodious and clear. Chao Xiaoman turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 10 beautiful girls. Each was attired differently. Some wore dresses, others donned school uniforms, and a few were in casual wear. While all were breathtakingly beautiful, Chao Xiaoman understood that such attire would undoubtedly hinder them in battle. Lacking professional combat gear would inevitably affect their combat effectiveness. Goddess Squad, let's move out, Chao Xiaoman commanded loudly, his voice resonating with confidence. Yes, the school beauties replied in unison, their voices harmonious and powerful. Chao Xiaoman then took Lin Shiyao's hand and headed toward the red engineering vehicle, while the other 9 school beauties each picked up a fire axe and began their mission to clear the remaining zombies at the school. The roar of the vehicle's engine jolted the still sleeping Situ Ling awake. She slowly opened her eyes to find Lu Ruoli sitting beside her. Sister Ruoli, Situ Ling called softly, propping herself up against the headboard. Linga, what happened to you last night? Didn't I tell you during the day to take care of yourself? Lu Ruoli chided gently, her tone laced with concern and frustration. Seeing Lu Ruoli's angry expression, Situ Ling couldn't help but smile shyly. That you're still smiling. You don't take my words to heart? Lu Ruoli's irritation mounted further at her response. All right, Sister Ruoli, I know you care about me, but that feeling, Situ Ling's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushing deeper. You. Lu Ruoli was momentarily at a loss for words, fully aware of what Situ Ling meant by that feeling. All right, Sister Ruoli, please don't be angry. Situ Ling gently reached out and grasped Lu Ruoli's hand. attempting to soothe her. How can I not be angry? Lu Ruali replied, unwittingly revealing a hint of a woman's delicate petulance. Sister Ruali, did you notice Xiao Man's eyes when he returned after slaying the zombies yesterday? Si Tu Ling suddenly inquired. Yes, I saw them. They were a bit red. Lu Ruali recalled the scene from yesterday. Nodding thoughtfully, that's it. That redness signifies the rage that comes from taking many lives, or what could be termed as killing intent. Si Tu Ling began to earnestly impart her knowledge that you've likely seen it in dramas. Intense killing intent can affect a person's psyche. In the context of cultivation, it's akin to being possessed by demonic energy. Lu Ruali furrowed her brow, her expression growing grave. Si Tu Ling fell into reminiscence, slowly speaking, had it not been for Xiao Man, I might have perished. No, I certainly would have, and in a manner most degrading. When Xiao Man saved me, I felt as though I had encountered a deity. Seeing his striking visage, he became my Prince Charming. In that moment, I felt a flutter in my heart, truly. Later, witnessing the killing intent emanating from him after dispatching zombies, I felt a pang of sorrow that I believed I should assist him to protect him from being ensnared by that demonic influence. As she spoke, Si Tu Ling opened her palm, a brilliant bolt of lightning coalescing within, crackling with sound. Lu Ruali was taken aback by this display, astonished to discover that Si Tu Ling had awakened her powers. And such formidable lightning abilities at that. My powers are strong. I, too, wish to venture out with Xiao Man to slay zombies, but removing his killing intent takes precedence. Si Tu Ling's tone shifted. I thought Xiao Man was like any ordinary man, yet I never anticipated his prowess. I find myself utterly defenseless against him. Her voice carried both resignation and a hint of happiness. Sister Ruali, you are divorced now and free, Si Tu Ling suddenly remarked. Lu Ruali looked at her in confusion, unsure of the sudden mention of her status. You are even more beautiful than I. Xiao Man would surely be quite taken with you. Lu Ruali was momentarily speechless, realizing that Si Tu Ling was encouraging her to pursue Xiao Man while she indeed harbored feelings for him. The thought of taking the initiative felt daunting. Suddenly, Lu Ruali seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes brightening. Ling Shi Yao announced last night that she is Xiao Man's girlfriend. Perhaps we should approach her. Sister Ruali, what are you thinking? She is but a young girl. Romance is what they chase. Without a few months of courtship, it's unlikely to reach the final step. Alas, Lu Ruali sighed softly, feeling an inexplicable tension in her heart. All right, I shall fetch you something to eat. Eat well before resting, Lu Ruali said, rising to leave. Thank you, Sister Ruali, Si Tu Ling replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. In another part of the school, 9 of the most beautiful girls were diligently engaged in clearing out zombies. That moment, they encountered the first group of survivors for the day, 8 boys and 5 girls. Among the 5 girls, 4 were disheveled and terror-stricken, while 1 lay motionless on the ground, her fate uncertain. Damn it, Mu Rongshui exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury, and with a fierce shout, she swung her axe towards the head of the foremost male student. In an instant, blood splattered as the boy collapsed into a pool of crimson, unable to utter a single scream. The other girls swiftly reacted, joining the fray. Their movements were deft and coordinated, and within less than 5 seconds, all 8 boys had been efficiently dispatched, their bodies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. The nearby girls, unaccustomed to such a gruesome spectacle, trembled in fear, their faces as pale as parchment. Fear not. We are here to save you, Ling Shuang'er gently reassured. With those soothing words, the girls began to awaken from their stupor, realizing that the formidable women before them were, in fact, the school's most esteemed beauties. Mu Rongshui. Is that you? One of the girls exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing Qing. Mu Rongshui recognized her and responded softly. And no sooner had she spoken than the 4 girls could no longer contain their fear and grievances, bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue hastened to the side of the girl lying on the ground, crouching down to carefully check for signs of breath, then slowly shaking her head at the others. The group understood immediately. The girl had tragically passed away. Outside the campus, on the road, Xiao Man drove a red construction vehicle, speeding alongside Lin Shi Yao. The vehicle roared like a ferocious beast, careening down the road, mercilessly crushing the zombies in its path, the vehicle bouncing with each collision. Shi Yao, isn't this thrilling? Xiao Man shouted with excitement, deliberately honking the horn, the blaring sound echoing through the air. Lin Shi Yao shot him a glare, playfully chastising. You just love to show off, don't you? Charge. Chow Man, fueled by enthusiasm, slammed the accelerator, the construction vehicle darting forward like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Wanda Plaza was not far from the school, and Chow Man drove the red vehicle at breakneck speed, arriving at their destination in just 10 minutes. Before them stood a grand shopping mall. Sprawling over approximately 40,000 square meters and towering 5 stories high. I'll carry you up to that advertisement board. You wait there while I clear out the zombies first, Chow Man said. Steadying the vehicle and turning to Lin Shiyao. There are more zombies here than at school. How long will it take you to kill them all? Lin Shiyao asked, her face etched with concern. Rest assured, it will be quick. You'll see shortly, Chow Man replied with confidence. All right. Lin Shiyao nodded gently, choosing to trust him. The two swiftly exited the vehicle and dispatched the nearby zombies with ease. Chow Man then bent down, grinning. Shiyao, hop on. Okay. Lin Shiyao felt a flutter of sweetness in her heart as she obediently climbed onto his back. Chow Man playfully jostled her a little, enjoying the soft sensation against his back, unable to suppress a slight gasp. Ah, so soft. Lin Shiyao's face flushed, her heart racing, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance prompting her to gently pinch Chow Man's ear. Scolding, you naughty boy, fairy sister, spare me. Chow Man feigned submission, yet a smile played on his lips. Humph. Lin Shiyao huffed, but she chose not to press the matter further. Chow Man carried Lin Shiyao to the advertisement board, where he effortlessly grasped the wall with his fingers, climbing up with ease, more agile than Spider-Man. Soon, they reached the top of the advertisement board. Chow Man gently set Lin Shiyao down, saying softly, Shiyao, stay here and wait for me. I will be back shortly. Without hesitation, he jumped down, landing with a thud, creating 2 small craters in the ground. He approached the entrance of the mall, tossing out 10 construction vehicles, stacking them one on top of the other, then getting inside to sequentially press the horns down with heavy objects. After completing this task, he wasted no time and headed straight towards the mall, smashing through the glass doors before returning to Lin Shiyao's side at the advertisement board. Zombies began to converge from all directions towards the pile of construction vehicles, while more emerged from within the mall. Is this all? Aren't you going to kill them? Lin Shiyao asked, her heart filled with doubt. No need to kill them. It's exhausting and a waste of time, Chow Man explained with a proud expression. Then, Lin Shiyao suddenly seemed to grasp something. Indeed, as the sound of the horns echoed, the surrounding zombies were drawn in, stumbling towards the source of the sound. Within a few minutes, the pile of construction vehicles was quickly engulfed by zombies, and the horn sounds diminished significantly. Man, I feel a bit tingly at the scalp. Lin Shiyao couldn't help but hug Chow Man, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Yes, I feel it too. It's like a swarm of ants gathering. However, we must continue this method. You need to get used to it, Chow Man whispered gently. Understood, Lin Shiyao replied softly and obediently. Shiyao, let us sit down and rest while we wait for the zombies to gather. Upon finishing her words, Chow Man seated herself on the ground, just as Lin Shiyao was about to take her place. Chow Man suddenly reached out and pulled her down, letting her settle upon her lap, subsequently leaning into her embrace. You, Lin Shiyao was taken aback and flustered, preparing to voice her reproach. You are already my girlfriend, and yet you deny me a simple embrace. Chow Man feigned annoyance, and after speaking, she buried her head in Lin Shiyao's hair, holding her tightly. You naughty rascal. Lin Shiyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sensing Lin Shiyao's nervousness, Chow Man refrained from further actions, simply holding her close and savoring this rare moment of warmth amidst the apocalypse. As time passed, half an hour later, the sound of the horns had dwindled considerably, and the zombies that had approached from the periphery were few and far between. All right, Shiyao, watch as I set off some fireworks, Chow Man exclaimed with excitement. And with that, she began to toss gasoline canisters with a flourish. The canisters exploded in succession around the horde of zombies, encircling them in flames. Shiyao, ignite it, Chow Man instructed, handing Lin Shiyao a lighter. Whoosh! Lin Shiyao flicked the lighter to life, securing the switch, and then tossed it forcefully towards the gasoline, playfully making a sound. In the next instant, a raging inferno erupted around the pile of zombies, who began to wail in agony. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumes 1 lighter, returning 10,000 lighters. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumes 1 barrel of gasoline, returning 10,000 barrels of gasoline. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shuyao consumes 1 red construction vehicle, returning 10,000 red construction vehicles. Shuyao, did you notice? It seems zombies can feel pain. They're howling. Chao Xiaoman remarked with a curious expression. Could it be that they're angry? Lin Shuyao tilted her head, contemplating seriously. Who cares? Chao Xiaoman replied, resuming her energetic tossing of gasoline canisters. With each resounding explosion, the flames around the zombies grew ever more intense that I wonder if there are any second-level zombies. Chao Xiaoman mused aloud. Xiaoman, do you desire second-level zombie crystals? Lin Shuyao astutely guessed. Chao Xiaoman paused her actions, gently tilting Lin Shuyao's head to meet her gaze, her eyes fixed intently upon hers, causing Lin Shuyao to avert her eyes. Shuyao, how can you be so clever? Chao Xiaoman feigned astonishment. Humph. Lin Shuyao's cheeks reddened as she playfully huffed. Observing the bashful and enchanting Lin Shuyao, Chao Xiaoman could no longer resist and leaned in to kiss her slowly. Lin Shuyao's body tensed at the unexpected ambush. Gradually, she extended her arms and gently wrapped them around Chao Xiaoman's neck. In the vicinity of the blazing pile of zombies, a pair of lovers enacted their romantic tale amidst the harshness of the apocalypse. Due to the surrounding ring of fire, the zombies could only wait silently within it, awaiting their inevitable ignition. With the passage of time and the continuous support of gasoline canisters, after 1 hour, thousands of zombies had been eradicated. When Chao Xiaoman and Lin Shuyao stepped into the mall, the sight before them was an eerily empty square on the first floor, with no trace of zombies. Clearly indicating the success of their previous strategy, the two strolled through the mall, tossing gasoline canisters as they walked. As the canisters detonated, gasoline drenched the myriad of supplies on display. Here lay a treasure trove of everyday necessities, seemingly untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse. Shuyao, look at all these high-end products. Lipsticks, bags, everything you could want. Chao Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. From now on, you must wear a brand new outfit for me every day. With a proud flourish of her hands, she feigned exasperation, saying, there's simply too much to use up. If you wear it for a day and throw it away, it wouldn't reflect well on others. In this apocalypse, how can we afford such waste? Lin Shuyao replied with a furrowed brow, speaking earnestly. Hearing this, Chao Xiaoman gently pinched Lin Shuyao's nose, affectionately saying, I'll dig a big pit and toss the used clothes in to burn them. That won't do either. You mustn't let anyone know about your replication ability that I'm worried. Lin Shuyao's eyes brimmed with concern. Chao Xiaoman felt both helpless and touched, nodding in agreement. Very well, I will follow your lead. Everything will be managed as it was before the apocalypse. Lin Shuyao nodded in approval. The two continued to scour the mall, moving from the first floor to the fifth, yet they found not a single survivor. Only a handful of scattered zombies trapped and unable to escape. Xiaoman, it feels strange. Why is there not a single survivor? Lin Shuyao inquired, puzzled. It is indeed odd. Let's finish clearing this area first, Chao Xiaoman replied, her brow slightly furrowed. When they reached the cinema, they finally made a discovery in one of the screening rooms. Inside lay 4 survivors, clad in blue and white school uniforms. 2 pairs of beautiful twins. That moment, they were peacefully sleeping on the chairs, their faces pale, clearly starved. Chao Xiaoman cast a glance, and system information materialized. Luo Lanxin, black long hair. Attractiveness 93, figure 90, personality cold and independent, purity 100, student at Hangzhou University. Luo Lanling, black long hair, attractiveness 93, figure 90, personality lively and adorable, purity 100, student at Hangzhou University. Shen Mingqi, black long hair, attractiveness 92, figure 91, personality quirky and mischievous. Purity 100, student at Hangzhou University. Shen Mingjin, black long hair, attractiveness 92, figure 91, personality gentle and demure, purity 100, student at Hangzhou University. What a pity, such a pity. Chao Xiaoman gently shook her head, speaking to herself. What do you mean by what a pity? Lin Shuyao asked curiously. Cough, cough. It's nothing. You should go wake them up. Chao Xiaoman diverted the topic and waved her hand, instantly conjuring 20 meat buns, 20 pastries, 8 bottles of milk drinks, and 8 bottles of mineral water on the chairs beside them. Hey, wake up, wake up. Lin Shuyao approached, gently patting their faces. The first to awaken was Luo Lanxin, who rubbed her eyes in confusion. Suddenly, Upon seeing Lin Shuyao standing before her, she exclaimed, "Someone's here." Her voice was filled with surprise. "Don't be excited. I'm here to rescue you," Lin Shuyao reassured her gently, holding her hand. Luo Lanxin calmed down and weakly asked, "Hello, are you here to save us?" "Yes, but first, you should eat something," Lin Shuyao replied. Gesturing towards the food beside her, Luo Lanxin turned her head and, upon seeing the buns, gasped again. "Buns! These are buns!" Her eyes brimmed with tears as they had been trapped here for so long without food, nearly starving to death. After her exclamation, she hurriedly called to the other three girls. "Linger, Mingxi, Mingjin, wake up quickly. We have food." Tears of joy streamed down her face as she called out, overwhelmed by the relief of surviving a near-death experience. Chao Xiaoman observed them with a glimmer of compassion in her eyes, while Lin Shuyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, reflecting how fortunate and happy she was compared to them, thinking how desperate her own situation might have been had she not met Chao Xiaoman on that first day. She turned to Chao Xiaoman, her gaze filled with love and appreciation, despite her silence. Chao Xiaoman, puzzled by the look in Lin Shuyao's eyes, playfully blew her a kiss. This playful gesture left Lin Shuyao both amused and exasperated, giving Chao Xiaoman a fierce glare. Soon after, the other three girls awakened in succession, equally dazed. Hearing Luo Lanxin mention food, their faces lit up with joy. Upon seeing the buns, they eagerly reached out to grab them, devouring them hungrily. When they choked, they quickly opened drinks to wash them down, their gluttonous manner reminiscent of starving ghosts reborn, continuously exclaiming, "So delicious! Slow down. There's plenty to eat. Take your time," Lin Shuyao smiled, comforting them from the side. Chao Xiaoman waved her hand to conjure some fruit. Half an hour later, the four girls lay back in their chairs, patting their bellies, burping contentedly, and murmuring, "So delicious, so full, I'm alive." After a few moments of recovery, they recalled their life-saving benefactor and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. We were just too hungry." "Thank you, sister. I thought I was going to die." "Burp, it's so good to be alive." "How is it that you find yourselves trapped in the screening room? And why have you not sought sustenance?" Lin Shuyao inquired with curiosity. "Well, sister, we are fortunate. The film has concluded, and we are the last to leave. Just as the monster appeared, we managed to secure ourselves inside," came the response. "Indeed, the creature is terrifying, akin to the zombies portrayed in the film. We dared not venture outside." Subsequently, the four ladies began recounting their harrowing experiences, each interjecting with their own tales. Chao Xiaoman stepped forward, her expression laden with concern. "We have cleared all the zombies in the mall. How is it that we have only discovered you four survivors? Are there other places to hide?" At this moment, the four women turned their gaze towards Chao Xiaoman, collectively exclaiming, "So handsome." Shen Mingqi gratefully replied, "Young man, the supermarket is on the basement level, and the second floor is a parking lot. They must be hiding there. I see," Chao Xiaoman exclaimed, smacking her forehead in frustration for having overlooked the underground levels. "All right, you all rest for a moment. Soon we shall depart for the supermarket," Chao Xiaoman gently reassured them. "Thank you, young man." The four ladies expressed their gratitude in unison. "Young man, the supermarket is bound to be teeming with monsters, and I am worried." Shin Mingjin voiced her concerns timidly. "Do not fret. We can easily dispatch the zombies. We have come this far to rescue you." Having fought our way through, Lin Shuyao responded with confidence and a smile. "Oh, sister, you are truly impressive." In an instant, Lin Shuyao became the object of admiration for the four women. 10 minutes later, Chao Xiaoman announced, "All right, let us proceed to the supermarket. You will follow closely behind me." With that, he tossed a petrol canister into the screening room. "All right, MHM," the four ladies obediently replied, closely trailing behind Chao Xiaoman and Lin Shuyao, their eyes reflecting both fear of the unknown and unwavering trust in the two. Upon arriving at the supermarket, the sight before them was startling. The entrance was barricaded tightly, obstructed by shopping carts and cardboard boxes. Without hesitation, Chao Xiaoman strode forward and delivered a powerful punch. With a dull thud, the entrance was forcefully breached, and the items used as barricades were sent flying as if caught in a tempest. As they entered the supermarket, they observed subsequently, consumed by their lust, they subjected women to degradation and ruthlessly slaughtered any men who dared to resist, even going so far as to propose the absurd notion of resource sharing. Upon hearing this, the five women gritted their teeth, their faces etched with fury. Although Chow Xiaoman maintained a serene expression, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, akin to an impending eruption of an iceberg. "Come here quickly. I will protect you," the beautiful woman urgently called out, attempting to rescue the 5 girls. In response, Chow Xiaoman turned to Lin Shiyao and said, "Shiyao, you all should go over. Lin Shiyao nodded, leading the 2 pairs of twins towards the beautiful woman's side. As they approached, the men immediately erupted into a cacophony of greedy discussions. "Damn, 2 pairs of stunning twin beauties? All 5 women are breathtaking. I can hardly contain myself. Don't worry. Once they arrive, they won't escape. The previous lot pales in comparison to them. Boss, I want the first woman. She is more beautiful than your wife, resembling a fairy." As Lin Shiyao walked, she felt an overwhelming urge to immediately impale these men with ice picks, yet she ultimately restrained herself, repeatedly reminding herself, "Remain calm. Xiaoman will handle this." "Silence," Wang Gang bellowed. "Wang Gang, I know you desire the first woman, but you must present your wife. Otherwise, we will never agree. Indeed, do not force us to turn hostile." "Boss, I only want 1 pair of twins. Be quiet. We will discuss this later." Wang Gang roared again, plunging the scene into silence. He then turned to inquire of Chow Xiaoman, "Little brother, what is your relationship with them?" "Them?" Chow Xiaoman teased deliberately. "They are all my girlfriends." As soon as those words left his mouth, the men erupted in chaos, and the beautiful woman furrowed her brow. "Is that true? 5 stunning female students are all his girlfriends. Is he a wealthy heir? No wonder he is so handsome. 5 girlfriends? Perfect. That is even more enticing. Heh. Shaolin, you're right. Just thinking about it is thrilling." The 2 pairs of twins, upon hearing Chow Xiaoman's declaration, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, internally criticizing him. This guy, claiming they are his girlfriends after just meeting that he saved us. Being his girlfriend wouldn't be so bad, especially since he is so handsome. Ignoring the murmurs from his followers, Wang Gang continued, "Little brother, come here. We will protect you. Oh, is that so? And then what?" Chow Xiaoman feigned ignorance, inquiring. "Nothing much. Just have your 5 girlfriends serve us all, and we guarantee you will all be well fed. Moreover, let me tell you, there are still some Australian lobsters and large crabs left in the seafood section. Would you care for some? Should I thank you for that?" Chow Xiaoman retorted, "No need for thanks. How about I have my wife serve you once?" Wang Gang had already begun to regard Chow Xiaoman as a subordinate. "Beast," the beautiful woman could not help but curse. "All right, since you are so courteous, I shall return the favor." A faint smile crept across Chow Xiaoman's lips, revealing a chilling smirk. The men looked on with curiosity. "Oh, little brother is quite polite. What kind of gift is it? Let us see the gift. It better be good." "Good job, little brother." Suddenly, Chow Xiaoman's gaze turned icy, and he sternly commanded, "Prepare yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than over 50 men found their legs severed, their bodies collapsing to the ground amidst anguished screams that echoed throughout the supermarket. It hurts so much. My legs. Help, save me." As the men cried out in agony, the women, who had long suppressed their fear, were instantly filled with exhilaration, rushing over to witness the spectacle. They erupted in cheers, seemingly unperturbed by the gruesome scene. "Ha ha. Great. Finally, karma has arrived. You all deserve to die. You brought this upon yourselves." That moment, the beautiful woman stood in shock, unable to comprehend how these men had suddenly lost their legs. Yet, she instinctively knew that this must be the doing of the young male student before her. Filling her heart with curiosity toward him, Lin Shiyao finally ceased her anger, instead expressing excitement. "Xiaoman, that move was incredibly cool." Meanwhile, the 2 pairs of twin sisters were thoroughly terrified. They had never witnessed such a bloody scene, as over 50 men had their legs severed in an instant. "All right, everyone, you can take revenge as you see fit. Send these devils to hell," Chow Xiaoman proclaimed loudly. The women, coming to their senses, cheered wildly, rushing toward the group of men, wielding any weapons they could find, while those without weapons resorted to kicking. In no time, the supermarket was filled with the sounds of men's screams growing ever louder. The beautiful woman slowly approached Wang Gang, accompanied by a 15-year-old girl. Seeing them stand beside him, Wang Gang, who was still crying out in pain, began to plead, "Rian, I was wrong. Please save me." "Damn beast," the beautiful woman spat as she glared at him. The girl beside her glared at Wang Gang with a face full of resentment. Noticing the girl's gaze, Wang Gang called out, "Yeah, save me. I'm your father." The girl ignored him, her eyes filled with hatred as she thought. He is not my father. He is a devil. All right, Wang Gang. Yeah, and I will accompany you on your final journey, the beautiful woman declared, raising an iron rod. Wang Gang, filled with terror, shouted, "No, Ruyan, I was wrong that it's too late." With that, the beautiful woman lifted the iron rod, pouring all her strength into a vicious thrust into Wang Gang's heart that he immediately fell lifeless to the ground. The young girl closed her eyes, silently thinking, I have no father anymore. I don't want this devil for a father. The women's vengeance intensified, and the men's screams reverberated ceaselessly throughout the supermarket. Half an hour later, the wicked men lay dead. Having suffered under the women's retribution, the women sat on the ground, some weeping tears of joy, while others cried in relief. Chow Xiaoman approached the beautiful woman and said, I will get you some food. You can arrange the distribution. The beautiful woman turned to Chow Xiaoman. Her impression of him transformed as she realized that this young man had single-handedly saved them. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement. All right. Chow Xiaoman led the beautiful woman to a relatively clean area, and with a wave of his hand, a plethora of steaming buns, exquisite pastries, neatly arranged bottled water and beverages, along with an assortment of fresh fruits appeared on the ground. This miraculous display left the beautiful woman utterly astounded. She could not fathom how these buns remained warm or how Chow Xiaoman had accomplished such a feat. All right, you can arrange for them to eat something, he instructed before turning to walk away. Upon reaching the seafood section, although the stock was limited, the variety was abundant, featuring high-end seafood such as crabs and lobsters, evidently saved for Wang Gang's own indulgence. Additionally, there were mountains of snacks, all perfectly packaged. Without a moment's hesitation, Chow Xiaoman retrieved a gasoline canister and doused the supplies in gasoline. In the boys' dormitory area of the school, it had become the final stronghold for the 9 campus beauties as they concluded their zombie-clearing mission. After a fierce battle, they successfully rescued 35 female students and 4 female teachers. As the last zombie fell in defeat, the male students and teachers surged toward the boys' dormitory plaza. Among them were those previously rescued and those who had just regained their freedom. They stood in unison in the plaza, facing the 9 campus beauties, creating a tense atmosphere. Murong Shui, what is your relationship with that man? The male student, referred to as boss, inquired with a serious expression and an undeniable tone. What does that have to do with you? Murong Shui's expression was frigid, and she retorted mercilessly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Noticing her harsh demeanor, the young man furrowed his brows and inquired, where has Lin Shuyao gone? His tone carried an unmistakable note of accusation. Hey, aren't you being a bit nosy? Su Miaoying interjected, her face contorted with displeasure as she sharply retorted, Is it wrong for me to ask about my fiancé? The male student proclaimed, raising his chin defiantly, Do. Your fiancé? Then why haven't you gone to rescue her? Chu Yu quipped, a teasing smirk gracing her lips. Yeah makes a compelling point, Ling Shuanger remarked, her expression stern as she subtly nodded in agreement. Indeed, several other school beauties chimed in, their voices rising in a chorus of support. At that moment, the young man's countenance darkened considerably, his jaw clenched and cheeks puffing out, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Observing his reaction, Murong Shui felt a surge of revulsion and, with a mischievous glint in her eye, provocatively remarked, Sure Yao and Xiaoman have gone to a hotel. Upon hearing this, the young man erupted with rage, fists tightly clenched, cursing, Damn, that pair of scoundrels. Seeing his intense reaction only fueled Murong Shui's amusement, and she continued to taunt. What? Do you want to know which hotel they're at? With a sly smile curling at her lips, she teased, I want to be telling you. The young man trembled with anger, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. All right, sisters, it's time for us to leave, Qin Xia said gently, effectively interrupting the standoff. Thus, the 9 school beauties, accompanied by the rescued female survivors, turned towards the girls' dormitory. Linger, don't you think Zhou Wenbin is particularly repugnant? Lacking any ability, yet he keeps referring to himself as a fiancé. Su Miaoying playfully whispered to Su Miaoling. Absolutely disgusting, Su Miaoling replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. And he even dared to compete with Xiaoman for Shuyao. What a foolish delusion. Chu Yu eagerly joined the discussion, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. The group of girls looked at these lively spirits, both amused and bemused. Meanwhile, at the supermarket, After the girls had eaten their fill and regained their strength, Chow Xiaoman led them out of the mall. At the entrance, with a casual wave of his hand, a bus appeared as if conjured by magic. This astonishing scene left the girls wide-eyed, their faces reflecting disbelief. "All right, everyone, hop on. I'll take you to our survivor base," Chow Xiaoman said with a reassuring smile, his voice exuding calmness and reliability. "Yay, thank you." The girls cheered excitedly, their voices filled with anticipation for their new life. Once everyone was settled on the bus, Chow Xiaoman handed Lin Shiyao a lighter, their eyes locking as he whispered, "Let us get to work." Lin Shiyao nodded slightly, taking the lighter, and without hesitation, hurled it towards the mall. In an instant, the entire mall was engulfed in flames, the inferno rising high as if to incinerate the evils and chaos of this apocalyptic world. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumed 1 mobile phone, returning 10,000 mobile phones. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumed 1 chicken leg burger, returning 10,000 chicken leg burgers. Ding! Goddess number 1 Lin Shiyao consumed 1 Australian lobster, returning 10,000. The cries echoed in a rising and falling cadence, permeating the air with urgency and discontent. The women trailing behind Chow Xiaoman remained largely ensnared in the shadows of the malevolent figures within the mall, their faces betraying palpable fear. Lu Rian was so incensed that she felt the urge to take action. Yet out of respect for her savior, Chow Xiaoman, who was diligently addressing the situation, she restrained herself. Chow Xiaoman paid no heed to the male students' shouts. Instead, she turned to Lu Ruoli, who stood behind the 9 school beauties, and said, "Teacher Lu, please assist them with arrangements." "Of course, Xiaoman," Lu Ruoli replied gently, then addressed the newly arrived survivors. "Please follow me. I will help you find a place to stay." Once Lu Ruoli led them into the dormitory, Chow Xiaoman turned to Murong Shui and instructed, "Shuer, please gather everyone who intends to leave outside." Upon hearing Chow Xiaoman affectionately call her Shuer, a strange sensation surged within Murong Shui. Neither yesterday nor this morning had Chow Xiaoman referred to her in such a manner. "Is she really calling me Shuer?" she pondered, a ripple of emotion stirring in her heart. The school beauties nearby each harbored their own thoughts, speculating on the implications of this address. Yet, Chow Xiaoman remained oblivious to the attention her words had garnered. She simply found Murong Shui a bit cumbersome, much like how Situ Ling had called her Shuer, and thus had instinctively adopted the same. Murong Shui dismissed her musings and called out to the dormitory. "Xiao Fei, everyone, please come out." Soon after, 15 female students emerged from the dormitory, standing beside Chow Xiaoman. A cursory glance revealed that even the most beautiful among them barely scored an 87, far from the system's binding criteria. Prompting her to pay little further attention, one of the students, referred to as Xiao Fei, wore a look of contentment and expressed her gratitude. "Xiaoman, thank you for saving me." Before she could finish, Chow Xiaoman waved her hand to interrupt. "No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort. You may go now." Xiao Fei had anticipated a more challenging response from Chow Xiaoman, but the ease of the situation left her feeling even more embarrassed. "Xiaoman, we will repay you in the future." With that, the 15 girls expressed their thanks to Chow Xiaoman before making their way towards their boyfriends. The male students led the 15 girls towards the boys' dormitory. Among them, a student known as Boss cast a deep, resentful glance at Chow Xiaoman and Lin Shiyao, his eyes flashing with malice, yet he said nothing and turned away. "You too. Just wait," he silently cursed. Chow Xiaoman remained unfazed and continued her conversation with Murong Shui. "Shuer, how did the cleanup go this morning?" Murong Shui's expression turned serious. "We have cleared all the zombies from the school and rescued a total of 39 individuals. One of them is my aunt." Speaking of her aunt, Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with joy, for her aunt was alive, and she had rescued her with her own hands. Chow Xiaoman was immensely satisfied upon hearing this, his gaze sweeping over the 9 school beauties, filled with warmth and admiration. "Excellent job this morning, everyone. Now, let us hurry and have some food, as we will be heading to Hangqing University in the afternoon." "All right, Brother Xiaoman," they all cheerfully responded. Chow Xiaoman entered the room to find Situ Ling still fast asleep. It seemed he had truly exhausted her the previous night. He inwardly chastised himself for being overly forceful. But his superior physical attributes sometimes made it difficult to control himself. Approaching the bed, he gazed at Situ Ling's exquisite features, feeling a mix of joy and complexity in his heart. Sidu Ling was the first woman he encountered upon arriving in the Blue Star. Making her significance to him profound, he gently leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. The slight movement stirred Sidu Ling from her slumber. She slowly opened her weary eyes and, upon seeing her beloved, her face blossomed into a tender smile, reminiscent of flowers unfurling in spring. Xiaoman, you're back. That I'm back. Linger, Chow Xiaoman replied softly, propping her up against the headboard. How are you feeling? Still tired? His voice was as gentle as a March breeze. That I'm all right. Feeling much better now. That I'm sorry. Linger, my strength is too much to manage at times, Chow Xiaoman said, his eyes filled with affection. Silly, isn't being strong a good thing? It means you can protect us well in this apocalypse, Situ Ling teased, her gaze brimming with love. Indeed, that I'll go get us some food. Let us eat together. Okay. Chow Xiaoman left the room, gently closing the door behind him, only to encounter Lu Ruoli, who was bringing in food. Teacher Lu, weren't you supposed to arrange their accommodations? I'll do that shortly. For now, I want to make sure they eat first. All right. Chow Xiaoman observed the dishes Lu Ruoli carried and remarked, please give me that food. I want to share it with Linger. Lu Ruoli regarded him with a complex expression. This student was both formidable and handsome. Yet he was undeniably too young. Here, I'll get you another portion. Lu Ruoli handed the tray to Chow Xiaoman. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Chow Xiaoman returned to his room, placing the food on the bedside table. He gently picked up a piece of chicken with chopsticks and offered it to Situ Ling's lips, playfully saying, "Ah." Situ Ling shot him a playful glare for his antics, but her eyes sparkled with love as she happily opened her mouth. She thought to herself, had it not been for this apocalypse, I would never have encountered this young man. Fairy tales do come true. When a princess is in distress, a prince on a white horse always appears. Ah, another bite. Chow Xiaoman continued to tease at that moment. Lu Ruoli walked in with another serving of food, taking in the warm scene before her with a sense of comfort. Xiaoman, you're quite gentle. She gently set down the food and said, let me handle this. You should eat quickly, as we need to head out soon. All right. Chow Xiaoman nodded in agreement, shifting slightly aside to begin his meal. In the room, the atmosphere among the three was warm and harmonious. Lin Shiyao and the 9 school beauties gathered together, sharing their experiences from the morning while enjoying their meals. Upon hearing herself referred to as fiancée, Lin Shiyao's expression darkened instantly, an aura of coldness emanating from her. If anyone dares to speak carelessly again, I will kill them. Her tone was resolute, her gaze sharp as a blade. Shiyao, that's fierce, Yi Wanqing exclaimed, admiration evident on her face as she gave a thumbs up, instinctively smoothing her curly hair. Exactly, anyone who dares to covet you should be eliminated, Ling Shuanger echoed, her voice icy and resolute. Yes, the group collectively affirmed, their voices firm and powerful, as if they were building an unyielding fortress around Lin Shiyao. All right, Shiyao, why don't you share what happened on your side? Morong Shui inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Eager to learn about the world beyond the school, A.S. Lin Shiyao recounted her story. The expressions of the girls gradually shifted. Is it really that chaotic outside? Chu Yu blinked playfully, feigning fear. Indeed, I'm quite frightened. Su Miaoyin chimed in, mimicking Chu Yu's trembling demeanor. Soon, the girls began to engage in playful antics, pretending to be terrified. If Chow Xiaoman were present, he would undoubtedly tease, you are the scariest ones here. All right, enough of the antics. I'm going to find Xiaoman. Lin Shiyao interrupted the joyous chaos, her thoughts lingering on Chow Xiaoman. Go on. Xiaoman hasn't come to eat yet. Xiao Yue nodded in agreement. When Lin Shiyao arrived at Chow Xiaoman's room, she gently pushed the door open. Peering through the crack, she beheld a heartwarming scene. Chow Xiaoman sat on the edge of the bed, meticulously feeding Sidu Ling, who leaned against the headboard, both radiating blissful smiles. This sight pierced Lin Shiyao's heart like a dagger, causing her steps to falter, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. How could teacher Sidu be on Xiaoman's bed? Confusion flooded her mind, her brow furrowed tightly. As she observed Chow Xiaoman gently offering food to Sidu Ling, a sharp pain seized her heart, as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her chest, murmuring to herself, are they together? How could it have happened so quickly? She exerted herself to take deep breaths, attempting to regulate her emotions, continuously encouraging herself in her mind. I have told Xiaoman that I will not feel jealous. I have been prepared for this all along. Despite her persistent self-persuasion, Tears began to well uncontrollably in her eyes. Lin Shuyao stifled the bitterness within her heart and turned back towards the dining table. The other girls noticed her unusual demeanor and could not help but feel a sense of unease. Shuyao, what is the matter? Su Miaoling, known for her keen perception, was the first to detect Lin Shuyao's distress and asked with concern. It's nothing. Let's wait for Xiaoman. Lin Shuyao forced a smile, attempting to mask her emotions. The girls appeared skeptical but refrained from probing further, resuming their discussions about recent events. However, Lin Shuyao's thoughts had long since drifted from the lively conversation. Her mind replaying the haunting scene she had just witnessed, the desolate city streets resembled a vast graveyard. Permeated with an oppressive air of despair, the blue bus sped through the tide of zombies. Its body jolting violently, occasionally launching a zombie into the air with a dull thud. Through the rearview mirror, Chao Xiaoman spotted the 10 campus beauties gathered together, their laughter ringing in cheerful harmony. Yet, Lin Shuyao felt utterly out of place, her gaze fixated on the nightmarish tableau beyond the window. As if her thoughts had already wandered far away, that a wave of suspicion washed over Chao Xiaoman, prompting her to call Lin Shuyao over for clarity. Shuyao, come here for a moment. Chao Xiaoman's voice cut through the din of the bus, resonating distinctly. What is it, Xiaoman? Lin Shuyao, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the abrupt summons and approached Chao Xiaoman. Shuyao, you seem preoccupied. Is something bothering you? Chao Xiaoman inquired gently, her gaze filled with concern. No, not at all, Lin Shuyao denied vehemently, her eyes darting away, betraying a hint of shyness. Silly girl, it's obvious you have something on your mind. Yet you refuse to admit it. Chao Xiaoman chuckled at her clumsiness in evading the truth. Lin Shuyao, feeling exposed, turned her head, stammering, as if she wished to articulate her thoughts but couldn't find the words. Observing her distress, Chao Xiaoman's heart swelled with compassion, her tone softening further. Shuyao, remember, I am your boyfriend. You must share your troubles with me, or you might end up suffocating yourself. Upon hearing Chao Xiaoman's tender words, Lin Shuyao felt emboldened to ask, Xiaoman, will you abandon me? Chao Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, instantly recognizing this as a typical expression of insecurity among girls. He released the steering wheel with his right hand and gently pinched Lin Shuyao's cheek, his touch tender and affectionate. Silly girl, you are my girlfriend and will one day be my wife. How could I possibly abandon you? Lin Shuyao blushed at this intimate gesture, feeling a wave of shyness that starkly contrasted her usual aloof demeanor. She caught a glimpse of the other beauties in the bus watching them with amused expressions, intensifying her embarrassment. But if you end up with many women in the future, will you neglect me? Lin Shuyao bit her lip, ultimately voicing her concerns. The pang of anxiety gripped Chao Xiaoman as he pondered whether she had sensed something amiss, perhaps regarding his relationship with Sido Ling. However, he maintained a calm facade and began to speak in a somewhat flippant manner. Shuyao, no matter how many women I might have in the future, they will all be your sisters, your family. I will love each of you wholeheartedly, and I will never neglect any one of you. Then, what about me? Lin Shuyao was aware that her question might be ill-timed, yet she could not resist voicing it as if he had already discerned her thoughts. Chao Xiaoman quickly interrupted. Shuyao, remember that a man's first love is always unforgettable. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyao's heart blossomed with joy, interpreting Chao Xiaoman's words as a declaration of her unique and irreplaceable place in his heart. Regardless of how many women might surround him in the future, she would forever reside deep within his soul. Now that sounds more like it. Lin Shuyao haughtily sniffed and turned back to her seat. Her adorable display of girlishness left Chao Xiaoman bemused, prompting him to reflect on the similarities shared by every girl in love. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Lin Shuyao engaging animatedly with the other campus beauties upon returning to her seat. With an exasperated shake of his head, he redirected his focus to the road ahead. At that moment, the beauties began to whisper among themselves. Shuyao, what did Xiaoman say to you? You look so cheerful all of a sudden. Su Miaoyin inquired with unabashed curiosity. It's nothing, Lin Shuyao replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feigning mystery as she hesitated to reveal their earlier exchange. I know, Xiaoman must have said, Shuyao, I love you, Yi Wanqing teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Wanqing, don't speak nonsense, Lin Shuyao protested, flustered and anxious, reaching out to tickle Yi Wanqing, which erupted in a chorus of laughter throughout the bus. Xiaoman must have expressed how he misses you dearly after just one day of separation. Qin Xia remarked with a serious demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle afterward. That makes sense. Murong Xuan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted their conversation, drawing everyone's attention to Su Miaoling, who was mumbling to herself. I also want Xiaoman Gij to say that to me. Though her voice was soft, it sent ripples through the group like a pebble dropped into a tranquil pond. The girls were momentarily taken aback. Then exchanged knowing glances, smiles of understanding gracing their faces. With the distance between Qiantang University and Hangqing University being relatively short and devoid of the countless traffic lights that once impeded their journey, Chao Xiaoman drove onward, arriving at the gates of Hangqing University in approximately 20 minutes. Just as Chao Xiaoman and the 10 beauties alighted from the vehicle, a wave of zombies surged toward them like an unstoppable tide. However, under the deft swings of the girls' axes, the horde was swiftly dispatched. We will divide into 3 groups. 4 of you in one group, and 2 with me. We will clear the area from 3 directions. Chao Xiaoman organized methodically. I want to be in the same group as Xiaoman Gij. Su Miaoying volunteered eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That I want to join as well. Yu chimed in, unwilling to be left out. Noticing that all the girls seemed to share the same intent, Chao Xiaoman had a clever idea. All right, you can decide by playing rock, paper, scissors. The 2 winners will join me. With that, he produced 11 walkie-talkies. Diligently adjusting the switches to connect the channels, the ensuing scene was rather peculiar. As a lone boy surrounded by 10 girls gathered at the university gates, the boy focused intently on his walkie-talkie while the girls formed a circle, animatedly playing rock, paper, scissors. A few minutes later, Chao Xiaoman finished adjusting the channels, and the girls successfully divided into teams. Lin Shiyao, Su Miaoling, Qin Xia, and Xiao Yue formed one group. Su Miaoying, Yi Wanqing, Ling Shuang'er, and Mu Yao formed another, while Murong Xue, Chu Yu, and Chao Xiaoman comprised the last. Upon confirming the groupings, Chao Xiaoman handed each girl a walkie-talkie, instructing, I have adjusted the channels. Each of you will have one. In case of any special situations, report via the walkie-talkie. Remember, when faced with danger, do not hold back. Understood? Okay. The girls responded in unison, their voices clear and resolute. All right, let us set off. With the command given, the 3 groups, each wielding their firefighting axes, ventured forth in different directions to commence the extermination of zombies. Lin Shiyao's group turned left upon entering the campus. Su Miaoying's group headed down the center, and Chao Xiaoman's group veered to the right. Su Miaoying's group was the first to encounter survivors. They discovered 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, on the second floor of a teaching building, all appearing to be students, though they were famished and disheveled. They showed no signs of malevolence. Su Miaoying's expression turned serious as she stated, we are here to rescue you. The women will come with us, while the men should leave on their own. Thank you, but can my boyfriend come along? One female student asked weakly, her eyes filled with desperation. Su Miaoying frowned slightly, and before she could respond, the other 2 women eagerly chimed in. I want to bring my boyfriend too. So do I. Su Miaoying reiterated firmly. Men cannot accompany us. They may leave on their own. Then I shall not depart, the female student asserted, her resolve unwavering. This was the first time Su Miaoying had encountered such a situation. She turned to Mu Yao beside her, her eyes brimming with inquiry. Mu Yao understood Su Miaoying's intent, but, being equally inexperienced in such matters, replied helplessly, perhaps we should consult Xiao Man. Su Miaoying nodded in agreement, and subsequently picked up the walkie-talkie. Xiaoman. Can you hear me? Chao Xiaoman, who was busy clearing zombies, hurriedly responded upon hearing the walkie-talkie's crackle. What is it, Miaoying? Xiaoman, I have discovered 3 pairs of couples here, and the women are requesting that we take the men along. Su Miaoying succinctly outlined the situation. Simple, respect their fate and do not interfere, Chao Xiaoman swiftly advised. All right. With Chao Xiaoman's response, Su Miaoying set the walkie-talkie down and addressed the 6 individuals. Take care of yourselves. With that, the 4-member group exited the classroom to continue their zombie clearing efforts. Before long, Lin Shiyao also stumbled upon a group of survivors, 7 male students. Choosing to disregard them, she and her companions walked past. The rescued male students began to chatter excitedly. Are they here to save us? They are so beautiful. Are they the campus belles? They don't seem to be from our school. So gorgeous and fierce. They must be female soldiers. A few minutes later, when Chao Xiaoman entered the cafeteria, he was astounded by the sight before him. In the midst of the zombie horde, 2 stunning women were searching for food. They bore an uncanny resemblance, with long black hair cascading over their shoulders, clad in beige blazers and form-fitting skirts, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of teachers. Strangely, the zombies appeared oblivious to their presence, as if they were invisible. What is happening? Are the zombies blind? Xiao Xiaoman's eyes widened in curiosity, marveling inwardly at the sheer number of twins. Behind him, Morong Shui and Chu Yu shared the same look of astonishment, equally taken aback by the scene. Wow, they are incredible, Chu Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. This outburst caught the attention of the zombies and alerted the stunning twins, with the zombies now charging towards them. The trio instinctively grabbed their weapons and began to fight back. Soon, approximately 50 zombies lay vanquished at their feet. Witnessing this fierce battle left the twins in shock. Sister, they are amazing. They are killing zombies. The younger twin exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, they are quite formidable. We wouldn't dare emerge to fight, the elder sister replied, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Xiaoman approached the twins with Morong Shui and Chu Yu, smiling as he waved in greeting. Hello, I am Xiao Xiaoman. I am Morong Xue. My name is Chu Yu. The two girls followed suit. Hello, we are the teachers here. I am Su Yining, and this is my sister. Su Yakin, the elder sister replied with a gentle smile. Teacher Su, why can't the zombies see you? Chu Yu asked with curiosity. Su Yining hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts and whether to reveal her abilities. Before she could decide, her sister Su Yakin interjected. Dear students, this is our superpower. We are currently using a doppelganger ability, which renders us invisible to the zombies. Superpowers? Xiao Xiaoman and the others exclaimed in unison, their minds racing with speculation. Could it be that they, too, awakened their abilities after consuming a first-level zombie crystal? Superpowers? The twin teachers were equally astonished, surprised that others were aware of such phenomena. Indeed, you have awakened your abilities. Just like us, Morong Shui said, extending her palm to conjure an ice shard that radiated a chilling aura, crystalline and translucent. You too have awakened superpowers, the twins gasped in astonishment, their forms shimmering momentarily due to their excitement. Xiao Xiaoman immediately scanned the two girls. Name, Su Yining. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Beauty, 96. Physique, 97. Constitution, 90. X2. Strength, 81. X2. Agility, 79. X2. Mental power, 93. X2. Ability level, 1 attribute multiplier, 2 ability. Doppelganger ability, LV1 personality. Cool and stunning occupation. Mathematics teacher at Hangzhou University. Purity, 100. Favorability, 20. Name, Su Yakin. Age, 26. Height, 174 centimeters. Beauty, 96. Physique, 97. Ability. Doppelganger ability, LV1 personality. Charming and alluring occupation. Mathematics teacher at Hangzhou University. Purity, 100. Favorability, 30. Doppelganger ability. Transformation skill. Capable of replicating an identical doppelganger, ATLV1. Can create 1 doppelganger, lasting 1 hour, consuming 100 mental power. At LV2, can create 2 doppelgangers, lasting 2 hours, consuming 200 mental power, and so forth, up to LV10, which allows for 10 doppelgangers for 10 hours, consuming 1,000 mental power. Observing the information panel of the two women, Xiao Xiaoman marveled inwardly, silently calculating. How impressive! At LV10, creating 10 doppelgangers means the twins could effectively become 22 siblings. 22 little fists. Such combat power is simply unimaginable. With this thought, Xiao Xiaoman hastily dismissed these far-fetched ideas and turned to the twin teachers with curiosity. Teacher Su, may I inquire how you awakened your abilities? He asked politely. Awakened? The twin sisters exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled by what this handsome male student meant by awakened. That we do not understand what you mean by awakening. We have always remained in our classrooms and dormitories. Last night, we felt a warm current surging through our bodies, and then we discovered our doppelganger ability. The elder sister, Su Yining, explained patiently. Yes, today we used our doppelgangers to search for food. And we found that the zombies completely ignored us. The younger sister, Su Yakin, added. Listening to their account, Xiao Xiaoman stroked his chin in contemplation. The apocalypse has only just begun, and already individuals are manifesting their abilities autonomously. Xiaoman, what does this mean? Morong Shui asked, noting his thoughtful demeanor. Xiao Xiaoman, seeing the curiosity on everyone's faces, clarified. They, like me, have awakened autonomously. Moving forward, more individuals will begin to awaken. Tonight, I will help you enhance your strength, as we will gradually encounter increasingly formidable foes. With that, Chao Xiaoman turned to the twin teachers and said, Teacher Su, please follow us. We will rescue you. All right. Thank you. The two girls responded gratefully, nodding in agreement. Chao Xiaoman led the twin teachers as they continued to clear zombies, making their way toward the dormitories. Along the way, they rescued over 40 survivors and dealt with a few individuals with ulterior motives. The female survivors trailed silently behind, some having witnessed Chao Xiaoman's decisive actions and his ruthlessness in combat, feeling both awe and reassurance in his capabilities. Upon arriving at the twins' dormitory, the door swung open automatically, revealing the true forms of the twins. This spectacle left the familiar female students in utter disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, Teacher Su, how do you have 4 of you? Wow. 2 pairs of Teacher Su's. Which pair of twins is the real one? Seeing the students' intense reactions, Su Yining quickly reassured them. All right, everyone, please calm down. I have awakened a superpower, a form of extraordinary ability. My sister and I possess the doppelganger ability. So these are our doppelgangers. As her words concluded, the 2 doppelgangers gradually became ethereal before vanishing from sight. This miraculous display garnered yet another round of awe from the female students. Wow, what a powerful ability. It looks like magic. The ability to create a doppelganger is truly remarkable, Teacher Su. Upon witnessing this, Chao Xiaoman promptly interjected, urging, everyone, please be quiet. As soon as he spoke, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, for they all understood that it was this man who had saved them. There is no need for envy. As long as you follow me, each of you will awaken various extraordinary abilities in due time, Chao Xiaoman declared with unwavering confidence. The women present were filled with joy upon hearing this. Is that really true? Can I, too, receive such gifts from my benefactor? Rest assured, I would never deceive you. For now, remain calm and follow me as we continue to rescue others, Chao Xiaoman reassured them. Yes, all right. Thank you. The female students responded in unison. By around 5 in the afternoon, the 3 teams successfully converged, and all the zombies in Hangqing University had been eliminated. A total of 275 female survivors had been rescued and were now following them. Standing on the platform in the playground, Chao Xiaoman gazed down at the 275 female survivors and proclaimed, Ladies, I have established a survivor base at Hangqing University, entirely comprised of women. I will lead you to this haven, where you can safely endure the apocalypse. However, be advised, my base is strictly off limits to all men, except for myself. Now, if anyone wishes to leave, you may do so now. As Chao Xiaoman finished speaking, the women collectively shouted, Benefactor, we will follow you. I want to go. Me too. Anyone who leaves would be foolish. Seeing that no one chose to depart, Chao Xiaoman felt immense satisfaction. Very well, let us first have something to eat and replenish our strength. We will then take a vehicle to the base. With a graceful wave of his hand, an array of food, baozi, dumplings, snacks, beverages, mineral water, fruits, and more appeared instantaneously before the women, who gasped in astonishment. Is he performing magic? With a mere gesture, so much food materializes. It's reminiscent of the spatial abilities described in novels. An my benefactor is so powerful. I admire him immensely. Before they could fully express their amazement, 10 blue buses suddenly appeared, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Wow, my benefactor conjured all these buses too. What an incredibly strong young man. Some female survivors became infatuated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. I want to have his children. Benefactor, allow me to devote myself to you. Please marry me. Noticing the commotion, Chao Xiaoman quickly intervened. All right, everyone, do not be surprised. This is my extraordinary ability, and you will possess it as well in time. For now, focus on eating and drinking. There is enough for everyone. The female survivors complied, exhibiting admirable orderliness as they began to collect food, savoring the hard-earned supplies. Chao Xiaoman watched with interest as they dined heartily. Then activated the system scanned to his delight. The results were plentiful. He discovered numerous candidates meeting the system's criteria, with many possessing beauty scores exceeding 95. Aside from the twin teachers, 7 of Hangqing University's campus beauties were among them. There were also 13 others scoring over 90, including 2 teachers and 11 students. It appeared that Hangqing University had 10 campus beauties. Regrettably, Only 7 were present, and he wondered if the remaining 3 were still alive. Chao Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement as if he had unearthed a treasure, murmuring to himself. Beside him, Lin Shiyao observed Chao Xiaoman scrutinizing the female survivors, feeling a twinge of jealousy, gently elbowing him. She playfully inquired, "What's this? Have you taken a fancy to someone?" "Ahem. I am simply preparing to form a second goddess legion," Chao Xiaoman hastily clarified, attempting to dispel Lin Shiyao's concerns. So, how many goddess legions do you intend to create? My esteemed commander, Lin Shiyao's lips curled into a teasing smile. Chao Xiaoman, momentarily oblivious to her underlying implication, replied without hesitation, "The more, the better." Humph. Lin Shiyao, upon hearing this, became slightly miffed and playfully stamped on Chao Xiaoman's foot. Ouch, that hurt. Chao Xiaoman gasped in surprise at the unexpected attack. Meanwhile, not far away on the basketball court, over 300 survivors had gathered. Among them were 7 male teachers, 3 female teachers, 11 female students. And the rest were male students, all saved by Chao Xiaoman. They were congregated there due to the sight of the female survivors relishing their food, which made their mouths water after having gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance. "Mr. Jean, we were also rescued. Why do those women have so much to eat?" One person could no longer contain himself and queried the leading male teacher to Mr. Jean, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a wrinkled suit. Appeared quite scholarly. Before the apocalypse, he had long coveted the twin female teachers, wishing to take them as his lovers. "Indeed, Mr. Jean, we are starving. The cafeteria only offers rice and similar fare, but there's no water to cook it. Mr. Jean, let us go and ask for some food. Why not just take it? There's so much delicious food." The group began to murmur amongst themselves that Mr. Jean raised his hand to signal for silence and slowly said, "Everyone, I understand you are all famished. However, that man who saved us possesses extraordinary skills, as you've seen. He can summon food and even buses, so it is best we devise a plan. But, Mr. Jean, there are so many of us, and only a few of them. We can simply ask him directly. Yes, he should be willing to share with us. If he refuses, we can just take it. There are more of us." "Exactly. We need only to control that man. The women he saved are irrelevant." The crowd resumed their discussions, interrupting Mr. Jean. "Mr. Jean, please make a decision swiftly. We are on the brink of starvation." "Indeed, Mr. Jean, without food or drink, we are doomed. We merely seek some food. We are not plotting anything nefarious." "Exactly, Mr. Jean." The chorus of voices continued to urge him. Observing the situation and recalling his admiration for the female teachers indulging in food nearby, Mr. Jean had initially hoped for a more suitable rationale. But now he saw no other option. "Very well, everyone follow me, but refrain from speaking out of turn. Do as I say." "Agreed. We will heed Mr. Jean." Thus, over 300 individuals marched toward the playground in a grand procession. As this group entered Chao Xiaoman's line of sight, he and the 10 campus beauties immediately took notice. "Xiaoman, what are they planning?" Lin Shiyao inquired curiously. Chao Xiaoman narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone flat as he replied, "To steal food. What should we do about them?" Lin Shiyao frowned. "Respect their fate. Send them on their way to the afterlife," Chao Xiaoman said with a smile that bore a hint of chill. "What ungrateful wretches," Su Miaoyin seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. "Indeed, Xiaoman, had I known, I would not have rescued them," Ling Shuanger remarked, her expression icy, eyes brimming with fury. "Agreed." The other beauties nodded in unison. Chao Xiaoman, observing their reactions, felt a sense of satisfaction and then sighed. "The primary concern is that you all reside in this area. I worry about inadvertently harming your friends and family." Sigh. The women felt both touched and melancholic, their thoughts drifting to their parents, wondering how they fared in these troubled times. "Brother, you are truly kind." The typically introverted Su Miaoling suddenly threw herself into Chao Xiaoman's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Chao Xiaoman was taken aback, wondering how it was that Su Miaoling, at that moment, was no longer stuttering. As she sobbed in her arms, Chao Xiaoman tenderly stroked her hair and softly reassured, There, Miaoling, do not cry. I will ensure that we all live on together." Im, replied Su Miaoling, her tears flowing. The other girls, witnessing this scene, felt their own eyes welling with tears. Remarkably, Lin Shiyao, in this moment, harbored no jealousy. She was deeply moved by Chao Xiaoman's words. As this group drew closer, the female survivors who were enjoying their meals stood up, their faces etched with wariness. "Teacher Su, What are they here for? A girl asked anxiously, glancing at the twin teachers. I am uncertain. Let us wait and see. Su Yenning replied, her heart equally filled with doubt, yet an ominous premonition lingered within her. As if something dreadful was about to unfold, Mr. Jean led a group to a halt not far from Su Yenning. Gesturing for them to stand still, though his gaze greedily roamed over the twin sisters. Mr. Jean, what brings you here? Su Yenning questioned coldly, having endured this man's harassment even before the apocalypse, her disdain for him reaching its zenith. Teacher Su, we have been hungry for quite some time, and we truly have nothing to eat. Could you perhaps spare us some food? Mr. Jean feigned politeness, yet his eyes betrayed his urgency. Mr. Jean, this food does not entirely belong to us. It was given to us by our benefactor. You may go to the cafeteria and see if you can find something there. Su Yenning retorted without hesitation. Teacher Su, we were all rescued together. Without food, we will surely starve to death. Mr. Jean attempted to sway public opinion, his expression rife with grievance. Your benefactor has already saved you. Now you are fully capable of going outside to slay zombies and seek food for yourselves. Su Yenning countered sharply, unyielding. Before Mr. Jean could argue further, discontent erupted from the crowd behind him. Teacher Su, we too are survivors. How can you neglect us? Do you wish to watch us starve to death? One voice protested. Indeed, you have so much food. What harm is there in sharing some with us? Another chimed in. And drinks and bottled water. You should share those as well. The clamor grew louder, voices rising in a cacophony. At that moment, a female teacher approached Su Yenning. Teacher Su, why not speak with that benefactor and ask for some food? We are all very grateful for our rescue. Teacher Li, I truly cannot make this decision. We are also beneficiaries of the benefactor's kindness, Su Yenning responded with evident helplessness. Just as the teacher was about to continue persuading her, Chao Xiaoman walked over calmly and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the food I have is limited and insufficient for all of you. You may go to the cafeteria or search outside the campus. Upon hearing that there was only a limited amount of food, the crowd turned their gaze towards Su Yenning. Mr. Jin's face once again donned a nauseatingly gentle expression as he asked, Teacher Su, you know I have always admired you. Could you not, out of kindness, spare us some food? The moment Su Yenning heard this, her countenance turned frosty, and she replied harshly, Mr. Jin, the food here is merely enough for everyone to sustain themselves. You should seek your own provisions. Teacher Su, that seems rather unreasonable. If you eat a little less, you will not perish, Mr. Jin countered, turning to the crowd behind him and loudly asking, Do you not agree? The crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement. The noise deafening. Mr. Jin is right. Teacher Su, you cannot be so heartless. We demand half of the food. Yes, and we want half of the water too. Observing that this group was indeed preparing to resort to violence for the food, Chao Xiaoman's gaze turned icy. Without hesitation, she unleashed her spatial blades. In mere seconds, the blades sliced through the feet of over 300 people, blood gushing forth in torrents, staining the playground a vivid crimson. In an instant, the crowd collapsed, screams of agony echoing across the playground, drowning out all else. This gruesome scene filled the female survivors with terror. Many could not contain their stomachs and vomited, the food they had just consumed spilling onto the ground. Their faces turning pale as if Dre Luo Lanling excitedly spoke to her elegant sister, Luo Lanxin. Indeed, it was Xiao Man who rescued them all. That a sense of comfort and joy radiated from Luo Lanxin's eyes. Xiao Man Gige is truly amazing. The lively Shen Mingqi couldn't help but applaud and praise. How fortunate we are to encounter Xiao Man Gige. Shen Mingjin gently nodded, her expression relaxed and joyful. As the female survivors descended one after another, Lu Ruoli and Jiang Waner hastily emerged from the dormitory to greet them. Chao Xiaoman, accompanied by the 10 school beauties, approached Lu Ruoli and Jiang Waner, saying, Teacher Lu, Teacher Jiang, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging things for them. Rest assured, Xiaoman, you all should take some time to rest, Lu Ruoli replied with a smile. All right. The women responded in unison, nodding. At that moment, they were splattered with dark blood and urgently needed to cleanse themselves to alleviate their weary bodies and minds. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a distant teaching building, a group of several men stood silently. Boss, that Chao Xiaoman has brought back hundreds of women. A slight young man among them broke the silence. As his words fell, a ripple of discussion spread among the crowd. I heard from Xiao Ming's girlfriend that the first floor of the girls' dormitory is piled high with food. Indeed, And there are drinks as well. I've heard they even bathe with mineral water, Wang Bing's girlfriend mentioned. There are all sorts of fruits inside. They are living better than before the apocalypse, boss. What's even more infuriating is that the 10 school beauties and 3 goddess teachers are all in that girl's dormitory base. Isn't it just the worst that this Chow Xiao man is also incredibly handsome? Even more so than you, boss? Shut up. The handsome young man referred to as the boss felt a surge of anger rise within him upon hearing these remarks. Boss, the school's convenience store has been completely emptied of food. Yes, from morning until now, I haven't had a single bite to eat. That I'm so hungry. This is unbearable. The young man, identified as the boss, turned to the middle-aged man beside him, just about to call out, "Director." Before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted sternly. "Go, gather everyone, and let us head over to negotiate with Chow Xiaoman." The young man quickly turned back, issuing orders to those behind him. "Did you not hear the director? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up." "Yes, boss," they responded in unison before hastily dispersing to carry out the orders. By the time Chow Xiaoman finished his shower and returned to his room, Sito Ling had already risen and was methodically tidying up the bed. Chow Xiaoman tiptoed up behind her, gently embracing her and burying his head in her cascading hair. Inhaling deeply to savor its subtle fragrance. "Linger, how is your body feeling?" Chow Xiaoman inquired softly, his tone filled with concern. Sito Ling was startled by the sudden embrace, her body tensing momentarily, once she recognized Chow Xiaoman's voice. She relaxed. "Xiaoman, I'm fine now, just a little sore," Sito Ling replied gently, tilting her head slightly. "That you've worked hard." "Linger," Chow Xiaoman said, planting a soft kiss on her shoulder. "All right, let us go have something to eat." Sito Ling turned and took Chow Xiaoman's hand. "Okay," he answered with a smile. Upon entering the kitchen, they found it relatively empty. The largest round table, Lu Roli, Jiang Waner, and the 10 school beauties were seated together. A feast of various delicacies laid out before them. There happened to be 2 vacant seats at the round table, allowing 12 people to gather comfortably without feeling cramped. It was unclear whether the spaciousness of the table or the slenderness of the women contributed to this ease. After Chow Xiaoman and Sito Ling sat down, Lu Roli cleared her throat and began to report. "Xiaoman, the base now accommodates approximately over 600 people, and the kitchen cannot accommodate so many. Therefore, I arranged for everyone to take food back to their respective rooms to eat." Chow Xiaoman nodded in acknowledgement, then fell into thought. The number of people would surely continue to grow, and accommodation would soon become a significant challenge. If I could establish 100 battalions of goddess warriors, that would total 1,000 people, and with ordinary women, there could potentially be tens of thousands. Chow Xiaoman furrowed his brow. "Xiaoman, what troubles you?" Lin Shiyao, noticing his distraction, inquired curiously. Chow Xiaoman snapped back to reality, realizing that 13 pairs of eyes were fixed on him. "That I was contemplating," he said, sharing his thoughts candidly. As he concluded, the women fell into deep contemplation. "Xiaoman, there are so many teaching buildings at the school. We can transform them into dormitories," Mu Yao suggested first. "That won't do. We are not professional builders, and renovations would be fraught with difficulties. At most, we could use them as large dormitories, forcing many people to sleep closely together," Ling Shuanger rationally analyzed. "Then let's just use them as large dormitories. A classroom can at least accommodate dozens of people," Yi Wanqing added. The women exchanged ideas energetically. Ahem, Chow Xiaoman, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with the proposals, coughed lightly. Instantly, the room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. Chow Xiaoman surveyed the group and stated seriously, "I wonder if any of you have read apocalyptic novels. Typically, in a post-apocalyptic world, aside from zombies and superhumans, mutated beasts may also appear. For instance, animals could become zombie-like or possess abilities akin to humans, even transforming into humanoid forms. That is unlikely." "How terrifying." The women gasped in shock at his words. "I am merely hypothesizing, but it is not without possibility. After all, we have already begun to wield supernatural powers, have we not?" Chow Xiaoman continued. "Xiaoman is right. We must be prepared for any eventuality." Situ Ling firmly agreed. "Moreover, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome threats should be natural disasters, such as droughts, floods, tsunamis, typhoons, lightning, solar storms, and so forth. Imagine if, in the future, the entire planet were submerged in floodwaters, with land disappearing, or if all the water evaporated, leaving behind a parched wasteland. or if the entire planet turned into a frigid Arctic wasteland, or even transformed into a land rife with volcanoes, where the heat could scorch us to death. The women absorbed Qiao Xiaoman's conjectures. Their expressions grew increasingly pale with fear. Xiaoman Gij, will it really become like that in the future? Su Miaoling's voice trembled with trepidation. I am merely hypothesizing, yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of such natural disasters occurring. Thus, the best approach would be to ensure that the base is equipped for immediate relocation, such as modifying containers into housing, allowing me to store houses in my space at any time, Qiao Xiaoman explained, observing the terror on the women's faces. Once again, they fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Lin Shiyao's eyes sparkled. As one of the individuals who understood Qiao Xiaoman best, she instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. If it were container housing, I could burn it down, and Qiao Xiaoman could replicate many of them using his abilities. She murmured, though simplistic, container homes can accommodate people, are mobile, and can provide refuge from natural disasters. If the planet were inundated with water and land vanished, we would need ships. Lin Shiyao continued to ponder, her eyes suddenly brightening with excitement as she exclaimed, slapping the table emphatically. The others were startled by her sudden outburst. Yes, ships, like the Noah's Ark from the movies, Chu Yu echoed, equally exhilarated, as she was an avid viewer of various sci-fi films and was quite familiar with such scenarios. Yeah, have you lost your mind from watching too many movies? Where would we find a Noah's Ark? Xiao Yue questioned the practicality of Chu Yu's idea that Noah's Ark aside. We have cruise ships. Those luxurious yachts used by the wealthy for gatherings have rooms for at least thousands, capable of accommodating tens of thousands at once, Qin Xia gently added. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and he mused to himself. Exactly. I could replicate luxury cruise ships, or even aircraft carriers. Xia, you are truly clever, Qiao Xiaoman praised Qin Xia, giving her a thumbs up before inquiring. By the way, are there any luxury cruise ships at the dock in our area? The women were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances, there is only one dock here. There should be some, considering the apocalypse has only just begun a few days ago. Morong Shui uncertainly stated. All right, I shall arrange for the cruise tomorrow, and afterwards we shall all reside together on the ship. Qiao Xiaoman exclaimed with excitement. Hooray! Long live Brother Xiaoman. Su Miaoling joyfully cheered in response. Indeed, long live. Su Miaoling nodded in agreement. Well then, let us dine, Qiao Xiaoman said with a smile. Subsequently, the group began to enjoy their dinner in a delightful atmosphere. Linger, have some meat, Qiao Xiaoman said, placing a piece of chicken into Situ Ling's bowl. Although the voice was soft, the scene did not escape the notice of the other girls, who exchanged peculiar glances and stifled laughter. Lin Shiyao observed this moment, and though a tinge of jealousy stirred within her, she did not reveal it. Instead, she took action to express her stance, lifting a piece of fish and placing it into Qiao Xiaoman's bowl. Xiaoman, replenish your strength, Lin Shiyao spoke gently. Qiao Xiaoman felt a wave of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Everyone, please eat, he urged, causing the girls to erupt into laughter, just as the dinner was nearing its conclusion. A faint sound of footsteps interrupted the tranquility. Qiao, are you there? A middle-aged man's voice called from outside the girls' dormitory, shattering the moment's peace. Qiao Xiaoman furrowed his brows. The dinner shared with the lovely ladies was disrupted, leaving him somewhat displeased. Xiaoman, that's the director, Situ Ling quietly reminded him, setting down her chopsticks. Qiao Xiaoman nodded slightly and rose to head towards the dorm's entrance, with the girls promptly following suit. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory square, they encountered a throng of male teachers and students, around 200 in total, including some previously departed female survivors. Qiao Xiaoman's gaze settled on the middle-aged man at the forefront, and he asked in a flat tone, Director, is there something you need? The director, taken aback by the striking appearance of the young man before him, recalled that Qiao Xiaoman had not been so remarkable in looks before. Qiao, could you spare some food for us? The director managed to maintain his composure as he spoke. Qiao Xiaoman smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and replied, Director, as you can see, there are over 600 survivors here, and our food supplies are nearly exhausted. The director felt a surge of displeasure at Qiao Xiaoman's attitude. Qiao, you must have gathered quite a bit of food today, right? He questioned skeptically. When I returned today, as you witnessed, we did not replenish our food supply at all. Qiao Xiaoman responded nonchalantly. The director found himself momentarily speechless. Observing the director's expression, Qiao Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The idea of obtaining food from him was utterly fanciful. "Director, there is a supermarket at the school. You can go there for food," Chow Xiaoman suggested. Before the director could respond, the boys behind him began to shout, "The supermarket is out of food. We haven't eaten anything all day." "Yes, and there's no water. We can only drink from the pond. You have to give us some food, or we'll starve." Hearing these words, Chow Xiaoman found it absurd and bellowed, "Silence!" His voice rang out like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the crowd. Yet, the girls were ignited with fury at his outburst. "Listen, everyone, you can search for food outside the campus. There are plenty of supermarkets out there," Chow Xiaoman remarked, unable to resist a teasing tone. "What? Are you too cowardly to even face the zombies?" The director quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. "Chow, we are all classmates. You wouldn't want to see everyone starve, would you?" he implored. Chow Xiaoman inwardly laughed. The director was clearly attempting to morally manipulate him. "Director, I saved you out of goodwill. Yet you expect me to bear the responsibility for your food?" Chow Xiaoman retorted to no. "Chow, we truly have no food left," the director said helplessly. Chow Xiaoman was disinclined to engage in further conversation with them. "Just leave. We have no food here either. You must figure out a way to find it," he declared, effectively issuing an eviction order. Upon witnessing Chow Xiaoman's attitude, many were immediately displeased, their anger ignited. "Chow Xiaoman, you are heartless. You have so much food. Why won't you share with us? This is no different from murder." The girls behind Chow Xiaoman were incensed by these remarks. "You are going too far. It was I who saved your lives." Su Miaoying stepped forward, shouting angrily. "Indeed," Su Miaoling chimed in softly, "go find your own food. What right do you have to come here?" Chu Yu added, fuming. "If you keep shouting, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Shiyao's voice turned icy, her gaze sharp with coldness. "Hurry and find food. Otherwise, you truly will starve," Xiao Yue advised gently. Nevertheless, her words were perceived as cruel mockery by the group of boys, who began to hurl insults. "You worthless creatures. You have food and drink. How can you understand the agony of our starvation?" "Exactly. You must have slept with Chow Xiaoman these past few days. Yes, you have food, drink, and men by your side. It seems those who are beautiful are not to be trusted, trading favors for sustenance." The girls trembled with rage at these despicable remarks. "Get lost." Chow Xiaoman's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve, and he ceased any further discussion with them. He tossed a gasoline canister and a lighter aside. The canister struck the ground nearby, followed by a deafening explosion as flames erupted instantly. The 200 or more individuals were rendered speechless by the sudden commotion, contemplating the dire consequences had the explosion struck them. "Are you not leaving yet?" Su Miaoying shouted fiercely once more. With no other option, the crowd glared hatefully at Chow Xiaoman and his companions before retreating in defeat. "Bah! What kind of people are they? I should have known better than to save them." Chu Yu spat in the direction they departed. "What a bunch of rubbish. They dare not confront the zombies yet come to steal our food," Murong Shui remarked, her expression icy and filled with disdain. The girls exchanged their thoughts, each expressing their discontent. "All right, let us return to the kitchen. I will help everyone enhance their strength." Seeing that the crowd had distanced themselves, Chow Xiaoman turned to the girls behind him. Leading the way back to the kitchen, he settled down at a clean, tidy round table and turned his gaze towards the top 10 campus beauties, stating with composure, "Goddess Group 1, please take your seats." The 10 campus beauties complied, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation for what was to come. With a gentle wave of his hand, small piles of white level 1 zombie crystals, each the size of a peanut and totaling 50, appeared before each girl. "Wow, so many!" they exclaimed in astonishment at this unexpected sight. Previously, they had each consumed just 1 crystal to successfully awaken their powers. Yet now they faced such a daunting quantity. The 3 goddess instructors standing behind were equally intrigued by Chow Xiaoman's intentions. "These are level 1 zombie crystals, capable of enhancing your abilities. Consume them one by one while carefully sensing the changes in your body. If you feel any discomfort or a sense of being overwhelmed, you must stop immediately," Chow Xiaoman stated, his expression turning serious as he earnestly cautioned them. "If you consume too many at once, it could cause your bodies to rupture." That understood. His sharp gaze swept over each campus beauty, ensuring that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Chow Xiaoman's seriousness settled in. The girls reined in their astonishment and responded in unison. "Understood. Very well, let us begin." Chow Xiaoman nodded slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. He too was eager to discover just how many crystals each of them could consume and what enhancements their abilities might subsequently attain. As he watched the 10 renowned beauties devour the zombie crystals one by one, the 3 goddess-like teachers standing behind could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Xiaoman, they should be all right, shouldn't they? Situ Ling tightly grasped Xiao Xiaoman's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Xiao Xiaoman reassured her, gently kissing the back of Situ Ling's hand in an attempt to soothe her emotions. This intimate gesture did not go unnoticed by Lu Ruoli and Jiang Wan'er, who exchanged eye rolls, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. Time passed slowly amidst the tense atmosphere. 2 hours later, Yi Wanqing was the first to finish the crystals before her, while others had 1 to 3 remaining. Observing this, Xiao Xiaoman waved his hand once more, placing 10 level 1 zombie crystals in front of each person. He attentively watched, keenly observing the reactions of the school beauties, eager for any sign of change. Meanwhile, the 3 teachers behind were succumbing to drowsiness. Linger, Teacher Lu, Teacher Jiang, perhaps you should take a rest, Xiao Xiaoman suggested as he turned to them. It's all right. We are just as curious, Jiang Wan'er replied, rubbing her eyes and mustering her energy. As time continued to pass, Yi Wanqing once again finished first, consuming the newly added crystals. Xiao Xiaoman, noticing this, waved his hand again, placing another 10 level 1 zombie crystals before her. 5 hours later, Yi Wanqing had consumed her 95th crystal and spoke up. Xiaoman, I feel as though I am on the brink of a breakthrough, yet my body feels somewhat swollen. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiaoman responded, then stop eating for now and take a moment to sense if there are any changes in your abilities. Yi Wanqing closed her eyes, carefully assessing her condition before replying. I don't feel anything too significant, but I can sense that my powers have strengthened, almost as if I am on the verge of leveling up. Xiao Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shiyao also finished her crystals, having consumed 94. Subsequently, the other beauties gradually ceased as well, with even the one who had eaten the least consuming a minimum of 90 crystals. All right, everyone's abilities should have reached their current peak. Should you wish to advance to level 2, you will require a level 2 zombie crystal, Xiao Xiaoman informed the group. He then shifted the conversation. However, the apocalypse has only just begun, and we have yet to encounter level 2 zombies. To upgrade, we must hunt one down. Where should we look for it? Xiaomanji, Xiao Yue timidly inquired. That should not pose a challenge. If everyone spreads out from the base and sweeps towards the periphery, we should be able to find a level 2 zombie, although it is not guaranteed, Xiao Xiaoman confidently asserted. Nevertheless, for tomorrow, you should focus on solidifying your abilities while also guarding the base, he systematically arranged. Now, everyone, please return and rest, Xiao Xiaoman said, observing the fatigue etched on the faces of the women at that moment. Nearing midnight, the young women were utterly exhausted. All right, Xiaoman. Good night, Xiaomanji. They bid farewell as they departed, leaving Xiao Xiaoman to take Situ Ling towards their room. Ah, Situ Ling exclaimed in surprise as Xiao Xiaoman effortlessly scooped her up in a princess carry and gently placed her on the bed. Xiaoman, I was just about to say I feel a bit tired, she remarked. Fear not, I shall hold you through the night, Xiao Xiaoman replied, seemingly attuned to Situ Ling's thoughts, speaking softly. Situ Ling smiled tenderly. Xiaoman, tomorrow, your well-being is of utmost importance. Xiao Xiaoman gently caressed Situ Ling's exquisite face. His voice tender, filled with emotion. Situ Ling felt a wave of warmth from Xiao Xiaoman's considerate nature. As the lights dimmed, the girls' dormitory gradually descended into stillness, as though the entire world had slipped into slumber. The next morning, a red construction vehicle sped down the road like a runaway steed, racing from Qiantang University towards the port. Along the way, zombies were sent flying upon impact, producing dull thuds. Inside the vehicle, a young man clad in an expensive white tailcoat sat at the wheel, his strikingly handsome visage seemingly radiating light, a veritable real-life Prince Charming. Beside him, a breathtaking woman adorned in a white chiffon princess dress, her head crowned with a beige straw hat, donned a sparkling heart-shaped diamond bracelet, her diamond earrings glistening like jewels from a fairy tale. This splendid attire had been suggested by Situ Ling, who was filled with anticipation to experience such a feeling. Fortunately, they had risen early enough that this scene was only witnessed by Lu Ruoli and a few female students busy in the kitchen, who gazed upon them with envious awe. Linger, Would you like to try driving the construction vehicle? Chow Xiaoman proposed, gently pulling at Situ Ling's small hand. Not really, Situ Ling retorted, sensing Chow Xiaoman's mischievous intentions. No, you do want to, he replied with a sly grin. But I don't know how, she protested helplessly. Come, I shall teach you. Just climb over here, he coaxed, pulling her closer. Situ Ling struggled momentarily, but ultimately relented. Perching herself on his lap, this motion caused the vehicle to swerve, leaving a trail of serpentine paths behind. Ouch, Linger, your high heels are digging into me, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed, his left arm instinctively wrapping around her waist. Feeling as though he had plunged into an ocean of softness and tenderness. Serves you right, Situ Ling teased, her face alight with playful charm. Now, grasp the steering wheel with both hands and keep the course straight. Understood? He instructed, suppressing his feelings as he guided her down. She replied, focusing intently on the road ahead. Chow Xiaoman took the opportunity to arrange Situ Ling's dress, being careful not to let it snag on the brake, and ensured she sat properly, striving for a standard of driving etiquette. Why are you pulling up my dress? Situ Ling queried, curious. Did you not see it caught on the brake? You must drive correctly. You know, he replied, his expression serious. Situ Ling shot him a glare, but said nothing further. The red construction vehicle continued to speed along, colliding with zombies, the wheels occasionally crushing the undead beneath as Situ Ling concentrated on driving. She suddenly sensed something was amiss with the seat cushion and curiously asked, Xiaoman, do you have any weapons in your pants? It's uncomfortable that a mischievous smile crept onto Chow Xiaoman's face as he replied, Oh, I have a gun. I forgot to take it out. Just wait a moment. In the next instant, with a startling sound, the vehicle veered uncontrollably as Situ Ling let out a startled cry, careening erratically down the zombie-infested road. Driving a construction vehicle was undeniably a laborious and demanding task, far from the smooth ease of operating a compact car. About an hour later, Situ Ling was utterly drained, and with a scream, she succumbed, slumping against the steering wheel. The vehicle screeched to a halt, the horn blaring incessantly, its sound echoing through the desolate streets of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a resounding crash emerged from a nearby building. Startled, Chow Xiaoman shivered involuntarily, cursing under his breath. What the hell is going on? He quickly turned to see a massive green zombie plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. This zombie appeared far more grotesque than ordinary ones. Its hunched posture reminiscent of a gorilla, towering at least twice the height of a human. Is this a level 2 zombie? Chow Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief, having never encountered such a towering and bizarre creature before. Meanwhile, Situ Ling remained unconscious at the steering wheel, the loud crash failing to rouse her. The green zombie shook its head and then fixed its gaze on the red construction vehicle blaring its horn. Simultaneously, surrounding ordinary zombies began to converge upon them. You damned behemoth, you nearly scared me out of my wits, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed. Chow Xiaoman could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Perhaps it was her vitriolic outburst that incited the gigantic green zombie. With a ferocious roar, it charged recklessly towards the engineering vehicle. Die, you insignificant ant, Chow Xiaoman bellowed, instantly summoning a spatial blade. The approaching green zombie was caught off guard, letting out a chilling wail as it was cleaved in half. Its massive form, propelled by inertia, continued to slide across the ground towards the vehicle, ultimately colliding with the wheels in two resounding thuds. Chow Xiaoman cautiously placed Situ Ling back into the passenger seat and swiftly exited the vehicle to fend off the ordinary zombies that had surged forward. Moments later, she found herself beside the now bisected green zombie. Although it had been severed at the waist, it continued to flail its arms and emit incoherent growls, with a teasing glance at the creature. Chow Xiaoman remarked, Thank you for your arduous journey to deliver this crystal to me. Naturally, the zombie could not comprehend her words, blindly attempting to seize the culprit before it, without hesitation. Chow Xiaoman conjured an ice spike and thrust it violently towards the zombie's head. With a resounding explosion, the creature's skull shattered, and a green crystal the size of a peanut rolled free. She stepped forward, picked up the green crystal, and meticulously cleaned it before storing it in her system space. Ding! A level 2 zombie crystal has been discovered and automatically purified. Indeed, it was a level 2 zombie crystal that a wave of joy washed over Chow Xiaoman as she glanced back at the lifeless green zombie. Chuckling, let this be your compensation for interrupting my good fortune. With that, she returned to the vehicle, and the red engineering truck sped away like an arrow towards the harbor. Half an hour later, The vehicle slowly rolled into the port that a vast array of vessels came into view, ranging from petite fishing boats to sleek kayaks, cargo ships, and eye-catching cruise liners. Chow Xiaoman halted the vehicle and scanned the horizon, searching for the luxurious cruise ship that had captured her imagination. Soon enough, a cruise liner, resembling a small mountain, came into sight. Estimating from the number of windows, it appeared to be around 20 stories tall. Gently, she patted Situ Ling's cheek and said softly, "Linger, we've arrived." Situ Ling stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Chow Xiaoman's face, she instinctively seized his right hand and playfully bit it. Pouting, "I told you not to be foolish. All right, Linger, we're at the harbor now, and the cruise ship is right there," Chow Xiaoman replied, withdrawing his hand while pretending to grimace in pain. Situ Ling gradually sat up, surveying her surroundings. When her gaze landed on the luxurious cruise liner, she gasped, "Wow, it's so big and so tall." Chow Xiaoman exited the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the two nearby zombies, which appeared to be port workers based on their attire. "Oh dear," Situ Ling said as she prepared to alight from the vehicle. Perhaps still groggy, her legs buckled as soon as she touched the ground, and she collapsed onto the pavement, her pristine princess dress soiling in the process. Chow Xiaoman felt a surge of pride at the sight and quickly reached down to help Situ Ling up, saying, "Linger, let me carry you." He turned around and crouched down steadily. "This is all you're doing." Situ Ling chided him lightly before gracefully leaping onto his back. "Off we go," Chow Xiaoman said, adjusting his posture to ensure she was secure. Though the port was expansive, zombies were few and far between. Likely due to the timing of the apocalypse coinciding with the end of the workday, as Chow Xiaoman approached the luxurious cruise ship with Situ Ling on his back, he looked up in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's enormous. It must be around 400 meters long and 100 meters high. Indeed, it is one of the largest cruise ships in the world that I've heard there are dozens of restaurants inside." Situ Ling added from his back, "This vessel is as large as an aircraft carrier. I just wonder if it'll withstand various circumstances in the future." Chow Xiaoman murmured, "Hold on tight. We're about to board the cruise ship." He instructed them. Situ Ling replied, tightening her grip around his neck. As they stepped onto the first deck of the cruise ship, both were momentarily stunned by the opulence before them. The ship's interior was extravagantly luxurious, resembling a vast shopping mall on the sea. Clear signage marked various areas, including restaurants, cinemas, gyms, swimming pools, and amusement parks, all present and accounted for. It feels like a floating city, Chow Xiaoman marveled, recalling that in his past life, he had never set foot on such a lavish cruise liner. "Indeed, it is quite extravagant," Situ Ling wholeheartedly agreed. However, in the next moment, Chow Xiaoman's actions left Situ Ling perplexed. He began extracting barrels of gasoline from his space, hurling them around with abandon. As the barrels shattered, gasoline gushed forth. "Xiaoman, what are you doing? Are you planning to burn down the cruise ship?" Situ Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Chow Xiaoman did not conceal his intentions. For Situ Ling was now his beloved. "I possess an ability to replicate the cruise ship, but I must first set it ablaze. The clothes we wore this morning were replicated through this very method at the mall." Situ Ling gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape. She had never imagined her little man possessed such extraordinary powers. "Xiaoman, you're amazing," she said, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. "The scent of gasoline is rather unpleasant." "Please bear with me," Chow Xiaoman said apologetically to him. Situ Ling replied obediently. The pair made their way through the cruise ship, discarding gasoline barrels as they progressed. Half an hour later, they reached the uppermost deck, home to the ship's most luxurious apartments. Here, they encountered only 6 zombies, 3 men and 3 women, presumably the owners of the cruise liner, all appearing middle-aged. Chow Xiaoman swiftly dispatched them with precision as he prepared to inspect the next room. He discovered the door was locked. He pulled on the handle with force, but to no avail. "Xiaoman, could there be survivors inside?" Situ Ling inquired curiously. "That it's possible." He nodded in agreement, gently placing Situ Ling down. He began to knock on the door and call out, "Is anyone there? We are here to rescue you." As his voice faded, a rustling sound emanated from within, followed by the clattering of objects. Yes, help. There are people." 3 young female voices echoed simultaneously, hoarse yet unmistakably youthful. As the sounds of movement ceased, the door slowly creaked open to reveal 3 girls clad in school uniforms, their faces radiant with surprise. Chow Xiaoman scrutinized them closely. Recognizing that they were three stunning students from Hangzhou University at that moment, they appeared haggard and worn, their once lustrous black hair now disheveled. Chao Xiaoman instinctively activated his system skill to scan them. Shen Xiling. 20 years old, height 170 cm, appearance 97, physique 92, personality youthful and vibrant, profession Hangzhou University's third campus flower, purity 100 mu Yakin, 21 years old, height 171 cm, appearance 96, physique 93, personality gentle and graceful, profession Hangzhou University's seventh campus flower, purity 100. Qin Shuiyao, 20 years old, height 169 cm, appearance 95, physique 92, personality fresh and elegant, profession Hangzhou University's 10th campus flower, purity 100. Wow, aren't these the three campus flowers I couldn't find at Hangzhou University? Chao Xiaoman thought to himself, secretly lamenting how fortuitous it was if he hadn't come searching for the cruise ship. Would he have missed this opportunity with them? As Chao Xiaoman scrutinized them, the three young women were equally captivated by him and Sidu Ling. So handsome, so beautiful. The trio could hardly contain their astonishment at the striking beauty of the pair, their eyes widening and mouths agape. Observing their reaction, Chao Xiaoman understood that it was their appearances that had left them awestruck. He waved a hand in front of them and said, "Hey, are you all right?" Only then did the three regain their senses, realizing their lapse in composure, their pale faces flushing with a sudden hue of crimson. The most agile of the three spoke first. "Hello, my name is Shen Xiling. Thank you for saving us." "Thank you." The other two chimed in unison. "I am Chao Xiaoman, and this is my girlfriend. Sidu Ling. We have established a survivor base at Qiantang University. Please, follow me," Chao Xiaoman said with a warm smile. "Okay," the three responded in chorus. Just as Chao Xiaoman was about to depart, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Shen Xiling. "Wait a moment. What is it?" Chao Xiaoman turned, regarding her with a look of curiosity. "Brother Xiaoman, could you help save my sister?" Shen Xiling's eyes sparkled with hope, tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Your sister?" Chao Xiaoman asked, puzzled. "Yes, she should be at home. Our house is nearby," Shen Xiling affirmed confidently. After pondering for a moment, Chao Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "Very well, lead the way." With that, he tossed a gasoline canister into the room and effortlessly scooped Sidu Ling into a princess carry. Turning to lead the way off the ship, this sequence of actions left the three young women in a state of bewilderment, filled with questions. Why throw the gasoline canister? Why carry this stunning lady? Upon exiting the building and encountering the 6 zombies lying on the ground, their tears flowed freely. "Dad, Mom," the trio trembled, tears streaming down their faces. Chao Xiaoman, witnessing their grief, gently consoled them. "Please accept my condolences. Your parents would want you to live on." As the 5 of them disembarked from the cruise ship and stood on the shore, Chao Xiaoman nonchalantly waved his hand, and a bus appeared seemingly out of thin air. "Everyone, get on the bus." This scene left the 3 young women in awe, feeling as though they were witnessing a magic trick. "Brother Xiaoman, what is this?" Shen Xiling asked, her curiosity piqued. Chao Xiaoman, accustomed to such inquiries, patiently explained, "This is a special ability, a form of superpower that you will also possess in the future. Now, please board the bus." The 3, somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, nodded and ceased their questioning. Once aboard, Chao Xiaoman started the bus, retrieved a lighter, ignited it, and handed it to Sidu Ling. "Please set it ablaze." Although Sidu Ling was unsure why she was tasked with this, she smiled and replied, "Xiaoman, no need for a lighter. Watch this." With that, she raised her hand, and a brilliant bolt of lightning shot forth from her palm, racing towards the gasoline spread upon the cruise ship. With a crackling sound, the lightning struck the gasoline, igniting it instantaneously, and the ship's deck erupted into flames. Observing this, Chao Xiaoman promptly drove the bus away at speed. After traveling several hundred meters, the entire cruise ship was engulfed in flames, the spectacle quite magnificent. Soon after, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere. "My ship," Shen Xiling lamented, gazing at the fiery inferno with a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. "Ding, Goddess Sidu Ling has consumed a luxury cruise ship. Returning 10,000 luxury cruise ships. Ding, Goddess Sidu Ling has consumed a box of kiwis, returning 10,000 boxes of kiwis." Guided by Shen Xiling, the bus swiftly wound its way to her home. Before them stood a 20-meter-high hill, atop which loomed an opulent villa, exuding grandeur. The wealthy truly are different. Chao Xiaoman couldn't help but marvel. The noise of the bus attracted the attention of over 30 zombies, some clad in security uniforms. others in maid outfits. However, before they could approach the bus, they were swiftly dispatched by Chao Xiaoman's precise space blades, collapsing to the ground. Sister, brotherly. Upon disembarking, Shun Xiling gazed at the familiar faces of the fallen, her heart heavy with nostalgia, her eyes glistening with tears. Noticing that this previously lively girl had fallen into sorrow once more, Chao Xiaoman promptly urged, Shun Xiling, don't waste time. Hurry and lead the way to save your sister. Only then did she snap back to reality, chastising herself for her momentary lapse. My sister should be on the 3rd floor, she said, steadying herself. The group then ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. A few zombies still roamed the villa, but under Chao Xiaoman's swift actions, they were soon eradicated. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found the staircase blocked by bedboards and mattresses. Chao Xiaoman, seeing this, delivered a powerful kick, sending the obstacles flying with a resounding crash. The noise startled someone inside one of the rooms, and 2 stunning women emerged, one wielding a broom, the other a kitchen knife. Both trembling with fear. Sister-in-law, Shun Xiling cried out, unable to contain her tears as she rushed towards them. Upon recognizing their sister, the 2 women were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces, their weapons clattering to the ground. Witnessing this poignant reunion, a rare sight amidst the apocalypse, stirred Chao Xiaoman's heart. Deeply moved, Sito Ling leaned gently against him, her eyes misty, clearly affected by the scene as well. Meanwhile, Mu Yakin and Qin Shuyao were equally unable to hold back their tears. Enveloped in the profound emotional atmosphere, seizing the moment, Chao Xiaoman scanned Shun Xiling's sister and sister-in-law's information with his system. Shun Zixuan, 24 years old, 173 cm tall, beauty score 98, figure 97, decisive and capable personality. General Manager of Qian'ang Shipping Company, and Shun Xiling's sister, Purity 100. Fong Ling Qin, 28 years old, 173 cm tall, beauty score 97, figure 97, composed and amiable personality, doctor at Qian'ang Hospital, and Shun Xiling's fiancée, Purity 100. The wealthy truly stand apart. Not only do their offspring possess breathtaking beauty, but their daughters-in-law do as well. Chao Xiaoman thought, enviously, that as the minutes passed, the women remained immersed in their bittersweet reunion, tears flowing incessantly, with a hint of reluctance. Chao Xiaoman interrupted. All right, enough crying. Let's head back to the base, and then you can take your time to grieve. Only then did Shun Zixuan and Fong Lingqin turn their attention to the one who had interrupted them. Gazing at the strikingly handsome young man with astonishment, realizing that her sister had been saved by him, Shun Zixuan quickly released her sister and bowed deeply to Chao Xiaoman. Thank you for saving my sister and her friends. Chao Xiaoman waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need for thanks, we must leave now. We are heading to my survivor base at Qiantang University. Survivor base? The 2 women were momentarily taken aback before their expressions brightened with joy. All right, they replied in unison. When they saw Chao Xiaoman gently carrying Situ Ling down the stairs, their hearts filled with curiosity, and they couldn't help but ask, what is this? She is my girlfriend, Situ Ling. And she's injured, Chao Xiaoman explained softly, his tone imbued with tenderness. Before continuing down the stairs, the bus barreled its way back, finally arriving at the women's dormitory base around noon. The sound of the bus instantly attracted the attention of the women within the base. Some rushed outside to greet them, while others peered through windows, creating a wave of excitement. Xiaoman and teacher Situ are back, and he has brought back several women. They seem to be in the uniforms of Hangqing University. That one looks a lot like Qin Shuyao, the 10th campus flower. As the scene buzzed with speculation upon seeing Chao Xiaoman carry Situ Ling off the bus, the discussions grew ever more fervent. What happened to teacher Situ? Is she injured? That would be Xiling, Yakin, and Shuyao. They are all still alive. Has Xiaoman returned to our school? Chao Xiaoman carried Situ Ling to the foot of the dormitory building, where the top 10 school flowers and teachers Lu and Jiang had long been waiting to greet them. The cruise ship has already arrived. We shall relocate to a different place. The top floor is reserved for the Goddess Brigade and the 2 teachers. Chao Xiaoman softly addressed the group of girls, then raised his voice to announce to everyone. Everyone, gather downstairs. We are changing bases. The more than 600 female survivors, filled with curiosity, obediently descended to assemble. Mom, where is Xiaoman Gij taking us to live? Asked Lu Yia, holding Lu Rian's hand by a 3rd-floor window. That I'm not sure either. Let us go down first, Lu Rian replied, aware of the extraordinary capabilities of this young man. yet unable to fathom his intentions in this moment. Xiaoman, where are you taking us to reside? Is there a place better than our dormitory? I don't know. Anyway, we'll follow Xiaoman. They concurred. Let us hurry and gather. At that moment, Situ Ling felt exceedingly shy, being held by Xiaoman in front of so many people, yet found herself too weak to break free, burying her head deep into his embrace. Upon noticing Situ Ling's frail demeanor, Lu Roli instantly understood the situation, casting a fierce glare at Xiaoman and muttering to herself, "This mischievous boy, Linger, will surely be exhausted eventually." However, Xiaoman remained unfazed. Having gradually thickened his skin through recent experiences, 5 minutes later, everyone had gathered in the plaza. Xiaoman spoke. "All right, everyone follow me. We are moving to a new residence. Later, teachers Lu Roli and Jiang Wanner will arrange the rooms. Please, no disorder, understood?" "Understood, Xiaoman." "Yes, sir," the crowd responded in unison. Subsequently, Xiaoman led them grandly to the largest playground in the school, the very heart of the campus. With a flamboyant gesture, a massive cruise ship, akin to a small mountain, appeared on the playground, accompanied by a thunderous boom as it landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Wow, is that a cruise ship? Goodness, how did a cruise ship suddenly appear? It's so long. It must be nearly 500 meters, and its height must be around 100 meters. Goddess Team 1, follow me to the top deck." Xiaoman instructed the 10 school flowers. Stepping onto the cruise ship without hesitation, the 10 girls followed closely behind. In the elevator, Su Miaoyin curiously inquired, "Teacher Situ, how did you get injured?" "Yes. Weren't you fine when you went out this morning?" Jiu echoed, equally puzzled. The others were also filled with curiosity, except for Lin Shiyao, who, observing Situ Ling's weakness, seemed to have guessed something but did not ask. Could it be that Xiaoman did something to Teacher Situ? "Yet, I don't see any visible wounds on her," someone whispered. Feeling increasingly embarrassed by the questions, Situ Ling softly replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need a bit of rest." Xiaoman hastily interrupted the girl's curiosity, asking, "By the way, how stable are your abilities now? I feel like I've reached my limit. It's time to break through to the next level, just like in a game." Lin Shiyao was the first to respond. "Yes, I feel the same," echoed several others in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman confirmed that this was indeed the moment for them to advance to second-level abilities. "This morning, we encountered second-level zombies, and now we have second-level zombie crystals. After you choose your rooms, come to my room for the breakthrough." "Understood." "All right," the girls replied in unison. When the group arrived at the top floor and exited the elevator, Xiaoman carried Situ Ling directly to the largest presidential suite at the ship's stern. "All right, you all pick your rooms first, and then come back later." After entering the suite, the 10 girls began to discuss their arrangements. "How should we allocate the rooms?" Qin Xia gently asked. The 10 girls exchanged glances. "I've noticed Xiaoman always calls us school flowers. How about we rank ourselves as such? Xiaoman's room will have odd numbers on the right and even numbers on the left." "What do you all think?" suggested Xiao Yue. "I want to stay next to Xiaoman Gij." Su Miaoyin whispered, "No, we must adhere to the rules." Morong Shui immediately rebutted, her expression serious. The others looked curiously at Morong Shui, intrigued by her stance. "Well, it doesn't really matter where we stay. Let us go with Yue's suggestion. At least it will make it easier for Xiaoman to find us," Qin Xia advised. "The majority rules. Let's arrange it this way," Lin Shiyao concluded. "Agreed." "All right," the girls concurred. "I'll stay on the right with Wan Qing, Shuanger, Miaoyin. On the left will be Shuer, Yeye, Xia, Yue, and Miaoling." Lin Shiyao organized the arrangements, adding, "And remember to write your names on the door plates." Once everything was settled, the 10 girls each entered their respective rooms. Xiaoman, still holding Situ Ling, circled around the presidential suite, noticing its immaculate cleanliness. The decor and furnishings were all brand new, predominantly adorned in luxurious gold, with even the bedding being pristine, exuding opulence. "Xiaoman, please put me down. Everything in here is new and very clean," Situ Ling gently urged. "All right," Xiaoman replied, carefully placing Situ Ling on the enormous bed that measured 3 meters by 3 meters. Saying softly, "Linger, you rest first. I will go to the storage room to arrange some supplies." Situ Ling nodded lightly. Xiaoman looked at the vast bed where Situ Ling lay and couldn't help but tease. "Wow, what a massive bed. How extravagant." He then proceeded to the lower deck, where Lu Ruoli and Jiang Wan'er were methodically organizing the survivors' room allocations. Teacher Lu, Teacher Jiang, I'm heading to the lower storage room to retrieve some supplies. If you need anything, just go there, Chao Xiaoman said as he approached them softly. All right, understood, the two replied, continuing their work. Upon reaching the lower storage room, Chao Xiaoman found many empty spaces with a wave of his hand. Various supplies appeared as if by magic, including a range of clothing and accessories for the girls. An hour later, when he returned to the top suite, he found the 10 girls of Goddess Team 1 already gathered and happily chatting in the living room. Xiaoman, have you arranged the supplies? Lin Shuyao asked as she approached. Yes, everything is set. There's food, clothing, and daily necessities. Chao Xiaoman smiled in response, but then his expression turned serious as he said, Now everyone, please sit on the carpet. I am preparing to help you elevate your abilities. On the carpet, the 10 girls seated themselves in various postures, their long, fair legs presented in diverse arrangements, some crossed, some together, and others kneeling. As they moved, they inadvertently revealed some scenes that were both blush-inducing and heart-racing, causing Chao Xiaoman to momentarily lose himself in the sight. Xiaoman, what are you looking at? Lin Shuyao asked, her tone laced with jealousy. Xiaoman Gij, you pervert, Su Miaoing teased playfully. Xiaoman Gu, you're so shameless. Xia Yue shyly lowered her head. Realizing his lapse had been noticed, Chao Xiaoman awkwardly cleared his throat, raising his hands in surrender. Cough, cough, I didn't mean to. With that, he waved his hand, and a collection of peanut-sized green crystals appeared before each girl. These are 100 second-level zombie crystals. Each of you should consume one to upgrade your abilities, and then continue eating to enhance your powers to their peak, Chao Xiaoman instructed, but be careful not to overindulge. Understood, the 10 girls nodded in agreement, then began to consume the crystals. Chao Xiaoman remained focused on the girls, attentively observing any changes in their bodies, ready to protect them. However, the alluring sight before him stirred an unusual sensation within him. Yet he endured, concentrating his attention on the enhancement of the 10 young women's abilities. 2 hours later, Lu Ruoli entered the room, accompanied by a dozen female students, each carrying an array of sumptuous dishes. As Lu Ruoli arranged the food on the coffee table in the living room. The spread was extraordinarily lavish, featuring delicacies such as hairy crabs and lobsters, surpassing even that of a 5-star hotel. She then addressed Chao Xiaoman, saying, Xiaoman, you all should eat first. It was then that Chao Xiaoman suddenly remembered that no one had dined yet. And she remarked, All right, everyone, let us eat first. We can have the crystals afterward. Upon hearing this, the 10 women paused their consumption of the crystals and rose to gather around the sofa. Lu teacher, Linger, I'll bring it over. Lu Ruoli seemed to anticipate Chao Xiaoman's words, casting her a knowing glance and interrupting her. That would be much obliged. Chao Xiaoman felt a surge of gratitude, thinking to herself how perceptive and understanding the older sister was. Everyone, let us begin our meal. Chao Xiaoman picked up her chopsticks and started, followed by the other 10 women. While those who had brought the dishes stood quietly by. In the suite, Lu Ruoli placed the tray laden with chicken soup and other dishes on the bedside table. Linger, get up and eat. Lu Ruoli gently called to Situ Ling. Situ Ling slowly stirred awake, sitting up gradually and leaning against the headboard. Ruoli Jia, I'm troubling you again, Situ Ling said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Enough of that. You really ought to take better care of yourself. Allowing Xiaoman to exhaust you like this during the day, Lu Ruoli said, her tone slightly reproachful. Situ Ling's face flushed crimson. Knowing Lu Ruoli had certainly guessed what had transpired between her and Chao Xiaoman that morning. Ruoli Jia, he just experienced a taste of it. I couldn't refuse. Alas, what am I to say to you? You really do not cherish yourself enough, Lu Ruoli sighed, feeling both exasperated and helpless. Ruoli Jia, how about I? Situ Ling attempted to persuade Lu Ruoli to join, but her words were cut short. No need to say more. I know what you wish to convey. I will consider it, Lu Ruoli responded with a wry smile, thinking that this was quite clearly her own little man being peddled. Half an hour later, the meals were cleared away, and the 10 young women of the goddess group resumed their consumption of the green crystals, fully engrossed in the process of enhancing their abilities. Lu Ruoli gently settled beside Chao Xiaoman, her gaze fixed on the 10 women as she curiously inquired, Xiaoman, are they upgrading their abilities? Indeed, they have now reached level 2 in their abilities, Chao Xiaoman replied. Turning to glance at the stunning older sister beside her, a flicker of amusement in her eyes as she waved her hand, conjuring 100 white level 1 zombie crystals before Lu Ruoli. Teacher Lu, you should awaken your abilities as well. Once awakened, both your stamina and strength will be twice that of an ordinary person, making it much easier for you to manage the base. Chao Xiaoman said earnestly. Lu Ruoli gazed at the pile of glistening white crystals before her, a spark of intrigue flickering in her eyes that in truth, she had long envied the top 10 campus belles and Sidu Ling for their abilities, yet had hesitated to voice her desire. Xiaoman, I think I want need it. I mostly stay in the base, and it seems rather unnecessary. Lu Ruoli feigned reluctance, though her heart wavered. Come now, Teacher Lu. Managing the base is no easy task. There are so many matters to tend to daily, and having abilities will certainly ease your burden. Chao Xiaoman smiled, persuading her. The reasons for wanting Lu Ruoli to manage the base were threefold: her stunning beauty and exceptional demeanor, her gentle nature and ability to connect with others, and her experience as the head librarian, which endowed her with management skills. Seeing that Chao Xiaoman was so insistent, Lu Ruoli ceased her objections and gently nodded. Very well then. Thank you, Xiaoman. Teacher Lu, hurry and eat. I am particularly eager to see what abilities you will awaken, Chao Xiaoman said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on Lu Ruoli. The intensity of that gaze made Lu Ruoli feel a bit shy, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lu Ruoli delicately picked up a white level 1 zombie crystal and slowly placed it in her mouth. Swallowing it. Instantly, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, enveloping her in a gentle power. She softly closed her eyes, savoring this wondrous transformation. When she opened her eyes again, she slowly spread her palm, revealing a soft green light emanating from her hand. Lu Ruoli was both astonished and elated, exclaiming, Xiaoman, Xiaoman, I've awakened my abilities. Upon hearing this, Chao Xiaoman quickly utilized her system skills to scan Lu Ruoli's information. Name, Lu Ruoli. Age, 33. Height, 177 centimeters. Beauty, 97. Figure, 99. Physique, 88. X2. Strength, 81. X2. Agility, 70. X2. Mental power, 90. X2. Ability level, 1. Attribute multiplier, 2. Ability. Healing ability LV1. Personality, gentle as water. Occupation, head librarian of Qiantang University. Purity, 99. Favorability, 80. Healing ability, auxiliary healing ability, capable of healing injuries and restoring states to targets at close range. LV1 provides double effect, consuming 70 mental power per use. LV2 provides double effect, consuming 140 mental power, and so forth, with LV10 providing tenfold effect, consuming 700 mental power. Wow, a healer, that's incredible, Chao Xiaoman exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, having a teammate with healing abilities would be an immense boon for the entire team. Lu Ruoli, seeing Chao Xiaoman's exuberance, felt her own joy swell, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she curiously asked, Xiaoman, can I use my abilities to heal Linger? Chao Xiaoman's eyes lit up instantly, the words perpetual motion machine flashing in her mind. If Lu Ruoli's healing abilities could help Sidu Ling recover swiftly, it would be tremendously useful. Absolutely. Teacher Lu, you should hurry and heal Linga, Chao Xiaoman urged. Lu Ruoli wasted no time, rising quickly to head toward the bedroom. However, perhaps due to her excitement, her right foot inadvertently stepped on the hem of her skirt, causing her to lean forward and tumble toward the ground with a startled ah. Fortunately, Chao Xiaoman reacted swiftly, catching Lu Ruoli in his arms just in time. Had he not, Lu Ruoli would undoubtedly have fallen onto the carpet, enduring a painful ordeal. Chao Xiaoman gazed at the beautiful woman in white resting in his embrace, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Ruoli enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. His hands seemed to act of their own accord, instinctively tightening their hold. In that moment, a wave of soft, exquisite sensations coursed through him. Lu Ruoli, momentarily dazed from her fall, gradually regained her senses as she found herself in Chao Xiaoman's embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise at being held so closely by her student. Before she could fully process the situation, she felt an unusual sensation from certain parts of her body, as though they were being gently squeezed. Instinctively, she glanced down to see a large hand resting in an inappropriate location, leaving an imprint. Lu Ruoli's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she quickly turned to Chao Xiaoman, her eyes filled with reproach. Xiaoman, Will you not let go of me? Chow Chow Man, who had been immersed in the delightful sensation, felt a pang of disappointment at being interrupted, but also understood the need to draw the line. Reluctantly, he composed himself and released her. Teacher Lu, why are you so flustered? You've just fallen, he said, feigning nonchalance. Lu Ruli stood up, her heart racing uncontrollably as she looked at Chow Xiaoman's exceptionally handsome face, unable to discern whether her rapid heartbeat was due to anxiety or something else entirely. Thank you. I'm going to treat Linger now, she said, and like a startled deer, she dashed toward the bedroom to eye in the cozy bedroom. Situ Ling, lying on the bed, was taken aback as Lu Ruli hurried in. Her cheeks flushed with an enchanting hue. Filled with curiosity, Situ Ling asked, Roli Jia, what's the matter? Lu Ruoli, caught off guard by this sudden inquiry, felt a slight wave of nervousness and quickly steadied her thoughts. Replying, it's nothing, Ling, I came here thinking I might use my extraordinary ability to help you recover. Upon hearing this, Situ Ling's eyes immediately sparkled with a hint of surprise, and she hurriedly inquired, Ruoli, have you awakened your powers? Lu Ruoli smiled and nodded gently, saying, yes, just now, Xiao Man gave me a crystal to consume, and to my astonishment, I truly awakened my abilities. Now, you stay still. Allow me to test the effects of this power on you. With that, she gracefully glided over to Situ Ling's side. Then, Lu Ruoli raised her delicate hand, and with a gentle wave, a soft green light, akin to a lively sprite, gradually infused into Situ Ling's body. In an instant, Situ Ling involuntarily emitted a sound of pure delight. Observing this, Lu Ruoli couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity, pondering to herself, is it truly possible for this ability to evoke such a pleasant sensation during healing? Before she could contemplate further, Situ Ling sprang from the bed like a jubilant little bird, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Ruoli, your powers are simply amazing. I no longer feel any soreness at all. She then excitedly leapt a few times, as if to announce her current state of ease and happiness to the world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruoli was equally filled with joy and quickly approached Situ Ling. Taking her hand with a beaming smile and saying, Ling Air, it seems my abilities are indeed quite formidable. Situ Ling vigorously nodded, repeatedly affirming, yes, yes, from now on, I fear I shall have to trouble Ruoli for assistance quite often. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ruoli felt an inexplicable oddity in her heart, though she could not articulate what felt amiss. Subsequently, the two girls joined hands and approached Chow Chow Man, who was engrossed in her work. Noticing the movement, Chow Chow Man turned her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as she asked, Ling Air, are you all right now? Situ Ling, her eyes beaming with delight, replied cheerfully, Chow Man, Ruoli's powers are truly remarkable. I don't feel any soreness at all. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Chow Chow Man and in an instant. Chow Chow Man comprehended the meaning behind Situ Ling's gaze, yet at that moment, she did not dwell on any other thoughts. And with a casual gesture, a pile of translucent white first-level zombie crystals appeared beside her. Chow Chow Man regarded the two with sincerity, stating, Ling Air, you and Teacher Lu should first elevate your abilities to their peak, and then upgrade them to level 2. Without hesitation, Situ Ling nodded, all right. With that, she affectionately took Lu Ruoli's hand and obediently sat down to begin consuming the crystals. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a teaching building, several male students and a male teacher were huddled together, their hearts brimming with indignation and resentment. Director, how does this Chow Chow Man possess such remarkable abilities? He can actually move the cruise ship to the playground. A small-statured male student exclaimed, his face a mixture of confusion and jealousy. Indeed, at this rate, those women will be living more comfortably than before the apocalypse. Another sturdily built male student added, his eyes filled with envy and a bitter tone in his voice. The group then began to voice their grievances. That cruise ship is far more luxurious than a 5-star hotel, with food and entertainment. It surely boasts a cinema and amusement park that's utterly enviable. I'm nearly starving. Should we venture outside to hunt zombies for food? No, no. If we accidentally get zombie blood on us, we will surely turn into zombies. I do not wish to die without food or drink. How many more days can we endure? Silence. A male student referred to as boss suddenly shouted. At that moment, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, flowing steadily. He quickly closed his eyes, concentrating on this peculiar power. The next instant, When he opened his eyes again, he instinctively waved his hand, and a blade of wind sliced through the air towards a tree with a trunk approximately 10 centimeters thick. With a crisp crack, the tree was severed in two. This sudden occurrence startled the nearby male students. However, soon their faces lit up with expressions of delight. "Boss, you have superpowers too? Boss, you are incredible. Now we have hope." "What kind of ability is that?" the director inquired curiously. "Teacher, this is wind manipulation. It can be used to attack enemies," the student known as Boss replied, a look of pride on his face. "Excellent. Then lead us outside to find food." "There is a supermarket not far beyond the school gate," the director decisively commanded. "All right, let us set off," the boss responded confidently. Thus, they swiftly gathered, each gripping a weapon tightly, and marched toward the supermarket outside the school. Prepared to seek sustenance for survival that in stark contrast to their dire circumstances, the over 600 female survivors aboard the cruise ship were reveling in merriment. Some were joyously singing, their melodies echoing throughout the vessel. Others danced gracefully to the music, their movements light and elegant, while others indulged in films, immersed in captivating plots, savoring the rare moments of joy amidst the apocalypse. As evening approached, the gentle rays of the setting sun bathed the cruise ship, enveloping it in a golden glow. At this moment, the powers of the top 10 campus beauties, including Lu Ruali and Situ Ling, had successfully ascended to level 2. Particularly among the top 10 beauties, their abilities had reached the pinnacle of the current stage. "Ling Teacher Lu, you both should stabilize your powers first. Consume the level 2 crystals tomorrow," Chao Xiao Man advised kindly, casting a gentle gaze at the two newly empowered teachers. "Emichum," they both replied softly, their eyes reflecting anticipation for further enhancement of their abilities. Subsequently, the group decided to exit their room. Wandering about to check on the status of the survivors, they opted not to take the elevator, but leisurely descended the stairway, one floor at a time. All the while, the beautiful women flitted about the cruise ship like cheerful birds, playing and frolicking, laughter resonating throughout, creating a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. Upon seeing the handsome Chao Xiao Man, they eagerly greeted him. "Xiao Man, you are so popular," Lin Xia quipped with a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed, Xiao Man Ji, you are the only man on the ship." Chu Yu playfully winked and made a silly face, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "It's wonderful to see everyone so happy," Xiao Yue remarked, her head slightly tilted back, her eyes filled with contentment and reflection. "Why does it feel as if we are not in an apocalypse?" "It seems more like a delightful vacation," Qin Xia said gently, her voice soft, as if afraid to disrupt the beautiful atmosphere. Thus, they continued their cheerful banter until they unknowingly arrived at the first-floor dining hall. There, an array of delectable dishes had been neatly arranged in a buffet style, a feast for the eyes that made one salivate. "Xiao Man, we have retained the original dining model of the cruise ship, ensuring a steady supply of food so that anyone feeling hungry can eat at any time." Lu Ruali slightly turned to introduce to Chao Xiao Man MHM. "Whatever you arrange is fine." Chao Xiao Man smiled and nodded in agreement, then added, "Let us eat first. Afterward, I will form the Goddess 2 team." During this dinner, everyone dined with exceptional joy, a warm atmosphere permeating the dining hall, filled with laughter and cheer. "Come, everyone, let us raise a glass to Xiao Man," Lu Ruali declared, her face radiating genuine smiles as the other women followed suit, lifting their glasses. "First, we thank Xiao Man for saving us. Second, we thank Xiao Man for providing us with such a luxurious 5-star abode. Third, we thank Xiao Man for awakening our powers." Lu Ruali spoke earnestly, each word deepening the gratitude reflected in her eyes. Chao Xiao Man observed the heartfelt appreciation from the women without interrupting, quietly absorbing the warmth of the moment. "Sisters, we are the Goddess 1 team. We will henceforth fight solely for Xiao Man Ji," Su Miaoyin exclaimed with a playful spirit, her eyes shining with determination. "Yes, for Xiao Man," the others echoed in unison, their voices crisp and resonant, echoing through the dining hall. "Xiao Man Ji, I feel as if you are like an emperor." Chu Yu could not help but stifle a laugh, then playfully remarked, "We are all part of your harem." As these words escaped her lips, the other women exchanged glances, their faces adorned with a hint of shyness and amusement. "Indeed, I too sense that Xiao Man Gugu is an extraordinarily handsome emperor," Su Miaoling softly chimed in. Caught off guard, Chao Xiaoman quickly cleared her throat and stated with gravity, "Ahem. I am a commander, not an emperor. You are all my soldiers. In the next moment, a chorus of laughter erupted among the women, the joyous atmosphere thickening. Meanwhile, those women who had come to dine could not conceal their envy at the sight of them sharing a meal with Chow Chow Man. At 8 o'clock in the evening, within the elegant living room of the presidential suite on the top deck of the cruise ship, soft lights cascaded down, creating a warm and tranquil ambience. Chow Chow Man sat serenely on the sofa, flanked by the 10 most beautiful schoolgirls from the Goddess One group, along with 3 stunningly graceful teachers. They exuded various charms, be it gentleness or cold allure. Forming a breathtaking scenery. In front of Chow Chow Man stood 2 neat rows of individuals. On the left were the 10 beauties from Hangqing University. Chu Linger, age 21, standing at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 95. Exuding grace as the foremost beauty of Hangqing University. Purity level 100 to Xiao Ilio, also 21, at 170 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 94, cold and aloof, the second beauty of Hangqing University. Purity level 100. Shun Xiling, age 20, standing at 170 cm, beauty score 97, figure score 92, youthful and vibrant, the third beauty. Purity level 100. Wu Biao, age 19, at 167 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 92, lively and playful, the fourth beauty. Purity level 100. Li Lingxin, aged 18, standing at 166 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 93, clever and intelligent, the fifth beauty. Purity level 100. Wang Zhixin, also 18, at 170 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 92, lively and spirited, the sixth beauty. Purity level 100. Mu Yakin, age 21, standing at 171 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 93, gentle and elegant, the seventh beauty. Purity level 100. An Yakin, age 22, at 173 cm, beauty score 95, figure score 91, gentle and serene, the eighth beauty. Purity level 100. Mu Lingxian, age 21, standing at 171 cm, beauty score 95, figure score 92, confident and sunny, the ninth beauty. Purity level 100. Qin Xiao, age 20, at 169 cm, beauty score 95, figure score 92, fresh and graceful, the 10th beauty. Purity level 100. To the right stood Jiang Waner, age 27, standing at 173 cm, beauty score 97, figure score 97, cold and noble, a music teacher at Xiantang University. Purity level 100. Lu Ruyan, age 37, at 173 cm, beauty score 97, figure score 98, cold and enchanting, the female president of Qiantang City Ely Construction Company. Purity level 99. Su Yining, age 26, standing at 174 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 97, cold and exquisite, a mathematics teacher at Hangqing University. Purity level 100. Su Yakin, also 26, at 174 cm, beauty score 96, figure score 97, charming and stunning, a mathematics teacher at Hangqing University. Purity level 100. Shen Zixuan, age 24, standing at 173 cm, beauty score 98, figure score 97, decisive and capable. The general manager of Qiantang City Haiguang Shipping Company, sister of Shun Xiling. Purity level 100. Fang Lingqin, age 28, at 173 cm, beauty score 97, figure score 97, composed and amiable, a doctor at Qian'an Hospital, sister-in-law of Shun Xiling. Purity level 100. Lu Yia, aged 15, at 158 cm, beauty score 95, figure score 85, lively and adorable, the second beauty of Qiantang City, Qiantang Middle School, daughter of Lu Ruyan. Purity level 100. Gazing at these 17 enchanting goddesses, be they youthful and radiant or mature and alluring, Chow Chow Man found herself momentarily dazzled, dressed in a variety of styles, ranging from simple and fashionable to elegant and luxurious, their unique qualities and long, beautiful legs peeking from beneath their skirts were a feast for the eyes. It was not until Lin Shiyao, standing behind her, gently nudged her shoulder, that Chow Chow Man snapped back to reality, quickly steadying her composure and adopting a serious demeanor. The women looked on curiously at Qiao Xiaoman, their hearts filled with uncertainty, unable to decipher his next move. Only the young Lu Yiya, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, eagerly awaited the surprise her Xiaoman Gugu would bestow upon her. Dear ladies, we now find ourselves in dire circumstances, and to ensure your survival, I possess some unique abilities that I wish to bestow upon you. As Qiao Xiaoman spoke, he waved his hand, and instantly, 17 pristine white plates were neatly arranged upon the coffee table. He then picked up a small knife and, without hesitation, made a delicate cut on his left hand, crimson blood flowing forth. This sudden turn of events left the women utterly astonished, each wondering, what could this possibly mean? Is he invoking a blood oath? I possess a special ability, an extraordinary power. My blood can resist viruses, including the zombie virus, as long as you consume a drop of my blood. Even if you are unfortunate enough to be bitten by a zombie, you will not be infected nor turned into one. While explaining, he methodically dripped a drop of blood onto each plate. Now, everyone, please consume this drop of blood, and you shall no longer fear any viruses. The women exchanged glances, each feeling that this method was somewhat peculiar. However, Lu Ye bravely took the first step. Xiaoman Gugu, I believe in you. I shall go first. Her melodious voice rang out in the living room as she quickly stepped forward, picked up a plate, and extended her delicate tongue to gently lick the drop of blood. Instantly, a warm sensation surged through her body, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing every inch of her skin. Wow, I feel so comfortable, Lu Yiya exclaimed joyfully. The elegant President Lu Rian watched her daughter with admiration, secretly smiling to herself, realizing that her daughter was indeed braver than she. Furthermore, both mother and daughter had been saved by Qiao Xiaoman. With this thought, she took a deep breath and stepped forward as the second, taking a plate and consuming the drop of blood. Similarly, the comforting warmth enveloped her entire being, truly delightful. Lu Ruyin gently closed her eyes, savoring the wondrous sensation. Inspired by her, the other women stepped forward one by one, taking the plates to consume the droplets of blood. As each woman partook in the blood droplets, a series of system notifications resonated within Qiao Xiaoman's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 13. Chu Ling Air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Basic attributes increased by 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 14. Xiaoyi Lu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Ability upgrade. Fire immunity level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 15. Wu Bai Yao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Basic attributes increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 16. Li Ling Xine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Mental enhancement upgraded to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 17. Wang Ji Xine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Agility enhancement level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 18. And Yaqin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Water ability level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 19. Mu Ling Xian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Basic attributes increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 20. Shenzi Ling Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Space ability upgraded to level 4. Internal space of 10,000 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 21. Mu Yaqin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Ice immunity level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 22. Qin Shui Yao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Gold ability level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 23. Jiangwan Air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Wood ability level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 24. Lu Ruyin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. All attributes enhancement level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 25. Su Yaning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Basic attributes increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 26. Suyachin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Thunder ability level 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 27, Shunzi Xian. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Basic attributes increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 28, Feng Ling Qing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Transformation into an angel level 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 29, Lu Yuyu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Teleportation ability level 1. Chao Xiao Man gazed at the binding rewards presented by the system, unable to contain his elation, while he had some mental preparation for the other ability rewards. These two were entirely unexpected, leaving him pleasantly astonished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding more than 20 goddesses. The system is about to upgrade in an instant. The crisp notification sound of the system echoed in Chao Xiao Man's mind, like a thunderclap, capturing his complete attention. Ding. System upgrading. 1, 10, 30, 50, 90. The numbers rapidly fluctuated, each change resonating like the drumbeats of fate, and Chao Xiao Man's heart raced in sync with this rhythm, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming unknown transformation. Ding. System upgrade successful. At last, the exhilarating announcement rang out. A flicker of surprise crossed Chao Xiao Man's eyes, followed by another new notification. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a goddess-exclusive skill. Resurrection. Any goddess will be able to resurrect with a single click upon death. Cooldown 24 hours. Ding. Goddess information panel module loading. Ding. Goddess information panel loaded successfully. A cascade of surprises left Chao Xiao Man momentarily stunned, processing the astonishing revelations. System upgrade. Resurrection skill. Cooldown of 24 hours. Chao Xiao Man murmured, his voice laced with disbelief. Does this mean that all the goddesses I bind will be immune to death? Nice. System. I shall award you a 5-star review. Unable to restrain his joy, Chao Xiao Man's heart brimmed with gratitude for this formidable system. With excitement coursing through him, he eagerly opened Lin Shi Yao's goddess panel. On the left was a breathtakingly beautiful photograph of Lin Shi Yao, identical to her real-life visage, while the right side detailed her various attributes, culminating in a prominent resurrection button at the bottom. This signified that should Lin Shi Yao encounter misfortune, a mere click on this button would grant her a new lease on life. Still immersed in astonishment, Chao Xiao Man was abruptly jolted back to reality by a sudden pain in his shoulder. He coughed awkwardly a couple of times, recalling that he still had important matters to attend to. Next, I shall assist you all in awakening your abilities. First, observe what an ability entails. Shi Yao, Ling Air, please demonstrate. Lin Shi Yao elegantly extended her palm, and an ice spike, exuding a chill, instantly crystallized, resembling an exquisite work of art. Meanwhile, C2 Ling's palm crackled with a vibrant bolt of lightning, the sound echoing with power. The gathered women were left awestruck, gasping in amazement. Only Su Yaning and Su Yaqin, the twin sisters, maintained a semblance of calm, for they had long since awakened their abilities. Su Yaning, Su Yaqin, please also showcase your abilities. Chao Xiao Man directed his gaze towards the twin sisters. All right, they responded in unison. As soon as the words left their lips, a remarkable scene unfolded. The twins instantaneously transformed into quadruplets, as if by magic, 2 additional figures materializing out of thin air. Wow, how did it turn into quadruplets? Wow, is this what an ability looks like? Such a powerful superpower. It resembles the abilities in the movies. Truly remarkable. I want that too. Exclamations of wonder erupted, the atmosphere electrified. Chao Xiao Man raised his hand to interrupt the crowd, and with a flick of his wrist, 15 pristine level 1 zombie crystals appeared upon the coffee table, glimmering with an enigmatic radiance under the light. All right, everyone, calm down. Each of you will eat 1 crystal, and you will all awaken your abilities. The room fell silent as the women's eyes fixated intently on the crystals, their expressions brimming with curiosity and anticipation. All right, 1 for each. Consume them, and what type of ability you awaken will depend on your innate talent. Encouraged by Chao Xiao Man, the women approached one by one, cautiously picking up the crystals and slowly swallowing them in an instant. Expressions of comfort and excitement radiated from their faces, as if they were indulging in the most exquisite delicacies of the world. Now, please demonstrate your abilities, from left to right. Chu Ling-er, you go first. Once the women had completed their awakenings, Chow Xiao Man methodically instructed. Chu Ling-er took a deep breath, slowly extending her palm. And a tender green sapling emerged from the soil, thriving in her palm. This is my wood ability. I can control plants to attack. Her voice was melodious, tinged with pride. Chow Xiao Man nodded with satisfaction. Praising, excellent, a wood ability. This will surely prove invaluable in battles. Next, Xiao Lu stepped forward, and flames erupted in her palm, dancing and casting a crimson glow upon her face. That I possess fire ability, she stated succinctly. Her voice imbued with a fervent energy. When it was Shun Ziling's turn, she shyly scratched her head and said, Xiao Man, I have divination ability. I can foresee events that will occur in the near future. But I cannot demonstrate it. Chow Xiao Man's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, What? Divination ability? My goodness, Ziling, you are extraordinary. This is an incredibly rare ability. It will provide us with reliable guidance in our future endeavors. Shen Ziling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the praise, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Wu Baiyao stepped forward, appearing somewhat shy. Gently swaying her body, she spoke softly, Xiaoman Gij. What is it? Wu Baiyao, Chow Xiaoman inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just watch closely. Wu Baiyao gritted her teeth and resolutely declared. No sooner had her words fallen than her body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her ears gradually elongated, sprouting soft white fur. Simultaneously, a fluffy white tail emerged from behind her. Goodness, a fox spirit, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed, startled into jumping up. The other women were equally astonished, gazing in wide-eyed disbelief and gasping in surprise. Wu Biao, blushing furiously at Chow Xiaoman's words, playfully scolded, Xiaoman, what are you saying? Come here, let me touch it. In her excitement, Chow Xiaoman spoke without thinking, Xiaoman, what are you saying again? Wu Biao became even more bashful, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. Ahem, my apologies, I got carried away, Chow Xiaoman said, realizing her indiscretion, and quickly changed the subject. All right, next. Li Lingxin, beaming with joy, pointed to her eyes and said, Xiaoman, my vision can see far into the distance. Wow, 1,000-mile eye, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed again, marveling at how useful this ability would be for reconnaissance and early warning. Wang Zhixin stepped forward, extending her palm to reveal an object glistening with a metallic sheen. Xiaoman, I possess a golden ability, she announced, her voice bright and clear. Very good, very good. Chow Xiaoman nodded in approval, acknowledging the unique advantages of a golden ability in both offense and defense. Xiaoman, I can enhance agility. Mu Yakin said gently, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Support skills, wonderful, Chow Xiaoman replied, delighted, knowing that supportive abilities often yield unexpected results in team combat. Xiaoman, I can enhance physical constitution, and Yakin added softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Another support skill, splendid. Chow Xiaoman expressed great satisfaction with these two supportive abilities. Xiaoman, I possess a wind ability that allows me to control wind attacks, Mu Lingxian stated confidently, her eyes radiating determination. Excellent, excellent, Chow Xiaoman nodded repeatedly. Qin Shuiyao stepped forward, her face flushed, hesitant to speak. Qin Shuiyao, what troubles you? Chow Xiaoman asked. Intrigued by her demeanor. I have an auditory ability, Qin Shuiyao whispered, gently pointing to her ears. Oh, a listening ear, Chow Xiaoman exclaimed, unable to suppress a teasing remark. Just don't eavesdrop when there's nothing happening. Laughter erupted among the group, and Qin Shuyao's face turned an even deeper shade of red, wishing for a hole to hide in. All right, next, Chow Xiaoman said, eager to shift the focus. Jiang Wanner stepped forward with poise, smiling at Chow Xiaoman. Xiaoman, like you, I possess spatial abilities. What? Spatial abilities. Fantastic. Congratulations, Teacher Jiang, Chow Xiaoman said, his eyes widening in astonishment and joy. He then turned to Lu Ruyan, who, usually aloof, appeared hesitant, a hint of shyness visible on her face. Lu Ruyan, what is going on? Chow Xiaoman inquired, puzzled. Well, just take a look for yourself, Lu Ruyan sighed. Resigned, no sooner had she spoken than a pair of black, devilish horns sprouted from her head, accompanied by a pair of black wings and a tail. Heavens, is this a succubus? Chow Xiaoman gasped, his face a mask of shock. Lu Rian blushed at his reaction, fully aware of the special significance of a succubus in the eyes of men. Feeling immensely embarrassed, Lu Rian, "Come on, let me touch it." "No, you are simply amazing," Chao Xiaoman exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent, while the other women rolled their eyes at him. Realizing his faux pas, he quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "All right, next." Loli Luya bounced forward, her excitement palpable, exclaiming, "Watch this." No sooner had she spoken than her body split into two, both Lu Yia waving at Chao Xiaoman and sweetly calling out, "Xiaoman Gij. Wow, just like Su Yining and her sister. You have a duplication ability. Lu Yia, you are impressive," Chao Xiaoman praised, giving her a thumbs up. Next, Shen Zishuan approached shyly, stating, "Xiaoman, like my sister, I too possess a divination ability." "Impressive, 2 divination abilities," Chao Xiaoman exclaimed with delight. Knowing that having 2 diviners would provide greater assurance in the face of unknown dangers. "Xiaoman, I have a healing ability," Fong Lingqin said softly, a green glow emanating from her palm, exuding warmth. "Fong Lingqin, this ability suits you well," Chao Xiaoman smiled. "Thank you, Xiaoman," Fong Lingqin replied gratefully. Observing the various expressions among the women, some filled with joy, others shy, Chao Xiaoman felt a sudden urge to exhibit his prowess and decided to put on an impressive display. "Ahem, now let me show you something spectacular." "What is it? What will you show us?" the women inquired, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chao Xiaoman took a deep breath and activated his transformation angel ability. In the next moment, a pair of radiant golden wings sprouted from his back, shimmering like the sun, almost blinding in their brilliance. He gently flapped his wings, rising gracefully into the air, akin to an angel descending from the heavens. As the women beheld the sight, they collectively gasped in awe. "Wow, an angel! Xiaoman Gij has become a birdman. So handsome! Xiaoman is incredibly handsome," their admiration poured forth. And Chao Xiaoman reveled in the sense of accomplishment as he floated in the air. He gradually retracted his ability, landing softly back onto the sofa, gazing at the 10 stunningly beautiful campus flowers of Hangzhou. "Now, I intend to form the Goddess 2 team, which requires a total of 10 members. As the top 10 campus flowers of Hangzhou University, you are perfectly suited for this. However, as members of this legion, now that you possess abilities, you must take on responsibilities and venture out to battle zombies to rescue more survivors. Would you be willing?" Chao Xiaoman stated, his gaze unwavering as he awaited their response. Upon hearing his words, the 10 campus flowers exchanged glances, assessing one another. "By the way, let me introduce you. The Goddess 1 team comprises the top 10 campus flowers of Qiantang University. The lovely ladies behind me, they are already adept at effortlessly slaying zombies." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ilio's eyes glimmered with determination as she was the first to raise her hand high at AS fellow campus flowers. They were unwilling to be left behind, declaring resolutely, "I am willing." "Yes." Chao Xiaoman nodded in satisfaction, commending Xiao Ilio for her decisiveness. Following her lead, Mu Lingxian stepped forward without hesitation. Her naturally confident and adventurous spirit prompted her to exclaim, "I am willing too." Inspired by their resolve, the remaining 8 women quickly expressed their willingness to join the Goddess 2 team. "Excellent. From this day forth, the Goddess 2 team is officially established. Congratulations to you all. I firmly believe that you will all become the most powerful warriors in this world." As Chao Xiaoman spoke, he clapped his hands vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation, while the 10 girls were somewhat puzzled by Chao Xiaoman's unwavering confidence. The praise filled them with joy and pride. Just then, a bright voice interrupted the enthusiastic atmosphere. "Xiaoman Gij, don't forget about me." Both Luya bounced into view, pouting cutely, their adorable appearance captivating everyone. "You?" Chao Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, then stroked his chin, deep in thought. After 10 seconds, a gentle smile graced his face as he looked at Luya. "How about this? Let's form another team. The Lowly One team. Yeah, would you like to join?" Upon hearing this, Luya raised her delicate brow, curiously asking, "Why call it the Lowly One team?" "Because you are still young, a cute little lowly, hence the name. Moreover, you can later seek out girls of a similar age to join your team. What do you think?" Chao Xiaoman patiently elucidated. "Very well, I shall venture out shortly." Luya exclaimed excitedly, her face aglow with eager anticipation. Hastily, Chao Xiaoman interjected, advising, "Yeah, hold on a moment. Remember, in order to join your legion, those girls must be as beautiful as you. Do you understand?" "Why is that, brother Xiaoman?" Lu Yeye tilted her head, gazing at Chao Xiaoman with a look of skepticism. Well, just remember this. You will understand the reason in due course, Chao Xiaoman said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Lu Yeye's hair. All right then, Lu Yeye replied obediently, though still harboring some doubts. She chose to trust Chao Xiaoman. With a wave of his hand, 11 piles of white crystals appeared on the coffee table, each containing 100 pieces, glimmering with a mysterious radiance under the light. Listen closely, after awakening your abilities. You may continue to consume these crystals, which will enhance the potency of your powers to their utmost potential. However, you must eat slowly. Should you feel any discomfort or swelling, immediately cease consumption. Otherwise, you may risk being overwhelmed by the power and face dire consequences. Chao Xiaoman instructed, his demeanor serious and attentive. Now, each of you should find a spacious area to consume the crystals. Upon finishing his words, Chao Xiaoman turned his gaze towards Lin Shiyao, saying earnestly, Shiyao, please assist the ladies of Team Goddess 1 in monitoring them, and ensure that nothing goes awry. Understood, Lin Shiyao replied with a nod as the women took their crystals and dispersed to enhance their abilities. Chao Xiaoman focused on the remaining 8 enchanting goddesses, Teacher Lu, Linger, Teacher Jiang, President Lu, the 2 Su teachers, Manager Shan, and Dr. Fong. Ladies, I wish to discuss the future plans for our base. Please, take a seat. Chao Xiaoman's tone was calm and resolute. Upon hearing this, the 8 women settled onto the sofa. With Situ Ling affectionately positioning herself beside Chao Xiaoman. I intend for you to form a team, to be named Team Butler 1, primarily responsible for the management and protection of the base. Chao Xiaoman surveyed the group, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Noticing the focused and eager expressions on the 8 women, he continued, I plan to establish 2 bases. One main base, named Goddess Base, and an auxiliary survivor base outside of it. The main base will be exclusive to members of our legion, akin to a military unit, and may even be regarded as an independent nation. The auxiliary survivor base will cater to those we rescue in the future. When the time is right, it will be handed over to the official military of Longhua, preserving a glimmer of hope for humanity. That I need your assistance in managing the base, so I encourage each of you to contemplate the aspects you can oversee. The women fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Moreover, the cruise ship is merely our temporary residence. I intend to construct a cluster of palaces. The heart of this cluster will be the central palace, designed to accommodate an assembly of 100,000 individuals on its first floor, while the second floor and above will serve as my quarters. The other palaces will be arranged in an orderly fashion around the central palace, each housing 10 individuals, perfectly forming a team. Additionally, the palaces must possess mobility features. Since we are all allies, I shall not conceal from you that I possess both spatial storage capabilities and replication abilities. At this revelation, the women could not help but express their astonishment. The first-level zombie crystals you just consumed were replicated from a single original. The resources we currently utilize, including this cruise ship, can theoretically be replicated infinitely. I am uncertain what calamities the future may hold, such as a flood engulfing the entire planet. Hence the necessity for mobile palaces. By constructing various palace templates, I can replicate them as needed. Of course, the materials required for construction can also be replicated. Items like golden Nanmu wood and bulldozers pose no issue. AS Goddess Base serves as our primary base. Its scale may continually expand, potentially accommodating hundreds of thousands, or even millions. I intend for each member of Teams Goddess 1 and 2 to recruit 10 female survivors each, thereby forming new teams, such as Beautiful Team 11, Beautiful Team 12, and so forth. This way, we will instantly have 20 teams. These teams can operate from the base, dispersing into surrounding areas to eliminate zombies and rescue more survivors. That summarizes my overarching plan. Please consider what aspects you might oversee. The women continued to ponder seriously. A few minutes later, Lu Rian spoke first, her confidence in this young student unwavering. Xiaoman, I have a background in the construction industry, so I can oversee the base's construction. However, regarding manpower, you need not worry about manpower. We can select from the female survivors that I can assist them in awakening their abilities and enhancing their physiques, enabling them to participate in construction work. Chao Xiaoman promptly responded, very well, since manpower is not an issue, I shall be responsible for the base's construction, Lu Rian stated resolutely, feeling reassured. By the way, you can compile a list of materials needed for construction tonight, and I will accompany you to gather them tomorrow, Chao Xiaoman added. All right, Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Xiaoman, perhaps I should manage the resources, as I previously handled the library and am quite adept at such tasks. Lu Roli suggested. Certainly, I trust you with the critical responsibility of resource management, Chao Xiaoman affirmed with a nod. Xiaoman, I will take charge of personnel management, Situ Ling volunteered eagerly. Excellent. Linger, you are well suited for overseeing personnel management. Chao Xiaoman replied with a smile. How about I manage the medical aspect, given that my awakened ability is related to healing? Fang Lingqin proposed. That works, Chao Xiaoman agreed. Xiaoman, we are currently at a loss regarding what we can oversee. Su Yining remarked with a hint of frustration. Very well, you four may remain tentative for now. We can refine our roles as circumstances evolve, Chao Xiaoman decided, unable to devise more suitable arrangements at that moment. After concluding his remarks, Chao Xiaoman once again waved his hand with flair, and instantly, 6 piles of pristine first-level crystals appeared on the coffee table, accompanied by 2 piles emanating a ghostly green glow, signifying second-level crystals. Now, let us begin to enhance our abilities. Linger, Teacher Lu, you shall consume the green crystals, Chao Xiaoman methodically directed. All right, the women chorused in unison, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for the enhancement of their powers. They reached out, grasping the crystals before slowly placing them into their mouths. As the crystals melted within them, an extraordinary force began to flow through their bodies, and expressions of focus and enjoyment gradually adorned their faces. Chao Xiaoman quietly observed this gathering of exquisite women, an array of emotions swelling within him. In his previous life, he was but a weary wage slave, ensnared in a monotonous and frantic existence, tirelessly toiling for survival. Who could have anticipated that host? Chao Xiaoman age, 18 height, 185 centimeters appearance, 100 figure, 100 physique, 300 x 18, strength, 300 x 17, agility, 300 x 18, mental power, 300 x 19, ability level, for attribute multiplier, 10 attack abilities, space ability LV4, ice ability LV1, wood ability LV1, lightning ability LV1, water ability LV1, metal ability LV1 control abilities, none support abilities, teleportation ability LV1 transformation abilities, angel transformation LV1 passive abilities, poison immunity LV3, all attribute enhancement LV1, mental enhancement LV2, fire immunity LV2, physique enhancement LV1, agility enhancement LV1, ice immunity LV1 bound goddesses, 29 in total, including Lin Shiyao, Lu Ruoli, Su Miaoyin, Su Miaoling, among others. Chao Xiaoman stared at his information panel, momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, have I truly reached 57 times the attributes of an ordinary person?" As he spoke, he instinctively clenched his fist, a hint of confusion stirring within him. Why does it not feel so pronounced to me? Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the introduction of his newly acquired skills. The first-level teleportation limited to just 1 kilometer. This distance is rather unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, in this apocalyptic environment, it could prove invaluable at crucial moments. So it was still quite beneficial. With 5,700 mental power, if he were to utilize the first-level water ability all at once, theoretically, he could conjure 570 water balls, which was rather impressive to Chao Xiaoman pondered. He extended his palm. Instantly, a crystal-clear water ball materialized in his hand. In the next moment, the water ball vanished, replaced by a piece of solid metal, which then transformed into a tender green sapling. And finally, the sapling morphed into a flickering bolt of lightning. With the elemental abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he was only missing fire and earth. If he could gather all 5 elemental abilities, it would be even more exhilarating. Chao Xiaoman secretly anticipated this. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was the early hours of the morning. The women had all finished consuming the crystals, and their abilities were now at their peak state. At this moment, they joyfully surrounded Chao Xiaoman, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Does anyone know how many universities, high schools, and primary schools there are in Qiantang City? Chao Xiaoman inquired while surveying the group. Xiaoman, apart from Qiantang University and Hangqing University, there are 4 other universities, 8 high schools, and 8 primary schools. Tu Ling quickly responded, so many. Chao Xiaoman furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Xiaoman, are you planning to rescue the survivors in the schools? The female Xiao Lu Rian asked curiously. Indeed, The apocalypse has persisted for several days. There are likely not many who have survived. Now that you all possess formidable abilities, it is time for you to contribute. Chao Xiaoman replied with a serious expression. Goddess Legion, heed my command. Chao Xiaoman suddenly raised his voice, his demeanor grave. Understood. The women responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and enthusiasm. This was not only a test for them, but also an exceptional opportunity to showcase their abilities in the apocalypse. Tomorrow, each of you will select 10 individuals to form a new legion, to be named the Beautiful Legion. The numbering will be determined by your rankings as campus beauties. For instance, Lin Shiyao's Legion will be named Beautiful Legion 11, and so forth. Xiao Yue's Legion will be Beautiful Legion 20, Shu Ling Er's Legion will be Beautiful Legion 21, and Qin Shuyao's Legion will be Beautiful Legion 30. The members of Goddess Legion 1 will lead, pairing with members of Goddess Legion 2 to form temporary legions, each consisting of 22 members. With a total of 20 schools, each temporary legion will be responsible for clearing 2 schools. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? Xiaoming Gij, I don't know how to drive. Su Miaoyin raised her hand shyly. That's easily resolvable. Tomorrow, each temporary legion will be provided with 10 buses. Gather those who can drive, awaken their abilities. And once their physical attributes are doubled, driving the buses will be a cinch. Chao Xiaoman calmly organized out of course. The newly joined members would also need to awaken their abilities. Goddess Legion 1, you must lead the temporary legions tomorrow, helping the new members of the Beautiful Legion adapt swiftly to the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Be decisive. For those not worth saving, do not hesitate to be ruthless. Recall how I previously instructed you. Do you all understand? Understood. The 10 campus beauties of Goddess Legion 1 responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Chao Xiaoman was very pleased with this, continuing, excellent. Additionally, do not bring back any adult males from the universities. The boys among the middle and primary school students will be assigned to the girls' dormitory. After speaking, Chao Xiaoman waved his hand, and a pile of white crystals appeared on the ground beneath the television. Take as many crystals as you need. Now, hurry and rest. You will face brutal battles tomorrow. Yes, yes, Xiaoman. Yes, Xiaoman Gij. Responses echoed in unison. Hearing these titles, Chao Xiaoman felt a lack of uniformity and said, from now on, refer to me as Commander. Yes, Commander. The women collectively adjusted their addresses, responding in unison. The campus beauties of the Goddess Legion were filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, the women managing Legion 1 sensed Chao Xiaoman's iron-willed demeanor. After the women returned to their respective rooms, Chao Xiaoman gently embraced C2 Ling, both lying down on the soft beat tea this moment. They did not engage in overly intimate actions, but rather quietly savored the warmth of each other's company. C2 Ling nestled in Chao Xiaoman's warm embrace, her heart brimming with happiness. She slightly tilted her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and softly asked, Xiaoman, why must the members of our legion be those stunning beauties? Chao Xiaoman had anticipated C2 Ling would pose this question. He did not evade it, but contemplated a different approach to respond. He chose to keep the details of his transmigration and the system buried deep in his heart, not uttering a single word about it. This is, in fact, one of my abilities. Anyone who drinks my blood will not only gain immunity to viruses, but may also attain immortality, Chao Xiaoman said slowly. What? C2 Ling was taken aback, sitting up suddenly from Chao Xiaoman's embrace. Seeing her reaction, Chao Xiaoman felt a touch of helplessness, pondering internally. Is this reaction too exaggerated? Linger, you heard correctly, true immortality. By your logic, if all of humanity drank a drop of your blood, wouldn't they all become immortal? C2 Ling asked, skepticism written all over her face. Chao Xiaoman couldn't help but gently tap C2 Ling's forehead, affectionately saying, oh, do not overthink it. This ability has its limitations. Only those with beauty akin to yours have this chance. Realization dawned on C2 Ling, and she promptly inquired, so, does that mean all the women present tonight can achieve immortality? Indeed, as long as I am alive, you all shall possess the ability of immortality, Chao Xiaoman affirmed with a nod. What about the beautiful legion that will be formed tomorrow? Can they also have this ability? C2 Ling pressed on with curiosity. Sigh, they cannot. I am powerless in this regard. Chao Xiaoman replied with a wry smile. Once the apocalypse concludes, I will allow them to return to normal lives. To marry and bear children. Si Ling detected a deeper meaning in his words and felt a twinge of jealousy. You mean to say, you have no intention of letting go of those stunning beauties? Do you? Chao Xiaoman spread his hands in exasperation, explaining, I cannot help it. This is how the ability is structured. Moreover, once they leave me, they will lose the power of immortality. Humph, you simply wish to capture all the stunning beauties of Long Country. Si Ling feigned anger, turning away. All right, Ling you are the first woman in my life, Chao Xiaoman hurriedly coaxed. Satisfied, Si Ling turned back, gazing curiously into Chao Xiaoman's eyes, and asked, Xiaoman, with your infinite resources and immortal legion, do you not resemble the protagonist depicted in novels? Chao Xiaoman had not expected Si Ling to ask such a question suddenly. He was momentarily taken aback before responding. Well, it does seem somewhat similar. It is possible. The main character. Do you intend to unify the planets in the future, proclaiming yourself emperor and indulging in a harem of 3,000 beauties? Si Ling teased half-jokingly. Indeed, how else could one be considered a protagonist? Chao Xiaoman replied with a proud expression. Look at your smugness. If all the stunning beauties of the planet were to fall into your grasp, wouldn't those men regard you as a demon king and band together against you? Si Ling mused, lost in thoughts of the future. Not to worry. Anyone who dares to provoke me shall find only the path to hell. Chao Xiaoman responded with unwavering confidence. Observing the commanding presence of Chao Xiaoman at that moment, a profound sense of security welled up within Si Ling. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Can such words truly be spoken by a mere 18-year-old man? Her gaze grew increasingly affectionate, as if tendrils of emotion entwined her thoughts. She gently extended her hand, beginning to loosen Chao Xiaoman's attire, and sweetly said, Your Majesty, allow me to attend to you. I yearn to be the first to experience that wondrous feeling of immortality. Chao Xiaoman, oblivious to the deeper meaning of Si Ling's words, was instead filled with concern for her well-being. Hastily saying, Linger, my current physical prowess is 57 times that of an ordinary person. I fear you may not be able to handle it. This revelation startled Si Ling. How terrifying. She could barely manage 2 times her own strength. Would she perish outright? Yet, the thought of Chao Xiaoman's promise of immortality ignited her anticipation. Your Majesty, I desire that sensation of immortality. Seeing Si Ling's insistence, Chao Xiaoman ceased to refuse. My beloved, it is a laborious task for you. A night passed in silence, accompanied only by the joyful chirping of orioles that filled the entire cruise ship. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Chao Xiaoman gazed at the lifeless form of Si Ling beside him, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he muttered, Alas, one does not die if one does not court danger. He swiftly accessed Si Ling's panel in the system and unhesitatingly clicked the resurrection button. In an instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. Si Ling's body transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the air like a dream. Soon, the scattered starlight began to coalesce rapidly, gradually reforming into Si Ling's graceful figure, which then solidified. Witnessing this spectacle, Chao Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim, System, you are truly remarkable. This resurrection effect is simply astounding. Si Ling slowly opened her eyes, and the first sight to greet her was the familiar face of Chao Xiaoman. Her thoughts quickly returned to the previous events, and she exclaimed in surprise, Xiaoman, have I truly been resurrected? Chao Xiaoman, speechless, nodded. Yes, you have been resurrected. However, let us refrain from such antics in the future. It leaves a peculiar feeling in my heart. Si Ling, unfazed, reveled in her body. Pleasantly surprised to discover that her vitality had returned to its peak state, she began to reminisce about that wondrous sensation of immortality, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she cheerfully declared, Hee, I am the first to experience resurrection. Chao Xiaoman led Si Ling off the cruise ship and onto the playground at that moment. The playground buzzed with excitement, teeming with female survivors. Members of the goddess squad weaved through the crowd, busy selecting participants for their beauty brigade. Beauty Team 17 is still short 1 member. Anyone who wishes to join me in slaying zombies, hurry over, Mu Yao called out, bouncing energetically. Beauty Team 23 needs 2 more members. Shun Ziling raised a sign reading Beauty Team 23, scanning the area. Beauty Team 13 is missing 1 member, preferably someone who can drive. Yi Wanqing announced with a serious demeanor. Witnessing this bustling yet slightly chaotic scene, Si-Tu Ling's expression turned anxious as she softly asked Xiao Man, do you think they might encounter any issues during their mission today? Xiao Man's expression grew solemn as he replied with determination. In this post-apocalyptic world, time is of the essence. They cannot afford to acclimatize slowly. This is a process they must undergo for their growth. Si-Tu Ling responded, a flicker of unease stirring within her. She realized she had never faced a zombie-slaying scenario and felt somewhat inadequate. Little did she know, what awaited them was not merely zombie encounters, but far more brutal scenes of violence. An hour later, the recruitment of the Beauty Brigade was successfully completed. 20 campus beauties lined up before Xiao Man, automatically forming 2 rows, then standing at attention with precision and grace, reporting to the commander. The Beauty Brigade recruitment is complete. Please provide instructions, they called in unison, their voices resonating with strength. Xiao Man was momentarily taken aback by this sudden display, pondering, is this enthusiasm from military training still lingering? However, seeing their composed stance, he realized it truly resembled something substantial. All right, let us prepare to depart, Xiao Man declared, waving his hands repeatedly. In an instant, identical blue buses appeared as if conjured from thin air. Landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud, this grand spectacle resembled a magnificent visual feast. The female survivors gasped in astonishment. Wow, Xiao Man is so handsome. How incredible to summon so many buses with just a wave. Xiao Man, I want to bear your children. Alas, it's a pity I didn't join the Beauty Brigade. Various exclamations of awe and regret echoed across the playground. All right, let us set off then. Return early this evening, Xiao Man said, scanning the 20 spirited campus beauties with a look of concern mixed with anticipation. Yes, Commander, the beauties responded in unison, standing tall, their military posture reflecting their spirit. However, the newly recruited members were still adjusting to the tense atmosphere, their movements somewhat awkward. The 20-member Beauty Brigade swiftly sprang into action, bending to pick up the prepared fire axes and grabbing some food. Boarding the buses in an orderly manner, as the engines roared to life, the buses slowly pulled away, kicking up a cloud of dust as they made their way toward the school gate. Xiao Man watched the convoy until it vanished from sight before turning to Si-Tu Ling beside him. Linger, go find Lu Ruyan. I plan to take her along to gather some building materials. Si-Tu Ling obediently nodded, turning to swiftly disappear into the crowd. Moments later, Lu Ruyan arrived with elegant strides. Xiao Man, let us depart. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded the young yet formidable boy before her. A hint of reflection stirring within her heart. Yes, let us take that red construction vehicle. Xiao Man gestured, and the two boarded the vehicle together. As the vehicle began to move, Xiao Man, steering the wheel, turned to ask Lu Ruyan, do you know where we can find firearms? We need powerful weapons. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment before responding, there are no military forces here. Only the SWAT team and the police station. If we seek powerful weapons, we must go to the SWAT team. Xiao Man nodded slightly, thoughtfully saying, all right, let us first head to the SWAT team for some weapons. Relying solely on fire axes to deal with zombies isn't ideal. Throughout the journey, their conversation was sparse, given their limited encounters and lack of familiarity. Half an hour later, they parked the construction vehicle steadily at the SWAT team's entrance. A sea of zombies swarmed at the door, an alarming number suggesting that there were likely no survivors left within the SWAT team. After swiftly dispatching the zombies with his spatial blade, Xiao Man forcefully kicked open the large door. However, just then, a cold handgun was suddenly pressed against his temple. Come here. Immediately, a coarse voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated beside him. This sudden turn of events took Xiao Man by surprise. As he realized he had overlooked the hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, that he felt a pang of regret, reflecting on how he had been momentarily distracted upon entering the dimly lit room from the bright outdoors. Nevertheless, he dismissed the threat posed by a mere ordinary handgun. Lu Ruyan, too, was startled, her face paling. Yet as the female CEO, she quickly regained her composure, revealing her characteristic poise in the face of adversity. Rather than immediately resisting, Xiao Man was intrigued to discover this man's intentions. Thus he complied with the man's demands. Once the middle-aged man shut the door, Xiao Man was finally able to discern that he was in a hall. Before him stood a middle-aged man donned in a leather jacket, his head adorned with a blue cap, firmly pressing a handgun against Chao Xiaoman's temple. Beside him was a woman in her 20s, whose beauty was breathtaking, clad in a light blue dress, rivaling Lu Ruyan, who wore an off-white gown. Chao Xiaoman scrutinized this woman, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen her before. Thus, he activated the system's scan.name. Damami age, 29 height, 176 centimeters appearance, 98 figure, 97 constitution, 86 x1, strength, 73 x1, agility, 80 x1, mental power, 89 x1, personality, noble and radiant occupation, superstar purity, 98 favorability, 0. Meanwhile, Lu Rian immediately recognized the woman. Her curiosity piqued. "Are you Damami?" The woman gently nodded and replied in a soft voice. "Yes, it is I. You retired from the industry quite some time ago. I heard you were involved with a wealthy man that I never expected to see you here." Lu Rian expressed, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, for encountering a superstar amidst the apocalypse was indeed a rare occurrence. Silence. The man interrupted their conversation with evident impatience. Chao Xiaoman turned to face him, maintaining a calm demeanor, and coldly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" The man did not respond, but instead angrily shouted, "Hand over the car keys. Are you attempting to steal my car?" Chao Xiaoman remarked, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. "Shut up, Damami. Bind that woman," the man commanded, growing increasingly impatient. "All right, darling," Damami obediently replied, picking up a rope and awkwardly approaching Lu Rian to begin tying her up. Lu Rian feigned surprise, asking, "You are Damami's husband, the wealthy man?" "Wealthy? Huh. I'd say you're more like a mistress." Chao Xiaoman scoffed, deducing from Damami's purity score of 98. Upon hearing this, the man exploded with rage. "Mistress? Damami was the one I had my eye on first." "Oh, so if you had your eye on her first, she belongs to you? My friend, you certainly are amusing." Chao Xiaoman laughed heartily. The man, seething with fury, pressed the gun harshly against Chao Xiaoman's head, warning, "Shut your mouth." He then turned to check if Damami had secured Lu Rian properly. Upon seeing Lu Rian's beauty, which rivaled Damami's, the man's eyes widened in shock, and an insidious thought crept into his mind. "Hey, beautiful, are you that Xiao Lu?" The man leered, his tone laced with lewdness. Lu Rian frowned, displeased, and asked, "Do you know me?" The man did not answer, instead grinning wickedly. "Well, Xiao Lu, it seems you've come to me willingly. Today is indeed quite interesting. Damami, take Xiao Lu to the car. I've always wanted to experience her allure, but Haven T had the chance until now." The man shamelessly divulged his sordid desires. Damami nodded in agreement. Lu Rian, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "Damami, do you realize what you are doing?" "I'm sorry, he is my husband," Damami replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. "That he is committing evil. Do you understand? Are you going to join him in this wickedness?" Lu Rian accused Damami angrily. Damami remained silent. "Hey, Damami, speak up. Do you know you are partaking in evil?" Lu Rian pressed again. "I'm sorry, I love him," Damami murmured, still looking down. "Ha, how amusing." Chao Xiaoman suddenly burst into laughter. "You brat, laugh all you want. You will soon be dead," the man snarled, his face contorted with rage. "Wait, you're not the son of Xiao Lu, are you?" The man suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, a strange smile creeping onto his face. "Kid, your mother will belong to me from now on. You must bless us with happiness from the afterlife, understand?" The man's tone dripped with mockery and arrogance. You intend to kill me?" Chao Xiaoman feigned curiosity. "In this apocalypse, if I don't kill you, shall I keep you for the new year?" The man sneered, his expression vicious and greedy, ignoring the deranged man. Chao Xiaoman turned to Damami and calmly asked, "Damami, your husband wants to kill me. Do you wish to kill me as well?" Damami looked at Chao Xiaoman, fell silent for a moment, and offered no response. Tacitly agreeing, Chao Xiaoman had grasped the situation clearly and lost interest in continuing their charade. In an instant, an invisible spatial blade shot forth like lightning toward the man's gun-wielding wrist. A piercing scream erupted as the man's hand was severed, the gun clattering to the ground, blood rapidly pooling beneath him. The man staggered backward, clutching his gushing wrist with his left hand. His face was a mask of terror and fury, just as everyone believed the chaos was settling. An even more bizarre and miraculous scene unfolded. A Wu, The man's agonized wails morphed into a wolf's howl, and his body began to transform at a visible pace, growing taller, muscles bulging, his fitted clothing tearing apart, and black fur erupting from his skin like wild grass, his head gradually reshaping into that of a wolf. What on earth? Is he transforming into a werewolf? Chow Xiaoman exclaimed, astonished, yet curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Within a mere 30 seconds, the man had fully morphed into a towering werewolf, hunched over, emitting a low growl. Although his right hand had yet to develop sharp claws, astonishingly, the blood from his wrist had ceased flowing. Die! The werewolf roared, lunging towards Chow Xiaoman, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. However, before the werewolf could make contact, another chilling howl pierced the air in an instant. The werewolf's legs were severed at the ankles by an unseen spatial blade, causing his body to collapse heavily to the ground. Perhaps the excruciating pain had drastically diminished his mental power, for the werewolf's formidable abilities retreated like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, the man reverted to his original form, albeit in tatters and utterly disheveled. "Darling," Damami cried, tears streaming down her face as she frantically rushed to her husband's side. Crouching beside him, her gaze filled with despair and helplessness, knowing not what to do other than weep. When the man transformed into a werewolf, he had naively believed that all would improve, yet reality delivered a crushing blow. Damami had failed to secure Lu Rian properly, and upon stepping away, the ropes fell limply to the ground. The man could only emit pained cries, writhing on the floor, leaving behind gruesome streaks of blood. Chow Xiaoman slowly approached the man, refraining from delivering the final blow, instead using his ice abilities to instantly encase the man's severed hand and foot in ice. In that moment, the blood ceased to flow, and the man was temporarily spared from the brink of death. "Thank you," Damami said, her voice quivering with tears as she looked on at the scene, expressing her gratitude to Chow Xiaoman. No need for thanks. Chow Xiaoman's demeanor was cold, and she felt no stirrings of gratitude for the enemy who had nearly claimed her life. Noticing that the man on the ground had stabilized somewhat, she approached, crouched down, and gently patted his face. "Hey, wake up, wake up." The man slowly regained his senses, and as his gaze refocused on Chow Xiaoman, he erupted into a torrent of curses. "It's you. You did this. Didn't you?" "Yes, it was I. Is there anyone else here?" A slight smirk played on Chow Xiaoman's lips, laced with a hint of mockery. "You bastard! You damned bastard!" The man's agitation only intensified as he continued to curse. Unfazed, Chow Xiaoman suddenly wore a wicked smile that, "Oh, you want to sleep with my woman, don't you? You want to kill me, right? Go on. If you have the guts, kill me." The man's demeanor shifted to one of fierce stubbornness. His eyes ablaze with fury. Chow Xiaoman shook her head gently, her cold laughter ringing out. "No. Killing you would be too merciful. Let us play a game you desire. What do you say? What do you intend to do?" The man's heart tightened, an ominous premonition surging within him. He instinctively sensed that what was about to unfold would be unbearable. Chow Xiaoman stood up, seizing Damimi's arm and forcefully pulling her toward the nearby desk. "Let go of me!" Damimi finally reacted, ceasing her tears and struggling desperately. Yet her strength paled in comparison to Chow Xiaoman's. "Bastard, let go! What do you want?" the man called out in a frenzy. Writhing on the ground but unable to halt the unfolding events, Chow Xiaoman thrust Damimi down onto the desk, positioning her face toward the man sprawled on the floor. "Damn it! Let go of me!" The man could only scream hoarsely, his body thrashing more violently. Ignoring the man's cries, Chow Xiaoman turned to Lu Rian, instructing, "Lu Rian, hold her down." Although Lu Rian was perplexed, she instinctively complied with Chow Xiaoman's command, firmly restraining Damimi. "What are you doing? Let me go." Damimi's voice was filled with terror as she writhed under Lu Rian's grip. Chow Xiaoman unfastened the LV belt at his waist, coldly stating, "Mistakes must be punished. Stop, please stop." The man shouted frantically, his eyes wide with rage. With a sharp rip, Damimi's agonized scream echoed. "Damn it, stop this at once." The man was utterly unhinged, his voice turning hoarse. "Husband, save me." Damimi cried out in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Rian's face flushed crimson as she turned her head away. She could never have imagined that the usually charming and smiling Chow Xiaoman could be so terrifying when enraged, as if he were exacting a heart-wrenching vengeance. Meanwhile, the convoy led by Lin Shiyao and Chu Linger gradually arrived at the nearest Qiantang First Primary School. Inside the first bus, Lin Shuyao turned around, her gaze resolute as she surveyed the female team members, calling out, "Sisters, are you all ready?" "Ready." The team responded in unison, their voices tinged with tension yet brimming with determination. "Excellent. Once we disembark, the zombies will swarm us. I will lead the charge, and you must follow closely. Once the zombies approach, strike with your axes at their heads with all your might. Show no mercy, for if you do, we shall be the ones to perish." Lin Shiyao's expression was grave, her words imbued with an undeniable firmness. "If you cannot strike in time, immediately employ your newly awakened abilities for emergency assistance. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the team responded again, their voices louder, as if rallying their spirits. "The scene will be exceptionally bloody, but I hope everyone can adapt swiftly. This is the war of the apocalypse, a brutal struggle of life and death. Do you understand?" "Understood." As the bus came to a steady halt, Lin Shuyao wasted no time, being the first to leap out. Following closely, she raised her axe high and struck down upon the nearest zombie with ferocity. Chu Linger followed suit, and the other female team members quickly descended, racing to keep pace. Upon witnessing the fallen zombie and the foul black blood pooling on the ground, the female team members momentarily faltered, their faces betraying fear and discomfort. However, Lin Shuyao continuously encouraged them, her words seemingly fueling their resolve, and they soon regained their composure. Kill. Though it was also Chu Linger's first encounter with zombies, she hesitated not. Suppressing her inner fear and charging forward with determination as the captain of the beautiful 21 team, she understood the weight of her responsibility. She could not let her team down. Kill. Kill. Despite their hearts brimming with dread, the team members, inspired by Chu Linger's courage, steeled themselves and charged into the fray against the horde of zombies. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only recently begun, and most zombies remained at a level 0 state, moving sluggishly, granting the team more opportunities to respond. Among the throng of zombies were many that resembled elementary school students, and as they beheld the once innocent faces now twisted in grotesque terror, a wave of sorrow washed over the team. What a beautiful age it once was, now reduced to this horror due to the arrival of the apocalypse. The sheer number of zombies at the school gate suggested that they had likely congregated during pickup times on the day of the apocalypse. Tragically infected amidst the chaos, A.S. Lin Shuyao and her team successfully dispatched over 100 zombies at the school gate. Other squads also arrived at their designated schools, engaging in fierce battles at various locations. Lin Shuyao led her team to the guardhouse, only to find the door tightly shut. She reached for the handle, only to discover it was locked from the inside. "There are people inside. Everyone be cautious." Lin Shuyao raised her hand in a gesture to remind her team to remain vigilant. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and kicked the door with all her strength. With a resounding bang, the door flew open. Now, her physical capabilities had reached 4 times that of a normal person, and such an ordinary door could not impede her progress. The women cautiously entered the guardhouse, only to find it eerily empty, save for dark red stains on the floor, exuding a nauseating odor. Upon reaching the lounge, the sight before them left everyone stunned in shock. There lay the decaying corpses of a man and a female student, emitting a foul stench. The female student's body was particularly gruesome, with limbs and flesh grotesquely missing, while a security guard squatted on the bed, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the female team members, save for Lin Shuyao, turned ashen, and a wave of nausea swept over them, prompting a collective bout of vomiting. "You beast!" Lin Shuyao was the first to snap back to reality. Instantly comprehending what had transpired, her eyes widened in fury as she strode forward, swinging her axe to sever the guard's arm. The guard cried out in agony, collapsing onto the bed, regaining his senses. Fear and pleading filled his eyes. "I'm sorry. I was so hungry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Lin Shuyao ignored his pleas, turning to her vomiting teammates with a serious expression. "Sisters, you all witnessed this, right? This is the apocalypse. The ugliness of human nature is far more terrifying than the zombies. Hurry up and finish vomiting. Once you're done, each of you will take a turn to strike this beast with your axe. Remember, do not kill him too quickly." The women remained silent, continuing to retch, yet Lin Shiyao's words resonated clearly in their minds. A few minutes later, Lin Shuyao spoke again. "Chu Linger, as the captain, you go first." "Yes." Chu Linger, suppressing her discomfort, slowly rose and trudged toward the guard lying on the bed. That I'm sorry, I was wrong. The guard, seeing such a beautiful woman approach him with an axe, was filled with terror and began to plead desperately. Beast, go to hell. Chu Linger let out a piercing cry, summoning every ounce of strength within her, and swung her axe down with relentless force. Without a doubt, this was a formidable trial for the new team members, marking the beginning of their true adaptation to the brutal realities of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, on another front, the team led by Su Miaoling and Qin Shuyao became the second group to discover survivors. They arrived at Xiantang Third Primary School, where the number of zombies at the entrance was relatively sparse, merely a dozen or so. The security room was deserted, and the duo's gaze was quickly drawn to the school supermarket. The glass doors of the supermarket were tightly shut, barricaded with various tables, shelves, and other debris, clearly indicating that survivors were hiding within. Sisters, there must be survivors inside the supermarket, Su Miaoling declared as she abruptly lifted her foot and kicked the glass door. With a resounding crash, most of the obstructing items flew away, and with another kick, the door swung open, shattered glass scattering across the ground. The women streamed in, stepping into the chaotic interior, where snacks littered the floor. Upon opening the door to a back room, they found a crowd of approximately a dozen people huddled together. Among them was an extraordinarily beautiful female teacher, whose beauty surpassed even that of Su Miaoling. While the others were elementary school students, both boys and girls at that moment, these individuals clung tightly to one another, some children softly weeping, while the female teacher kept her eyes tightly shut, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death in despair. Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Su Miaoling's voice was gentle yet resolute, entirely devoid of her usual stammering. When in front of Xiao Man, those still enveloped in fear and despair slowly raised their heads upon hearing her unexpected words. Upon seeing a group of older sisters before them, their long-suppressed emotions erupted forth, and they began to weep uncontrollably. Woo-woo. Teacher, we are saved. How wonderful. Teacher, we are saved. We are saved. The female teacher's tears flowed freely. For these days had been exceedingly arduous for her. She had to feign composure in front of the children while continuously comforting them. Now that rescue had finally arrived, she felt as if a great weight had been lifted. All her strength seemingly drained away. Everyone, please do not cry. You are all safe now. Qin Shuyao softly reassured them. Under their comforting words, the sobs gradually subsided. Thank you. Thank you, big sister. Thank you for saving us. A warm and touching atmosphere enveloped the scene, as if a ray of warm dawn had emerged amidst the darkness of the apocalypse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to Goddess No. 30. Dammy me ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving binding rewards. All basic attributes increased by 20.2 hours passed, and the man on the ground was barely breathing, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Dammy me was equally on the brink of death, her vitality nearly extinguished. Lu Ruyan, witnessing all of this, felt her heart go numb. The various actions of Chao Xiaoman had sent chills down her spine. And she thought to herself, this Chao Xiaoman is nothing short of a devil. If such punishment were inflicted upon me, could I truly endure it? Yet, amidst this intertwining of fear and disgust, she found herself harboring a glimmer of expectation that she could hardly comprehend. Ah, no, no, no. She quickly dismissed the thought, striving to dispel this strange notion. Chao Xiaoman unceremoniously tossed Dammy me beside the man. At that moment, the man's consciousness had already faded, and Chao Xiaoman gently patted his face, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, Hey, wake up, it's time to get up. The man struggled to focus his gaze. And upon seeing Chao Xiaoman, a blaze of hatred ignited in his eyes, and he roared hoarsely, I will kill you. All right, take a look at Dammy me, Chao Xiaoman replied, pointing at Dammy me lying beside him. The man slowly turned his head, and upon seeing Dammy me's face, pale as paper and streaked with tears, his heart twisted with pain, an unbearable ache that moment. Dammy me regained a flicker of consciousness. And upon seeing the man, it was as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw of hope. Husband, save me, she weakly uttered, reaching out her hand in a desperate attempt to grasp his. Dammy me gazed at the man sprawled on the ground, her expression becoming exceedingly complex. Just moments ago, it was this very man who had taken his own life. Chao Xiaoman looked at the man on the floor, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she mockingly remarked, Brother, if I desire her death, she shall perish. If I wish for her survival, she shall not die, that I fear your cap will soon turn an infinite shade of green. Once you descend, do behave like a proper ghost. With that, Chow Xiaoman burst into a raucous laughter. The man became utterly unhinged, thrashing his limbs wildly in an attempt to rise and strangle the mocking Chow Xiaoman. Chow Xiaoman then turned to Lu Rian. Sing, Rian, take her with us. We must find weapons though, okay? Lu Rian, already overwhelmed by shock, was rendered speechless by the terrifying methods of this young man. Anyone who opposed him would find it nearly impossible to escape death. Let alone survive that. Let's go, Lu Rian said as she grasped Dami Mi's arm, who once held a fondness for the star. However, that affection had dissipated the moment Dami Mi sought to tarnish her integrity. Regardless of whether she was coerced or not. Let go of me. Dami Mi began to struggle, but her efforts were futile. Mimi, the man lay on the ground, watching in anguish as his lover was dragged away by Lu Rian. As they turned into the hallway, what greeted them was the sight of splattered dark blood on the floor, emanating a nauseating stench. Strangely, there was not a single zombie in sight. It seemed the undead within had been thoroughly cleared out. Chow Xiaoman turned to Dami Mi, her expression calm as she inquired, "Are there any other survivors here?" Dami Mi shot a furious glare at Chow Xiaoman, her heart brimming with resentment that it was this seemingly handsome man who had subjected her to unimaginable torment and rendered her husband a mere shell of his former self. Recalling the past events, an inexplicable shiver coursed through her body, her legs instinctively tensing at the overwhelming sensation. "Oh, you know where the armory is?" Chow Xiaoman pressed on, his tone tinged with impatience. "Humph." Dami Mi remained silent, merely emitting a cold snort through her nostrils in protest. Chow Xiaoman furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "That it seems I have not yet dealt with you adequately." He then signaled to Lu Rian, who understood immediately. With a resounding slap, Lu Rian struck Dami Mi's right cheek. Instantly, Dami Mi's face flushed crimson. Lu Rian's physical prowess was twice that of an ordinary person, making the force of her blow evident. "You!" Dami Mi glared fiercely at Lu Rian, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Consider yourself fortunate. I refrained from striking women. Had I chosen to act, your neck would already be severed," Chow Xiaoman coldly remarked. "Now, tell me, are there any survivors remaining?" Seeing Dami Mi still unresponsive, Lu Rian prepared to strike again. Dami Mi panicked, fully aware that this woman was capable of inflicting real harm. "There's a female officer who took refuge in the armory." Dami Mi reluctantly confessed that a smirk crept onto Chow Xiaoman's lips, his expression dripping with mockery as he teased, "There's no food in there. Only a fool would hide inside. That I presume you were coerced into retreating there." Dami Mi lowered her head, unable to meet Chow Xiaoman's gaze, tacitly confirming his suspicion. "Alas, what good is your beauty if you lack discernment between right and wrong? Engaging in villainy?" Chow Xiaoman lamented, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. "If I encounter a stunning woman like you in the future, I shall keep you as a pet. Henceforth, let us establish a female slave legion, to be dubbed Legion Me 1.0. No, that sounds too harsh. Let us call it Team Me 1. From this moment on. Dami Mi, you shall be the leader of Team Me 1. You bastard." Dami Mi seethed with indignation. A renowned beauty like herself was to be reduced to a pet for this man, referred to as me? It was an utter humiliation, and she wished for nothing more than Chow Xiaoman's immediate demise. "Rian, the members of Team Me will be those who commit evil or harbor murderous intent toward me. The Goddess Legion may employ torture on them, killing them only to resurrect them again. However, they must not be insulted. I have no affinity for deranged souls, understand?" "Understood, Xiaoman," Lu Rian replied, elated, for this meant she held dominion over the life and death of Team Me's members. Even if they could be revived, it was still an unparalleled power. The trio then continued onward. Not far along, they came upon a massive iron door at the end of a corridor. The door appeared exceedingly formidable, exuding an air of invincibility. Chow Xiaoman approached, rapped on the iron door, and raised his voice. "Is anyone inside? We are a rescue team." Receiving no response, he called out again. "The man with the gun has been subdued. You may come out now." Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice emerged from within. "Get lost." Chow Xiaoman was momentarily speechless, realizing that the female officer likely mistook him for an accomplice of the man in the hall. And he was too weary to explain. Bang! Chow Xiaoman delivered a powerful punch to the iron door, producing a resounding crash as a large dent formed. Following that, he unleashed a second and third punch, warping the door entirely and causing the safety lock to disengage. A final kick sent the door flying, crashing to the ground. Chow Xiaoman's display of brute force startled both Dammy Me and Lu Rian outside, as well as the officer inside. Dammy Me, her face pale with fear, thought to herself, had he treated me like that earlier, I might have been crushed to death. The more she pondered, the more dread filled her heart, causing her body to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Rian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although her physical abilities were already double that of an ordinary person, she felt dwarfed by Chow Xiaoman's terrifying strength. Curious just how many times stronger he was than an average human. Inside, a stunning female officer in uniform held an AK-47, watching in disbelief as the iron door warped under Chow Xiaoman's assault. Until it finally crashed open, she was utterly stunned, her mind racing with a singular thought. What kind of power was this? Was it a zombie? As light flooded into the armory, Chow Xiaoman finally beheld the female officer, her beauty striking as she aimed her weapon at him. "Hello, I'm here to rescue you." He endeavored to soften his voice, attempting to soothe her fears. The officer snapped back to reality, glancing at Chow Xiaoman, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. So handsome. However, upon noticing Dammy Me beside him, her expression morphed into one of rage. "Dammy Me, you wretched woman, you found accomplices?" Chow Xiaoman realized the misunderstanding and, fearing she might accidentally fire her weapon, quickly gestured for calm, explaining the situation. "Do not be alarmed. Dammy Me has been subdued by us, and the man in the hall has been incapacitated. Please lower your weapon, and let us converse." Once the female officer had processed Chow Xiaoman's explanation, she began to grasp the situation, though skepticism lingered. "You aren't here to deal with me." Seeing Chow Xiaoman nodding repeatedly, she cautiously lowered her weapon. Satisfied that he had calmed her, Chow Xiaoman stepped into the armory, surveying the surroundings. Inside, he noted 5 AK-47s, including the one the officer held, as well as various bulletproof vests, shields, batons, handguns, grenades, and more. Chow Xiaoman felt a surge of satisfaction. With these firearms, their combat capabilities would significantly enhance. Regrettably, there were no larger weapons available. He mused, "Well, I shall find an opportunity to acquire some from the military later. I have established a survivor base at Qiantang University. Come with me," Chow Xiaoman said, looking at the female officer, his gaze imbued with hope and sincerity. "At a survivor base?" The officer raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her expression. "Yes, my survivor base is located at Qiantang University," Chow Xiaoman reiterated, attempting to allay her concerns. "All right, I will accompany you to the base." The female officer's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile, and the tension that had gripped her nerves began to ease. She hastily set down the AK-47 in her hands, instinctively smoothing her slightly disheveled hair and wrinkled uniform, seemingly eager to present herself in the best possible light for the new life ahead. Chow Xiaoman observed this scene with a hint of amusement. Amidst the apocalypse, where life and death hung in the balance, she still cared so much about her appearance. Yet, this fixation on the finer details of life revealed her deep-seated yearning for normalcy. Suddenly, 2 steaming meat buns materialized in Chow Xiaoman's hands, the savory aroma wafting through the air. He handed one to the female officer and the other to Lu Rian, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said, "Here, have a bun to fill your stomach." With that, he conjured another bun for himself and began to eat. Soon after, he produced 3 bottles of milk drinks, distributing them to the 2 ladies. The female officer accepted the bun, gazing at the plump, white morsel emitting an enticing fragrance, her throat involuntarily swallowing. "That I haven't had a bun in nearly a week," she remarked with a hint of nostalgia, her voice tinged with longing for sustenance. "Go ahead, no need to be polite," Chow Xiaoman said softly, his eyes filled with concern. "Thank you," the female officer replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Eagerly, she took a bite of the bun, devouring it voraciously. In that moment, alive and able to savor a warm bun, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Chow Xiaoman and Lu Rian joined her in enjoying the meal, relishing the tranquility and warmth of the moment. Meanwhile, Dammy stood to the side, dumbfounded, watching the buns in their hands as drool uncontrollably pooled at the corners of her mouth. "Are those buns? Giant meat buns. Why isn't he giving me one?" I'm so hungry. She thought to herself, yearning to speak up but refraining out of pride, suppressing her cravings. Before long, the female officer finished her bun. With a slight smile, Chow Xiaoman conjured a cooked Australian lobster, steaming and enticing. Evidently prepared earlier by Lin Shuyao for future needs. Here, have a lobster to calm your nerves. He casually offered the lobster to the female officer, as if summoning such delicacies was merely child's play for him. Is this a lobster? And it's hot. The female officer gazed incredulously at the lobster before her, feeling as though she were in a dream. Her mind swirled with questions. How did he acquire such food? Was it magic? Or was she hallucinating? Take it. Eat it while it's hot, Chow Xiaoman urged, nudging it closer. The female officer exclaimed with delight. Having just been rescued and already grateful for the bun, she could hardly believe she was also receiving a steaming lobster. Nodding eagerly, she quickly took the lobster, her hands trembling with excitement as she began to peel the shell with fervor. Chow Xiaoman then offered another lobster to Lu Ruyan, who gently shook her head, playfully saying, Xiaoman, I don't want the lobster. I prefer bird's nest soup. Her words carried a subtle hint of playfulness. All right, Chow Xiaoman replied without hesitation, producing a can of warm bird's nest for Lu Ruyan. Before resuming to peel his lobster, Damami felt as though she might explode, her jealousy igniting a fierce flame within her. She glared at Chow Xiaoman, inwardly cursing, is this man even human? He doing this on purpose. Why won't he give me lobster or bird's nest? Her anger boiled within, yet she dared not express it, fearing Lu Ruyan's wrath would lead to another beating. She could only watch helplessly as others enjoyed the feast. Her mouth watering, her heart filled with frustration and longing. She wanted to voice her desire for food, yet the words faltered on her lips. Meanwhile, Chow Xiaoman, Lu Ruyan, and the female officer remained oblivious to her plight. Chow Xiaoman felt a profound sense of joy watching the two stunning women eat. Lu Ruyan savored the bird's nest with grace, every movement exuding elegance, while the female officer devoured her food with gusto. As if to compensate for days of hunger, nearly swallowing the shell whole. Seeing the female officer finish the lobster, Chow Xiaoman smiled and inquired, Beautiful lady, is there anything else you would like to eat? The female officer paused, taken aback, as if such good fortune was unexpected that a blush crept across her cheeks, and she became somewhat bashful. After a moment's hesitation, she stammered, do you have ice cream? Each word made her face redder. As if the request embarrassed her, Chow Xiaoman, finding her shy demeanor delightful, chuckled and replied, yes. That as soon as he spoke, a cup of ice cream appeared in his hand, the sweet aroma filling the air. Ah! The female officer gasped at the sight of the ice cream. Unable to contain her excitement, forgetting her modesty, she reached out and snatched it before Chow Xiaoman could hand it to her. Eagerly devouring it, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. Ruyan, what about you? Chow Xiaoman turned to Lu Ruyan, asking with genuine concern that I'll pass. I don't want to gain weight. Lu Ruyan gently declined, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Gain weight? Would you like me to check? Chow Xiaoman retorted instinctively, but to him, it was merely banter. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson, both embarrassed and annoyed. She thought, this guy, is he implying he's thinking about me? Suddenly, she recalled the earlier scene in the hall, instinctively tightening her legs, her blush deepening. Unaware of Lu Ruyan's flustered state, Chow Xiaoman looked around and declared, all right, let's go. You two head out first, I'll follow behind. With that, he began tossing gasoline barrels into the weapons depot, one after another, his movements swift and decisive. What are you doing? The female officer exclaimed, alarmed and puzzled. Why was he throwing gasoline barrels into the weapons depot? What was his intention? You'll find out soon enough. Hurry up, Chow Xiaoman urged, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Reluctantly, the female officer complied, following Chow Xiaoman's direction towards the exit of the special police unit. Chow Xiaoman trailed behind, tossing gasoline barrels. Before long, the area surrounding the weapons depot was piled high with barrels, due to the freezing of his severed limbs by Chow Xiaoman. As the bus gradually set off and receded into the distance. A deafening explosion erupted from the special police headquarters, flames soaring into the sky. Ding! The 24th goddess, Lu Ruyan, consumed one AK-47 rifle, receiving a return of 10,000 AK-47 rifles. Ding! The 24th goddess, Lu Ruyan, consumed one pistol, receiving a return of 10,000 pistols. Ding! The 24th goddess, Lu Ruyan, consumed 1 grenade, receiving a return of 10,000 grenades. Chow Man, maintaining a steady grip on the wheel, turned to the female police officer seated behind him and inquired, "By the way, beautiful officer, I still don't know your name. I'm Zhou Mingqi, and you?" The female officer gazed at the young man driving with heartfelt gratitude, for he had rescued her from peril and treated her to an array of delectable dishes. Zhou Gong dreamed of Chi. What a lovely name. I'm Chow Man without reserve. Chow Man lavished praise upon her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Zhou Mingqi felt a tinge of embarrassment from the compliment. Her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Meanwhile, at Shintang No. 1 High School, Chu Yu and Wu Baiyao led the stunning 14th and 24th squads, respectively, diligently clearing out zombies. They arrived in front of a 2-story equipment building. Suddenly, a keen-eyed team member shouted, "Captain, there's someone on the 2nd floor." The group looked up to see a middle-aged man emerge from a door on the 2nd floor, presumably a teacher. Upon spotting the group of female college students expertly slaughtering zombies below, panic gripped the man, and he cursed vehemently. Damn it! His face pale with fear, he hastily retreated into the room. "This man is suspicious." Wu Baiyao astutely noted the anomaly, shouting as she swiftly dispatched a nearby zombie before charging upstairs. The others hastened their efforts to keep pace, heading for the 2nd floor. Chu Yu immediately followed suit, directing her team, but Wu Baiyao swiftly reached the door of the room where the man had entered. Silently reciting her transformation command in an instant, she sprouted white, fluffy ears and a tail, transforming into a nimble fox spirit. With a sudden kick, she forcefully slammed the door open, bursting inside. Upon entering the room, Wu Baiyao found not only the middle-aged man, but also 4 female students bound to chairs. The girls lay with their heads tilted, their state uncertain, whether asleep or in peril, clad in tattered clothing. The scene utterly tragic that moment. The middle-aged man was drenched in sweat, recognizing the formidable woman capable of battling zombies before him. However, he feigned composure, striving to maintain a calm facade while secretly plotting. With so many of them, it seemed his only option was to take this woman hostage. Otherwise, he feared for his life today. Just as the two faced off, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The other team members had caught up. Grinding his teeth, the man resolutely lunged toward Wu Baiyao with outstretched arms. Wu Baiyao regarded him with calm composure, showing no signs of anxiety. Charmed as Wu Baiyao softly uttered her skill, the middle-aged man abruptly halted, his previously frantic eyes turning vacant and devoid of emotion at that moment. Under the skill-less influence, his consciousness appeared to engage in unspeakable acts with the goddess he had long admired. Seeing the man ensnared, Wu Baiyao swiftly struck the regal woman beside the man. Upon hearing his words, followed his gaze to the unconscious Damami. Recognizing her as her own sister, the look of joy instantly illuminated her face. "Wonderful. My sister is safe. Mimi," she called out loudly, rushing towards her sister to embrace her. However, in the next moment, Chow Man swiftly produced a handgun, raising it with precision, aiming it squarely at the advancing woman, and coldly declared, "Halt, do not move." This sudden action startled the noble woman, causing her to freeze in her tracks, her eyes filled with fear as they fixated on the gun in Chow Man's hand. "Who are you?" Chow Man inquired in a frigid tone. The woman, trembling with apprehension, struggled to compose herself and responded, "I am her sister." She then added urgently, "Please, hand Mimi over to me. Why should I relinquish her to you?" "She is my Mimi," Chow Man retorted with a slight smirk, a teasing expression gracing her lips. "What?" The woman was taken aback by the remark, her mind swirling with confusion. "What does he mean by Mimi? How has my sister become his? What does this imply?" "Hey, kid, Damami is my sister-in-law. You must release her," a middle-aged man interjected with authority, attempting to assert dominance over Chow Man. "Oh, your sister-in-law?" Chow Man found this amusing, realizing that this man was Damami's brother-in-law. Before Chow Man could respond further, 2 others approached from behind the middle-aged man. Both were portly, their faces gleaming with greed, and they were clearly no saints. "President Chiu, why are you wasting time with this kid?" one of them said, eyes glinting as they fixated on the woman beside Chow Man. "It's just a worthless gun. Take him down, and let us enjoy the 3 beauties beside him." "President Zhou, what are you thinking?" "That is my sister-in-law," the middle-aged man replied, slightly agitated, his brow furrowed. "Oh, your sister-in-law? Perfect. Let her entertain the two of us, and the other three can be for the brothers, the man named President Joe said. His face still alight with avarice, seemingly unfazed by the middle-aged man's irritation. Be quiet. Don't even think about it. President Chiu's tone grew harsher, clearly incensed at this point. President Zhou was displeased, narrowing his eyes as he said, Brother Chiu, what do you mean by this? We understood when you didn't allow your wife and secretary to accompany us these past 2 days, but now you refuse to let us enjoy those 3 saleswomen. Are you planning to keep them all to yourself? Be quiet. Do you know what you're saying? President Chiu's fury peaked, his voice resonating with authority and anger. Enough, Brother Chiu. We all know you've been keeping your secretary well maintained. And you've made advances towards those 3 saleswomen. But sadly, they've been on guard against you. Now that it's the end of the world, you wish to monopolize them. That's rather inconsiderate. President Zhou mocked. What? Do you have a problem with that? Do you want to fight me? President Chiu shot back, glaring menacingly. All right, stop pretending. You keep the good ones for yourself while giving us the leftovers. Ask the brothers if they agree to that. President Zhou began to rally the others, seeking to leverage their collective will for his own gain. Indeed, we do not agree. Aside from President Da and Secretary Li, you must release the other women. It's too unfair to keep all the beauties for yourself. Others chimed in, the atmosphere rapidly descending into chaos. Chao Xiaoman observed the commotion with a sense of incredulity, silently musing, Hey, could you at least show me some respect? Am I invisible to you? With no other option, Chao Xiaoman holstered the handgun, realizing that holding it aloft was indeed exhausting. Seeing this, President Chiu became furious, astonished that his subordinates were attempting to seize women from him at such a moment. Silence. If you want women, defeat me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. The 3 beauties beside me are also off limits to you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious. You know my strength, President Chiu declared with overwhelming authority. The 2 women beside him felt a surge of emotion, their hearts swelling with admiration for their man's dominance, filling them with a sense of security. The 3 saleswomen, however, were repulsed, having long been harassed by President Chiu, who perpetually sought to exploit them. Had they not been astute, they would have already fallen victim to his advances. Brother Chiu, it seems President Zhou is quite upset, believing that you are openly attempting to claim these beauties. Chao Xiaoman found the entire situation amusing and activated his system to scan the 5 women. The Chichi, 31 years old, height 176 cm, beauty score 96, figure 98, character regal and aloof, position vice president of Qianning Building Materials Market, purity 97. Li Mingxian, 26 years old, height 174 cm, beauty score 95, figure 97, character enchanting and alluring. Position secretary to the president of Qianting Building Materials Market, purity 99. Yu Shiran, 24 years old, height 172 cm, beauty score 92, figure 95, character gentle yet resolute. Position salesperson at Qianting Building Materials Market, purity 100. Yu Wanru, 24 years old, height 171 cm, beauty score 91, figure 94, character versatile and charming. Position salesperson at Qianting Building Materials Market, purity 100. Lu Yaojing, 23 years old, height 173 cm, beauty score 90, figure 95, character intelligent and astute. Position salesperson at Qianning Building Materials Market, purity 100. Brother Chiu, it seems your wife has bestowed upon you 2 green hats. Chao Xiaoman called out with a grin, secretly admiring the 3 saleswomen and pondering. Salespeople are indeed remarkable. No wonder they have managed to evade President Chiu's advances. Alas, they fall short of the beauty criteria set by the system. Kid, what are you saying? Are you eager to meet your end? President Chiu fumed, his face flushed with anger, utterly unwilling to believe that his woman could betray him to TOM. This was a blatant provocation. You don't believe me? Then ask her yourself, Chao Xiaoman said with a mischievous smile, pointing at Chi with a glint of mockery in his eyes. Though President Chiu's conviction remained steadfast, he instinctively turned to look at his wife. Chi, upon meeting her husband's questioning gaze, felt a jolt of panic. Yet, as the vice president of Qianting Building Materials Market, she had weathered countless storms and quickly regained her composure. Feigning calmness as she stated, Darling, are you confused? He doesn't even know me. This is clearly a deliberate provocation against us. Upon reflecting on his wife's words, President Chiu realized the truth. How could he so easily believe the ramblings of a stranger? The more he pondered, the more he perceived his previous actions as foolish. Embarrassment morphed into anger, and he glared at Chow Xiaoman, ready to strike. Don't move. This kid is spewing nonsense, and I intend to tear him apart. Of course, my spoils are off limits to all of you, President Chiu snarled, his voice brimming with undeniable authority. Hearing this, the policewoman Zhou Mengqi immediately erupted in anger, demanding, "How dare you? What do you intend to do? You dare to threaten a police officer?" Instinctively, she reached for her AK-47, only to remember that it was left. Chow Xiaoman was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the opponent's supernatural abilities. Her mouth agape and her eyes wide with astonishment. "Humph, if you were to perish at my hands, it would indeed be your fate." President Chiu gazed down at Chow Xiaoman from his elevated position, his eyes brimming with disdain and self-satisfaction, as if victory were already within his grasp. "Wait a moment," Chow Xiaoman interjected, raising her hand and revealing a mysterious smile. This unexpected gesture momentarily stunned President Chiu, who furrowed his brow and inquired, "What now?" With a playful chuckle, Chow Xiaoman replied, "I shall transform as well." No sooner had she spoken than a pair of resplendent golden wings sprouted from her back, radiating blinding light akin to the sun's brilliance. With a gentle flap of her wings, she began to levitate gracefully into the air. This spectacle left everyone in the room, save for Lu Ruyan, utterly dumbfounded, their eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing sight. "Wings? She can fly?" "You?" President Chiu stammered, attempting to articulate his thoughts, only to find his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. Rendering him momentarily speechless, Chow Xiaoman ascended to a height of over 5 meters, surveying the crowd below with a confident smile. She inquired, "Am I not striking?" Then, raising her head and lifting her hands, she began to chant, "O Lord, here stands a congregation of lost sinners. Grant me strength to deliver their punishment." What is she doing? Is she an angel? She seems reminiscent of a Western believer. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, their faces a tapestry of confusion and astonishment. The 3 female sales representatives' eyes sparkled with admiration and infatuation as they gazed at Chow Xiaoman in midair, exclaiming, "So handsome, so powerful." Meanwhile, the policewoman Zhou Mengqi stood frozen in place, her expression one of bewilderment, unable to comprehend Chow Xiaoman's intentions. Observing the unfolding drama, Lu Ruyan couldn't suppress a chuckle, thinking to herself, "This little man is rather amusing." Despite his penchant for violence, for reasons unknown, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably. As Chow Xiaoman concluded her prayer, the audience remained in a state of tumultuous discussion when suddenly, a cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air, followed by piercing screams. It turned out that Chow Xiaoman had silently severed the feet of the Gru upon merely hearing the roar. She keenly sensed that this zombie was no ordinary foe, its strength undoubtedly formidable. The subsequent roar rendered Yi Wanqing typically bright and optimistic, especially grave in demeanor. Her short, black hair seemed to resonate with the palpable tension in the air, swaying ever so slightly. However, before the group of women could regroup, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the stands. It was a massive blue behemoth, towering 5 to 6 meters high. Retaining a humanoid form, its muscles were as robust as small mountains. Yet its head resembled that of a monkey, grotesque and terrifying. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not gather yet. Scatter quickly. Watch out," Yi Wanqing shouted, charging directly toward the zombie leader without a moment's hesitation. A Tier 2 ability user. She possessed the unique gravitational power to double the weight of her target, thereby slowing its movements and creating an optimal opportunity for attack with her fire. Yi Wanqing had mastered her abilities to perfection. When confronting Tier 1 zombies of 3 to 4 meters in height, she dispatched them with ease, akin to butchering a dog. With a thunderous crash, the blue zombie leaped from the platform, landing with a force that kicked up a cloud of choking dust throughout the arena. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the approaching human, a surge of excitement flooding its being. In its eyes, these were delectable morsels, soon to be prey. Roar! The blue zombie beat its chest with wild abandon. Resembling a frenzied gorilla, its voice deafening. This roar seemed to carry an intimidating resonance, causing the lesser zombies in the distance to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear, as though they understood its commands. Yi Wanqing fixated on the blue zombie as it charged toward her, and without hesitation, she bellowed, "Increase weight." The Tier 1 gravitational ability was instantly Shun Xiling, turned to the team member who had awakened their ice abilities and shouted. The team members ceased their tears, stifling their sorrow, and began to channel their ice powers on Yi Wonking's wound. Soon, the injury was encased in ice, resembling a crystalline spike embedded within, temporarily halting the flow of blood. "Crystals," murmured Yi Wonking, still dazed, as she urged her companions to retrieve the zombie crystals, hoping that her sacrifice would not be in vain. Her thoughts solely focused on aiding Cao Xiaoman. Shun Xiling rose, grasped her axe, and forcefully cleaved through the head of the blue zombie, uncovering a crystal the size of a peanut. "Quickly, we must return at once and seek Teacher Lu's assistance for Wonking." Shun Xiling promptly scooped Yi Wonking into her arms, rushing toward the bus. The other female team members also ceased their weeping, quickening their pace to keep close behind. As Cao Xiaoman drenched the entire construction market in gasoline. He strode back to the entrance with a steady gait. He observed the individuals who lay on the ground, their feet severed, barely clinging to life, blood spreading across the ground in shocking pools. Lu Rian, along with police officer Zhou Minqi and 3 female sales representatives, stood nearby, while the unconscious Dami Mi, De Qiqi, and Li Mingxian lay on the ground. 13 other women stood across from them, their faces etched with fear, their eyes brimming with trepidation over their uncertain fates. Cao Xiaoman waved his hand, and a blue bus materialized before them. But he addressed the women, saying, "Everyone aboard. I shall take you to the survivor base. Additionally, bring the 3 on the ground with you." "Understood," the women replied in unison, their voices tinged with a tremor. They dared not disobey, for Cao Xiaoman's previous methods had already instilled fear within them. Once all the women had boarded the bus, Cao Xiaoman continued to hurl gasoline canisters, linking the vehicles, the market, and the dying individuals with gasoline. "Rian, ignite it," he instructed, starting the bus as he handed a lighter to Lu Rian. "Okay," Lu Rian responded, discarding the lit lighter. As Lu Rian sparked the flame, the entire market and the group of individuals were instantly engulfed in roaring flames, followed by a cacophony of screams and thunderous explosions. Ding! Goddess Lu Rian consumed 1 dump truck, returning 10,000 dump trucks. Ding! Goddess Lu Rian consumed 1 golden Nanmu wood, returning 10,000 golden Nanmu woods. When Cao Xiaoman returned to Qiantang University, he noticed 10 blue buses parked in the distance, likely indicating that a convoy had completed its mission. However, as the vehicles approached the cruise ship base, he observed a large gathering of people nearby. A frown creased his brow, as an unsettling feeling arose within him. An instinct that something was amiss, for ordinarily, people would not disembark from the cruise ship. "Look, Xiaoman is back. There is hope now," finally returned. As the bus drew nearer to the crowd, Cao Xiaoman heard their anxious chatter. After disembarking, he waved his hand, conjuring 2 additional cruise ships beside the original. With 2 deafening bangs, the murmurs abruptly ceased, and the crowd fell silent, all stunned by the sudden appearance of the cruise ships. Cao Xiaoman then instructed Lu Rian, who had just stepped off the bus. "Rian, the middle ship is for the Goddess Legion, and the other is for the Mi Legion. Arrange for them to escort the 3 to the top deck." "Understood." Just as Lu Rian was about to organize, she suddenly recalled something and asked, "Xiaoman, will they try to escape?" "Not a chance. They cannot run away," Cao Xiaoman replied confidently at the forefront of the crowd. Several members of the black-dyed clothing Beauty Legion quickly approached Cao Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, our captain is in trouble." "What happened?" Cao Xiaoman inquired, his brow furrowed. "Our captain is gravely injured. She might die," one team member sobbed. "Who is your captain? And where is she now?" "It's Yi Wonking. She's in your room, and Teacher Lu is helping her," the team member replied, sniffling. "Come, tell me exactly how she was hurt." Cao Xiaoman led the way toward the top deck of the cruise ship, with the women following closely behind. Upon entering the room, Cao Xiaoman found it filled with people, including members of the Butler Legion and the Beauty Legion. Yi Wonking lay on the sofa, dressed in blood-stained clothing, her eyes tightly closed, teeth clenched, with tear streaks on her cheeks. Lu Rualalai was beside her, employing her healing powers. Seeing Cao Xiaoman approach, Lu Rualalai, with a sorrowful expression, said, "Xiaoman, Wonking's injuries are too severe. She has lost all the muscle in her lower leg, and I cannot heal her all at once. It's all right. I'm here." Cao Xiaoman gently reassured her. Observing Yi Wonking's condition, Qiao Xiaoman couldn't help but admire the girl's resilience, despite her grave injuries. She endured the pain with remarkable fortitude. Upon hearing Qiao Xiaoman's voice, Yu Wangqing slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, saying, "Xiaoman, I'm sorry." "Wangqing, you are truly commendable," Qiao Xiaoman tenderly interrupted, crouching beside her and gently wiping away her tears. "Do not worry. I will heal you shortly." As Yu Wangqing gazed into Qiao Xiaoman's eyes, a wave of profound security enveloped her, and she softly replied, Everyone except the Goddess Legion and the Butler Legion. Please exit," Qiao Xiaoman instructed the others. "Understood," the women replied, filing out of the room. As the door closed, Qiao Xiaoman stood and addressed the remaining women. "Remember, whether you are injured or perish, do not fear, for I possess the ability to resurrect you." The women were left astounded, finding his claim utterly beyond belief. Situ Ting slapped her forehead in self-reproach, lamenting, "How could I be so foolish when I just experienced resurrection this morning?" Ignoring their reactions, Qiao Xiaoman turned to the reclining Yu Wangqing and said, "Wangqing, relax. It will be over soon." Though Yu Wangqing was equally astonished, she chose to trust Qiao Xiaoman's words, closing her eyes and relaxing her body. Observing this, Qiao Xiaoman focused his thoughts and invoked Eradicate. In an instant, Yu Wangqing's breath ceased. Qiao Xiaoman accessed Yu Wangqing's goddess panel and clicked the resurrection button. Subsequently, her body began to dissolve into specks of starlight, gradually vanishing, leaving only her blood-stained garments behind. Before long, the dissipated starlight coalesced once more, forming Yu Wangqing's silhouette, which stood upon the floor, her outline solidifying. However, at that moment, Yu Wangqing was completely unclothed. As she opened her eyes and realized she was standing, astonishment filled her heart. Instinctively, she lifted her calf and bent down to examine her leg, discovering that the wound had completely vanished, and her body was invigorated, devoid of any weakness. She looked up at Qiao Xiaoman, whose eyes gleamed with brilliance, and excitedly rushed toward him, embracing him tightly. "Xiaoman, thank you. It's wonderful to have you." In her heart, this handsome man radiated safety. Not only had he saved her, granted her powers, but he had now rescued her once more. In her excitement, Yu Wangqing impulsively planted a kiss on Qiao Xiaoman's face. Feeling that this was somewhat inappropriate, Qiao Xiaoman gently patted Yu Wangqing's back and softly said, "Ahem. All right, Wangqing, calm down. Please put on some clothes." Upon hearing this, Yu Wangqing released Qiao Xiaoman and took a step back. Lowering her gaze to her body, she suddenly realized her state of undress and let out a sharp ah as she hurriedly dashed toward the bedroom. Yet, unbeknownst to her, that bedroom was not her own, but Qiao Xiaoman's. The other women, witnessing Yu Wangqing's embarrassment, could not help but burst into laughter, their previous sadness dissipating like mist. Qiao Xiaoman noticed that Shun Xiling, usually vibrant and lively, remained engulfed in sorrow, evidently plagued by guilt for not having protected Yu Wangqing adequately. "Xiling, please step outside and inform everyone of Yu Wangqing's situation. Let them freshen up. We can discuss anything else tonight," Qiao Xiaoman said softly, his gaze filled with concern. Shun Xiling obediently nodded, dutifully opening the door and stepping outside. Almost immediately, a cacophony of eager inquiries erupted from those beyond the threshold, all anxious to ascertain the condition of Yu Wangqing. Once Shun Xiling departed, Qiao Xiaoman began to orchestrate matters with Sido Ling. "Linger, I have just released 2 new cruise ships. The one in the middle will be designated for the Goddess Legion and your management team, while the other will accommodate the members of the Mi Legion, which I have recently established." "Mi Legion? What purpose does it serve?" Sido Ling inquired, a look of skepticism etched across her face as she fixated on Qiao Xiaoman. Finding the new nomenclature rather peculiar to Qiao Xiaoman paused momentarily, not having fully considered how to elucidate the function of the Mi Legion. After a brief contemplation, he began to explain to the women. "The Mi Legion primarily comprises those women who harbor murderous intent towards me or possess unsavory character traits. Initially, I contemplated naming it the Slave Legion, but found that name rather unappealing, hence the change to Mi Legion." Sidu Ling still found the name rather odd, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Muttering to herself, "Me? Is it akin to being a pet?" Observing Sidu Ling's bewildered expression, Qiao Xiaoman couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "All right. Soon the Legion returning from their mission will gradually bring back survivors. Linger, you should take Management Team 1 and attend to the relevant arrangements." "Very well." Sisters, let us depart, Sito Ling called to the others, leading them out of the room. Once they had left, Chao Xiaoman made his way toward his bedroom, contemplating the fact that Yu Wanqing was still unclothed within. And he needed to deliver her some clothing that moment. Yu Wanqing, upon entering the bedroom, quickly realized this was not her own room. However, with so many people outside, she felt a sense of embarrassment. Despite most being women, moreover, there was a man present, Chao Xiaoman, the very one who had seen her in a state of undress. Hiding beneath his covers, enveloped by his masculine scent, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yu Wanqing, how could you be so foolish? How did you forget to grab a piece of clothing when you rushed in? What am I to do now? She chastised herself internally, feeling flustered and at a loss. Just then, the door swung open, and Yu Wanqing's heart raced with anxiety. Cautiously, she peeked out, only to see that it was Chao Xiaoman entering, which sent her into further disarray. Stammering, she managed to say, Xiaoman. Chao Xiaoman. Observing the usually lively and cheerful Yu Wanqing now appearing so bashful, found it quite amusing. His interest piqued as a mischievous smile crept across his face. Wanqing, what's the matter? Seeing his playful expression intensified her nervousness. Her face felt as though it were ablaze as she hastily blurted out, My clothes. Oh, your clothes are on the sofa. You may retrieve them yourself, Chao Xiaoman replied. Could you please help me get them? Yu Wanqing asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. The clothes are stained with the black blood of zombies. Far too filthy. Just discard them that I have something new for you. With that, Chao Xiaoman began to visualize Yu Wanqing's figure. Thinking that, like Sito Ling, she possessed an exquisite physique, he then searched his system space for suitable attire for women and, with a wave of his hand, a red silk qipao and a pair of red high heels appeared on the bed. Wanqing, do hurry and put on the clothes. I shall step out for a moment, Chao Xiaoman said before turning to leave the bedroom. Once Chao Xiaoman exited, Yu Wanqing gazed at the red qipao on the bed, her heart racing with trepidation. Having never worn a qipao before, the mere thought of donning it made her pulse quicken. Since this is his chosen attire, I shall wear it for his sake, she resolved, steeling herself. Moments later, as Chao Xiaoman languidly reclined on the sofa, Yu Wanqing emerged, adorned in the red silk qipao. Her short, dark curls cascaded gracefully over her fair shoulders, shimmering like black satin. The qipao accentuated her curves flawlessly, highlighting her femininity and allure. The vibrant red of the garment contrasted beautifully with her delicate, porcelain skin, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The red high heels she wore produced a melodious sound with each step, akin to a captivating melody. Her exquisite features were flawlessly sculpted, yet her usually lively eyes now brimmed with anxiety and shyness. Gently biting her lower lip, she furrowed her brow slightly, taking delicate steps as she cautiously exited the bedroom. Her usual vivacity replaced by a captivating shyness. Chao Xiaoman gazed at her, entranced, and couldn't help but exclaim, absolutely stunning. Seeing the enamored expression on Chao Xiaoman's face and hearing his praise lifted Yu Wanqing's spirits. Dispelling her earlier nervousness, she approached him slowly, her heart fluttering as she asked, Xiaoman, does it look good? Yes, it truly looks magnificent. Wanqing, you are simply breathtaking. Chao Xiaoman generously showered her with compliments. Thank you for your kind words, Xiaoman, Yu Wanqing replied, both elated and exhilarated, thinking to herself, he likes it. Well then, Xiaoman, I must take my leave, she said hurriedly, almost fleeing the scene. After Yu Wanqing departed, Chao Xiaoman fell into contemplation, with a legion filled with stunning women. It was indeed imperative to design a set of exclusive battle attire. This combat outfit must be soft, comfortable, skin-friendly, breathable, and conducive to combat. But how to design it? System, do you have access to any nano battle suits? Chao Xiaoman mentally inquired, yet the system remained silent, offering no response. This wretched system. Does it even have a system sprite? I can't even ask a simple question, he lamented helplessly. Never mind, I shall seek a professional clothing designer. I wonder if any of the survivors possess such talent that in addition to the battle attire for the Goddess Legion, the management teams and the Me Legion's outfits also required design. As evening descended, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the campus in a shimmering veil, accompanied by the roar of bus engines. The beautiful legions returning from their missions trickled back. Excited exclamations from survivors echoed outside the cruise ships. Teacher, what a massive ship! A cruise ship! How could it be at school? My goodness, am I dreaming? Are we to live on a cruise ship from now on? The management of the survivors would be adeptly handled by the goddess of management Team 1, relieving Chow Xiaoman of any concern. Meanwhile, he utilized his teleportation ability to instantly arrive at the suite aboard another cruise ship, where the Mi Legion resided. Chow Xiaoman entered the bedroom and took a seat, his gaze sweeping over the three enchanting women curled up on the bed, particularly Demimi, whose beauty rivaled that of Lin Shuyao and Shun Zixuan, each scoring an impressive 98, while her figure garnered a score of 97 for its voluptuousness. Are you all frightened of me? Chow Xiaoman lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, his tone nonchalant. The three women wore expressions of terror, none daring to utter a word. Speak. Chow Xiaoman's demeanor shifted as he coldly commanded. All three trembled in unison. Why did you treat us this way today? Daqiqi, the eldest among them, summoned her courage to ask. Why? Chow Xiaoman exhaled another smoke ring, scoffing lightly. Are you accustomed to looking down on others? Have you not reflected on what you intended to do to me today? Attempting to take my women and even plotting to kill me. How is it that less than a day has passed? And you've already forgotten? The three women sought to defend themselves but found themselves at a loss for words. Then why don't you kill us? Li Mingxian, though anxious, still exuded an alluring charm in her every movement. Chow Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. Quite simply, you should thank the heavens for bestowing upon you such fine appearances, as if recalling something. He added, as my me, you must embody the essence of a me. From this moment forth, you shall refer to me as master. Should a me disobey, punishment shall ensue. And do not think of seeking death, for it shall elude you, a fact Demimi knows all too well. Daqiqi and Li Mingxian turned their attention to Demimi, eager to decipher the meaning behind Chow Xiaoman's words. Chow Xiaoman rose, her expression devoid of warmth. Enough. The kitchen on the top floor is well stocked with ingredients, and the storage on the lower level is replete with daily necessities. You are to remain here quietly and refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, her words trailed off as she vanished without a trace. The three women were left in astonishment. Where did he go? Demimi inquired curiously. She then descended from her bed and approached the window, the sight before her rendering her speechless. This, a cruise ship? Upon hearing this, Daqiqi and Li Mingxian also rushed to the window, their expressions mirroring her disbelief. Sister, this man possesses the ability to manipulate ice. What he just used must have been teleportation. Did he just teleport the cruise ship here? Demimi sighed in exasperation. Elder sister, it seems our escape is futile, Li Mingxian lamented, yet her demeanor retained a hint of allure. Let's take it one step at a time. Daqiqi, the eldest, endeavored to maintain her composure. When Chow Xiaoman reappeared in his room, he found Lin Shuyao anxiously pacing in the living room, awaiting his return. Xiaoman? Lin Shuyao gasped, startled by his sudden appearance. Shuyao, what troubles you? You appear quite distressed, Chow Xiaoman remarked as he enveloped her in a gentle embrace. After a day spent battling zombies and foes, Lin Shuyao felt an overwhelming warmth and sense of security in her boyfriend's comforting hold. Xiaoman, when we returned, we passed beneath the boys' dormitory and discovered the bodies of 3 female classmates. They were students who had left with their boyfriends just days ago. Now, they lie dead beneath the boys' dormitory. And they were found naked, likely violated before their demise. Lin Shuyao's voice fell somber. Chow Xiaoman remained calm upon hearing this, having anticipated such an occurrence. After all, this was the stark reality of a post-apocalyptic world. Shuyao, that is their fate. There are no remedies for regret in this world. Lin Shuyao nodded in agreement, fully aware of this truth, knowing her hands were stained with the blood of many. Yes, I understand. But it still weighs heavily on my heart. Had they not followed their boyfriends away from our base, perhaps their choice of boyfriends was flawed, and thus they faced this outcome. Thankfully, your boyfriend is me. Chow Xiaoman reassured her with a gentle stroke of her head. Indeed, Xiaoman, I am grateful to have you, Lin Shuyao replied, touched, as she raised her lips to him. 5 minutes later, as Lin Shuyao began to feel slightly breathless. Chow Xiaoman finally released her. Shuyao, go find Linger, help her settle the survivors. Then, inform those beautiful women to gather at the top deck of the central cruise ship at 8 tonight, that I plan to expand our goddess legion. Upon hearing the call for beautiful women, Lin Shuyao felt a twinge of jealousy, playfully pinching Chow Xiaoman's waist and teasing. How infuriating. Chow Xiaoman gently kissed her lips, his tone tender. No woman can compare to my Shuyao. Humph. Lin Shuyao feigned indifference as she turned to leave, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Chow Xiaoman once again activated his teleportation ability, instantly arriving at the top deck of the central cruise ship. He intended to connect the entire floor, creating a spacious area capable of accommodating thousands. Approaching a metal wall, he placed his hand upon it and activated his metal manipulation ability in an instant. The wall responded. The once cold, unyielding metal now appeared animated and malleable. This metal manipulation ability was indeed impressive, allowing him to control metal at will, though currently at level 2, the quantity he could manipulate remained limited. Fortunately, his mental strength was sufficiently robust to sustain it. An hour slipped by unnoticed as Chow Xiaoman focused intently on his metal manipulation. Apart from reserving the presidential suite for himself, he successfully connected the remaining rooms, clearing out excess items into his internal space. This moment, the top deck had transformed into a vast, open expanse akin to a plaza. Goodness, I'm exhausted, Chow Xiaoman murmured, collapsing onto the floor and gasping for breath. The continuous exertion of his metal abilities had drained a significant portion of his mental energy. Just then, he heard soft footsteps approaching from the staircase. Chow Xiaoman looked up to see Lu Ruoli entering, elegantly carrying a refined tray. The tray held a dozen imported oysters from the romantic nation and a large glass of imported Bloody Mary cocktail. Observing Chow Xiaoman seated on the ground, fatigued, Lu Ruoli felt a pang of sympathy. This young man, merely 18, bore the heavy burden of safeguarding so many survivors and enduring immense pressure. She gently placed the tray before him and took a seat opposite. Chow Xiaoman, momentarily taken aback by the food before him, inquired, "Teacher Lu, what is this about?" "Xiaoman, Linger and Run mentioned you had expended a great deal of energy today, so I brought you some food to replenish your strength." Lu Ruoli explained, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she inwardly scolded, "Why didn't that girl bring the food herself?" Chow Xiaoman found himself at a loss for words, given his current condition. He hardly needed to restore his strength. He scrutinized Lu Ruoli, who donned a pink mesh v-neck dress that accentuated her figure, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her stunning beauty was enhanced by the soft lighting, while diamond earrings sparkled at her ears, and a heart-shaped diamond necklace adorned her neck, revealing a substantial expanse of fair skin that seemed even more alluring than the oysters. "What's going on?" Chow Xiaoman's heart raced uncontrollably as he gazed at her, feeling a surge of warmth within. "Xiaoman, are you all right?" Lu Ruoli asked, intrigued by his expression. She deftly picked an oyster and placed it in his bowl. Secretly delighted by his adorably dazed demeanor. "It's nothing." Chow Xiaoman finally snapped back to reality, hastily consuming the oyster, followed by a sip of the cocktail. "Does this outfit look good? Linger helped me choose it." Lu Ruoli inquired shyly. "It looks great." Chow Xiaoman swallowed, only to realize his mouth was empty, save for saliva. "You should eat quickly. It'll get cold," Lu Ruoli gently urged, offering him another piece of oyster. "All right," he replied, beginning to eat heartily, attempting to shift his focus away from her. As Lu Ruoli observed him eating with such distraction, a droplet of sauce slipped down his chin, prompting her to softly admonish. "Xiaoman, slow down. You're spilling." "Xiaoman, do you seem a bit unfocused?" Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Internally, Chow Xiaoman felt a surge of nervousness, thinking, "In this state, how can I concentrate?" However, he kept his thoughts to himself, continuing to eat in silence. Wishing to finish the meal swiftly, this dinner, fraught with his inner turmoil, concluded rapidly. Watching Lu Ruoli depart with the empty tray, her exquisite figure swayed gracefully with each step. Chow Xiaoman furrowed his brow, pondering, why does she increasingly resemble my past life's Lu Shun? In terms of beauty and physique, the resemblance is uncanny. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he vanished, only to reappear in the dining area of the cruise ship where the Mi Legion was gathered. At that moment, Demimi, Dechichi, and Li Mingxian were busily preparing dinner. The table was adorned with 3 plates of baby cuttlefish, with a vibrant fruit salad at the center. They were engrossed in cooking various vegetables. Completely unaware of Chow Xiaoman's arrival, with so many delicious dishes, "Why are you only preparing this little?" Chow Xiaoman cleared his throat deliberately, signaling his presence. The 3 women jumped in surprise at the sudden sound, causing Dechichi to drop her spatula. "President Da, why are you so tense? Have you done something wrong?" Chow Xiaoman's tone was stern. "I was merely startled by your sudden appearance." Chow Xiaoman scrutinized the 3 women, noting that their loose loungewear seemed lacking in some regard. With a gentle wave of his hand, 3 sets of black and white, made aprons materialized upon the table. The kitchen was filled with grease and smoke. How could one cook while clad in loungewear? Quickly don the aprons. I grant you 5 minutes, he commanded, then stepped out of the kitchen to the window. Lighting a cigarette, he muttered under his breath. Cursed be the oysters. I shall obliterate your ancestral lineage. In truth, the taste of oysters was quite delightful, yet at this moment it only fueled his agitation. The 3 women hesitated for a moment upon seeing Chow Xiaoman leave, but ultimately reached for the aprons on the table. Sister, isn't the fabric a tad scant? Dammy expressed her surprise, aware of the apron's purpose, yet never having imagined herself a lofty star donning such an article for cooking. This, Chi echoed, her uncertainty palpable. Having endured 2 failed marriages, she had never worn such a style of apron at home at ASACO. She typically exuded an air of superiority and elegance. Were her husband to demand she wear such an apron for cooking, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Come now, you 2 should hasten, otherwise, who knows what punishment awaits us. Li Mingxuan's attitude contrasted sharply with theirs. Sister, what do you mean? Have you truly yielded to this devil? Dammy asked, a hint of anger in her voice. Enough, let us all just put them on. We currently cannot oppose him. We can only take it one step at a time. Chi interjected, seeking to quell their debate. With that, she was the first to don an apron, slipping it over herself. Sister, that's not how you wear it. Li Mingxian's voice interrupted just as Chi was about to secure the apron. What is it? Chi queried, puzzled by Li Mingxuan's intent. Sister, Mimi, observe how I wear it. With that, Li Mingxian slowly removed her loungewear, loosening all constraints, before deftly putting on the apron. Chi and Dammy were left in stunned silence, wondering, why would she wear it like that? As Li Mingxian revealed her ample skin, both sisters felt their faces flush, never having anticipated such an attire. Once clad in the apron, Li Mingxian twirled before them, declaring, his taste is indeed commendable. This apron fits me splendidly. No, Mingxian. Chi gazed at her with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment, struggling to find words, merely swallowing hard. Hurry and dress, he will return shortly. Li Mingxian urged, wishing to spare her sisters from punishment. The 2 sisters were utterly confounded, unsure how to emulate such a look. One was a dazzling star, the other a commanding CEO. This style was utterly alien to them. Noticing their dazed expressions, Li Mingxian grew anxious, hastening them. You must hurry. The 5 minutes will soon expire. Sister, the 2 exchanged glances, hoping to derive an answer from one another, recalling Chow Xiaoman's earlier violence and her husband's demise. Chi surveyed her sisters once more. Mimi, wear it. She relented, temporarily setting aside her pride. Apologies, dears, for the late update. Chow Xiaoman, suppressing his inner turmoil, re-entered the kitchen, his eyes widening at the sight before him. His throat ran dry, and he could not help but swallow hard, feeling as though his blood was in reverse flow. The 3 stunning women, adorned in black and white made aprons, were statuesque, reminiscent of fairy tale cooks. Breathtakingly beautiful, he could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to embrace Dammy tightly from behind, then grasping her petite hand, securing the spatula firmly within their grasp, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Mimi, I shall personally teach you how to prepare boiled greens. As the spatula entered the pot, the action was swift and fluid. However, in the next moment, Dammy let out a piercing scream. What's wrong? Chow Xiaoman, startled by the sudden cry, was filled with confusion. Had she scalded her hand or cut herself? He quickly stepped back, only to discover blood staining the spatula. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, What in the world? Is this a factory reset? It hurts. Dammy, tormented by pain, collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, Chow Xiaoman felt an unexpected thrill, reflecting, the resurrection skill bestowed by the system is truly splendid. He swiftly knelt beside her, his demeanor gentle as he carefully lifted Dammy, once more embracing her from behind, softly murmuring, Mimi, you are truly delicate. Is such a minor injury worthy of such a commotion? Come, lean against the counter, and I shall tend to your wound. His tone bore an undeniable authority that left no room for refusal. You must be gentle. Dammy, overwhelmed by the changes in her body, found herself at a loss. How could she endure such incidents daily? Reluctantly, she could only plead softly for mercy. Meanwhile, Chi and Li Mingxian stood in shock at the unfolding scene, exchanging bewildered glances. Dachichi couldn't help but murmur, "How could Mimi be like this? It's unscientific." Li Mingxian chimed in. Could it be that she's been hanging on to that director all along? They simply could not fathom why Damimi would bleed. It was beyond comprehension. Throughout the treatment, Damimi's cries echoed through the room that as Chao Xiaoman busied himself. He cast a glance at Dachichi and Li Mingxian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Are you two curious?" Yes, the two women stood by, their cheeks flushed with curiosity, nodding in unison. Chao Xiaoman's smile deepened, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he revealed, because Damimi was once choked to death by that wretched director. And I revived her. Her body is now anew. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Dachichi and Li Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. Damimi had been choked to death by her husband? And revived? It was utterly inconceivable. Damimi, is what he said true? Dachichi, setting aside her embarrassment, urgently inquired, her voice trembling as the matter pertained to her sister's life. Yes, Damimi, overwhelmed by the pain of treatment, could only weakly nod in response. Damn that despicable beast! Dachichi's fury ignited, her eyes ablaze as her fists clenched, wishing to enact 1,000 tortures upon that director, but I never trusted that director. He was utterly hypocritical. Yet you, foolish Mimi, fell victim to his hidden rules. Li Mingxian expressed her outrage for Damimi's plight. Enough, silence. I shall now revive you both. Chao Xiaoman, unwilling to waste time on such unproductive discourse, furrowed his brow, his tone commanding and authoritative. As he concentrated, Dachichi and Li Mingxian felt darkness envelop them, their bodies losing vitality, collapsing to the floor. Revive, my precious, Chao Xiaoman bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the kitchen. In the next instant, their forms began to shimmer, gradually transforming into specks of starlight that vanished into the ether. Soon after, the starlight coalesced, slowly reconstituting their silhouettes. Before long, Dachichi and Li Mingxian completed their resurrection. Slowly opening their eyes, still bearing a hint of confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend their recent experiences. You both perished once, and I have revived you. Chao Xiaoman continued his tasks, patiently explaining. Therefore, you must obey from now on. Understood? The notion of resurrection after death left both women utterly astonished. It was simply beyond belief, especially considering that they had just experienced it themselves. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with doubt and incredulity. Yet at a loss for words, exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, Chao Xiaoman elegantly manifested her teleportation ability, appearing in the inner plaza of the ship's upper deck, were it not for pressing matters at hand. She would have relished the opportunity to indulge in the culinary delights once more. The 3 dishes served at dinner were nothing short of exquisite, leaving her craving for more. As she surveyed the plaza, she noted the assembly of at least 100 female survivors, each possessing striking beauty. Even the least attractive among them could be deemed a campus belle in her past life. Fortunately, she was currently in a state of tranquility, remaining unperturbed amidst the myriad of enchanting figures. How would other men, particularly the exceptionally handsome readers, react to such a scene? Xiaoman, we were uncertain of the specific criteria, so we called over all the beautiful ones. Came the voice of Sidu Ling from behind her. The entire Goddess Legion and management team stood uniformly behind her. No worries, Linger, you all have worked hard. Allow me to undertake the selection process. She replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than Chao Xiaoman activated her transformation into an angel. Instantly, a pair of resplendent golden wings sprouted from her back, and with a gentle flap, she began to levitate, hovering gracefully 2 meters above the ground. This dazzling display caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Wow, he is an angel. How did he grow wings? No, angels are female. A male should be called a celestial being. I wish to possess a pair of wings, preferably as white as snow. Good heavens, what extraordinary power is this? The air was filled with exclamations of wonder. Everyone, please quiet down, Chao Xiaoman commanded, her voice resonating clearly across the plaza. And silence fell immediately. It brings me joy to see that you have persevered through this apocalypse. However, we no longer reside in peaceful times in this harsh world. Survival necessitates sufficient strength. Now, I wish to ask you, do you desire powers akin to mine? The ability to transform and soar? As she spoke, a flicker of lightning appeared in the palm of her right hand, crackling audibly. or perhaps the power to wield lightning. Following this, an icicle emerged from her left hand, emanating a chilling aura, indicative of the ability to manipulate ice. Once again, the crowd erupted into fervor. I too wish to possess such formidable power. Do I have a chance to acquire such abilities? To control lightning and ice is truly enviable. Young master, I also yearn for such superpowers. Today, I intend to expand the Goddess Legion. By joining, you will gain extraordinary powers, Qiao Xiaoman declared with unwavering determination. I shall join. I too shall join. I want to join as well. In an instant, the plaza resonated with enthusiastic declarations of intent to enlist. Observing their eagerness, Qiao Xiaoman felt a sense of satisfaction. Her efforts to bring them here were not in vain. Very well. Those whose names I call, please remain. Those not called will have to await another opportunity. With that, Qiao Xiaoman activated her system, meticulously scanning the information of every woman present. Carefully selecting those who met the criteria, the plaza fell silent as everyone awaited with bated breath, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and excitement. 10 minutes later, only 32 divine women remained, each possessing extraordinary beauty. With scores surpassing 95, Qiao Xiaoman gazed upon this group of enchanting goddesses, elation swelling within her. Were it not for her desire to maintain composure, she would have cried out in jubilation to express her exhilaration. Suppressing her excitement, she adopted a solemn expression and addressed them gravely. Ladies, once you join the Goddess Legion, you will face countless brutal battles. You will not only contend with zombies, but also clash with various monsters, and even confront human foes. From this moment forth, you will become the sharpest weapons in my arsenal, charging fearlessly into battle, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Lastly, I shall grant you 1 minute to contemplate. Are you certain you wish to join the Goddess Legion? As soon as her words fell, resolute affirmations echoed through the crowd that I am certain, I will join. In the midst of this fervent atmosphere, a clear voice suddenly interrupted. Brother Xiaoman, are there truly other monsters aside from zombies? It was Lu Yiya, her curious eyes wide open as she inquired. Qiao Xiaoman turned towards the source of the voice, patiently explaining, yeah, if humans can mutate into zombies, then animals, plants, and even various bacteria are equally susceptible to mutation. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Brother Xiaoman. Lu Yiya playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Qiao Xiaoman then turned back to the 32 divine women. All right, now I shall assist you in awakening your extraordinary abilities. With a wave of her hand, 32 exquisite ceramic plates materialized on the table. Subsequently, she conjured a small knife with her left hand, skillfully slicing her right index finger. Crimson blood oozing forth. That MY blood possesses special properties, granting immunity to various toxins, including the zombie virus. That a single drop will bestow you with this immunity. As she elaborated, she meticulously dripped a drop of blood onto each plate. Soon, the task was complete. She waved her hand again, and 32 peanut-sized white crystals appeared on the table. These are level 1 zombie crystals. Once consumed, you will awaken your unique abilities. The type of power you awaken will depend on your individual fortune. Does everyone understand? Understood. The women chorused, their yearning for extraordinary powers having reached a fever pitch. Very well, let us begin. First, consume the blood, then the crystal. The women eagerly approached, taking their respective plates and unhesitatingly ingesting the drop of virus immunity blood. 10 minutes later, all 32 divine women successfully awakened their respective powers, each manifesting a diverse array of abilities. The scene erupted into jubilation, their faces radiating joy as though they had just won a $5 million prize. Wonderful, I have awakened ice powers, just like Xiaoman. Oh yes, I finally have powers. Is this what power feels like? This green light feels so warm. So, I have healing abilities. That dead simp. Now that I have powers, watch how I deal with you. After another 10 minutes. As the women's emotions gradually settled, Qiao Xiaoman spoke again. Congratulations to each of you on successfully awakening your powers. She lightly clapped her hands, her face adorned with a sincere smile of congratulations. Thank you, Xiaoman. Thank you, Brother Xiaoman. The women expressed their gratitude with palpable excitement. There's no need for thanks. We are all family now, Qiao Xiaoman replied with a smile, before pivoting the conversation. Now, it is time for me to assign you to your respective legions. Goddess Group 3, Feng Xuana, age 22, stands at a height of 173 cm, boasts a beauty score of 97, a figure score of 97. With a personality that is outwardly gentle yet resilient, she is the first beauty of her university. Possessing a purity of 100 mAh, age 21, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is outwardly brave, yet internally timid, and she is the second beauty of her university. Also with a purity of 100. Man Xingyu, age 21, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 97. She is characterized by her cool and composed demeanor. Serving as the third beauty of her university, with a purity of 100, Chu Ingjun, age 19, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 95. Her personality is akin to a frozen expanse. And she is the fifth beauty of her university, maintaining a purity of 100. Zhang Minqi, aged 18, stands at 170 cm. With a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 95. She possesses a serene and unassuming nature. Serving as the seventh beauty of her university, with a purity of 100. L. Yingru, age 22, stands at 168 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is multifaceted and adaptable. And she is the 10th beauty of her university, with a purity of 100. Fu Jiqing, age 20, stands at 174 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 95, as she embodies a cold and fragrant allure. And is the first beauty of Linen University, with a purity of 100. Lu Jiru, aged 18, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 96, as she is mature and composed. Serving as the second beauty of Linen University, with a purity of 100. Li Wanwen, age 22, stands at 170 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 94. Her personality is refreshing and amiable. And she is the fifth beauty of Linen University, with a purity of 100. Huang Luowen, age 21, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 95. She is meticulous and thoughtful. Serving as the sixth beauty of Linen University, with a purity of 100. Goddess Group 4, Wen Xinyan, age 21, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 95. Her personality is characterized by a cool and radiant brilliance, and she is the first beauty of Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Zhao Xihua, age 21, stands at 174 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is proud and stands out among peers, serving as the second beauty of Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Liu Qiuchan, aged 18, stands at 168 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 94. Her demeanor is outwardly reserved yet inwardly wise, and she is the third beauty of Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Gu Liangjiajia, aged 21, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 95. She is meticulous and detail-oriented, serving as the fifth beauty of Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Wu Ma Mengxiao, age 21, stands at 170 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 94. Her personality is tranquil and serene, serving as the seventh beauty of Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Wang Wanxing, age 20, stands at 174 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 95. She is self-appreciative and solitary, serving as the second beauty of Tingyun University, with a purity of 100. Jing Xinyan, age 21, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 95. Her personality is observant and discerning, serving as the fourth beauty of Tingyun University, with a purity of 100. Chen Xinrui, age 21, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 94. She is cautious and meticulous, serving as the fifth beauty of Tingyun University, with a purity of 100. Zhuo Wanxin, age 21, stands at 167 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 94. She is empathetic and understanding, serving as the ninth beauty of Tingyun University, with a purity of 100. Qiu Qianyao, age 22, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 95. She embodies a cold and fragrant allure, serving as the 10th beauty of Tingyun University, with a purity of 100. The goddess group 5, Wan Shuang, age 30, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 94. She is an ice-cold beauty, serving as a teacher at a university, with a purity of 100. Yao Qingya, age 27, stands at 174 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is generous and chivalrous, serving as a teacher at Linen University, with a purity of 99. Xin Xianmeng, age 27, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 97. She is decisive in her affections, serving as a teacher at Hongfei University, with a purity of 100. Jiang Muping, age 28, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 95. Her personality is reminiscent of listening to rain from a balcony, serving as a teacher at Qian'an No. 1 Middle School, with a purity of 100. Ho Yuqiang, age 29, stands at 170 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 96. She embodies the spirit of a strong woman, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 1 Middle School, with a purity of 99. Qi Zijing, age 30, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 93. Her personality is mature and composed, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 2 Middle School, with a purity of 99. Wang Piling, age 27, stands at 171 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 94. Her personality is tender and affectionate, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 4 Middle School, with a purity of 100. Duan Shuxing, age 29, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 95. She is gentle and amiable, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 8 Middle School, with a purity of 99. Zhu Manuan, age 29, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 96. Her character embodies grace and wisdom, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 1 Primary School, with a purity of 99. Liang Mushin, age 26, stands at 172 cm, with a beauty score of 97 and a figure score of 98. Her personality is as gentle as flowing water, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 3 Primary School, with a purity of 100. Goddess Group 6, Sun Yiling, age 27, stands at 173 cm, with a beauty score of 95 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is imbued with a cool and fragrant charm, serving as a teacher at Qiantang No. 5 Primary School, with a purity of 100. Amidst the crowd, Sun Yiling appeared troubled, murmuring softly, "Why is it that I am the only one in my legion?" Butler Group 1, Zhou Mengqi, age 26, stands at 175 cm, with a beauty score of 96 and a figure score of 96. Her personality is spirited and dashing, serving as a female special police officer in Qiantang City. With a purity of 100. In the crowd, Zhou Mengqi wore a perplexed expression, inwardly pondering. What is he doing? Is there a mistake? Why have I been assigned to Butler Group 1? Shouldn't it be Goddess Group 6? Chao Xiaoman had just completed her assignment when the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 33, Feng Xuana. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Gold ability upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess number 34, Ma Xiaoxian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Gold ability upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding Goddess No. 64, Zhou Mengqi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward. Gold ability upgraded to LV2. Listening to the series of system notifications, Chao Xiaoman found the sounds particularly melodious today. She couldn't help but wonder, this doesn't seem right. Logically, shouldn't the binding be completed when the goddess consumes the blood? Has the system become more humanized? Or is there a delay? Binding 32 goddesses all at once was an unexpectedly bountiful harvest. Chao Xiaoman felt elated. Nothing brought her more joy than binding another goddess. What a delight! At that moment, she could distinctly sense her body growing stronger, the sensation of increasing power surging like a relentless tide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding over 50 goddesses. The system is about to upgrade. Ding! System upgrading. 1, 10, 30, 50, 90. Ding! System upgrade successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Radar. Radar function 1. Real-time display of the locations of bound goddesses, irrespective of distance. Radar function 2. Real-time detection of unbound goddesses within a radius of 10 kilometers. Ding! Radar panel module loading. Ding! Radar panel loading successful. Oh, the system has upgraded again. Still immersed in the joy of binding numerous goddesses, Xiao Xiaoman was abruptly interrupted by the sudden system notification. With curiosity, she opened the radar panel, and before her appeared a central black, surrounded by numerous green dots, along with 2 conspicuously blue dots. The black dot likely represented herself, while the green dots represented the already bound goddesses. Thus, the 2 blue dots must indicate the unbound goddesses, Xiao Xiaoman mused. With a thought, the green dot closest to the black dot revealed detailed information. Goddess No. 12, Sitoling, distance 0.5 meters. She then clicked on the 2 blue dots, and the screen displayed. Unbound goddess, distance 3.2 kilometers. Unbound goddess, distance 4.8 kilometers. Could it be that because she had not yet met them, their names were not displayed? Xiao Xiaoman pondered, yet chose not to dwell on it. Deciding to address it tomorrow, Xiao Xiaoman redirected her attention back to the group of girls on the field. Discovering that they remained enveloped in the exhilaration of awakening their extraordinary abilities, fervently sharing their joy with one another. All right, everyone, please settle down. She raised her voice, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Adopting a serious demeanor akin to that of an instructor, she continued, "Next, you will embark on the first lesson of your apocalyptic existence." With a wave of her hand, a cluster of silent, oversized drones appeared on the ground, all impeccably packaged and yet to be unsealed. The entire gathering of girls brimmed with curiosity, speculating about the contents of the neatly wrapped boxes. These are silent drones. Each of you is required to use them to investigate the conditions of the boys' dormitory. Xiao Xiaoman elucidated. Now, let us commence. Many present had never operated such drones before, but fortunately, they were controlled via remote, and everyone quickly adapted to the operation. Xiaoman Gij, I'm flying first, Lu Yia exclaimed excitedly. Taking the lead in maneuvering a drone out of the cruise ship, her face radiating pride. One by one, the drones ascended into the air, heading towards the boys' dormitory. Xiao Xiaoman approached Lu Yia, gazing at the imagery displayed on the remote screen. The screen revealed that the highest 2 floors of the boys' dormitory were aglow with a myriad of lights, bulbs, flashlights, mobile phones, and the faint flicker of candles, while the 3 lower floors lay shrouded in darkness. Stroking her chin, Xiao Xiaoman murmured to herself, "Have they congregated in a group?" Yeah, fly towards the area with the densest illumination, Xiao Xiaoman directed. Yes, Xiaoman Gij, Lu Yia responded eagerly, following the command. Although Xiao Xiaoman's voice was not particularly loud, the concentration among everyone as they maneuvered the drones rendered the surroundings exceptionally quiet, allowing her words to resonate clearly. 2 minutes later, the drone approached the area with the most concentrated lights on the highest floor. Through the open window, the circumstances within became vividly apparent. Lu Yia's expression transformed dramatically, her face contorting with fury as she shouted, "A bunch of beasts!" Everyone hovered their drones nearby, cautious not to draw too close. Yeah, gently maneuver the drone near the window and listen to what they are saying, Xiao Xiaoman instructed. Understood, Lu Yia acknowledged. The drones that followed also captured the disturbing scenes on their screens, and a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. Inside one room, a boy and a middle-aged man lounged carelessly in chairs, attended by 3 girls, one providing a massage, another feeding, and yet another engaged in other servitudes. Nearby on the floor knelt 5 boys, while a queue of others awaited in the corridor, uncertain of what they were anticipating. As the images from adjacent rooms materialized on the remote's display, the attendees clearly witnessed several girls enduring merciless torment. The girls appeared utterly desolate, their faces etched with despair, embodying a sense of hopelessness. These wretched beasts, they truly deserved death. How could they commit such atrocities? Except for Xiao Xiaoman and the seasoned members of the Goddess Team 1 and Team 2. The rest were consumed by righteous indignation and seething fury. As Lu Yia's drone drew nearer, the voices from within the room became distinctly audible. "Boss, spare me. I've already shared Xiaofeng. pleaded one of the boys kneeling on the ground. The boy addressed as boss remained silent, eyes closed, relishing the massage, while the girl assisting him remarked, Lin Ben Hai, are you just now begging for mercy? I had long requested Xiao Fong to join me in serving the boss. But you opposed it. Now look, she has become everyone's shared tool, and you won't fare any better. Truly a case of good intentions meeting dire consequences. Another girl chimed in. Exactly. We are so privileged to serve the boss. The three who resisted the most are already dead downstairs. Boss, I truly understand my mistake. Tomorrow, I will work hard to gather supplies. Please spare me this once, the boy on the ground implored again. The boss remained mute, but the middle-aged man beside him interjected, I was right, wasn't I? Everyone is now relying on your extraordinary ability to survive, so you must learn to share. It's a pity that damn Chao Xiaoman doesn't realize what abilities he possesses. Raising hundreds of women, he truly deserves to go to hell. Today is even more outrageous. I've roughly calculated that at least another 1,000 women have arrived, many of them still in elementary school. Chao Xiaoman, you are truly damned. However, the subsequent dialogue took an unexpected turn. Ouch. Be gentle that I envy Chao Xiaoman. He has over 100 stunning women, none of whom can compare to these few. If only I had awakened my powers. Otherwise, I would eliminate him and seize your fiancé, eat a share with everyone first. Upon hearing this, the boy addressed as boss erupted with anger. Enough, director, don't say another word. Right now, I can't contend with that Chao Xiaoman. Once I enhance my abilities further, I will surely destroy him. Then, I'll have Lin Shiao perform before him. The director frowned. Those women are not so easily tamed. They are currently out there slaying zombies and saving lives. I suggest we cripple their tendons. It won't affect their playtime. Tomorrow, focus on killing that green zombie to enhance your abilities. If this drags on, I fear we will perish at Chao Xiaoman's hands. The boy called boss replied, rest assured, director, I understand. He then turned to the kneeling women, berating them. Wretched creatures, haven't you eaten? Give it your all. Don't waste the food I've procured. The berated girl trembled, forced to continue engaging in those humiliating tasks. At that moment, a man in the corridor shouted, is it done yet? We're still waiting. Do you have any sense of time? It's just a matter of seconds. Hurry up. Do you know what sharing means? Stop dawdling. The director spoke again. Am I wrong? Brothers who have fought together, shared bullets, are the true brothers. The boss nodded in agreement. Through the imagery transmitted from the drone's remote, everyone present began to grasp the gravity of the situation unfolding in the boys' dormitory. Lin Shiao, unable to endure any longer, seethed with rage upon hearing herself referred to as a wretched creature, and her anger flared as she yearned to charge in and behead those vile individuals. Xiaoman, I want to kill those beasts, Lin Shiao declared vehemently. Chao Xiaoman rose, surveying the crowd before instructing Lin Shiao. Shiao, take those who have just awakened their abilities today and eliminate them all, leaving no one behind. But what about those girls? Lu Roli interjected, still concerned about rescuing the unfortunate girls. They had already been rescued, yet they chose to leave. That today's tragedy is their own choice. Respect others' fates. They must be eliminated as well. Chao Xiaoman spoke firmly. With that, he waved his hand, and 1,000 tang knives materialized on the ground, all boasting a sleek black exterior adorned with exquisite engravings. Yes, Commander. Lin Shiao accepted the command, turning to the 23 individuals who had just awakened their abilities. Everyone, take a knife and follow me to eliminate that group of beasts. As she spoke, she grasped a tang knife herself. Hearing they were to kill, the group felt a surge of anxiety and confusion. Observing this, Lin Shiao scolded, hurry up. What are you waiting for? This is your first lesson. Do not disappoint the commander. Yes, understood. All right. The group of women gradually picked up their knives. Following Lin Shiao's lead, a formidable procession of 24 marched resolutely towards the boys' dormitory, where an impending act of vengeance and justice was about to unfold. 5 minutes later, Lin Shiao, along with her female comrades, arrived at the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory. The first to notice the commotion were the boys at the end of the queue. Illuminated by the light from their rooms, they beheld a striking assembly of beautiful women, each exuding grace and an extraordinary presence. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with excitement as the boys began to murmur among themselves. Wait, Lin Shiao, what brings you here? Wow, look at all these stunning beauties. Where did they come from? Could it be they're here for some special service? You fool, can't you see they're all armed with knives? It's a knife. So what if they have knives? Let us take them down together. We'll have some fun today. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a tall boy stepped forward, declaring loudly, Lin Shiryao, put down your knives and come play with us. We promise not to make things difficult for you. Yes, we won't trouble you. We'll make sure you feel heavenly, echoed another. Did you hear that? Put down your weapons. Lin Shiryao, repulsed by their vulgar words, cast them a disdainful glance and ignored them completely. Once all her comrades were assembled, she shouted fiercely, Sisters, attack! Leave none alive. No S having spoken, an ice spear was launched instantaneously, piercing straight into the mouth of the leading male, causing his head to explode in an instant. Fool, Lin Shiryao muttered under her breath, before shifting her gaze towards the director and the 6 girls, who were left in a state of shock. The 6 girls looked at Lin Shiryao with tears in their eyes. Their expressions tinged with a hint of gratitude, and spoke in unison. Shiryao, are you here to save us? Shiryao, they hit my boyfriend and bullied me. Lin Shiryao, you must stand up for us. Lin Shiryao disregarded their pleas, exited the room, and addressed her teammates who had followed her. Leave no one behind. The 7 individuals in the room were soon met with various abilities unleashed upon them, resulting in a chorus of agonizing screams as they perished. Their hearts filled with bewilderment. The director pondered, why must I die at the hands of his woman instead of Cao Xiaoman? The 6 girls were equally perplexed, wondering, why is Lin Shiryao not here to rescue us, but rather to kill us? Lin Shiryao turned and entered another room, where she beheld several female classmates lying on the ground, battered and on the brink of death, their appearances pitifully tragic. You have chosen the wrong company. May you find peace. A flicker of reluctance crossed Lin Shiryao's eyes as she swiftly unleashed a barrage of ice spears, promptly ending their suffering. Meanwhile, the members of the Goddess Legion gathered around to fervently discuss Lin Shiryao's recent display of power. Did you see that? Shiryao's sealing technique was utterly magnificent. There was no escape through the windows. Indeed, it was impressive, but it can only be used once. After exhausting her mental energy, she won't be able to fight effectively afterward. Don't be foolish. We have always fought in close quarters, and using such a skill occasionally is enough to instill fear in our enemies at that moment. Ling Shuang'er from the first goddess team suddenly stepped forward with confidence, declaring, watch closely, everyone. Observe my prowess. In an instant, she conjured 30 water orbs, mimicking Lin Shiryao's technique, and launched them in a circular formation towards the metal walls of the cruise ship, creating a series of resounding bangs. However, after launching the water orbs, Ling Shuang'er immediately collapsed onto the ground, cradling her head in pain. Ouch, my mental energy has been drained. My head feels dizzy. The girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shuang'er, that was so cool. You conjured twice as many water orbs as Shiryao did. The feeling of having your mental energy drained is no joke, Shuang'er. Why put yourself through that? What are you showing off for? Shuang'er, shortly after, the aloof goddess Xiao Ilio from the second goddess team stepped forward and calmly stated, now, observe my abilities. She swiftly gathered over 20 fire orbs, arranging them into a pentagram before launching them towards the cruise ship's wall, which exploded spectacularly, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. The girls gasped in awe. Wow, Ilio, that was breathtaking. That was incredible. Your skill is absolutely phenomenal. Why didn't I awaken fire abilities? I'm so envious. Following this, the other goddesses, not wishing to be outdone, showcased their own abilities and unique interpretations, filling the scene with laughter and joy. Cao Xiaoman watched the impressive performances with a heart full of satisfaction and pride, secretly contemplating that her goddesses would undoubtedly emerge as formidable warrior goddesses on the battlefield when they left the base. Seizing the moment, Cao Xiaoman took a glance at her information panel. Host, Cao Xiaoman age, 18 height, 185 centimeters appearance, 100 physique, for 20, x 66, 64 11 strength, for 20, x 61, 641 agility, for 20, x 66, 64 11 mental energy, for 20, x 69, 64 14 ability level, 6 attribute multiplier, 64 attack abilities, space LV6, gold LV2, wood LV1, water LV1, fire LV3, earth LV1, wind LV1, thunder LV1, light LV1, ice LV1 control abilities, slow LV1 support abilities, teleportation LV1, phasing LV1, enlargement LV1, cloning LV2, restoration LV1, mental amplification LV1. Invisibility LV1 Transformation Abilities. Angel Transformation LV2. Demon Transformation LV1 Passive Abilities. Poison Immunity LV4. Darkness Immunity LV1. Ice Immunity LV2. All Attribute Enhancement LV1. Fire Immunity LV2. Physique Enhancement LV1. Agility Enhancement LV1. Mental Enhancement LV4. Hearing Enhancement LV1. Vision Enhancement LV1 Bound Goddesses. 64 in total, including Lin Shiyao, Lu Roli, Su Miaoyin, Su Miaoling, and others. Qiao Xiaoman scrutinized her updated information panel, lost in contemplation. With her base attributes elevated to 420, the space ability at LV6 had increased her attributes by 64 times. And the all-attribute enhancement at LV1 provided a further increase of 1 time, while the mental enhancement at LV4 offered a boost of 4 times, totaling a multiplier of 69. Multiplying 420 by 69 yields a staggering 28. 980 in mental energy, equivalent to 289 times that of an ordinary person, a truly remarkable figure. If she were to employ her water ability at LV1 for combat, each use would consume 10 points of mental energy. And given her current recovery speed, such expenditure would be replenished in no time. Now, let's examine the new abilities. Phasing is undoubtedly a life-saving skill, allowing me to navigate perilous situations. Enlargement? This ability is intriguing. I wonder if it can selectively enlarge a specific part of my body. I shall experiment with this in due course. Cloning is simply marvelous and can yield unexpected results in battle. The invisibility ability. This is impressive. With my current mental energy, I could remain invisible 24 hours a day. Just imagine the possibilities. Transformation into a demon. What an odd ability. Who would desire to turn into a demon? I'm a pure gentleman. Moreover, the hearing and vision enhancements are reminiscent of the legendary sharp-eyed and keen-eared capabilities. This will grant me a significant advantage in reconnaissance and combat. I truly am fortunate. 10 minutes later, Lin Shiyao led the newly joined 23 goddesses back in triumph. Each of them was drenched in blood, their tang knives equally stained, blood dripping continuously and pooling on the ground in dark crimson puddles. Xiaoman, we are back, Lin Shiyao said, her steps light as she approached Qiao Xiaoman, her face adorned with a hint of expectation for praise, as if to say, look, we have completed our mission. Qiao Xiaoman, naturally, was not stingy with his compliments. He gently pressed a kiss on Lin Shiyao's forehead and said tenderly, Shiyao, you did wonderfully. This affectionate gesture instantly stirred feelings of envy and jealousy among many of the goddesses present, their eyes filled with admiration for Lin Shiyao. Some even found themselves unconsciously biting their lips, pondering when they too might receive such intimate treatment from Qiao Xiaoman. Qiao Xiaoman then handed Lin Shiyao a blue crystal the size of a peanut, saying, Shiyao, you should elevate your abilities to level 3 first. Lin Shiyao replied without hesitation, placing the crystal into her mouth. In an instant, she felt her body and abilities surging with strength, as if a powerful force was coursing through her, constantly pushing her physical limits. Ding! Goddess number 1, Lin Shiyao, consumes 1 level 3 zombie crystal, returning 10,000 level 3 zombie crystals. Lin Shiyao opened her palm, and a larger ice spear, emanating a more intense chill, rapidly took shape. This is the effect of my level 3 ice ability, Lin Shiyao exclaimed, her tone brimming with joy, her eyes sparkling as if holding the stars. Indeed, the power has significantly increased. Quite impressive. Qiao Xiaoman nodded in approval, observing the ice spear radiating a frosty aura. Now, you all should take a good rest tomorrow and elevate your abilities to the peak of level 3. Shiyao, Linger, and Teacher Lu, please coordinate this. With a grand gesture, 3 piles of crystals appeared on the table. White level 1 crystals, green level 2 crystals, and blue level 3 crystals, all radiating a mysterious glow. All right, you all focus on enhancing your abilities. I have matters to attend to. After saying this, Qiao Xiaoman activated his angel transformation ability, and a pair of golden wings unfolded from his back, their feathers shimmering with golden brilliance, both magnificent and dazzling. Xiaoman, where are you going? Sidu Ling, her face awash with curiosity, inquired with a hint of concern evident in her gaze. How could she not worry about her man venturing out so late? Lin Shiyao harbored similar questions within her heart, but as Sidu Ling had voiced them first, she could only silently conceal her doubts. her eyes filled with genuine concern for Chow Xiaoman, that I will go check the situation around the school. You all should focus on enhancing your abilities, Chow Xiaoman declared, bestowing a gentle kiss on Sidu Ling's forehead, contemplating the necessity of treating each goddess with fairness, refraining from favoritism. With powerful golden wings, she soared toward the window, her figure gradually vanishing from the sight of the gathered crowd. Once Chow Xiaoman departed, the atmosphere became lively, the goddesses engaging in animated discussions. Previously, men had often declared that a man ought to maintain a steady flag at home while flaunting colorful banners outside. Is Xiaoman out looking for a colorful banner at this late hour? Don't be ridiculous. With so many red flags at home, why would he seek one outside? So, are you a red flag? It's just that I've never been in a relationship. And I don't know how to confess to Xiaoman that you think Xiaoman can handle all of us. Have you ever been in a relationship? How do you know if Xiaoman can manage? You must believe in brother Xiaoman. We are all so powerful now. Can you imagine how strong he must be? Upon this remark, all the women's gazes turned sharply towards Sidu Ling and Lin Shiyao, their eyes fixed in anticipation as if seeking to unearth some hidden truths from them. After all, Chow Xiaoman had just kissed both their foreheads. To everyone, it was evident that they must possess some secrets regarding him. Lin Shiyao felt an overwhelming shyness under their scrutiny, her nerves causing her to stammer, What are you all looking at me for? I haven tea. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple, her eyes darting away from the collective gaze. Meanwhile, Sidu Ling understood the answer but felt too shy to articulate it, hastily attempting to defuse the situation. All right, everyone, stop teasing. If you want to know how strong Xiaoman is, just ask him yourself. Right now, we need to focus on enhancing our own abilities. This is our priority. This moment. The company president Lu Ruyan and policewoman Zhou Mingqi were acutely aware of just how powerful Chow Xiaoman truly was. Both recalled the morning's events, instinctively immersing themselves in the memory, and suddenly felt their legs weaken, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. This unexpected scene startled the other women, who hurriedly gathered around, asking, "What happened? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm okay." Lu Ruyan and Zhou Mingqi exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a shared understanding that only they could grasp. They subtly shook their heads, indicating that they were not seriously harmed. Though the turmoil in their hearts lingered for quite some time, the night enveloped the earth like a vast expanse of black satin, caressingly shrouding it. Chow Xiaoman soared silently through the night sky, having quietly activated his invisibility ability, for those golden angelic wings were far too conspicuous against the dark, resembling the most resplendent stars in the night sky, easily drawing unwanted attention. He focused intently on the flickering blue dot on the radar panel, swiftly flying toward its direction at this moment. His heart brimmed with anticipation, curious about the breathtaking goddess that awaited him at that luminous point. As Chow Xiaoman drew nearer to his target, a grand building of over 20 stories came into view. The entire structure was adorned with golden embellishments, exuding an air of high-end luxury. The building was ablaze with lights, its LED neon signs shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, with the words Royal Club boldly displayed at both the top and bottom. What on earth? A royal club? What is going on? How can it still be so vibrant amidst the apocalypse? Is it still operating as usual? The sight before Chow Xiaoman left him momentarily bewildered. He turned to survey his surroundings, noticing only a scant few buildings with lights on, none as dazzling as the Royal Club. Chow Xiaoman began to circle the building slowly, seeking traces of survivors. At last, he discovered a considerable number of people on the 17th and 18th floors. The 17th floor housed around 30 men. From their attire, it was evident they were former security personnel, waitstaff, chefs, and guests of the Royal Club. Among them, a man in a black suit stood out prominently. The 18th floor, conversely, was filled with women, numbering over 40. Among them were technicians, waitresses, and even some dressed in theatrical costumes. This Royal Club certainly knows how to indulge. Chow Xiaoman mused as he approached a window on the 18th floor. Upon nearing the window, he finally laid eyes on an enchanting beauty at the forefront of the group of women. Standing merely 5 meters away, he began to scrutinize her closely. She lounged languidly in a dark green velvet sofa, her dark-hued, gold-embroidered fishtail gown slipping down her shoulder just enough to reveal a glowing tattoo of a flower beneath her collarbone. The golden peonies on her garment shimmered with an eerie luster in the dim light, akin to serpentine scales coiling. Her long black hair flowed like spilled ink, curling naturally at the ends, with a few strands sticking to her lightly perspiring neck, entwined with an 18K black gold snake chain, forming a knot of desire as she rested her chin on her right hand. The intricate pattern on her modified royal armor subtly reflected the shattered light of the crystal lamp beside the sofa, while her left hand's fingertips delicately teased a pair of pearl slippers, the arch of her foot creating a breathtaking curve, the gold bells on her ankle poised to chime at any moment. The light streamed in at a 45-degree angle, casting her legs beneath the high-slit skirt into realms of light and shadow. The illuminated parts appeared as pristine as freshly melted snow, pure and beautiful, while the shadows harbored blue veins, reminiscent of a dark river flowing beneath a frozen surface, mysterious and profound. The diamond tassel earrings, resembling Morse code, swayed gently with her breath, casting fragmented light upon her cheek, mirroring the cracks of black gold glittering lip gloss on her lips, adding an extra layer of mystique and allure. Most strikingly, as she subtly turned her waist, the indentation created by the golden silk soft steel corset seemed to cradle a pool of moonlight, rising and falling with her breath, akin to a dying butterfly, fragile yet captivating. Could this be the star attraction of the royal club? Her beauty was almost too enchanting to be true, Qiao Xiaoman thought helplessly. His own base boasted numerous alluring goddesses, like the coldly enchanting President Lu Ruyan and the beguilingly seductive Secretary Li Mingxian, yet none could compare to the one before him. She transcended mere allure. She was a siren, exuding a bewitching charm with every gesture. Name: Nangong Shirshir, age 29, height 176 centimeters, beauty score 97, figure score 98, personality enchantingly seductive, occupation royal club owner, purity 99. So she is the owner. I thought she was the star attraction, Qiao Xiaoman mused, feeling somewhat speechless, silently chiding the club owner for his exceptional taste. Not wanting to dwell any further, he acknowledged that although Nangong Shirshir was as beautiful as a fairy, she posed little threat to him. After all, he had grown accustomed to various stunning faces at his base and was not easily swayed by the enchanting figure before him. He began scanning the other women, only to find that the highest beauty score among them was merely 88. This doesn't seem right. How can there be no one scoring even 90? Qiao Xiaoman furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be due to makeup? Yes, that must be it, he concluded. Suddenly, a hurried technician rushed to Nangong Shirshir, panting, "Madam, Mr. Lu is looking for you again. He says he has something important to discuss." That a frown of displeasure crossed Nangong Shirshir's previously relaxed visage as she hissed, "That damned scoundrel." Having spoken, she gracefully rose to her feet, her light steps carrying her towards the corridor nestled between the 17th and 18th floors. Observing this, Qiao Xiaoman was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the nature of the discussion between the two individuals. Thus, he effortlessly passed through the window, following closely behind, coming to a silent halt 5 meters behind Nangong Shishai. As Qiao Xiaoman approached, the sound of the wind generated by his flapping wings and the faint rustle alerted Nangong Shirshir to his presence. She abruptly turned, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, yet she found no trace of anyone. Subsequently, she glanced towards the window, mistakenly attributing the disturbance to the outside breeze, and paid it no further heed as she continued into the corridor. Upon Qiao Xiaoman's arrival in the corridor behind Nangong Shirshir, he beheld the chaotic scene before him. The corridor was cluttered with an array of miscellaneous items, tables and chairs haphazardly strewn about, nearly blocking the entire passageway. It was evident that these obstacles were intended to prevent the man below from ascending. Observing this spectacle, Qiao Xiaoman could not help but chuckle softly. If the individuals downstairs truly wished to come up, they could simply move these items aside. Such a makeshift barrier was utterly ineffective. Nangong Shirshir stood at the entrance of the corridor, addressing the figure below in a tone that was unmistakably rude. "Lu Dongdong, what on earth do you intend to do?" A voice responded from below, belonging to the suited Lu Dongdong sister-in-law. "Have you given my proposition any thought? I have told you countless times, I am your sister-in-law. What nonsense fills your mind?" Nangong Shirshir's voice brimmed with anger, her fury barely restrained. After all, her younger brother-in-law's unwelcome advances filled her with both rage and humiliation. "A sister-in-law, my elder brother went to Asen country before the apocalypse. Now that the end has come, do you truly believe he can return alive?" Lu Dongdong argued passionately. "I do this to help my brother take care of you. I end this perilous world. without protection. You cannot possibly survive. He then began to feign heartfelt declarations. All I desire is to protect you better, ensuring you can live securely amidst this apocalypse. Be quiet. Just because I refuse to consent, does that mean you will not protect me? Nangong Shirshir retorted, her voice rising slightly in agitation to sister-in-law. I will certainly protect you. I merely wish to deepen that protection, Lu Dongdong shamelessly replied. Nothing is better than dumplings. And nothing is more enjoyable than, well, you're the madam. You should understand, Lu Dongdong. You are utterly shameless. I have already provided you with several women. Is that not enough for your amusement? Nangong Shirshir scolded furiously. Sister-in-law, they are utterly unamusing. I have exhausted them completely, devoid of any enjoyment. You know, I am now a second-tier ability user. They simply cannot withstand me, Lu Dongdong dismissed nonchalantly. Moreover, I do not fancy them. The one I desire is you. Sister-in-law, Lu Dongdong, do not forget that I was the one who helped you advance to second tier, and now, you dare to turn your sights upon me. Nangong Shirshir felt a wave of regret wash over her. Realizing she had misjudged him from the start, sister-in-law, we are family. What does it matter who advances to second tier? My upgrade means I can protect you better, Lu Dongdong continued to argue. You are utterly despicable. I would rather die than agree to your demands. Nangong Shirshir firmly proclaimed her resolve. Sister-in-law, you will inevitably be mine. I will give you one more day to consider. If you still refuse, I shall come up directly. You know full well you cannot defeat me. I do not wish to leave you with a negative impression. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will not agree. Nangong Shirshir attempted to threaten him with her own death. Sister-in-law, cease your foolishness. Even in death, you will still belong to me. We are both ability users now. Isn't it better to live joyfully together in this apocalypse? Lu Dongdong persisted, adding, besides, I am far stronger than my brother. It was true before the end, and it is even more so now. Together, you will undoubtedly find happiness, and in doing so, I shall honor my deceased brother. He will surely be pleased from beyond. Get lost. Nangong Shirshir's chest heaved with fury, her face flushed with indignation. Truly, he was a fiend, every gesture oozing with seduction. Meanwhile, Chao Xiaoman, who had been silently observing the scene, relished the spectacle, having stealthily positioned himself beside Nangong Shirshir. Confident that her abilities would not reveal his presence, with heavy steps, Nangong Shirshir slowly approached a window. She gazed out at the pitch-black world beyond, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and helplessness. Tears welling at the corners. After painstakingly clearing away the zombies and establishing a relatively secure base, alongside gaining her own abilities, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Now, she found herself targeted by the very brother-in-law she had nurtured. Shiga, where are you? Are you still alive? I have expended so much electricity to keep these lights ablaze each night, hoping against hope for your return, Nangong Shirshir murmured, her voice laden with desolation and yearning. Peering further out the window, she gazed downward, her face etched with despair. Is death truly the only escape from this nightmarish fate? Her resolve solidified. She would not allow her brother-in-law Lu Dongdong to succeed. The moral boundaries within her heart made it impossible to cross that threshold. She would choose death over compromising with evil. Just as she was engulfed in confusion and sorrow, a youthful male voice resonated from behind her. I estimate that even in death, you may not escape your fate. Who? The sudden voice startled Nangong Shirshir, nearly causing her to leap from the window. She spun around abruptly, only to find the space behind her entirely empty. Do not be alarmed. I am right before your eyes. Just as her mind filled with suspicion, the voice came again, now at her side. As the words faded, a dazzling golden light flashed before her, blindingly bright, rendering her momentarily incapable of discerning her surroundings. Intensifying her fear, Chao Xiaoman gradually lifted his invisibility, illuminating the previously dim corridor with a brilliant golden glow. Nangong Shirshir took a moment to adjust her vision, finally able to discern the scene before her. A remarkably handsome young man stood there, a pair of glimmering wings adorning his back. Sensing her discomfort, Chao Xiaoman dimmed the brightness of his wings, softening the light considerably. In this gentle glow, the two were finally able to scrutinize one another clearly. Who are you? Nangong Shirshir endeavored to steady her emotions, acutely aware that the young man before her was also an ability user. His ability to appear so silently suggested his level surpassed her own. I am Chao Xiaoman. a student at Qiantang University. He introduced himself with a smile. Nangong Shirshir was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this extraordinary individual was merely a university student. How did you come to be here? What do you want? She inquired urgently, her eyes revealing her wariness. I merely happened to fly by and noticed the brilliance of your lights. My curiosity led me here. They asked for what I want. Quite simply, I find you intriguing, Chao Xiaoman admitted candidly. Nangong Shirshir was at a loss for words. It was the radiance of her base that had drawn him in. She silently lamented her own misfortune. Moreover, he harbored inappropriate intentions towards her. While she could not deny his striking appearance, what did that matter? Nangong Shirshir had always been virtuous, her heart devoted solely to her husband. She would not entertain anyone's advances. Please leave. I am not interested in you. She attempted to dismiss Chao Xiaoman with an air of indifference. Chao Xiaoman's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Very well, I shall take my leave. However, Lu Dongdong is likely to come charging up tomorrow. He will not be courteous and will certainly resort to force. That he paused deliberately, then shifted his tone. I suspect that after Lu Dongdong achieves his desires, he will share you with his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Nangong Shirshir's body tensed, her mind conjuring unthinkable images, yet she steeled herself, resolutely stating, he will not succeed. If it comes to that, I would rather take my own life than allow him to have his way. Chao Xiaoman found the situation exceedingly amusing and resolved to introduce a novel element to their interaction. He bit into the tip of his right index finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to escape. Nangong Shirshir, observing his actions with a heart full of bewilderment, had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding events when Chao Xiaoman swiftly extended his left hand and grasped her chin with a firm grip. In terror, Nangong Shirshir attempted to scream, only to have her mouth silenced by his fingers. The single droplet of blood slid along her tongue and into her body. In an instant, a peculiar warmth coursed through her, and she sensed an inexplicable connection with the man before her. Yet, she could not fathom the nature of this phenomenon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding with goddess number 65, Nangong Shirshir. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the binding reward. Enchantment ability level 1. Goodness, this ability is remarkable, Chao Xiaoman thought to himself, withdrawing his left hand and displaying a triumphant expression, as if Nangong Shirshir were already within his grasp. Nangong Shirshir felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and angrily demanded, why did you make me consume your blood? What was that warm sensation? From this moment forth, you are mine, Chao Xiaoman replied with an unsettling calmness. Dream on. Do not harbor such delusions. I would rather die than consent. Nangong Shirshir retorted vehemently. Chao Xiaoman spread his arms wide, a nonchalant smile on his face as he proclaimed, this is your destiny. There is no escaping it. Stop with your fantasies. I will show you what death looks like. Nangong Shirshir declared, beginning to climb out of the window. As she peered down at the ground below, her heart raced in terror. The height was staggering, and fear surged through her veins. She had initially intended to frighten the boy into retreating. But instead, he remained unfazed, a smile gracing his features as if he were witnessing an entertaining spectacle. Her anger flared anew, and she shouted, if you don't leave, I will truly jump. With that, she leaned precariously over the ledge, ready to let go at any moment. At this point, her fear had reached its zenith, and she silently prayed not to fall. After all, she had recently acquired an extraordinary ability. Chao Xiaoman recognized her attempt to test him and approached her side, grinning mischievously. Why are you holding on so tightly? Why not let go? You, Nangong Shirshir stammered, a mix of fury and urgency swelling within her. How could this boy be so callous, seemingly pushing her toward the edge? Are you going to jump or not? If not, come with me. If you are, then let go already. Chao Xiaoman continued to jest. You. Nangong Shirshir was at a loss for words, her anger rendering her speechless. I say, you are taking too long, wasting my time. I have other matters to attend to, Chao Xiaoman declared, then reached out to help her relinquish her grip. Nangong Shirshir let out a piercing scream as she fell backward, plummeting toward the ground. She watched as Chao Xiaoman's handsome face, adorned with a smile, grew smaller in her view, the rushing wind filling her ears. In that moment, confusion enveloped her. Why would this boy, who claimed to desire her, so ruthlessly cast her down? And why did he maintain that smile? Was he deriving amusement from her demise? Why must her death be so unjust? and bewildering. Her heart brimmed with resentment, yet she found no answers. With a resounding thud, she crashed onto the ground, blood spewing from her mouth as her body trembled violently. Forget it. None of this matters anymore, were her final thoughts before losing consciousness. Wow, what a height. It must hurt terribly to fall from here, Chow Xiaoman mused, standing on the 18th floor, having activated his visual enhancement level 1 to observe the scene below clearly. He retreated into the corridor and called up Nangong Shishir's goddess panel. Clicking the resurrection button, "Revive, my dear. It seems I have yet to assign you to a legion." Before long, Nangong Shishir's body began to dissolve into specks of starlight, vanishing from view. The starlight then coalesced before Chow Xiaoman. And shortly thereafter, her resurrection was complete. As Nangong Shishir opened her eyes once more, the memories of her previous existence flooded back. She beheld Chow Xiaoman standing before her, smiling, which startled her anew. You, she stuttered, terror rendering her speechless. "Calm down. You just jumped to your death, and I revived you. It's that simple," Chow Xiaoman explained kindly, noting her bewildered expression. Nangong Shishir finally grasped the reality. She had indeed jumped from the building. No, she had been thrown by this man, leading to her demise. She rushed to the window to peer down, confirming the presence of her clothing on the ground below, solidifying the truth that she had fallen to her death and was now revived. Wait, my clothes are down there. She quickly glanced at her own body, realizing she was entirely unclothed, while the boy before her remained unfazed. Chow Xiaoman seemed entirely indifferent, even praising, "Quite an exquisite figure. It's a perfect time for a factory reset." Nangong Shishir's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage as she shouted, "Stop looking and turn around." Chow Xiaoman tossed her a red qipao, saying, "Enough, we can discuss matters later, but first, put on some clothes." Without further inquiry, Nangong Shishir hurriedly donned the qipao. The piercing sound of her scream, coupled with the heavy thud of her body hitting the ground, resonated like thunder, instantly capturing the attention of Lu Dongdong and his companions on the 17th floor. "Boss, someone jumped," one of Lu Dongdong's underlings shouted, panic etched on his face. "That I heard it too," another echoed. "Yes, I heard it. That sound seemed to belong to my sister-in-law." "Wait, did my sister-in-law jump?" Lu Dongdong paused, then swiftly collected his thoughts. His expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Sister-in-law, please don't actually jump. I haven't had my chance with you yet." Anxious, he rushed to the window, straining to see below, yet found nothing. Could she have jumped from another window? "You all, quickly check every window and see who fell," Lu Dongdong urgently commanded his underlings. With the urgency of a second-level ability user, Lu Dongdong's physique was 4 times that of an ordinary person. Allowing him to be the first to reach the ground floor, he seized the dress from the ground, scrutinizing it carefully before confirming it was indeed his sister-in-law. However, he found it perplexing that there was no sign of her anywhere. Igniting his suspicions, could it be that she survived and ran off? Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation, then instructed his subordinates, "Everyone, split up and search. My sister-in-law must have escaped somehow." "Yes, boss," his underlings replied in unison before dispersing to search in different directions. Lu Dongdong followed suit, muttering to himself, "Sister-in-law, you are mine. Don't think you can escape my grasp. Now, are you ready to come with me? I have many matters awaiting my attention," Chow Xiaoman said with a self-assured smile. Gazing gently at Nangong Shishir. Nangong Shishir racked her brain for a reason to refuse, but when the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss. "What do you wish to say?" "I will grant you one last opportunity. Think carefully before you speak. I am already married." Nangong Shishir hoped to deter Chow Xiaoman with this declaration. "And what of it?" Chow Xiaoman wore an expression of utter indifference. "Why have you fixated on me?" she inquired. "What is it about me that warrants such attention?" Nangong Shishir, still unwilling to concede, endeavored to extract answers from Chow Xiaoman, making one final desperate attempt. "Why?" Chow Xiaoman mused, stroking her chin, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. "That it is simply because of your exquisite appearance that I ask that all." Nangong Shishir's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. She had not anticipated Chow Xiaoman's candor, her unabashed revelation of intent. What else could it be? Enough of this dilly-dallying. You have but 2 choices. Either come with me willingly, or leap through that window once more. Chow Xiaoman impatiently gestured toward the window once again. Nangong Shishir felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In her previous life, She had always held a position of superiority, commanding respect and authority. Yet now, faced with Zhao Xiaoman, she found herself utterly powerless. Follow me. I shall lead the way.